Everyone laughed at you for spending 10,000 yuan on a lousy painting until you tore it open and 4 Qing dynasty stamps fell out. The entrance to Treasure Vault was packed with onlookers, and from a row of so-called antiques, you singled out a poorly painted Republic of China-era bamboo and rock painting. The shop owner was overjoyed inside, while the onlookers collectors themselves cursed you for getting lucky and started acting like experts. You offered no explanation. You simply grabbed the scroll with both hands and tore it open with a loud rip. From between the 2 layers of old Xian paper, a yellowed envelope slipped out, with 3 coiled dragon stamps and 1 eternal prosperity stamp affixed side by side in the upper right corner. The museum director pushed his way in, magnifying glass in hand, his voice trembling with excitement. It's the real thing, worth at least 1 million. The shop owner, whose face had been full of scorn just moments ago, felt his vision go dark, while you simply asked calmly, "Now, who's the trash?" Chapter 1. The Secret of the Jade Pendant. The sun blazed fiercely, its rays as hot as fire. The entire city of Binhai seemed to have turned into a giant steamer. The heat wave hitting your face made it almost impossible to breathe. There were few people on the street. Only a girl was crouched under the shade of a tree, playing with a bouncy ball. Chan, who had been unable to find a job, licked his chapped lips and tossed his resume, rejected by yet another company, into the trash can. It seems students majoring in archaeology are destined to starve to death in this internet age. He gave a self-deprecating smile, unable to help but feel a sense of pathos for his own ridiculous and convoluted fate. Coming from a family of scholars, he had been influenced by his grandfather since childhood and developed a deep interest in history and archaeology. He majored in archaeology in college, originally thinking he'd be able to easily land a job at a museum or an archaeological department after graduation. However, in this era where personal connections and social maneuvering reigned supreme, without the right background or contacts, finding a job was simply impossible. Forget about getting into provincial or municipal museums. He couldn't even find a way in to become an apprentice for the experts excavating ancient tombs. For half a month straight, he'd been rejected countless times, and he had only a few hundred yuan left. If he didn't find a job today, he'd have to pawn the jade pendant his grandfather had given him just to make ends meet. At that moment, Chun was facing the predicament of graduating into unemployment. Under the scorching sun, on the verge of heatstroke, Chun staggered over to a trash can by the roadside to rest and catch his breath. Just then, a little girl, about 4 or 5 years old, came hopping toward him. She was holding a green bouncy ball and gently tapping it. The ball bounced away and rolled out onto the road. The little girl was about to go pick it up. Just then, a red sedan sped toward them. "Danger! Watch out!" Startled, Chun lunged forward, scooped up the little girl, and quickly backed away. Suddenly, he tripped, stumbling backward a few steps with a thud, 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 and plopped down onto the ground. His right arm was scraped by a branch on the greenbelt behind him. The jade pendant around his neck also shattered with a crack. A sharp screech of brakes echoed, leaving 2 long skid marks on the ground as the red BMW came to an abrupt halt. The little girl sat motionless in Chun's arms, then suddenly burst into tears with a loud wah. Passers-by hurried over and gathered around to watch. "That little girl really has a lucky escape." "Exactly. That man is lucky too, he is so brave. We were so close to losing 2 lives. Nana! Nana!" Just then, a woman in her 50s rushed over in a panic. "Grandma! Grandma!" The little girl cried, wriggling out of Chana's arms and throwing herself into the woman's embrace. "Sir, are you all right?" A clear, pleasant voice, filled with concern, came from above Chana's head. Chun instinctively turned his head and saw the faint image of a 9-dragon jade pendant floating in the air. "Is this the jade pendant my grandfather left me?" Chun was startled. He realized that the people around him seemed unable to see the pendant. The light from the 9-dragon jade pendant drifted into his eyes. Chun felt a sharp sting, as if tears were about to well up, so he blinked hard. Suddenly, Chun felt a rainbow of light radiating before his eyes, and 2 streams of cool energy seeped into his eyes, bringing an extraordinary sense of comfort. "Sir, you," that voice, as sweet as a spring oriole singing from a valley, rang out again. Chun looked up, somewhat puzzled. "Huh? Black lace. Why isn't she wearing any clothes?" Chun almost blurted it out. He shook his head frantically and rubbed his eyes. Only then did the illusion before him vanish, and he could finally see clearly that a stunningly beautiful girl was standing right in front of him. She was wearing a sky blue pantsuit with a skirt that fell exactly to her knees. Her legs were clad in nearly transparent white stockings. Her legs were slender, straight, and flawless. Under her suit, she wore a white chiffon blouse, through which her black, form-fitting undergarments were faintly visible. Her delicate face was as white and smooth as milk, glowing with a lustrous sheen like fine jade. Naturally beautiful, she was every bit as stunning as any movie or TV star. A thought crossed Chen's mind. He subtly widened his eyes and focused his gaze. A hint of coolness seemed to flow from his eyes as he looked at the girl. Sure enough, she now appeared to be standing before him as if she were completely naked. I actually have appraisal sight? Chen's heart swelled with boundless joy. Chen quickly turned his head away, breaking his concentration, and when he looked up at the girl again, everything had returned to normal. He had already grasped the trick to some extent. As long as he didn't focus his attention, appraisal sight wouldn't activate. The girl's fair, flawless face showed a hint of panic as she looked at the shallow wound on his right arm and said anxiously, "Sir, are you hurt? Let me take you to the hospital." She reached out to help Chen up. Chen looked down at his right arm. A 3-centimeter-long gash had been made on his forearm moments ago, and a trickle of blood was slowly seeping out. Just a moment ago, a drop of blood had fallen on it, and only then had the jade pendant. Now, however, the wound had gradually healed, leaving only a faint mark. Chen was utterly astonished. Could this be the miraculous power of the 9-dragon jade pendant? Even his grandfather probably didn't know the pendant's secret. "Little girl, are you okay?" "Sir, how are you? Let me take you both to the hospital." Selina looked deeply concerned, feeling both guilty and terribly remorseful. "What kind of driver are you?" the middle-aged woman scolded, clutching her granddaughter. "Auntie, I'm truly so sorry. I'm so sorry. Did I scare the little girl? I'll go with you to the hospital." Selina apologized with a forced smile. "It's fine. No need." Chun slowly stood up. His injuries were already nothing serious. Fortunately, the woman in front of him had braked in time. It was only because he panicked that he fallen onto the side of the road. He glanced at the girl's red cayenne. She seemed kind-hearted and had a good personality, unlike some wealthy people who, even when clearly at fault, act arrogantly and haughtily. He didn't want to be like those shameless people and try to extort money from her. But, after all, it was my fault. Selina looked at his arm and saw that the bleeding had long since stopped, and the wound had completely healed, leaving only a faint white line. Her eyes, as clear as autumn water, widened in utter disbelief. "Look, you're not hurt at all. Did you just see it wrong?" Fearing she might become suspicious, Chun quickly raised his right arm and waved it in front of her. Selina's eyes, with their distinct black and white irises, sparkled. She lowered her head, utterly baffled. She had clearly seen his arm injured just a moment ago. Could she really have been mistaken? The elderly woman, who introduced herself as Ms. Liang, wasn't the type to hold a grudge. Seeing that her granddaughter was unharmed, her anger had now subsided. "My granddaughter is fine. But this gentleman was injured just now. He really should go to the hospital to get checked out." She kept thanking Chun repeatedly. Nana had calmed down by then. Blinking her beautiful, big eyes, she said, "Big sister, I'm okay now." She then turned to Chen and thanked him. "Big brother, thank you so much." Selina comforted Nana for a few more moments, then said to Chen, "Sir, I really should drive you both." Chun smiled and waved his hand. "It's really fine. No need to go to all that trouble." Selina hesitated for a moment, then suddenly pulled 2 business cards from her shoulder bag and slipped one to the older woman and one to Chun. She also took out 3 stacks of cash, handing one to Liang and slipping 2 to Chun. "Auntie, sir, take this money and go to the hospital for a checkup first. If anything else comes up later and the money isn't enough, give me a call." Chapter 2, Extortion. "I've got something to do right now. I'm off." With that, Selina hurriedly jumped into her car, started the engine, and sped away. Hey! Chen was just about to take a few steps to catch up when Selina had already driven far away. Liang, clutching the 10,000 yuan with a worried look on her face, hurriedly said, "My child is fine. How can I possibly accept money from others? Sir, you'd better give it back to her." She shoved the money back into Chun's hands, chatted with him for a few more moments, then left with Nana in her arms. Chun stood there holding the money, looking utterly helpless. Although he was struggling financially, He never forgot his principles. He wouldn't accept a single penny that wasn't his. He absolutely had to return the money to her. He suddenly flipped over the business card and saw only a simple name, Selena, followed by a cell phone number. The card gave off a refreshing, soothing fragrance. Chan brought it close to his nose and took a whiff. It smells so good, he thought to himself. That woman is so beautiful and elegant. If I could marry a woman like that one day, I'd be completely satisfied. Ha 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 ha. He put the business card away. Just then, a man holding the latest iPhone walked over, looking smug as he spoke loudly on the phone. Chen glanced at it casually.
iPhone 13 Pro.
Place of origin, Huiqiangbai. Price 1,000 yuan. Chen was startled. He looked at the iPhone again and saw that the few lines of large golden characters were still there. He looked away, and the magical scene before his eyes vanished. My appraisal site, can it verify whether an item is real or fake? Chan's heart was pounding, and he was overcome with joy. I bet even Grandpa didn't know the jade pendant had this ability. Did he? He lowered his head to ponder for a moment, then suddenly remembered something. Since it can tell if an item is real or fake, could I use it to appraise things? Chun was so excited by his brilliant idea that he couldn't help but jump up and down, his face flushing bright red. He barely managed to contain his excitement, thought it over again, and decided to give it a try. Chen turned and walked toward Antique Street. The Dongqiao Flea Market was the largest antique market in Binhai City. The roadside stalls were filled with a dazzling array of items: gold and silver jewelry, agate, jadeite, blackened wood, ebony, bronzeware, jade artifacts, ancient coins, stamps, and more, enough to make one's eyes spin. 9 out of 10 antiques are fakes. But if you happen to spot a genuine piece, snag a bargain, and resell it, you could make hundreds, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Of course, there are countless people who get fooled as well. Items purchased for millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions might turn out to be fakes, leading to financial ruin and the collapse of a family overnight. There's an unwritten rule in the antiques world. Antiques aren't categorized as genuine or fake, only as old or new. There's no such thing as a forgery or a fake. If you think an item is fake, simply say it's not worth the price and walk away. The vendor won't argue. Everyone knows the unspoken rules, and they save face for one another. Although Chun had graduated with a degree in archaeology, his knowledge of antique appraisal was superficial at best. Having read a few books on the subject left by his grandfather, he was still a complete novice. His gut told him that these antiques were 100% fakes. Just as he was about to casually browse the wares, he suddenly heard a commotion coming from the entrance of one shop, where a crowd had gathered. Curious, he walked over. Treasure Vault. He surveyed the antique shop with its old-world charm. It was a small, 2-story wooden building. A pair of couplet plaques hung on either side of the entrance, and the signboard bore 3 characters written in flowing seal script, exuding an air of antiquity. On this antique street, Treasure Vault was considered a mid to high-end shop and was quite renowned. Treasure Vault was enormous, covering an area of 400 to 500 square meters. More than a dozen rosewood display cases were filled with all kinds of ancient coins, porcelain, calligraphy and paintings, bronzeware, and other items. A crowd had gathered in layers around the store entrance, chattering and jostling. Standing in the crowd was a woman. It was Selena. Across from her stood a bald, overweight man in his 50s, though dressed in an expensive suit. His expression was unusually sleazy. "Miss Xiao?" Chen asked, somewhat surprised. "What are you doing here?" "It's you." Selena's face lit up when she saw him, but her expression quickly darkened as she said angrily, "I was just browsing here a moment ago when I accidentally broke this teacup. The shop owner is insisting I pay 3 million in compensation, claiming it's a blue and white phoenix in a circle bowl, once used by Emperor Kangxi of the Qing dynasty. I said I broke it, so naturally I'll pay for it. But you can't just make up a price out of thin air and demand whatever you want. I'm going to have an expert appraise it to determine its exact value." She looked down at the shards at her feet. "Even if the expert ultimately appraises it at 30 million, I won't bat an eye, but I absolutely won't allow you to make such an outrageous demand right now." Derek shook his massive head and snorted. "If you break something, you naturally have to pay for it. If everyone acted like you breaking something and then having it appraised, taking 10 days or half a month each time, how am I supposed to run my business? You damaged the item, just pay up. Do you really think you can get away without paying? Paying for damaged property is only fair. It's a matter of common sense." Selina agreed with this logic. She wouldn't skimp on a single cent of the compensation she owed, but she simply couldn't accept the shopkeeper's exorbitant demands. 3 million. That's way too much. Chun looked at her, shaking his head inwardly. She was clearly a complete novice, someone at her level trying to collect antiques just like everyone else. It would be a miracle if she didn't get swindled. Derek snapped. Do you think just because you're a beauty you don't have to pay? Let me tell you, no matter what anyone says, you're going to pay for this. Faced with the shop manager's aggressive attitude, Selina's eyes welled up with tears. She was on the verge of crying from frustration. That doesn't seem right, does it? Chun spotted the shattered porcelain shards on the floor. As a student majoring in archaeology, he sensed something was off at a glance. How could the glaze on a blue and white phoenix pattern bowl from an imperial kiln during the Kangxi era have the texture of machine-applied color? A thought struck Chin. As he stared at the pile of shards on the floor, golden characters suddenly appeared before his eyes. Blue and white phoenix patterned bowl. Time. Made half a month ago. Market value, 15 yuan. Damn it. Just as I thought. It's a fake. This shop owner is really ruthless, not only passing off a fake as a treasure, but also trying to rip people off. Chun pulled his gaze away and suddenly interjected. 3 million? You actually dare to ask for that? Why don't you just go rob someone? Come to think of it, what you're doing is outright robbery. Derek was startled by the unfamiliar voice and turned to glare fiercely at him. What nonsense are you spouting? What, you want to stand up for your partner? If you want to help her, fine, bring 3 million to settle this. If you can't come up with it, then stop making a scene here. Chapter 3. The Fake Painting. Chun let out a cold laugh. That blue and white phoenix pattern bowl of yours is nothing more than a mass-produced imitation antique porcelain from some factory. It sells for only 15 or 20 yuan on the open market. Did you really think we didn't know? Are you trying to fool a fool? In the Qing Palace archives, the blue and white bowl with a phoenix motif is explicitly labeled as a teacup. Derek's face instantly turned ashen. They hadn't expected Chun to see through their ruse. What did you say? Kid, what kind of nonsense are you spouting? This is a genuine treasure I acquired from the countryside. Don't you dare tarnish our shop's reputation. A treasure? Fine. I have a solution. I have a teacher who works at the Cultural Relics Bureau. They have a carbon-14 dating machine there. All we have to do is take this so-called treasure for testing, and the truth will be crystal clear. If it's real, I'll personally pay you 3 million out of my own pocket. How about that? You. Derek put on a brave front but was clearly rattled, his speech becoming incoherent. Although he tried to feign composure, everyone could tell that every word Chun had spoken was true. Otherwise, Derek and his companion's confidence wouldn't have crumbled so completely. Selina's eyes lit up. It's fake. She finally let out a long sigh of relief. She hadn't expected Chun to actually know how to appraise antiques. The onlookers, however, were in an uproar. Damn it. This shop owner is despicable, passing off a modern porcelain piece worth a dozen or so yuan as an antique and extorting 3 million. This isn't just a fake, it's outright fraud. There were quite a few collectors in the crowd, and everyone was furious. Countless people had been badly ripped off by those fakes and counterfeits, and they all detested this kind of behavior. Derek's face flushed red, then turned pale, then red again. Almost everything in his shop was fake, and he never expected to be exposed in public like this today. He feared he wouldn't be able to stay in business here anymore. Selina said calmly, although this teacup is fake, I did break your property, so I should compensate you. I'll give you 10,000. Chun was taken aback and couldn't help but shake his head. Selina was far too kind-hearted in a situation like this. Even if she offered him 100 or 2, Derek wouldn't have dared say a word. The crowd buzzed with discussion. That girl is so kind she knows it's a fake. Yet she is still offering 10,000 in compensation. She must be rich. 10,000 is nothing to her. The shopkeeper had long since figured out she was a novice and a rich woman easy to fool. He was originally planning to rip her off big time. If it weren't for this young man, he might have already succeeded. Even so, this girl is willing to pay such a huge sum. That's not kindness, it's being naive and flush with cash. She deserves to be scammed. Selina paid no heed to the crowd's chatter and transferred the money to Derek. Seeing this, Derek broke into a warm smile. Although he hadn't succeeded in extorting 3 million, the girl hadn't held it against him. If she'd actually gone to another expert for an appraisal, the scam would have been completely exposed, the item would have been worthless, and he would have ended up with nothing. He was also afraid the matter would blow up, so he decided to cut his losses while he was ahead. After all, he made a small profit. This young lady is really straightforward. 10,000 it is, then. What's the big deal about 3 million or 2 million? Is that really that important? I'm the easiest person to deal with. Miss, I can't just take this 10,000 for nothing. You can pick any 2 items from the front section and take them with you. Derek pointed to an area that happened to be the front third of the store. The moment the words left his mouth, Derek immediately regretted them. Wasn't he just telling everyone that everything here was fake? Sure enough, the onlookers all wore smug, schadenfreude-filled expressions. They hadn't expected this guy to get so carried away and give himself away. Selena had a terrible impression of Derek and was about to shake her head in refusal when Chan interjected. Derek, in that case, we won't stand on ceremony. Selena froze for a moment, then saw Chan give her a subtle nod. Being exceptionally sharp, she immediately swallowed her words of refusal. Derek's heart skipped a beat. Could this guy really be an appraiser? No. He must have just gotten incredibly lucky. He desperately tried to dismiss the thought. Of course. Derek, keep my word. With a faint smile on his face, Chun pretended to be nonchalant as he paced back and forth, glancing around casually. He looked up casually, and his gaze suddenly landed on a painting. His eyes suddenly lit up. Selena had already followed him involuntarily. She instinctively looked toward the painting. It was a painting of bamboo and rocks. On the left side of the canvas were a few bamboo stalks, and on the right was a towering rocky mountain. The bamboo was rendered with clumsy brushwork and uneven ink application, while the mountain looked bloated and unsightly. In the lower right corner was a line of small characters. The 18th year of the Republic of China. Chun said casually, "This is the one." Derek was overjoyed. He originally bought this painting for just a dozen or so yuan from an old farmer in the countryside. He never expected to sell it for 10,000 yuan on the first try. It was an absolute steal. He feigned concern and asked, "Aren't you going to look at anything else?" Chun shook his head. "No thanks. I'll take this one." He reached out and took the painting down. The onlookers, however, began to murmur. "That painting is clearly the work of some unknown artist. It's total junk. And this kid actually wants it. He just got lucky figuring out that the teacup was a modern factory fake. And now he has gotten a big head. He has actually picked out this fake painting. And that girl isn't even stopping him. She's just letting him run wild. Sure, you can't buy anything good for 10,000 yuan, but you definitely shouldn't pick such a lousy painting." Selena gazed at Chan with her beautiful, luminous eyes, a peculiar gleam in her gaze. She trusted Chan instinctively. In truth, she, too, believed the painting was worthless. But since Chan had just stepped in to save her from embarrassment, she no longer cared whether the painting he'd chosen was genuine or not. The rice paper used for this painting is indeed from the Republic of China era. Chun lowered his head and took a sniff. He'd learned some basic knowledge of antique appraisal in school and could tell the age of the paper at a glance. It's definitely a work from the Republic of China era, but unfortunately, it's just the scribbles of an unknown artist. Derek and Lewis sneered inwardly. They had long since identified the painting's true age, but it held absolutely no collectible value. Chun held the scroll and walked around the room. Suddenly, in a corner, he spotted a dark-colored finger ring, about 3 centimeters in diameter. The surface of the ring was crisscrossed with cracks visible to the naked eye. Resembling spiderwebs, this antique was practically worthless. "Boss, how much is this finger ring?" Derek was taken aback. He bought it for 500 yuan from an antique dealer who come to his shop. He and a few friends had originally assumed the ring must be a priceless antique. But after studying it for several days, they still couldn't figure out which dynasty it belonged to. Later, they asked an expert friend to appraise it, but even he couldn't make head or tail of it. Unexpectedly, just a few days later, the finger ring spontaneously developed a crack, turning it into complete junk. Derek was at his wits' end. No buyer would give it a second glance, so he tossed it into a secluded corner. He never imagined Chun would discover it today. "It's a gift for you," he said, feigning generosity. Chun shook her head. "You already gave us that painting just now. How could we possibly accept another gift for free?" "Miss Xiao, give him 100 yuan. Chapter 4, The 10,000 Years of Elephants Stamp. Whether it was 100 yuan or just 1 yuan, it was still a purchase. Once the money changed hands, it had nothing more to do with Derek. If any treasure were to turn up, there would be no messy entanglements. Selena paid the bill, and Derek issued the receipt. The onlookers sneered and mocked. What's this guy up to? That woman spent 10,000 yuan on a piece of junk art, fine, whatever. But why spend another 100 yuan on a crappy ring like this? 100 yuan may not be much, but it's money that shouldn't have been spent. Not a single fun of it is worth it. He must have been kicked in the head by a donkey. Buying these 2 pieces of junk. Just putting on airs. Playing the deep thinker, pretending to be some expert or professor. Chan turned to look at Selina and smiled gently. Miss Xiao, you must be wondering why I bought these 2 pieces of junk. Selina had long been filled with doubts, but her poise prevented her from speaking up over such a trivial matter. She smiled faintly. I imagine you must have your reasons for doing this. Her smile bloomed like spring flowers in the breeze, and Chun couldn't help but lose himself in the moment. Chun suddenly turned to look at Derek, flashing a meaningful smile. Derek, do you want to know what secret lies behind these 2 antiques you sold me? What kind of secret? Derek found himself repeating the words, his smile growing stiff as a sudden sense of foreboding welled up inside him. Chun snorted coldly without saying a word. He handed the signet ring to Selina, then gripped the scroll with both hands and suddenly tore it gently in half. He bought this painting just to tear it up? Everyone gasped in shock. Selina stared at Chun in disbelief. The crowd suddenly fell silent, their eyes wide with disbelief as they stared at the torn scroll, as if they had witnessed something utterly bizarre. It turned out the painting was actually double-layered. The 2 sheets of paper were quite thick, and without careful examination, it would have been impossible to notice. Sandwiched between the 2 layers was a yellowed envelope. The front of the envelope was written in English, and in the upper right corner were 4 stamps. The first 3 were green, red, and orange, with a coiled dragon design in the center of the middle one. The last one, however, featured a green elephant. All 4 stamps bore the words Post Office of the Great Qing. Selina glanced at them, and suddenly, her whole body began to shake violently. Her cherry-red lips quivered for a long moment, but not a single word came out. Great dragon stamps. A man in his 50s, dressed in black and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, looking every bit the professor, suddenly pushed his way through the crowd. Young man, I'm Stellan from the City Museum. May I come in and take a look? Someone recognized him. Stellan? The director of the City Museum. What's he doing here? What's wrong with the director of the City Museum browsing an antique shop? Seeing Chen nod, Stellan hurried over, took out a magnifying glass, and examined the item closely for a long time. Excited and speaking incoherently, he exclaimed, It really is a genuine Qing dynasty stamp. There's no way it could be a fake. They actually affixed 4 stamps at once. And this is actually a letter sent from Beiping to Zhonghai. The Great Dragon Stamps? Eternal Prosperity. Several collectors in the crowd exclaimed in surprise. Anyone with even a passing knowledge of antiques would recognize the historical value of these stamps. The Great Dragon Stamps were China's first set, issued by the Qing government's customs office during its experimental postal service. Their central design features a coiled dragon, symbolizing the Qing imperial family, giving them exceptional historical significance. The Great Dragon Stamps were first issued around 1878. This set consists of 3 stamps, each featuring a coiled dragon, a traditional Chinese totemic symbol, as the central motif. This set of 3 Great Dragon Stamps comes in green, red, and orange-yellow. The green Great Dragon Stamp has a face value of 1 fun of silver. The red one is worth 3 fun of silver, and the orange-yellow one is worth 5 fun of silver. Only about 1 million Great Dragon Stamps were issued, and the best preserved examples on the market are valued at around 20,000. There is another stamp even rarer than the Great Dragon Stamps, the Eternal Elephant Stamp affixed at the back, which features an elephant as its main design. A single well-preserved Eternal Elephant Stamp can fetch hundreds of thousands, yet it remains extremely hard to come by. Remarkably, this envelope features 4 stamps affixed side by side. The front bears a blue English date stamp from the Beiping General Office dated October 5, 1878. It also bears an arrival stamp from the Zhonghai Customs dated October 12, and the back bears a blue English delivery stamp from the Zhonghai Ministry of Works Correspondence Office dated October 12. 3 Great Dragon Stamps, 1 10,000 Years of Prosperity letters affixed with 4 stamps at once are extremely rare, and Qing dynasty envelopes have scarcely survived at all. The value of this envelope is likely at least 1 million. The crowd murmured among themselves, every face betraying a look of envy. No, no. Stellan immediately interrupted with unwavering certainty. It's not just the great dragon or the eternal elephant. These postmarks alone could add at least several million to its value. A few days ago, at an auction on Hong Kong Island, a late Qing dynasty envelope won without the eternal elephant sold for 500,000. And this envelope has an extra eternal elephant stamp. I think its market value is at least 1 million. If it went to auction, it should fetch between 1 million and 1.5 million. That much! Everyone couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Selina, standing nearby, couldn't help but cover her cherry-red lips with her hand. She only had a basic understanding of antiques, but just from a quick glance at the 4 stamps, she knew they were definitely worth at least 1 or 2 million. Yet she never imagined their value would far exceed her wildest expectations. 1 million! Derek, standing nearby, felt his vision go dark and nearly fainted. He sold an item worth several million for just 10,000. It wasn't so much that he sold it for 10,000 in reality, he practically given it away for free. Chan smiled and said, "It's just a pity there's no letter inside, otherwise its value would at least double." Earlier, as he had casually scanned the painting, he had immediately spotted an envelope in the hidden compartment, and a few lines of golden script had flashed before his eyes. Late Qing Dynasty envelope, featuring 3 Great Dragon stamps and 1 Eternal Elephant stamp. Value, approximately 1 million. Stellan's estimate was roughly the same. Although an auction house might offer 1.5 million, there would be a 10% commission plus taxes and other fees. After deducting all those costs, the net value would still be around 1 million. With a private transaction, however, all those fees would be avoided. Selina gazed at Chan with excitement, her slender frame trembling slightly. Her grandfather was an antiques enthusiast, so she naturally developed a passion for collecting antiques as well. However, she knew next to nothing about them and had purchased countless fakes and forgeries, some costing tens of millions. She couldn't even count how many. To her, a value of 1 million was insignificant, but this was the first time she'd ever received a genuine antique, making it exceptionally meaningful. All of this was made possible by her unexpected encounter with Chun today, a spectacular turnaround where she turned a small investment into a huge profit, purchasing a 1,000,000 yuan antique for just 10,000 yuan. How could she not be thrilled? Everyone's gaze toward Chun inevitably changed. 10,000 yuan turned into 1,000,000? Chapter 5, The Qianlong Thimble. The crowd's attitude shifted from contempt and mockery to flattery, and even envy and jealousy. Chun paid no heed to their remarks and handed the envelope to Selina. "Where's the thimble?" "Here." Selina hurriedly pressed the ring into his hand. "Who's going to go buy me a few bottles of baijiu?" Chun asked, looking around at the crowd. A young man in his 20s rushed out. For some reason, Derek raised an eyebrow, sensing that something bad was about to happen again. A few minutes later, the young man returned with 3 bottles of baijiu. "Bring me a basin," Chun instructed one of the female waitresses. A waitress brought over a plastic basin. Chun poured the 3 bottles of white liquor into the basin, then tossed the thimble into the liquid. Everyone watched, puzzled. Is he trying to soak off the patina on the outside with white liquor? Could there be a secret hidden inside? Seeing this, Derek's furrowed brow relaxed, and a look of disdain spread across his face. When he first got the signet ring, he had also soaked it in baijiu and vinegar, and even scrubbed it with a scouring pad. But the ring remained jet black, looking like low-grade black jade rough to the touch, with a murky, dull luster and covered in dark spots. Out of frustration, he had tossed it aside. But not long after, cracks began to appear in the thimble, so he stopped paying it any attention altogether. "I thought you were some kind of expert? Turns out you're nothing special. That was just a fluke," Derek sneered. If Chan were to unearth another treasure, he feared he'd wish he were dead. Exactly. Soaking it in alcohol or vinegar or even burning it with a flame only works on gold, silver, copper, or iron objects, right? Is this ring made of iron or gold? You were lucky to find that Qing Dynasty envelope earlier, but now you've probably made a mistake. Among the onlookers were quite a few antique collectors. They all had only a superficial understanding of antiques and were jealous of the bargain he'd just scored, so their words were full of bitterness. Chun sneered inwardly but said nothing. Just then, a series of sizzling sounds suddenly emanated from around the ring in the basin, accompanied by streams of bubbles. The crack grew wider and wider. Immediately afterward, layer after layer of the surface began to peel away. What's going on? Everyone stood there, utterly speechless. It's just like a snake shedding its skin. Everyone watched the scene before them, finding it utterly unbelievable. Selena's beautiful eyes were fixed intently on the spectacle. She kept glancing over at Chun beside her, her face filled with astonishment. The man she met in such a strange way today seemed to be shrouded in mystery from head to toe. The signet ring continued to shed its layers, the black skin gradually dissolved, and the wine began to look slightly cloudy. After another 2 or 3 minutes, the last piece of black skin, no bigger than a fingernail, finally fell away. In the wine, a gold signet ring inlaid with turquoise shone with a dazzling green glow. Everyone couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. The ring was made of gold at both ends, with turquoise and lapis lazuli inlaid in the center. The gemstones were open-worked to form a circle of the character show longevity. On one end, the gold band was engraved with the 4 seal script characters, Qianlong Imperial Inscription. Is this the gold ring with turquoise and lapis lazuli inlays, and an openwork show pattern that was used by Emperor Qianlong of the Qing dynasty? Stellan pushed his glasses up his nose and, without thinking, fished it out of the basin. Holding a magnifying glass in his left hand, he examined it closely. After a moment he turned to look at Chun, visibly excited. Chun smiled and took it from Stellan's hand. Is a Qianlong ring very valuable? The onlookers were puzzled, and many of them pulled out their phones to search online. The cheapest ones go for a few thousand, tens of thousands, or even over 100,000. The most expensive gold inlaid turquoise and lapis lazuli openwork longevity character ring is worth its worth. The young man who had just bought the wine stood there with his mouth agape for a long moment before he finally managed to speak. Suddenly, everyone turned to look at Chan in unison. As if they were ducks with their throats pinched, not a sound could be heard. Selena also put down her phone and stared at Chun, her face filled with inexplicable astonishment. A middle-aged man said, "The ring has a long history, dating back to the Warring States period. Early rings were worn by archers to prevent their fingers from being cut by the bowstring. The Qing dynasty rose to power through horseback archery. After entering the pass, the 8 Banners' descendants still upheld a martial spirit, and thanks to Emperor Qianlong's favor, the finger ring became a symbol of status. Although Emperor Qianlong used countless finger rings throughout his life, the most valuable one that has survived to this day is this gold finger ring inlaid with turquoise. Last year, at Zhonghai Auction House, it sold for 850,000. Everyone turned to look at Chan, and gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the room. Chan smiled faintly and held up the ring. It's really not worth much, just over 800,000. Earlier, while surveying the store with appraisal site, his gaze had fallen on this ring, and he had immediately obtained all its information. In this store, only these 2 items were of any value. How could he possibly let them slip away? The crowd stared at Chun as if he were a monster. A price of just over 800,000 was utterly insignificant in the world of genuine antiques, but it was important to note that, regardless of the price, Chun would never misjudge a piece. His appraisal skills were far beyond those of ordinary people. Chun turned to Selena and said, "Miss Xiao, let us go." Selena was overjoyed and followed Chun toward the exit. 800,000? Derek, standing behind them, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He made a complete fool of himself today, having 2 treasures snatched away from him in a row. Stop right there. He lunged forward in a single stride. Those 2 antiques are mine. Hand them over immediately. Otherwise, you 2 won't be walking out that door. Fine. I'll just give you back the 10,000 I paid you earlier. Everyone stared at him in disbelief, shouting their disapproval. This has nothing to do with you, shut up. Derek roared. Derek knew that acting this way would surely ruin his chances of ever running a shop again, but he was used to being the one who took advantage of others. How could he possibly let someone snatch a bargain right under his nose? He simply couldn't swallow his pride. Hand over those 2 treasures, and we'll all be happy, you, me, and everyone else. Chun sneered. You think it's that easy? By now, Selena had already regained her aloof and efficient demeanor as a powerful career woman. She turned her head and gave Derek a cool, dismissive glance. A rip-off shop? Her voice was utterly calm and icy, and a powerful aura radiated from her. No one dared to meet her gaze. Derek's heart pounded wildly. He couldn't help but lower his head, unable to look at her. Just then, Stellan suddenly spoke up. Well, this is quite an eye-opener. Who knew such shenanigans were going on? It's scoundrels like you who are ruining the reputation of the antique world. Derek, you might as well close up shop. As he spoke, he dialed the relevant authorities. It was only then that Derek remembered Stellan was the director of the City Museum. Upon hearing that various departments would be arriving immediately, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Chapter 6. Selina's Grace. Chun and Selina had just stepped outside when they heard Stellan's voice from behind. "Young man!" Chun turned around, and Stellan ran a few steps to catch up. Stellan was all smiles. "Young man, what's your name?" "My name is Chun." "So you're Chun." "I'm a few years older than you, so I'll just go ahead and call you young man. You can call me Big Brother. You may have already heard others mention it, but I have the honor of serving as the director of this city's museum. Although you're young, your appraisal skills are on par with even the most seasoned experts. Young Chun, would you be interested in working at our museum?" Stellan looked at Chun with eager anticipation. A faint smile crossed Chun's face. He had applied for a job at the city museum a few days earlier, but the hiring manager, seeing he had no connections, hadn't he even glanced at his resume and had immediately rejected him. Now that he possessed this extraordinary X-ray vision ability, he no longer cared about archaeology or appraising others' items. If he made good use of this golden finger, he was sure to make a name for himself. "Thank you for your kindness, Director Zhao, but I don't have any such plans at the moment." A flash of disappointment crossed Stellan's face, but he quickly smiled and said, "No problem. If the opportunity arises in the future, let us exchange ideas." He knew that a young talent like Chun had a future beyond measure, so he was eager to build a good relationship with him right now. Seeing Stellan's humble and courteous attitude, Chun was naturally willing to associate with such a senior figure. "If you don't mind, Brother Zhao, I'd be more than happy to." The two chatted casually for a few more minutes, exchanged contact information, and only then did Stellan take his leave. "I just found out your name is Chun." Selina tilted her head and stared at Chun without blinking, her eyes as clear as autumn water sparkling with radiance. A sweet smile blossomed on her face, like 100 flowers in full bloom. "Come on, let us get reacquainted." "My name is Selina," Selina said, extending her right hand, as white as jade. Chun found it amusing, but he shook her hand anyway. "Miss Xiao, your jade signet ring." He was about to hand Selina the Qianlong-era signet ring he was holding. Selina stared intently at him and hurriedly pushed the jade ring back into his hand. "It's yours. How can that be?" Chun was taken aback. Although he was nearly penniless at the moment and this jade ring was quite valuable, he wasn't the type to be swayed by money. "This belongs to you. How could I possibly keep it?" He hurriedly tried to return the ring to her. Selina declined it with a radiant smile. "I said it's yours, so it's yours. If it weren't for you, I never would have gotten these two treasures. And now that I have this priceless Qing dynasty envelope, I've already made a killing. If this had been in the past, I would just missed out. Everything today is thanks to you. Just consider this my way of thanking you. But this token of your gratitude is far too valuable. I dare not accept it." Chun frowned, still refusing. Selina suddenly furrowed her brows, her pretty face darkening. "What? Do you look down on me? Or do you think my gift of thanks is too meager? How about I give you that?" Chun hurriedly said, "How could I possibly think that? This gift is truly too valuable. Since you don't think that, then take it." A smile returned to Selina's face. Chun had no choice but to accept it, though he couldn't help but be secretly impressed. True to her wealthy upbringing, she could give away something worth over 800,000 without even batting an eye. For an ordinary person, it would take nearly 7 or 8 years to earn over 800,000. Suddenly, he remembered something else. "By the way, Miss Xiao, don't call me Miss Xiao, it sounds so awkward." Selina waved her hand to interrupt. "Just call me Qingxian. I'm a few years older than you, so you can call me sister." A mischievous smile flashed across Selina's face. Chun was taken aback. Call her sister? He'd better call her Sister Qingxian. "Sister Qingxian, here's the 30,000 yuan you gave us. That Ms. Liang didn't want it either. She asked me to return it to you. I wasn't really hurt, so how could I possibly accept compensation from you?" He pulled 3 stacks of bills from his pocket, ready to return them to Selina. "Your arm was clearly cut just now. How could you not be injured? Use this money to buy some health supplements." "I actually think I gave you too little." Selina firmly refused. Chun tried to persuade her some more, but Selina still refused to accept it. Chun knew that she had simply given him 700,000 to 800,000 yuan's worth of things without a second thought, so this 30,000 yuan was even less of a concern to her. He didn't press the issue any further. At this point, Chun could no longer refuse. He nodded. Then I'll take you up on that. Immediately, the two walked to the side of the road. Selina stood a few meters away and pressed the button on the Kian's remote key fob. Two ding sounds rang out, and the headlights flashed briefly. Selina got into the driver's seat, while Chun walked around to the right side and slid into the passenger seat, where he caught a whiff of a faint, lingering fragrance. He fastened his seatbelt and looked at the luxurious interior and the dazzling array of buttons on the center console. Feeling a little excited, this was the first time in his life he'd ridden in such a top-of-the-line luxury car. Selina started the engine, and the Porsche Cayenne slowly pulled out of the antique street. Once they turned onto the main road, Selina pressed the accelerator, and the Cayenne sped along like the wind. A dozen or so minutes later, she slowed down and pulled up beneath a towering skyscraper lining the street. Immediately, two valets approached and eagerly opened the car door. Selina casually tossed the keys to one of them. Chun got out of the car and looked up at the hotel, pausing in surprise. The Knight Duke Hotel. The Knight Duke Hotel stood dozens of stories tall, its interior lavishly decorated. As a five-star hotel in Binhai City, the Knight Duke Hotel was a gathering place for the wealthy and powerful. Chun, let us go. Selina smiled sweetly. She led the way, with Chun following close behind. As soon as they stepped onto the stairs, two exceptionally beautiful hostesses hurriedly opened the glass doors. Inside the lobby, a dignified and elegant lobby manager in her 30s, dressed in a red business suit, hurried over to greet them. Together with the 20 hostesses standing on either side, she respectfully bowed in greeting. Miss, good afternoon, sir. Chun was taken aback and couldn't help but look at Selina. Was this hotel hers? Selina gave a slight nod. Sister Lee, room number 1, peony heavenly fragrance. Sister Lee nodded respectfully in agreement. Yes. Chun caught a glimpse from a distance of the name tag on her chest that read Li Lin. Selina led Chun toward the elevator nearby just as 4 attractive hostesses were about to follow them. Selina waved her hand to stop them. Selina and Chun stepped into the elevator. A hostess pressed the button, and it stopped on the 38th floor. Selina and Chun walked to the door of a private room. The door was engraved with a pattern of blooming peonies, and above it were the 4 characters, Peony Heavenly Fragrance. Chapter 7. The Knight Duke Supreme Card. Selina led Chun into the room. The interior was exquisitely luxurious, featuring genuine leather sofas, Italian imported carpets, and tables and chairs made of South Vietnamese Wang Wali, with everything one could possibly want. Chun didn't know what a presidential suite looked like, but he guessed that even a presidential suite wouldn't be much different. A female attendant brewed a pot of Longjing tea for the two of them. They sat on the sofa chatting casually. When Selina learned that he was a recent college graduate currently looking for a job, she was extremely surprised. She had originally assumed Chen was already deeply knowledgeable about antiques, but it turned out he had only learned some basic knowledge in school. Chen, you're a true genius. You've taught yourself appraisal. Even many experts who've spent their whole lives dealing in antiques often make mistakes. They probably can't hold a candle to you. Selina smiled charmingly. Just luck. Just luck. Chun replied casually. Selina smiled slightly. She knew this was Chun's way of being modest. After all, there aren't that many lucky breaks in the world, so she didn't call him out on it. Chun, if you're looking for a job, I can arrange for you to join my company. I can guarantee that as soon as you join, you'll be at least a department manager. Chun instantly realized that her family must own quite a few businesses besides the hotel. There were other companies as well. Selina looked at him and suddenly laughed. To be honest, with your unique talent for determining whether an appraisal is genuine or fake, you'll have a bright future as an expert or professor in the field of antiques. It would be a waste of your talent to switch to a different career. Chun laughed it off. I haven't thought that far ahead yet. I'll take it one step at a time. Selina suddenly dialed Li Lin's number and exchanged a few casual words with her. No sooner had she put her phone down than there was a knock at the door. Li Lin walked in, holding a card in both hands, and handed it to Selina. Selina took it and casually pushed it toward Chun. This is the Knight Duke Supreme card. With this card, you can spend as much as you like at any Knight Duke hotel nationwide. It was a black card engraved with a dragon soaring through clouds and a phoenix spreading its wings in flight. The card shimmered with a deep, lustrous gold, exuding an imposing aura. Chun was taken aback and pushed it away. I can't accept this. Absolutely not. Although he was a greenhorn just entering the workforce, He could tell at a glance that even the wealthiest tycoons would likely struggle to obtain such a top-tier supreme card. At that moment, Li Lin spoke up. "Sir, please just accept it. As far as I know, my young mistress has personally given away no more than 5 of these supreme black cards. If you refuse, I'm afraid my mistress will be heartbroken for a whole month." Hearing this, Chun couldn't help but hesitate. He understood the value of this supreme card. It was likely worth many times more than that signet ring. Though they'd only known each other for 2 hours, Selena clearly trusted him deeply and regarded him as a friend. If he refused again, he would indeed be coming across as rather unfeeling. "All right, since you've offered it so graciously, I'll accept it." A radiant smile bloomed on Selena's face. Li Lin stepped out, and within a few minutes, the waitstaff brought out the dishes. The spread was incredibly lavish. Delicacies like crab, abalone, and lobster filled the table. Selena then instructed a waiter to open a bottle of 1982 Lafite. As the two feasted to their heart's content, they chatted about everything under the sun. Although Selena shared many interesting stories about herself, she made no mention of her identity or background. Chun didn't ask instead. He offered well-timed compliments here and there, which made Selena glance at him frequently, her eyes sparkling. Just as they were halfway through the meal, a commotion erupted outside. Li Lin's voice rang out. "Mr. Gao, you can't come in. The young lady isn't here." "She really isn't here?" "Manager Li, you're lying. I saw her car." Before he could finish, the door swung open. Leading the way was a tall man striding in, dressed in an expensive suit and holding a silk-lined box. Behind him followed a scholarly-looking man in his 40s or 50s. Li Lin followed them in, looking anxious. "Miss?" Selena waved her hand, and Li Lin's face instantly relaxed. She backed out as if she'd been granted a pardon. Gao Yushan's face had originally been full of joy, but the moment his gaze fell on Chen, his expression turned icy, and he glared at him viciously. "Gao Yushan, you're getting more and more brazen. How dare you barge into my family's hotel like this?" Selena gave him a dismissive glance. Gao Yushan kept his eyes fixed on Chun. "Who is he?" Selena's lovely face darkened, and she snapped, "What's it to you?" Gao Yushan tore his gaze away from Chun and turned to Selena with a forced smile. "Qingxian, I'm here for our grandfather." Selena waved her hand to cut him off. "Gao Yushan, we're not that close. Please call me by my full name, Selena, or Miss Xiao." Gao Yushan said with a grin. "Miss Qingxian, I found a little treasure for our grandfather." Selena interrupted him again. "Gao Yushan, please show some respect. That's my grandfather, not yours." Gao Yushan shot Chen a fierce glare, then turned back to Selena, his face instantly breaking into a beaming smile. Chun couldn't help but marvel. This man's ability to change his expression was nothing short of masterful. It would be a real shame if he didn't become an actor. "Isn't it all the same? He'll be my grandfather sooner or later anyway." Selena's expression instantly darkened, and she snapped coldly, "Get out!" Seeing her anger, Gao Yushan dared not keep grinning and hurriedly said, No, Miss Qingxian, I found a treasure for old Master Xiao. I guarantee he'll love it." He opened the brocade box to reveal an item wrapped in a piece of high-quality pale yellow silk. He carefully unwrapped the silk, and the object was finally revealed in all its glory.
Akingwa era dragon patterned dukai gilded incense burner.
Gao Yushan said smugly as he placed the incense burner on the table with the utmost care. The incense burner was shaped like a tripod cauldron, with a bulging body resting on 3 animal-shaped legs. It originally had 2 upright handles, but one was broken off, and there was a fine crack 3 or 4 centimeters long at the break. The form was well-proportioned and unadorned, round and full. On the surface, a 5-clawed golden dragon danced through the air above rolling ocean waves. Additionally, the 6-character mark, Deming Changhua Nianji, was inscribed on the shoulder. Selena's eyes lit up involuntarily. The condition of this porcelain incense burner was relatively good, and she instinctively glanced at Chun. Gao Yushan was extremely pleased with himself. "What do you think? A Ming Dynasty Changhua-era porcelain incense burner? You really don't come across many of these." Chun also examined the incense burner with great interest, then activated appraisal sight, and several lines of golden text appeared before his eyes. Changhua dragon-patterned Dotsai incense burner. Replica made by a folk artisan during the late Ming Dynasty. Market price, 500,000. Chun couldn't help but smile slightly. Hey, what are you smiling at? Do you even know anything about antiques? Kid? Chapter 8. The Fake Changhua Dotsai Incense Burner. Selina's expression darkened, and just as she was about to speak, Chan stopped her, still smiling warmly at Gao Yushan. How much did you pay for it? 10 million. Gao Yushan shook his head from side to side, brimming with pride. It's just a shame it's a bit damaged. Otherwise, I'd have paid 50 million, even over 100 million. Sigh. He feigned a sigh, as if deeply disappointed. Chan softly uttered 2 words. It's a fake. Those 2 words were spoken softly, but to Gao Yushan's ears, they struck like a bolt of lightning. He flew into a rage, took a step forward, and barked down at him. What do you know, you kid? You're talking nonsense. I have Master Gu, the City Museum's top appraiser, who personally authenticated this. How could there be a mistake? What do you know, you greenhorn? Master Gu, who had remained silent until then, stepped forward. He gave Chun a cold, disdainful look and said haughtily, a greenhorn spouting nonsense, how could my appraisal possibly be wrong? Upon hearing this, Selina and Chun both looked at him with half-smiles. The City Museum's top appraiser? Master Gu, thinking they were deeply in awe of him, grew even more smug. That's right. Selina stifled a laugh. I believe Chun. If he says it's fake, then it must be fake. Qingxian Yu Gao Yushan was instantly at a loss for words. Chun glanced at him and said calmly, everyone knows the fame of the Xuanda incense burner. But the Xuanda incense burner is a copper incense burner. During the reign of Emperor Xuanzong of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Zhanji, a batch of copper incense burners was produced, pushing China's traditional copper incense burner craftsmanship to an unprecedented peak, one that all who came after could only look up to. Not only were later generations unable to build upon the Xuanda incense burners to achieve further refinement, they were also unable to match their craftsmanship, so they had no choice but to forge a new path and return to the realm of porcelain. Selina immediately pressed. And then, Chan continued, back then, the 18-year-old Zhu Jianxin succeeded his father to the throne and began his 23-year reign under the era named Changhua, ushering in the Changhua Golden Age. Thanks to political stability, the production of crafts during the Changhua era also reached its peak. Dotsai porcelain is a masterpiece of the Changhua period and a major contribution made by the Changhua court to enrich the variety of colored porcelain. Changhua Dotsai uses blue and white as the outline for patterns or as partial designs, which are then filled with color and fired a second time at a lower temperature. Selina followed up with a question. Are there any particular characteristics to this Dotsai? Chun nodded. Of course there are. Changhua Dotsai is characterized by its translucent, vivid colors, especially the red, which is strikingly brilliant and difficult for later imitators to match. The yellow exhibits a wide range of shades, the green varies in depth, and the purple often appears as the deep black purple of ripe grapes or the pale purple of eggplant skin. A unique shade is Cha Zi, which resembles hematite in color, with a dry, matte surface. These characteristics can all serve as specific criteria for identifying Changhua Dotsai. Master Gu glanced at Chun with some surprise. Oh, so you know a little about antiques too? When it comes to showing off my erudition, I'm 10,000 times better than you. Doesn't this Changhua Dotsai incense burner fit all these characteristics? Chun gave him a dismissive glance. Master Gu, if the chief appraiser at the City Museum is only at this level, just how many of the museum's collections are actually genuine? Master Gu flew into a rage. What did you say? Selina sneered. Since you're from the City Museum, you should ask your director, Stellan. What exactly just happened? Master Gu looked completely puzzled, unsure what she meant. Chun reached out and took the porcelain incense burner, examining it closely once more. This antique is indeed from the Ming Dynasty, but not from the Changhua period. It's a Changhua-style incense burner made by a folk artisan named Fang Zi during the late Ming Dynasty. Master Gu couldn't help but retort. How could this possibly be a fake? What makes you say that? Chan replied calmly. During the Chongzhen period of the Ming Dynasty, the porcelain industry had already begun to decline. The imperial kilns had ceased production, and most of the pieces that have survived are from folk kilns. During this period, craftsmanship was far inferior to that of the Wanli era and earlier, and the workmanship was extremely crude. The bottoms of plates and bowls have small black blemishes, visible tool marks, and some show firing marks or clumps of sand. The foot rings are hastily finished, and the glaze has a grayish-blue hue. Most blue and white porcelain was colored with pebble blue pigment, though a small number used pigments from Zhejiang. While some pieces exhibit a bright and vivid hue, the majority of blue and white porcelain has a grayish tint to its blue, some even appear grayish-black, lacking that vibrant, emerald green quality. As for those folk forgers, their craftsmanship is even more crude. The porcelain body of this incense burner is extremely coarse at the break in the upright handle. There are even minute particles visible to the naked eye. Moreover, the azure dragoness color is dull and grayish, and the seawater appears a blue verging on black. This is clearly the style of famous blue and white porcelain from the mid to late Ming dynasty. It bears no resemblance to the vivid colors and stark contrasts of Changhua period Dotsai. Then, Chun pointed at the incense burner. Especially the glaze, it's actually pale yellow. This isnt, the natural discoloration that comes with age, rather, it's characteristic of the late Ming dynasty-esque glaze style. They simply couldn't have access to the raw materials used during the Changhua period. Master Gu's face alternated between red and white. Chun's arguments were so well reasoned that he couldn't refute them at all during the appraisal just moments ago. He hadn't even noticed these details. Gao Yushan felt a sense of foreboding as he watched Chun speak so eloquently. Seeing Master Gu's reaction now, he knew beyond a doubt that this item was a fake. Chun glanced at the two of them again. The Changhua Dotsai chicken cup, you know it, right? Selena laughed. I know it. I've often heard my grandfather go on and on about how, if he could get his hands on a genuine Changhua Dotsai chicken cup, it would finally put his mind at ease. The Changhua Dotsai chicken cup is the most renowned piece from the Changhua era. Anyone with even a passing interest in antiques knows of it. Chun looked at Gao Yushan and chuckled softly. At a 2017 auction in Beiping, an authentic Changhua Dotsai chicken cup sold for a record-breaking 49.17 million yuan. If this Changhua dragon pattern Dotsai incense burner of yours is genuine and in perfect condition, you wouldn't be able to buy it even for 200 million. The value of a Changhua Dotsai porcelain incense burner is in no way inferior to that of a Xuanda bronze incense burner. It's just not as widely known. Even if it's slightly damaged now, it's still worth at least 50 million. If someone is selling it to you for 10 million, they're definitely using the damage as an excuse. He's playing right into your desire to snag a bargain. He's surely already determined that it's a fake. He doesn't dare ask for an exorbitant price if he gets bogged down in haggling with a buyer. It'll easily draw the attention of real connoisseurs. Chun added casually, 10 million? It's worth no more than 500,000. Gao Yushan stood frozen for a moment, then suddenly snapped out of it. He grabbed the incense burner and stormed out, shouting, How dare you lie to me? Do you want to die? Master Gu hurriedly rushed out after him, but Gao Yushan suddenly kicked him to the ground and cursed, You good for nothing! Chapter 9. The Rich Young Man Song Xiaofeng. The two burst out laughing. Chun, you really outdid yourself. Selena gushed with praise, her beautiful eyes crinkling into crescent moons, a strange gleam in her gaze. The two chatted for another half-hour before Chun finally stood up to take his leave. After leaving the hotel, Chun was strolling down the street when he suddenly spotted a sports lottery shop by the roadside. I wonder if my appraisal site can tell which lottery ticket has the jackpot? Chun thought to himself. Chun stepped into the lottery shop. Standing by the counter, he looked at the scratch-off tickets and other lottery games. He focused his mind, narrowed his eyes, and gazed intently at the tickets. Suddenly, he felt a sharp, stinging pain in his eyes, and tears began to stream down his face. Chun's vision went blurry, and he couldn't see a thing. He was startled. Could this be a penalty mechanism for my X-ray vision? Is it forbidding me from using this method to cheat? Chun reached up and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Only then did the pain ease slightly. He hurriedly turned and walked out of the store, gazing into the distance. After more than 10 minutes, his vision gradually returned to normal. He now understood that this X-ray vision ability should be able to distinguish between genuine and fake antiques, but it was absolutely forbidden to use it for underhanded purposes. He paused to think for a moment, then headed straight for the largest bookstore in the area, where he bought dozens of books such as the Comprehensive Guide to Appraising Ancient Porcelain and the Comprehensive Guide to Appraising Ancient Coins. Although he could rely on his golden finger to tell if an antique was a fake, his professional knowledge was, after all, not very solid. Antiques represent more than just economic value, they are the accumulation of culture and history. In the antique trade, there are numerous categories: porcelain, bronze, jade, coins, wood, and more. Porcelain and ancient coins are two particularly vast fields many people spend their entire lives without ever mastering even one of them thoroughly. The books Chun bought were merely introductory texts. He didn't think that reading a few books would make him an antiques expert. If becoming an antiques expert were really that easy, wouldn't everyone who read a few books become a master? As soon as Chun got home, he received a call from his best friend, the chubby Wang Kaixian. They shared a dorm room but were in different majors. Wang Kaixian came from a fairly well-off family. His family owned a company, so he never had to worry about finding a job. Yangzi, you don't need to look for a job. I've told you before, come work for me. Would a brother ever treat you badly? As long as I've got a bite to eat, I'll make sure you live the high life. Wang Kaixian had long suggested that Chun work at his family's company. Knowing Wang Kaixian's character, he wouldn't mind spending money to keep Chun, an idle guy, on the payroll. But Chun felt that his major shouldn't go to waste, so he had politely declined Wang Kaixian's offer at the time. Chun was a little touched and laughed. Fatso, don't worry about me. I'll be able to put my major to good use. Fatso was taken aback. Archaeology is a pretty niche field. Are there any old-timers out there who'd be willing to take you down into a major tomb? Chun smiled, suddenly remembering something. Fatso, you've got a lot of connections. I just found a Qianlong-era jade ring on the street. It looks genuine. Could you find someone for me? I'd like to sell it. Fatso's anxious voice came through. Yangzi, do you know anything about appraisal? 9 out of 10 antiques are fakes. No. Make that all 10. You haven't been scammed. Have you? Chun laughed heartily. How could that be? I did major in archaeology after all. I may not be an expert in antique appraisal, but I know a thing or two. I'm not some complete novice. The fat man asked a few more questions before finally feeling reassured. I'll make some calls. I'll come pick you up right away. No need. I'll come to your place. Chun took a taxi and rushed to the Triumph Villa complex in the western part of the city. He had barely stopped in front of one of the gates when a man came striding out. Wang Kaixian was obese, weighing at least over 200 jin. He wore a tank top on top, nothing but a pair of patterned boxer shorts on the bottom, and a pair of flip-flops on his feet. Yangzi, come on in. He waved to Chun from several dozen meters away. What a lousy day. He kept wiping the sweat from his forehead, muttering curses under his breath. Chun ran up to him in a few strides, chuckling. I've been telling you to lose weight for ages, but you just won't do it. Look at this, whether you're in for a world of trouble later. Wang Kaixian shook his head and laughed. I'd rather die fat than die from exhaustion. The two walked into the villa's first-floor lobby. As soon as they pushed open the door, a cold breeze hit them in the face, making every pore in their bodies contract. It felt incredibly refreshing. Wang Kaixian grabbed a few bottles of soda from the fridge, and the two sat on the sofa, chatting idly and bragging about all sorts of things. After about 10 minutes, they suddenly heard the roar of a sports car engine in the distance. The sound grew closer and closer until it came to a stop outside the building. Just then, a man wearing a beige t-shirt pushed open the door and walked in. He was tall and handsome, with sunglasses perched on his collar and a faint smile on his face. Chun stood up, but the fat guy remained lazily slumped on the couch. He snorted through his nose. Yangzi, no need to be so formal, we're all brothers here. Let me introduce you. This is Song Xiaofeng, the eldest son of the Song family from the provincial capital. Young Master Song, this is my good buddy Chin. Just call him Yangzi. Song Xiaofeng reached out from a distance and shook hands with Chun. Hello, Yangzi. Fatso's right, no need to be so formal. Just call me Brother Feng. Song Xiaofeng was clearly from a wealthy family, yet he didn't have the slightest air of arrogance, and Chun took an immediate liking to him. The two sat back down, and Song Xiaofeng said, Yangzi, Fatso told me you have a Qianlong-era artifact? Do you know anything about appraising antiques? Chun shook his head. No, I don't. I studied archaeology in college. Earlier, I happened to come across a jade ring in a shop. My gut tells me it's authentic, so I asked Fanzi to help me find a way to sell it. As he spoke, he pulled a small, square box from his coat and opened it. Inside, a piece of red silk was wrapped around an object. Song Xiaofeng unwrapped the silk, and suddenly his eyes widened in surprise, a hint of unmasked delight spreading across his face. A gold ring inlaid with turquoise and lapis lazuli, featuring an openwork longevity character design, one used by the Qianlong Emperor himself. Song Xiaofeng recognized it at a glance. Chen was slightly taken aback. It seemed he really was an expert. Song Xiaofeng slowly slipped on a pair of white gloves, then picked up a magnifying glass. After a brief glance, he set the magnifying glass aside, took the ring in his right hand, held it up to the light, and examined it carefully. In the antique trade, there's an unwritten rule. If you haven't made up your mind to buy, don't handle the item to avoid any disputes should it get damaged. Song Xiaofeng's action not only demonstrated his deep trust in Chen, but also indicated that he had taken an instant liking to this finger ring. He cradled it in the palm of his hand, unable to put it down, his eyes sparkling with excitement as a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. This is the real thing. Chen was slightly puzzled. His appraisal had been so quick that he wasn't sure whether Song was truly an expert or just pretending to know what he was talking about. Chapter 10. 800,000. Song Xiaofeng sensed his thoughts and chuckled. My father is a die-hard collector, but the roomful of antiques he has acquired is mostly fakes. The authenticity rate of the items I've picked out for him is actually higher. I'm no expert on antiques either. I'm still learning, but 2 months ago, at a friend's house in Beiping, I saw a jade ring with an openwork longevity character just like this one. That's why I knew at a glance that it was genuine. My father is particularly fond of collecting these small items, rings, seals, inkstones, and the like. Now, I'm afraid he'll have something to brag about to his friends for the next 10 days or so. Yangzi, have you often found bargains like this before? Chen shook his head. No, this is my first time. First time. Song Xiaofeng looked utterly stunned. Yangzi, your luck is off the charts. To unearth a treasure like this on your very first try. Don't just say you. Even those experts who've been in the antiques business for decades often miss the mark. With luck like that, you should go buy a lottery ticket. Chen smiled slightly but said nothing. The fat man stared intently at the jade finger ring in Song Xiaofeng's hand and asked, Is it genuine? How much is it worth? Song Xiaofeng glanced at Chen, then continued, Yangzi, I'm not going to take advantage of you. My friend in Beiping bought it from someone half a year ago for less than 700,000. If it went to auction, it would probably fetch between 900,000 and 1 million. Yangzi, I'll give you 800,000 for this. How about it? Chen was surprised by Song Xiaofeng. This guy was indeed quite down to earth. In his experience, most rich kids were arrogant and heartless, but Song Xiaofeng didn't have any of those traits. 800,000? The fat man's eyes widened. Although he'd long known that antiques were valuable, this figure still exceeded his expectations. Although his family was wealthy, the annual allowance his parents gave him amounted to no more than a few $100,000. It's worth no more than 800,000 at most. Chen nodded. He'd originally intended to give it to Selena, but he knew she'd never accept it for free, and he didn't want to take her money. However, Selena felt the same way. If she offered to pay, Chen would absolutely refuse, and she didn't want to take advantage of him for nothing. As they were about to part ways, she deliberately mentioned that her grandfather didn't like Qianlong-era signet rings. The implication was clear. Yangzi, I'll just go with you to learn how to snag bargains from now on. The fat guy stroked his chin, his face full of envy. In the past, he had always been eager to invite Chen to work at his family's company, but now he realized that no matter how well he treated Chen, he could never offer an annual salary of 800,000. Song Xiaofeng laughed heartily. Fatso, are you tempted too? If you want to snag bargains, you'd better be prepared to lose at least a few million in startup capital. Decades ago, when people didn't know much about it, it was easy to find bargains. But now, everyone has become savvy. It's really hard to find bargains these days. Back when I used to collect antiques, I'd have been lucky to have even 30% genuine pieces. Don't be fooled by the fact that many of my current collections are authentic. Don't forget, I paid tens of millions, or even over 100 million in tuition. Chen laughed. Brother Feng, you're absolutely right. People with only a superficial understanding of the antiques business are the most likely to end up with fakes. Most of those who drown are actually good swimmers. The fat man's eyes sparkled. He was clearly still deeply tempted. Song Xiaofeng transferred the money to Chen. Yangzi, if you ever come across any good pieces in the future, come find your big brother right away. I'll definitely treat you well. Chen nodded in agreement. Just then, a text message notified him that 800,000 had been deposited into his account. Chen was overwhelmed with excitement. It was the first time in his life he'd ever seen that much money. His heart was racing. The antiques business really could make you rich overnight. The saying 3 years without a sale, but one sale to last 3 years was certainly true. But at the same time, countless people had misjudged a piece, gone bankrupt in an instant, and even seen their families torn apart. Song Xiaofeng wanted to treat Chen and Fatso to a meal, but seeing that it was still early, he happened to receive a call. After a brief conversation, he apologized to the two and excused himself, promising to get together when they had time. Yangzi, shall we head to the antique market? Chen turned around to see Fatso looking eager to get started. Fatso, is it really that easy to find a bargain? Do you think this is like going to the farmer's market to buy cabbage? Chen was at a loss for words. He was currently relying on his golden finger cheat, and he didn't know if this X-ray vision ability would suddenly disappear. What if Fatso bought back a bunch of fakes? Wouldn't that be a total disaster for him? Although Fatso wouldn't care, Chen still felt guilty. Fatso sensed his thoughts and waved his chubby right hand. Yangzi, whatever. I'll listen to you, just don't spend too much. Keep it under 30 to 50,000. Chen chuckled. Fatso, that'll wipe out your entire month's allowance. Fatso puckered his lips and grinned. Worst case scenario, I'll just cry poor to my mom a few more times, she'll give me more. Unlike my dad, that tightwad. Besides, what if we hit the jackpot? Then we'd be in the black, right? At this point, Chen could no longer refuse. Fatso drove his green Land Rover out of the residential complex and headed for the nearby Lishuikyo Antique Market. The Lishuikyo Antique Market wasn't as large as the Dongqiao second-hand goods trading center, but it was still teeming with people. The street vendors lining both sides of the street displayed a dazzling array of items. Countless customers were looking around and asking questions, but very few were actually making purchases. Fatty had often seen these kinds of antiques at street stalls before, but now he felt that every single item was a treasure. Chen didn't even bother to activate appraisal site. Most of the counterfeits were so poorly made that they were obvious at a glance. The two looked around and wandered for a while, but didn't spot any genuine items. After walking a few more steps, the fat guy stopped in front of a stall filled with all sorts of porcelain, ancient coins, jade, and comic books, you name it, they had it. The stall owner was a heavy-set man in his 50s. Hey, you two, what are you looking for? Everything here is the real deal. The fat guy crouched down with some difficulty in front of the stall. Hearing this, he shot the vendor a withering glance and said disdainfully, if all this were genuine, you'd just find a few collectors or pawn shops to sell it to, you'd be rich in no time. Why bother setting up a stall here? Chen couldn't help but cover his head. What a hothead. The vendor smiled broadly, looking like the laughing Buddha, having seen all kinds of customers. He didn't take it to heart at all. Chen crouched down next to the portly man and scanned a pile of items in the right corner of the stall. Dozens of battered ancient coins, various rubies and emeralds, and a few animal horns heaped together. The gems had uneven luster and looked dull and lifeless. The animal horns were severely worn and practically worthless. Mixed in among them was a jet black bowl with a rough surface, the kind of thing you'd want to look away from after just one glance. But for some reason, this bowl caught Chen's attention like nothing else. Chen quietly activated his appraisal site and saw several lines of golden text appear on the black bowl. Chapter 11. Hunting for Bargains with the Fat Man. A rabbit hair bowl from the Jian kiln of the Song dynasty. Date. Produced in the third year of Emperor Huizong's reign during the Song dynasty. This piece features an iron-gray body. It has a flared rim, a curved belly, and a ring foot. The interior is fully glazed, while the exterior is covered in black glaze down to the lower belly. The glazed surface displays kiln-change rabbit hair patterns, hence the name rabbit hair cup. It exhibits glaze accumulation and glaze flow, typical characteristics of Jian kiln ware. Value, approximately 100,000. Chen's heart was pounding. It was as if Lady Luck herself had smiled upon him. Had he really stumbled upon another hidden gem so soon after arriving? He kept his composure, shifting his gaze away from the rabbit hair cup and pretending to examine the rubies and emeralds. People in the antique trade were as shrewd as monkeys. If they detected even the slightest hint of his excitement, this treasure would slip through his fingers. Chen also felt a twinge of regret at his lack of expertise. He had only heard the name Jianzhan, but knew little about its history and cultural significance. Jianzhan is a type of black porcelain and one of China's 8 famous ancient porcelain varieties. It served as the imperial tea-ware of the Song dynasty and takes its name from the kiln site in Jianzhou. The Jianzhan's fame stems from the tea competition craze that swept the Song dynasty. People in the Song dynasty were passionate about tea competitions. They would grind tea cakes into a fine powder, place it in a tea bowl, pour boiling water over it, and observed the layer of white foam that formed on the surface, assessing its density and brightness to determine the winner. To highlight the white foam, black porcelain emerged, creating a striking contrast between black and white. Tea competition enthusiasts all had a particular fondness for black glazed jianzhan, as they were considered the most suitable for tea competitions. Jian kiln bowls are quite rare, and those with a rabbit hair pattern are especially prized. Chun was just about to find an excuse to add this Jian kiln bowl to his collection when he suddenly heard the fat man say, "Yangzi, what do you think of these banknotes?" Chun turned his head and saw the fat man pulling out 6 or 7 ancient banknotes from beneath several tattered books. The banknotes were pitch black, with slightly yellowed edges. Some of the characters were already blurred, and the paper itself was worn and tattered. Chun leaned in for a closer look and could faintly make out the words "Great Ming Circulating Treasure Notes" on the banknotes. Great Ming Treasure Notes? Chun was slightly startled. The fat man also stared intently at those words. Great Ming? Could these be coins from the Ming dynasty? Yangzi, do you think these are real or fake? Are they actually worth anything? The shopkeeper looked at the two of them with a grin. He casually glanced at the banknotes in the fat man's hand and laughed. Don't worry, gentlemen, these are definitely genuine Great Ming banknotes. Chun, however, remained skeptical. Although Great Ming banknotes were indeed paper currency from the Ming dynasty, they were essentially worthless. It was just like the Qianlong Tongbao coins. They were a dime a dozen, but very few were actually valuable. After Zhu Yuanzhang founded the Ming dynasty, he was unable to issue copper coins on a large scale due to a lack of copper mines. So he copied the Yuan dynasty's approach and began issuing paper money on a massive scale that was the Great Ming treasure notes. The shopkeeper chuckled. Young gentlemen, you may not know this, but the Daming Bao Chao was the largest paper currency ever issued in the world, measuring about 30 centimeters long and 20 centimeters wide. Its denominations were divided into 6 levels: 1 guan, 501, 401, 301, 201, and 101. 1 guan was equivalent to 1,000 copper coins, or 1 liang of silver. 4 guan equaled 1 liang of gold. Copper coins were still used for small transactions. Transactions under 101 are conducted using copper coins. Moreover, to accommodate the large number of illiterate commoners at the time, Zhu Yuanzhang thoughtfully designed the banknotes with illustrations of strings of coins, 1 string representing 101, and 10 strings representing 1 guan. It was truly simple and easy to understand. This invention by Zhu Yuanzhang greatly benefited the common people and was truly one of a kind in the world. Very few copies of the Great Ming treasure notes have survived. They are rare treasures. If you miss this opportunity, you'll never get another chance. Young gentlemen, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Upon hearing this, Chun couldn't help but let out a cold laugh and said, "You've only mentioned that one point, but what about the rest?" Zhu Yuanzhang's study of the Yuan dynasty was merely superficial. He only saw that the Yuan dynasty issued paper money and banned the use of gold and silver, but he didn't understand the various financial preparations required behind the issuance of paper money. Blindly adopting this system sowed the seeds of disaster. The fat man scratched his head and asked, "What kind of seeds of disaster?" Chan replied bluntly, "The imperial court can exchange paper money for the gold and silver held by the common people. But the common people cannot exchange the Great Ming treasure notes for the court's copper coins. Isn't that outright robbery?" The common people didn't trust the Great Ming treasury notes, so Zhu Yuanzhang had no choice but to enforce them by force. With excessive money supply, the Great Ming treasury notes rapidly depreciated. They lost 10 times their value in 10 years. In the 8th year of the Hanggu era, when they were first issued, 1 guan of Great Ming treasury notes could be exchanged for 1,000 copper coins. But 10 years later, it could only be exchanged for 101. The fat man blinked. Isn't that just inflation? Chun nodded. Exactly. By the time Zhu Yuanzhang died and the Ming Chengzu, Zhu Di, ascended the throne, 1 guan of the Great Ming treasure notes could only be exchanged for 12 yuan of copper coins. By then, it had almost completely become worthless paper. Not only did the common people suffer greatly from this, but even the officials throughout the court were unwilling to accept the Great Ming Bao Chao. By then, it existed in name only. Although the court had issued strict edicts prohibiting the use of gold, silver, or copper coins in transactions with violators facing decapitation, both the common people and officials continued to use copper coins or engage in barter behind the scenes. When Emperor Xuanzong of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Zhanji, ascended the throne, he officially abolished the Great Ming treasury notes. Moreover, since these notes were made from mulberry bark which wore down easily during use and was difficult to preserve, a considerable number have survived to this day, though they are essentially worthless. The shopkeeper was dumbfounded. He hadn't expected Chun to know even more than he did. He couldn't pull the wool over his eyes at all. Chun looked at the fat man and smiled. They're indeed genuine, but they're worthless in and of themselves. They have absolutely no collectible value. And these few are so badly worn that I'm afraid they're not worth a single coin. No matter how much you pay for them, it'll be a waste of money. Fatso, forget about these, pick something else. But the Fatso still clutched them reluctantly, turning to say, Yangzi, I've set my heart on these Domingbao notes. Even though they're all tattered and worn, this is my first time picking out antiques. Whether they're worth anything or not doesn't matter anymore. I'll just treat them as a keepsake. The fat shop owner chuckled and said with a smile, You're right, young man. With antiques, it's all about personal preference. Whether they're real or fake, or how much they're worth, isn't that important. At first, he found the fat guy's talk extremely annoying, but now he found himself taking a liking to him. Chun shot him a cold glare. Shop owners always love suckers, like the fat guy. He suddenly felt that the great Ming treasure note in the chubby guy's hand seemed a bit off. He took another close look and suddenly noticed that it was slightly skewed. Could it be a fake? Could it be that people in later generations were actually counterfeiting great Ming treasure notes? A thought struck him, and as he focused his gaze on the note, several lines of text appeared before his eyes. Great Ming treasure note, misprinted edition. Date, 9th year of Hanggu. Value, 60,000. Chun stared at the fat guy in disbelief. Holy crap, fat guy, your luck is off the charts. Your very first bargain hunt, and you've already scored a treasure. Chapter 12, Great Ming Treasury Notes. The fat man looked at him in confusion. Yangzi, I just have my eye on these great Ming treasury notes. You don't have to look at me like I'm an idiot. Chun nodded, then suddenly turned to face the fat shopkeeper. Shopkeeper, how much are these 7 great Ming treasury notes? 200 per note. The owner held up 2 fingers. Just as the fat guy was about to agree, Chun grabbed him by the arm and scoffed. 200? They're not even worth 30. No one but us wants them. You'll just end up with them rotting in your hands. 200 for all 7. 200 for 7? The owner nearly choked on his own blood. Young man, that's way too harsh. That's not even enough to cover my daily stall fee. Chun snorted dismissively. Then just keep them yourself. You might as well throw them away later. Although 50 per note wasn't expensive, what kind of shopping doesn't involve haggling? Fine, 200 it is. The chubby shopkeeper's mouth twitched. He knew Chun was telling the truth, and no one wanted these great Ming banknotes anyway. If he didn't get rid of them, they'd just rot in his hands. The plump shopkeeper's face lit up with joy. He hadn't expected to be able to drive the price down this low. Fatso, be careful with them. They're a bit worn. But since you like them, you've got to take good care of them. Chun was afraid the shopkeeper wouldn't take it seriously and might damage the banknotes further, making them unsellable. Yangzi, don't worry. The fat guy nodded in agreement. Which item have you set your sights on? I'll pay for it too. Chun turned his head and casually scanned the dozen or so items surrounding the rabbit hair-handled cup. Just as he was about to speak, a sarcastic voice suddenly rang out beside him. Oh, isn't this our class heartthrob and Fat Wong, that dynamic duo? Chun and the fat guy turned to look and saw a young man and woman strutting over with an air of superiority. The man was tall and well-built, wearing an Adidas shirt and Armani casual pants. He had a thick gold chain around his neck and a string of agate bracelets on his right wrist. The girl beside him was dressed in a very seductive manner, heavily made up and wearing a top and shorts so short they couldn't get any shorter. She was a sea of white from head to toe, with almost nothing covering her chest, no different from those escort girls. Fatso snorted and said disdainfully, None of your damn business. Shin Chaoyang, are you a dog or something? You sniff out our scent wherever we go. He glanced at the girl and said with a smirk, Han Bing, what's this? Have you gone into the business? Han Bing was furious. Before she could say a word, Shin Chaoyang exploded in rage. Fatso, what did you just say? The fat man curled his lip. A girl like her isn't even as good as those women in the urban villages. She is a college student, for crying out loud, and yet she is competing with them for a living. Fatso's words were so venomous that Han Bing stammered, unable to get a single sentence out. Shin Chaoyang was beside himself with rage and wanted to step forward to hit him, But remembering how Fatso had beaten him up back in school, he felt a twinge of fear. Although Fatso was obese, his movements were incredibly agile. The average person was no match for him. Shin Chaoyang forced himself to swallow his anger. I'll just pretend I got bitten by 2 dogs. This young master isn't going to stoop to your level. Han Bing wrapped her right arm around his, pressing her whole body as close to him as she could. She shot Chen a disdainful glance and said in a sugary sweet voice, "Exactly, Chaoyang. Why bother arguing with them? It's not worth it. Chun, you're only good enough for that fat guy." Han Bing was considered the class beauty. Back in school, she had actively pursued Chun, but he had rejected her. She held a grudge ever since, and before long, Shun Chaoyang had won her over. Back in school, she spared no effort in making life difficult for Chun, and mocking him. She never imagined she'd run into him again after graduation. Chun chuckled softly, not bothering to respond to her. The fat guy chimed in, "So what if I'm with him? You'd love to be with me, but you're not even good enough." Shin Chaoyang sneered, "Chun, have you found a job yet? Why don't you come work at my company? For old time's sake, I'll pay you 5,000 a month." Han Bing immediately added, Exactly. Chun, come be our driver. We won't treat you badly." A hint of derision played at the corner of her mouth. Chen wore a cold smile, and the fat guy snorted, "Go cool off somewhere else. Do you guys even deserve to hire Chaoyang?" Shen Chaoyang suddenly caught sight of the rabbit hair-handled cup on the ground. He picked it up, held it in his hands, and took a look. "Boss, how much are you selling this black bowl for?" Chen's heart skipped a beat. Although he'd been examining it for quite a while, he hadn't asked the price. According to the first-come, first-served rule, he was technically a latecomer. Chun forced himself to stay calm, keeping a composed expression so the fat boss and Shin Chaoyang wouldn't catch on. 2,000, the fat boss said with a broad smile. 2,000? For a cat bowl? Do you take me for an idiot? Shin Chaoyang said indignantly. Which dynasty is this antique from? It's probably from the Song dynasty or maybe the Yuan dynasty. It's definitely an old piece. A genuine antique. Half a month ago, he bought it from a farmer for 100 yuan, but now, by reselling it, he could make 20 times that profit. Upon hearing this, Chun subtly sized up the portly shop owner, realizing he knew nothing about Jian kiln cups. Song dynasty, Yuan dynasty? Shun Chaoyang held it in his right hand and gave it a pretentious glance. "This is clearly junk, and you're asking for 2,000. It's not even worth 500. I may be rich, but I don't spend my money like that." He set the rabbit hair bowl back on the ground, raised his right hand, and jingled the agate bracelet on his wrist as he said nonchalantly, "Look at my South Red agate bracelet, bought in Western Sichuan for 5 million. If that bowl of yours were a genuine antique, 5 million or even 10 million wouldn't be a problem. But it's a fake. I can't afford to lose face over this." The corners of his mouth curled up high, and he looked smug and arrogant. Chun glanced at the agate bracelet in his hand and sneered inwardly. Han Bing, acting like a proud hen, tilted her head back and declared, "Selling this kind of fake stuff shows you clearly look down on us." The fat boss rolled his eyes, silently cursing them as idiots. The fat guy chimed in, "Boss, you're getting a steal. If you'd asked for 2 million or 20 million from the start, this young master would bought it without a second thought." "Ha." Shin Chaoyang and Han Bing flushed slightly, but showed no sign of embarrassment. They immediately puffed out their chests and lifted their heads, looking as if they were above everyone else. "Hey, what's this?" The fat man suddenly looked up and saw that at the neighboring stall, there was actually a 10-centimeter tall coral guanyin statue. The entire statue was a deep red, with a smooth, delicate surface that was extremely eye-catching. The vendor was a thin man in his 20s. On the stall in front of him were only 3 items. Besides the coral statue, there was an agate bracelet and a broken snuff bottle. "A ruby." Before anyone could answer, the chubby guy asked and answered his own question. Chun said, "It's coral." Shin Chaoyang and Han Bing immediately crowded around the stall. Shin Chaoyang stared intently at the coral sculpture, while Han Bing's eyes sparkled as she gazed at the agate bracelet. Chapter 13. Poor Shin Chaoyang. "Young master, young miss, given your status, only these expensive coral ornaments and agate pieces can truly compliment you." The skinny guy had long since figured out Shin Chaoyang and Han Bing's personalities and began to flatter them. Shin Chaoyang and Han Bing immediately broke into broad smiles. Shin Chaoyang barely managed to hold back his grin, putting on an air of modesty. Keep it low-key. Keep it low-key. I'm not that kind of person. Right? Right? The skinny man kept agreeing, though he couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Shin Chaoyang cradled the guanyin statue in his hands, turning it over and over as he asked, "How much is this coral guanyin statue?" 1 million. The skinny man held up one finger. Han Bing asked, "What about this bracelet?" She had long since fallen in love with the agate bracelet, cradling it in her palm and turning it over and over, growing fonder of it with every glance. 500,000. Young master, young lady, you two are a perfect match, of noble birth and extraordinary grace. Only top-tier jewelry like this can truly highlight your status and taste. Red coral, like South Red agate and jadeite, is one of the world's finest treasures. Few people in the world can afford to wear it. This carved piece has been in my grandfather's collection for 20 years. If it weren't for his serious illness and our urgent need for money, we would absolutely never sell it. Sir, you already own a South Red agate bracelet. Acquiring this red coral figurine, as well, would surely make you look even more opulent and distinguished. This agate bracelet is the perfect match for this young lady. It perfectly complements her noble demeanor. Han Bing linked her arm through Shin Chaoyang's and cooed, "Chaoyang, I want it." Last time, Lily wore an agate ring and showed it off everywhere, stealing the spotlight. This time, I'm definitely going to outshine her. What's an agate ring anyway? This is a genuine agate bracelet. The fat guy leaned in. "Let me see it." Shin Chaoyang clutched it tightly in his hand. "What are you looking at? You're only fit to buy worthless paper money and cat bowls. Do you think you can afford this red coral?" The fat guy snapped angrily. "I saw it first just now, and you actually beat me to it." Shin Chaoyang said smugly, "So what if you saw it first? You didn't say you were going to buy it. SNT this first come, first served." The fat man was furious and was about to rush forward to snatch it, but Chun grabbed him by the arm. "Forget it. Don't fight over it. We can pick one next time we come across one." Chun kept giving the fat man meaningful glances. Although the fat guy didn't understand what Chun meant, he held back. "Boss, give us a discount," Chun said to the portly shop owner as they haggled. In the end, they bought the rabbit hair bristle cup for 300 yuan. Chun cradled it carefully in his hands, his heart racing with excitement. Just a moment ago, Shin Chaoyang had almost snatched it away. That guy didn't know anything about antiques in his hands. It would have been a gem left in the dust. "Boss, 1,500,000, I'll take both of these," Shin Chaoyang declared with extraordinary swagger. As he spoke, he glanced repeatedly at the fat man and Chan. His face twisted into a cold smirk. Han Bing, overjoyed, paid no heed to the others present and planted a kiss on his cheek. The skinny man was filled with regret. If he'd known, he would be asked for at least double the price for each item. Even so, he was overjoyed. This windfall was practically easier than winning the lottery. After the transfer was complete, Shin Chaoyang carefully cradled the coral guanyin statue, while Han Bing had already slipped the agate bracelet onto her wrist. Both were beaming with pride. "Phew, finally sold them. I've got to get back and pay Dada's hospital bill. He needs that surgery right away." The skinny man grabbed the remaining snuff bottle and the piece of red silk, then turned and hurried away. "Sigh, I bought another coral guanyin statue and an agate bracelet today for only 1.5 million. I really don't know what to do with all this money." Shin Chaoyang glanced at Chun with disdain. "Unlike you two penniless bums, who can only afford junk worth 300 or 500 yuan. The fat man flew into a rage and was about to retort when Chun stopped him, his face full of scorn. "Of course, we two penniless fools would never fall for such a rip-off. Unlike you, who spent 1.5 million on something not even worth 100,000, and still thinks it's a treasure. There are just too many fools out there, not enough con artists to go around." Shin Chaoyang snapped. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" The fat man also stared at Chun in astonishment. Chun let out a cold laugh, pointed at the red coral guanyin statue in Shin Chaoyang's hand, and said, "A complete layman, yet you're acting all high and mighty. It is indeed carved from coral. But do you think that just because it's coral, it's worth a fortune? Red coral is generally divided into 4 types: Akoya, Momo, Sardin, and deep sea coral. The prices are ranked accordingly, from highest to lowest. AKA red coral has a very beautiful deep red color, with oxblood red being the highest grade and most valuable. Its excellent translucency and fine texture are qualities that make it 1 in a million. True wealthy collectors all choose AKA red coral. Moreover, Pieces large enough to be considered collectible have unlimited potential for future appreciation. Momo coral comes in a variety of colors, though its texture and fineness don't quite match those of Akoya. However, it possesses a certain porcelain-like quality. Since Momo coral tends to be larger in size, it's well suited for carved pieces. Overall, Momo coral is priced between Akoya and Sardine. Although Sardinian coral doesn't match Akoya in color or texture, its uniform and vibrant appearance significantly boosts its value, especially since it lacks a white core, which has won it widespread favor among consumers. Many middle-class consumers on a tighter budget tend to choose Sardinian coral jewelry. The lowest grade variety is deep water coral. Its color is relatively pale. With a dull reddish hue, the guanine statue you bought was carved from this very material. And the statue you bought is the absolute worst of the worst. Coral is difficult to harvest, and the processing and carving make it even more prone to damage. Your guanine statue is entirely pieced together from scraps left over from larger carvings made from that deep water coral, glued together with adhesive. One careless move, and it'll shatter into 1,000 pieces. 1,000,000? It's not even worth 50,000. Shen Xiaoyang and Han Bing were speechless, completely unable to believe what he was saying. Shen Xiaoyang, embarrassed and furious, snapped. No, that's impossible. Chan sneered. Among red corals, the most valuable are collector-grade specimens, where prices of over 10,000 yuan per gram are quite common. A string of collector-grade red coral beads or a single ring can fetch as much as over 100,000 yuan or even more. Collector-grade red coral has fetched astronomical prices at auctions over the years. At last year's Zhonghai auction, a red coral Neza stirring up the sea figurine sold for 3.0591 million yuan, and a red coral phoenix soaring through the heavens figurine went for 3.45 million yuan. This guanine statue of yours weighs at least 200 or 300 grams. If it's top-grade red coral, it's worth at least tens of millions of yuan. How could it possibly have been sold to you for just 1 million? Do you really think you got a great bargain? Shen Xiaoyang and Han Bing exchanged stunned glances. Chun spoke with such conviction that he didn't seem to be lying at all.
Chapitre 14. Roland et s'invitation.
The fat man and the portly boss were also left speechless, their faces etched with disbelief. And what about that so-called bracelet you're wearing? Chun suddenly took a step forward, pointing at the agate bracelet on Shen Xiaoyang's wrist. Do you really think that all agate is Nanhong agate? He suddenly turned to look at Han Bing. And this agate bangle, both of these are made from ordinary agate and are counterfeit Nanhong agate. Nanhong agate is the finest treasure among agates. It's not something you come across easily. It has rich color, a stable luster, and exceptional sheen. If this bracelet were really Nanhong agate, 5 million would be an absolute steal. But in reality, it's just a piece of ordinary agate jewelry, worth no more than 70 or 80,000 at most. This agate bracelet is made from the lowest grade agate. It's probably worth about 20,000. Shen Xiaoyang and Han Bing were stunned speechless. By now, they both knew that Chan was definitely telling the truth. Otherwise, having it appraised would easily reveal its authenticity, and Chun wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. Shen Xiaoyang's face flushed red, then turned pale, but he stubbornly refused to admit it, roaring, "That's impossible. You're just jealous of me." Han Bing also snapped venomously, "That's right. You're just a broke bum who can't afford these treasures. So you're saying all this to slander us. Are you feeling better now? You two idiots." Chin sneered. "That skinny guy sold those 2 items and ran off. Haven't you figured that out yet? If you really don't believe me, you can go to a well-known antique shop to have them appraised," Chun said, pointing to the dozens of antique shops nearby. Shen Xiaoyang hesitated for a moment, then suddenly grabbed Han Bing and rushed toward one of the shops. "Sir, do you know how to appraise antiques?" The portly shop owner stared at Chun for a long moment before blurting out this question. Chun smiled faintly, neither confirming nor denying it. Seeing his expression, the portly shop owner sensed even more trouble brewing. "I guess I got a bargain," Chun said casually. The portly shopkeeper felt his head buzzing. He wanted to snatch back the Great Ming treasure note and the rabbit hair glazed cup, but since the transaction had already been completed, he felt he was in the wrong. The portly man and Chun turned to leave. They had only taken a few steps when they suddenly heard the sound of footsteps. 2 people were sprinting toward them. Shen Xiaoyang and Han Bing. "Chun, stop right there." Shen Xiaoyang was furious, charging straight toward him. "If you knew all along, why didn't you tell me sooner? Chun was slightly taken aback. Had the authentication been completed that quickly? He immediately realized that Shin Chaoyang must have paid a hefty sum, so the appraiser had naturally gone above and beyond. Before Chun could say a word, the fat man chuckled. Why should I tell you? Who do you think you are? Shin Chaoyang flew into a rage and charged straight at Chun. The fat man swung his leg and kicked Shin Chaoyang squarely in the groin. Shin Chaoyang let out a shrill ouch and immediately doubled over like a shrimp, clutching his groin with both hands as his whole body convulsed in pain. Chaoyang! Chaoyang! Are you okay? Han Bing kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, but didn't he dare cause trouble for the two of them. The fat guy and Chun paid them no further attention and slowly walked away. Yangzi, this great Ming treasure note of mine. The fat guy finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. It's real. Chun laughed. And it's a misprint. It's definitely worth a pretty penny. A misprint. These days, people are no strangers to misprinted banknotes. Even farmers in their 50s or 60s in the countryside know that misprinted currency has some collectible value. The fat guy laughed triumphantly. This is my first time dabbling in antiques, and I've already hit the jackpot. I'm a damn genius. No, actually, you, Yangzi, are the real genius. Otherwise, even if I found this gem, I wouldn't have known how much it's worth. Yangzi, what about that black bowl you had your eye on? Young gentleman. Before Chun could answer, a man suddenly stepped out from the side. He was in his 50s, refined and courteous, looking every bit the scholar. Fatso and Chun both eyed him warily. Young gentleman, did the two of you really score a bargain? I'm Roland, the owner of the antique shop. You can just call me Old Lee. The gentleman from earlier was at my shop having a coral statue and a south red agate bracelet appraised. I heard you two had acquired 2 treasures, so I came over specifically. Only then did Chun and the fat guy realize what was going on. What brings you here, Derek? Our antique shop also collects all kinds of antiques. I'm curious, what treasures have you two managed to unearth? If possible, we'd be willing to purchase them at a high price. The fat guy and Chun exchanged glances, both wearing delighted expressions. Chun suddenly whispered, Fat guy, Song Xiaofeng just said that if we find anything good, we can give it to him. Wouldn't it be a bad idea to look for someone else now? In truth, he was more than happy to make more friends in the antiques world. The more friends, the more opportunities. He didn't like putting all his eggs in one basket. It doesn't matter. Fatso nodded. I'll give him a call. If he doesn't want it, we'll give it to this gentleman. You know Song Xiaofeng? Is he the Song Xiaofeng from the Song family in the provincial capital?
Roland Sudenly interjected.
The fat man looked at him in surprise. You know him too? Roland beamed. Of course I do. His old man and I are always hunting for treasures together. I know that little rascal inside and out. You don't need to contact him. Just give any treasures to me. If he is not satisfied, tell him to come straight to me. Chun thought for a moment, then nodded. Sounds good. Let us go to my shop. May I ask your names? The three turned and walked toward a shop not far away. After the chubby guy finished introducing them, Chun finally gave his name. Chan. Roland looked at him with some surprise. It was as if something had just occurred to him, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Are you the young man Stellan mentioned, the one who scored a bargain at the Dongqiao antique market this morning? Chan immediately understood. Uncle Lee, do you know Curator Zhao? We've been old friends for decades. Roland nodded. Stellan has been singing your praises non-stop. I'm afraid by this morning, quite a few people in the city's antique circles have already heard your name. I can't believe you scored another bargain this afternoon. That's truly unbelievable luck. Roland looked stunned. Although he still didn't know exactly what the two had found, their luck alone was far beyond what anyone else could match. He just learned from Shan Xiaoyang that the two had found a treasure at a street stall right outside his shop. Curious, he come over to take a look, and to his surprise, it turned out to be Chan, the very person Stellan had mentioned. The three of them quickly made their way to the antique shop. The 3-story building had a rustic, traditional design. Roland invited the two men up to the 3rd floor. After a staff member served them tea, he couldn't help but ask, I wonder what treasures you've discovered? The fat man placed 7 great Ming treasure notes on the table. Chun also took the rabbit hair glazed Jianware cup out of its box. Great Ming treasure notes? A Song Dynasty Jianware cup. Chapter 15. The Fat Man's Thoughts. Roland was thrilled and hurriedly grabbed a magnifying glass to examine them closely. Yangzi, we've got to get a magnifying glass too. At the very least, we need to look the part of experts and scholars. The fat man muttered softly in Chun's ear. Chun chuckled and said nothing. Roland carefully appraised the Great Ming treasure notes, marveling. Misprinted? The Great Ming treasure notes aren't worth much normally. But these 7 are all misprinted. Their treasures you'd be hard-pressed to find even once in a million. The fat guy couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Lee, how much are these notes worth?" Roland replied casually, "These 7 should be worth 5 or 6 10,000. 5 or 6 10,000? The fat guy's mouth dropped open in disbelief. 50 or 60,000 was a mere drop in the bucket to him. But this was his first time scoring a bargain, and he stumbled upon such an unexpected windfall that his lips trembled with excitement. Just these 7 ragged bills are worth 50 or 60,000? The fat man was beaming with excitement. He didn't even have that much in monthly pocket money. Making money from antiques was just too easy. Yangzi, we've struck it rich. We've struck it rich. From now on, we'll scour the streets for antiques. The cash will be rolling in by the handful. The fat guy's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Chun shook his head helplessly and laughed. Where's the catch? We just got lucky this time. If genuine antiques were everywhere, wouldn't those street vendors have struck it rich long ago? How could it ever be our turn? The fat guy patted his chest and said confidently, Yangzi, it's just that your luck is bad. You've got to believe that I, the fat guy, am blessed with good fortune. I can find treasures wherever I go. From now on, just tag along with me, and I guarantee you won't lose out. Chun shook his head. Just then, Roland looked up and sighed. It's just a shame it's so badly damaged. If it were in perfect condition, a single note would be worth 70,000 or 80,000. Holy crap! My money! I've lost hundreds of thousands. Upon hearing this, the fat guy looked utterly devastated. His hatred for the vendor running deep, as if the vendor were the very culprit responsible for his massive loss. Roland looked down again to examine the dark brown porcelain cup in his hand. His expression serious 100 times more solemn than when he handled the Great Ming treasure notes. After a couple of minutes, an unmistakable smile spread across his face. Although this piece feels slightly rough to the touch, its glaze is the color of molten gold, and the rabbit hair patterns are clearly visible. It's an authentic Song Dynasty Jian kiln piece. Because it features these delicate rabbit hair patterns, it's known in the antique trade as a rabbit hair cup. Black porcelain reached its peak during the Song Dynasty, and very few examples of Jian kiln black porcelain have survived to this day, so they command high prices on the market. And rabbit hair cups are especially prized among Jian kiln pieces. Yours is in excellent condition based on current market rates. It should fetch around 100,000. Prices for Song Dynasty Jian kiln porcelain are climbing steadily. If you hold on to it and sell it in a few years, the price could multiply several times over. It's just a black teacup. Isn't it? Is it really worth that much? The fat man stared at the cup in disbelief, his head hanging low. The excitement he felt moments ago upon hearing that his 7 Ming banknotes were worth 50,000 had already been completely crushed by the news about the rabbit hair cup. It's no ordinary black teacup. Even throughout history, teacups like this are rare. That's why they're so valuable. Antiques aren't just about monetary value. They embody history, culture, humanities, technology, and so much more. You can't judge them solely by their market value. But these days, almost all antique connoisseurs focus solely on market value. Roland offered a self-deprecating smile. Refined people look at the intrinsic value, but a commoner like me just looks at whether it's worth money. The fat man chuckled. Young friend Kaixin, I'll take those 7 Ming Bao notes for 60,000 yuan. How does that sound? Although countless people in the antiques trade collect ancient coins, very few are interested in Great Ming treasure notes. I have no idea when I'll be able to sell these. Chun knew Roland was telling the truth. Deal! The fat man was overjoyed, his eyes narrowing almost to slits. It was his first time scoring a bargain, and he already made a substantial profit. He was beside himself with excitement. Roland transferred the money to him and said to Chin, Young friend Chun, how about you sell me this rabbit hair glazed cup? His eyes darted about, his face full of hope. Sure. Chun gave a faint smile and nodded. Although Roland had explicitly stated that the rabbit hair glazed cup was sure to double in value in the future, Chun needed the money now and couldn't wait for it to appreciate later. Great, great. You're a straight shooter, young man. Upon hearing this, Roland's slightly furrowed brow instantly smoothed out. He burst into laughter and immediately transferred the money to Chun. Chun was somewhat surprised he hadn't expected Roland to throw in an extra 20,000. He instantly realized that Roland was extending an olive branch. If Chun had sold it to someone else and it had appreciated in value later, Roland would have lost far more than just 20,000. Chun smiled and nodded, choosing not to call him out on it. Chun, Fatso, and Roland chatted casually for over 2 hours. Roland held nothing back, teaching Chun a great deal about antique appraisal. Chun found it immensely helpful. This was far more than he could ever learn from a book. Fatso, however, let it go in one ear and out the other, paying it no mind at all. Yangzi, let us head back. Chun and Fatso said their goodbyes to Roland, and the two of them left the antique shop. Fatso whistled smugly. He just transferred 20,000 to Chun via WeChat. Chun was puzzled. Fatso, what are you doing? This is for you. Fatso chuckled. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten that 60,000 at all. Just as Chun was about to refuse, Fatty's expression darkened. If you consider me a brother, don't turn this down. 20,000, it's not a big deal to either of us. But it's a token of brotherly goodwill. You can't refuse it. Chun was somewhat moved. Fatty had indeed shown him true loyalty. He tapped accept and said, still fuming, if this happens again, I'm never taking you on another bargain hunt. The fat guy seemed not to hear him and suddenly said, Yangzi, what do you say if we follow the example of that fake coral vendor? We'll just bring in a batch of fake antiques, put on a little act, you'll pretend to be a buyer and lure some fool like Shin Chaoyang into getting scammed. We strike it rich in no time. This would be way easier than scouring the streets for bargains. I'll contact a supplier right away. Let us set up a stall somewhere tomorrow, what do you say? The fat guy grew more and more excited as he spoke, his eyes gleaming with a strange light. Chun stared in disbelief, never expecting him to come up with such a shady scheme. No way, fat guy. That trick is old hat. Countless vendors have been doing it for ages. Chun shook his head urgently in refusal. This is pure fraud, it's not worth it at all. Chun kept shaking his head. To have a long-term future in the antiques business, one had to stay down to earth. These underhanded tactics simply wouldn't last. Besides, you don't come across a sitting duck like Shin Chaoyang just anywhere, anytime. This is practically a one-time deal. Once your reputation is completely ruined, you won't be able to stay in the antiques business at all. Chapter 16. Classmate Ivy. The fat guy pursed his lips. Pfft. Isn't this holding me back from becoming the richest man in the country? Never mind. I'll just stick to making an honest living. Chun laughed heartily. You're right. Even if we just hit a few bargains now and then, we can still make a nice little profit. If we get lucky and snag some antiques worth a few million or even tens of millions, we'll be pretty much financially free. The fat guy's eyes lit up at the prospect. From now on, I'm sticking with you, fat guy. When you're living the high life, don't forget your brother. Don't worry, Fatso. When I'm feasting, I'll make sure you get your share. Fatso shot Chen a glance, his face full of regret. Yangzi, I never imagined archaeology could be so useful. If I'd known, I would studied harder back in school. Chen laughed it off and changed the subject. Although he and Fatso were best friends, his X-ray vision ability was his biggest secret, one he absolutely couldn't reveal. As evening approached, Fatso found a high-end Western restaurant, and the two of them feasted to their heart's content. After dinner, Fatso drove Chun to the entrance of his apartment complex and then slowly drove away. Chun took out his phone, found his mother's bank account, and transferred 50,000 to her. His mother, Lu Guichin, was a music teacher in the county seat. After his father passed away, she had worked tirelessly to raise him and his sister on her own. Chun had originally wanted to transfer more to his mother, but he was afraid it might shock her, so he decided against it. Just then, his phone suddenly rang. It was his mother calling. Mom. Chun had barely begun to speak when his mother cut him off. Yang, why did you transfer 50,000 to me? Where did you get the money? Aren't you looking for a job? Did you find one yet? Though her tone was somewhat urgent, it remained exceptionally gentle. Chun laughed. Mom, I just scored a bargain on Antique Street and made a little money selling a few things. I figured I'd send you some. Upon hearing this, Lu Guichin finally let out a sigh of relief. She'd been afraid her son wouldn't be able to resist all sorts of temptations out there and would go down the wrong path. Yang, keep it for yourself. Mom doesn't need it. Mom, I still have some money. Don't worry, I won't let myself go hungry. Then I'll just save it for you. Lu Guiqin didn't press the matter further and added, Yang Yang, it's really hard to find such bargains these days. It's more important to find a proper job. It's just like the lottery, you might win tens of thousands by chance once, but you might never win again. She knew there were many people in the antiques industry who made a living by snagging bargains. If they unearthed an authentic piece and resold it, they might make tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, or even millions. With money coming so easily, it was all too easy for people to become complacent. And for many of these people, that second stroke of luck might never come. In fact, these people often go to extremes. After getting rich overnight, their greed grows tenfold, they feel invincible. The next time around, they're likely to make a mistake and pay an exorbitant price for a fake. In an instant, they're back to being penniless, some even lose their families, and others go so far as to take their own lives. I know, Chen replied. He knew his mother meant well, so he didn't argue. He chatted with his mother for a few more minutes about his younger sister's situation before hanging up. Night fell and the streetlights came on. Just as Chen was about to enter his residential complex, he suddenly noticed a crowd gathered not far ahead. Startled, Chen turned and pushed his way into the crowd. In the center of the crowd, an elderly woman in her 60s or 70s, dressed in colorful clothes, lay on the ground. Her hair was already gray, her brows furrowed tightly, and her face had turned a purplish blue as she appeared to be in great pain. The onlookers were murmuring among themselves, but not a single person dared to step forward to help. In recent years, there have been occasional reports of staged accidents, in which innocent bystanders have been wrongly accused and suffered enormous financial losses as a result. Everyone had learned to stand by indifferently. Chen hesitated for a moment. Just then, a young woman suddenly pushed her way through the crowd. With her long, flowing hair and youthful beauty, she wore a long floral print dress that accentuated her slender figure, causing the young men in the crowd to glance her way involuntarily. Chen was taken aback. It was Ivy, his college classmate. Ivy glanced at the old woman, furrowed her delicate brows, and stepped forward. A middle-aged woman in her 40s advised, "Young lady, don't be so impulsive. Be careful, she might try to extort you." Another middle-aged man chimed in, "That's right. It's better to stay out of trouble. Don't go looking for trouble. Just reach out to help her. And that Mercedes will turn into a bicycle. A bicycle would be the best-case scenario. I'm afraid she might even end up in debt." The crowd couldn't help but sigh. Ivy seemed not to hear their words. She walked up to the old woman, crouched down, and asked softly, "Grandma, what's wrong?" The old woman mumbled for a moment but didn't say a word. Her face was a deep, purplish black, and her expression was terrifying. Ivy studied her for a moment, then suddenly reached out with both hands and wrapped her arms around the woman from behind. She clenched her left fist, placing the side of her thumb against the woman's abdomen. Her right hand covered her left, and she rapidly and forcefully pressed inward and upward on the woman's stomach. Chen's eyes widened. The Heimlich maneuver? Everyone was puzzled. What is she doing? Ivy repeated these movements 3 or 4 times, then gave the old lady's back a sharp slap with her right hand. With a smack, a peach pit flew out of the old lady's mouth. The old lady coughed incessantly, gasping for breath, and her previously purple-black complexion immediately turned rosy. Everyone was astonished. A peach pit? Could this old lady have choked on a peach pit while eating a peach? "Thank you so much, young lady." The old lady, now out of danger, kept thanking her. She looked down at the peach pit at her feet and instantly blushed. "I wasn't paying attention just now and choked on a peach pit. How embarrassing. It almost killed me." Ivy smiled. "It's okay, Grandma. Just be very careful in the future. It's extremely dangerous." Seeing this, the crowd began to disperse. The old lady thanked her profusely a few more times before finally leaving. Just as Ivy was about to turn and walk away, Chen stepped forward. "Ivy!" Ivy turned around and was overjoyed. "Chen, it's you." Back in school, Ivy had been the renowned campus beauty. Chen hadn't interacted with her much, though she had once asked him for some basketball tips when she was on the school team. "I live right here in this neighborhood." Chen pointed to the nearby Xingfu community. "Chen, have you found a job yet? The job market for archaeology majors is really tough these days." Chen shook his head. "Not yet. I'm studying appraisal right now. What about you?" Ivy had originally majored in archaeology as well, but later switched to other fields like fine arts and dance. Chen guessed her family must be either wealthy or well-connected otherwise, She wouldn't have been able to switch majors so freely during her college years. I haven't looked for a job, I'm running my own business. Ivy smiled sweetly. I opened a pet store on Guangming Road. She pointed to a street not far away. Wow, you're your own boss now. What do you mean, boss? It's just a small shop, it's purely a hobby. Chapter 17. Hua Tua's Green Satchel. The two chatted casually for another 10 or so minutes before exchanging phone numbers. Chun, come by the shop to support me when you have time, Ivy said with a smile as she hurried off. Chun returned home and carefully read through the dozen or so books. Now that he had this golden ticket, he no longer needed to look for a job. The next day, Chun ate a quick bite, then headed out onto the street, planning to visit the antique shop to ask Roland for some advice on appraisal. Roland clearly took a great liking to him, so he had no reason not to ride on his coattails. Just then, Fatso suddenly called. Yangzi, shall we go treasure hunting at the antique market again today? My dad really praised me yesterday. He told me to learn properly from you. Fatso's voice was brimming with excitement. Fatso, finding a bargain isn't that easy. It might not happen even once in a month or two. We were just incredibly lucky yesterday. Don't go thinking good things happen every day. But I feel like we're definitely going to have good luck every single day. Fatso dismissed his concerns. Let us wait a few days. I'm going to see Roland today to learn some more from him, Fatso exclaimed. You're going to see that old professor again? That guy drones on and on like an old lady. I almost fell asleep listening to him. Mr. Lee has some real skills, nothing like us guys who rely entirely on luck. Learning from him will definitely bring unexpected benefits. Fatso laughed heartily. Count me out. You go learn his tricks inside the shop, and I'll wander around outside looking for bargains. Chan said, Fatso, I'm afraid your hopes are going to be dashed. That vendor from yesterday must have already found out that the two of us scored some good stuff. Our reputations have probably spread all over Antique Street by now. No one is going to sell us anything at a bargain price anymore. The fat guy froze for a moment. Then I'll just go to another flea market. Chun hurried to stop him. Fat guy, don't do anything rash. With me by your side, I can at least help you keep an eye on things. If you go on your own, you'll just end up being taken for a sucker. Yangzi, just listen to your brother's good news. The fat guy hung up. Chun wanted to call back, but he held himself back. Although he and the fat guy were as close as brothers, there was a limit to everything. He suddenly remembered something, turned down a side street, and arrived on Guangming Road. Following the house number, he finally found Ivy's pet store. The 4 characters Xiao Shui pets were very eye-catching. Although it had just opened for business, a few customers had already stopped by, and passers-by were all glancing in its direction. Chun walked over and saw that the pet store was quite spacious, covering about 100 to 200 square meters. Inside, there was a wide variety of pets: poodles, rabbits, hamsters, turtles, and more, everything you could imagine. The store was exceptionally clean, with no unpleasant odors whatsoever. Ivy was wearing a white dress today, and she and 4 female employees were warmly greeting several customers. Sir, what kind of pet are you looking to buy? As soon as Chun walked in, a female employee immediately approached him. I'm here to see your boss. Before the employee could relay the message, Ivy heard the voice, turned around, and hurried over. Chun, you really came. I was passing by and thought I'd stop in. Chun looked around. You offer a really comprehensive range of services here. Ivy smiled helplessly. We have no choice. The pet market is so competitive these days. To attract customers, businesses will stop at nothing. If you fall behind in even one area, someone else might overtake you. You have to stock all kinds of pet food, bathe and groom dogs, give them shots, and even know how to treat some simple illnesses. Of course, if it's too serious, they'll have to go to a specialized pet hospital. Chun laughed. That may be true, but being able to do what you love is already a rare privilege. Ivy nodded with a smile. Back home, my family wanted me to study archaeology, finance, and art. I was practically living for them. Now that I've graduated, I'm finally making my own decisions. As they spoke, a middle-aged couple, accompanied by 2 children around 13 or 14, walked away beaming with joy, carrying 2 hamsters. All 4 of them looked exceptionally happy. I've heard that hamsters are extremely violent animals. In the wild, they're cannibalistic, so why do people keep them as pets? Ivy laughed. That's exactly right. Most people don't understand that, or rather, they don't want to understand. Everyone is fooled by how cute they look. And since hamsters pose limited harm to humans, people naturally turn a blind eye. Chun, are you studying appraisal? Planning to get into antiques? Seeing Chun nod, Ivy continued. The antiques industry is very complex, but if you can grasp even a third of it, all it takes is one lucky find unearthing a genuine piece worth tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions, and your life's trajectory will be completely transformed. Chun said, unless you're one of those true masters, you can't spot those genuine pieces, right?
No.
Even those masters make mistakes all the time. Ivy's bright, expressive eyes gazed intently at him as she said earnestly, Chun, it's all up to you. I believe in you. After chatting for a while, Chun got up to take his leave and walked out of the pet store. Just then, as he passed an antique shop, the door suddenly swung open, and an old farmer from the countryside was shoved out. What kind of junk book is this? You want 50,000 for it? Nobody would even take it to wipe there, but since you say it's worth 50,000, go sell it to whoever is willing to pay that much. The young clerk cursed under his breath as he strode back into the shop. The old man was in his 50s, his face creased with wrinkles, and his clothes were tattered. He held an object wrapped in a ragged cloth, guarding it as if it were a treasure. This is the most powerful book in the world. It's just that you people are blind and don't know a good thing when you see it. To say it's only worth 300, I'll just give it to you for free. No way, he shouted at the top of his lungs. But the clerk had already gone back inside and couldn't hear him at all. Chun had a sudden thought. Old man, what kind of book is that? Could I take a look? The old man turned to look at him, his face instantly filled with wariness. Chun was much younger than the shop clerk, no wonder he was skeptical. The old man couldn't help but grip the bundle in his hands even tighter. Are you an antique dealer too? He couldn't help but ask. Seeing Chun nod, he continued, if you're serious about buying it, give me a fair price. Old man, I need to take a look at your item first, Chun said, caught between laughter and exasperation. The old man glanced around and pointed to a secluded corner up ahead. Let us go over there. The two walked to the corner of the room, where the old man carefully unwrapped the tattered cloth bundle, revealing a battered ancient book inside, its pages already yellowed. Only half of the blue cover remained, bearing 3 characters, Healer's Codex. Healer's Codex? ISNT that the medical text written by Hua Tuo during the Three Kingdoms period. Chun was taken aback. Could it be that later generations have started forging these as well? Chapter 18. The Secret of the Healer's Codex. Chun casually flipped through the pages. The medical text was severely damaged. The first dozen or so pages had been torn out, and several pages in the middle showed signs of insect damage. Only about half of the pages toward the back were intact, and the content remained relatively complete. The paper was yellowed and slightly damp. The entire text was written in clerical script. Chun held it close to his nose to sniff, but he couldn't determine the age of the paper. Most of what he had studied was archaeological knowledge from the Ming and Qing dynasties. His knowledge of periods preceding those 2 dynasties was very limited. Chun flipped to the back and found several dozen pages of illustrations. The first ones were diagrams of acupuncture points, describing treatments for various diseases. In the last few illustrations, the figures seemed to be imitating various animals, striking all sorts of poses. Each illustration was labeled with 3 characters, 5 Beast Technique. 5 Beast Technique? Chun was slightly surprised. The 5 Beast Technique was indeed legendary, but he couldn't conclude from this alone that this was truly an authentic medical text by Hua Tuo. The notion of Hua Tuo authoring the Healer's Codex originates from Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Romance of the Three Kingdoms describes how, while Hua Tuo was imprisoned, there was a jailer surnamed Wu, whom everyone called Wu the Jailer. He held Hua Tuo in the highest regard and treated him generously to food and wine every day. Grateful for his kindness, Hua Tuo said, I am about to die, but unfortunately, my medical text, Healer's Codex, has not been passed down to the world. You have treated me so generously, and I have no way to repay you. I will give you my medical text. Wu the Jailer could not contain his joy and said, If I obtain your medical text, I will no longer be a jailer. I will learn your medical skills, treat the sick throughout the land, and let everyone in the world be grateful for your kindness. Wu the Jailer indeed received Hua Tuo's Healer's Codex. After Hua Tuo's death, he purchased a coffin to lay his remains to rest, thereby repaying the debt of gratitude for the gift of the book. Jailer Wu prepared to resign from his post as a jailer and return home to study medicine, but unexpectedly, his wife burned the medical text. He managed to salvage only 1 or 2 pages, and thus the Healer-S Codex was not passed down to later generations. Later generations learned only minor skills, such as castrating pigs, from those 1 or 2 remaining pages. This story has been widely circulated and many people believe it to be true, but in fact it was fabricated by Luo Guanzhong. Records of the Three Kingdoms. Biography of Hua Tuo. As Hua Tuo lay dying, he produced a scroll and handed it to the prison guard, saying, "This can save lives." The guard, fearing the law, refused to accept it. Hua Tuo did not press the matter and instead asked for fire to burn it. Book of the Later Han. Biography of Hua Tuo. As Hua Tuo lay dying, he handed a scroll to the prison guard, saying, "This can save lives." The guard, fearing the law, dared not accept it. Hua Tuo did not press the matter and asked for fire to burn it. It turns out Hua Tuo burned it himself. It's nowhere near as dramatic as the description in Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Since the accounts in both historical texts are identical, we can be virtually certain that this is indeed a historical fact. So is this Healer-S Codex a fake? Chun couldn't help but quietly activate his appraisal sight, fixing his gaze intently on the ancient text. Fragment of the Healer-S Codex. Date of compilation: Wei and Jin dynasties. Value: priceless. Chun was taken aback. Is this really the Healer-S Codex? From the Wei and Jin dynasties? Isn't this Hua Tuo's original manuscript? He lowered his head to think for a moment, then suddenly had a revelation. In other words, neither Romance of the Three Kingdoms nor the 2 historical texts on the Three Kingdoms are accurate. Regardless of whether Hua Tuo actually burned his medical texts, or whether the wife of that prison guard surnamed Wu also destroyed them. Hua Tuo's Healer-S Codex did indeed make its way out into the world. It didn't turn to ashes along with Hua Tuo's death. As for whether there really was a prison guard surnamed Wu, that's impossible to verify. It's possible someone else smuggled it out. And the reason the medical techniques recorded in this book didn't spread widely is likely because the person who kept it feared Cao Cao and naturally dared not reveal it. He may have failed to safeguard it properly, so his descendants or close friends and relatives transcribed another copy. However, that copy has also been damaged and is now incomplete. Priceless. Chun looked at the final 2 words. Priceless, it could mean it was worthless, or it could mean it was a priceless treasure. Chun clearly leaned toward the latter. He was overcome with excitement, his heart pounding wildly. He never imagined he would actually come into possession of Hua Tuo's Healer-S Codex. He knew that the Qingnong book was worth its weight in gold not merely because it was an ancient text, but more importantly because of the medical techniques it contained, techniques unknown to the world. Young man, I told you it must be a genuine antique. How could my grandfather have deceived me? It's been passed down in our family for hundreds of years. Chun's heart sank, and he felt deeply ashamed. His self-control was still lacking. His emotions were written all over his face, and the old man had actually noticed. In the antique trade, this made him the perfect mark. But he couldn't worry about that now. Old man, how much are you asking for this book? 50,000. The old man held out his left hand. Just 50,000, that'll be enough to build a new house for my family. Chun let out a sigh of admiration. This old man was a straightforward, honest soul. If this had fallen into the hands of those unscrupulous merchants, they would surely have demanded an exorbitant price. Old man, I'll give you 80,000. He felt that 50,000 was simply too little. The old man's eyes lit up instantly, and he was overjoyed. Son, you've got a heart of gold. If you say 80,000, then 80,000 it is. Since the old man didn't have a smartphone, Chan went to a nearby bank, withdrew 80,000 in cash for him, and before leaving, gave him his phone number, telling him to contact him directly if he ever came across anything else of value. The old man tucked the money away and left, beaming with joy. Chun held the Healer-S Codex in his hands, overcome with excitement. He called Roland and made up a casual excuse, saying he wouldn't be coming over today. Chan hurried home, locked the door, placed the book on the table, took a deep breath, and gradually calmed down. Chun read the book carefully. His grandfather was a fan of traditional Chinese medicine, and there were a few books on the subject at home. In the past, Chun had only flipped through them casually for fun and hadn't learned anything at all. But as he studied intently this time, for some reason, Chun felt his mind become unusually clear. Although he still couldn't fully grasp the obscure and difficult content, It was already clearly imprinted in his mind. Chun knew he was just an average student, so he was astonished to find himself suddenly possessing the ability to remember everything he read at a glance. After flipping through the pages for a few minutes, he suddenly felt a faint warmth in the palm of his right hand, and at the same time, the jade pendant hanging from his chest also began to feel slightly warm. What's going on? Chun wondered. He tentatively pulled his hand back, moving it away from the healer's codex. After a minute, the strange warmth in his palm and the jade pendant gradually faded away. He placed his hand on the pages again, and the warmth flowed back into his palm. The jade pendant also emitted a heat entirely different from his body temperature. Chun was utterly stunned. Nothing like this ever happened with the antiques I handled yesterday. Could it be because I've just come into contact with it? Or is it because this healer's codex is so ancient? Could it be that the older an artifact is, the more it carries that inexplicable energy? Chun's eyes flickered. Chapter 19. IVS Invitation. He continued flipping through a diagram of the meridian pathways and acupoints of the lung meridian of the hand Taiyin when, suddenly, he felt the Taiyuan acupoint on his left wrist pulsate slightly a few times. Chun glanced up at his upper arm and felt another acupoint along the lung meridian of the hand Taiyin begin to pulsate involuntarily as well. Can my consciousness travel along the meridians? Could I be a medical genius? Chun wondered. He had only been reading for half an hour, yet he could clearly feel his mind had become much clearer and his spirit more vibrant. He hadn't experienced these effects yesterday, and he was certain they were entirely due to the mysterious aura emanating from the healer's codex. Chun was overjoyed. He continued flipping through the healer's codex, and after more than 3 hours, he closed the book. Chun rubbed his eyes. He had now memorized the healer's codex inside and out. His right palm was still resting on the book, but he could no longer feel even a trace of warmth in the palm of his hand. Chun realized that his hand must have completely absorbed the book's energy. He was overjoyed. If I absorb more spiritual energy from antiques, might my own body undergo unexpected changes? Chun shook his head, temporarily setting aside this unrealistic notion. Although he had now memorized the entire medical text inside and out, he knew full well that if he were to treat someone right now, he still lacked the confidence to do so. It was already noon, and he was ravenous. Chun went downstairs, left the residential complex, and was just about to look for a restaurant when he suddenly spotted a Chinese herbal pharmacy across the street. Chun walked into the pharmacy, bought a box of silver needles, and tucked it into his coat. Just then, his cell phone rang. It was Ivy, of all people. Chun, what are you doing? Ivy's tone sounded a bit hesitant. Just about to grab a bite to eat. Chun laughed. What's up? Is something wrong? Chun, are you out studying appraisal right now? No, I had something come up today, so I didn't go. I'm just out on the street. Chun, I need your help with something. Come to the Du Remy Western restaurant on Mingyuan Road. Ivy finally made up her mind, and hung up as soon as she finished speaking. Chun was a bit puzzled, but he hailed a taxi anyway and rushed to Mingyuan Road. After getting out of the taxi, he looked up and immediately spotted a tastefully decorated Western restaurant, 6 stories tall, with the 6 characters, Du Remy Western Restaurant, standing out strikingly. In front of the huge glass window, a woman in white was staring absently out at the street. As soon as she saw Chun, she waved to him through the glass. The moment Chun pushed open the door, a blast of cold air hit him, and soothing music drifted gently through the air. It was the peak of the lunchtime rush, yet there were only a handful of customers inside. Chun sensed an inexplicable aura mingled with the bone-chilling cold, and he couldn't help but shiver. His gaze swept across the room, and at the corner of the bar on the right, he spotted a half-meter-tall blue and white porcelain vase. Chun's eyes narrowed. It was actually an authentic piece. And right next to the vase sat a jade pai shio, crystal clear and translucent. It, too, was an antique. Both of these ancient artifacts faintly emitted a cold aura, with the chill from the jade pai shio being dozens of times stronger than that of the blue and white porcelain vase. Chun! Ivy beckoned. Chun walked over to the seat. Ivy leaned forward slightly, her face beaming with a smile. A cup of warm coffee sat before her. She had changed into a simple white dress, looking like a lotus blossom emerging from water, even more pure and radiant. Chun sat down across from her, seeming to shiver slightly. What are you doing here? Why is it so cold in here? I don't know. It does seem a little cold, Ivy said, instinctively hugging herself tighter. Chun, what would you like to drink? I don't really care, Chun said, waving his hand. Ivy took it upon herself to order him another cup of coffee. Seeing that her brows were still furrowed, Chen asked, "Is something bothering you?" Ivy stirred her coffee with a straw, looked up and said, "My family set me up on a blind date. No matter how much I refused, it was no use. I had to agree to meet him. I thought about it all morning, and that's why I decided to drag you here." Chun chuckled. "So I can be your decoy?" Ivy looked a little embarrassed. "I'm sorry, Chen. No problem. It's no big deal. Leave it to me," Chun assured her, patting his chest. Although he never had any romantic feelings for Ivy back in school, she was, after all, the campus beauty. They knew each other somewhat, and he had a good impression of her, so he'd naturally help out with something this small. "You know him, too." "I know him? Who?" Chun asked, a bit puzzled. "You'll find out when he gets here." Chun casually scanned the guests. Across the table sat a stunningly beautiful woman in her 20s. With delicate features and an aloof demeanor, she was every bit as striking as any big-name celebrity, dressed in a light green casual blouse. She wore a pair of diamond earrings and had ordered a steak. On her table lay a ruby ring. The ruby was about the size of a pigeon's egg. Chun recognized it at a glance. It was the famous Burmese pigeon's blood ruby. A faint purple glow refracted from within the gem, and everyone around her gazed at the ruby ring with envy and admiration. A faint smile flitted across Chin Nan's face. She glanced once more at the pigeon's blood ruby before placing the ring back into the silk-lined box beside her. Only then did she lower her head to eat her steak. Her demeanor was elegant, and she ate with deliberate grace. Chun could tell she must have been well-bred. Even when faced with the ruby ring she longed for, her smile had been only a fleeting, subtle one. "That girl is so lucky," Ivy said, her face full of envy. Chun chuckled. "When you meet someone you like and who likes you back, he'll definitely give you a ruby ring even bigger than this one." Ivy cast a subtle glance at him, silently cursing him in her heart. What a blockhead. Chun also felt he lacked romantic flair. Any other man in his place would probably have said, "Don't worry. I'll definitely give you a diamond ring even bigger than that." He wasn't that kind of smooth-talking man. He took a sip of coffee and continued to survey the scene. Seated behind Chin Nan was a man in his 30s wearing a suit. He looked refined and well-mannered. An empty wine bottle sat on his table, and more than half of his foie gras had been eaten. Seated next to him was a middle-aged woman in her 40s, wearing a floral blouse and with a plump figure. She looked like a matchmaker from ancient times who'd done all sorts of mischief, with a Chanel handbag resting beside her. With only a dozen or so people seated in the spacious dining hall, the place felt unusually deserted. Chun instinctively turned his head again, glancing at the two antiques standing by the front counter. He already had a plan in mind. "Check, please." Just then, the man in the suit suddenly called out, and a waiter hurried over. The waiter settled the bill, handed him the receipt, and said respectfully, "We look forward to seeing you again." Li Ergu, holding his briefcase, walked past Chin Nan and headed for the exit. He was in high spirits today. He'd just closed another deal. Chapter 20, The Power of X-Ray Vision. Just as he was about to reach the door with two ushers already preparing to open it, Chin Nan suddenly exclaimed, "My ruby ring? My ruby ring is missing." At that moment, every customer in the restaurant instinctively turned to look. Chin Nan had already stood up and was searching the room, silently scanning her surroundings, but there was no sign of it. Wasn't it on the table just a moment ago? Several guests nearby had seen her fiddling with the ruby ring. The floor manager, a man in his 30s, rushed over with several servers. "Miss, please look again more carefully." Chin Nan calmly searched through her handbag and the area around her seat, but still couldn't find the ruby ring. Her movements were neither hurried nor slow. She proceeded methodically, showing not the slightest sign of panic. Her face betrayed not a hint of anxiety. Chun and Ivy exchanged a glance and shook their heads. To put it nicely, this girl was well-mannered and had an aristocratic air about her. To put it bluntly, she was putting on airs. Even with the situation becoming so urgent, she still didn't seem the least bit flustered. "Ah, you shouldn't flaunt your wealth. This young lady just doesn't get it. A ruby ring is such a valuable item. How could she possibly bring it out in broad daylight like this? It's bound to attract the attention of some thieves." The crowd buzzed with speculation. "Let us all help him look for it." The two ushers at the entrance suddenly closed the glass doors tightly, one on the left and one on the right, instinctively blocking the man in the suit from leaving. Li Ergu, however, remained completely unfazed. not moving a muscle. The lobby manager reassured her. Miss, don't worry. There are only a few people in the store, it certainly can't have been lost. Several waitstaff and guests joined in the search, but found nothing. Chin Nan suddenly turned to Li Ergu and said calmly, He stole it. Li Ergu flew into a rage. You little brat, do you have any proof? Don't make baseless accusations. Chin Nan looked as composed as ever. But you're the only one who was about to leave. The unspoken implication was that you were the only one who had passed by me just now, and that when my ruby ring went missing. Li Ergu was beside himself with rage. I can understand being upset about losing something, but to slander someone out of the blue is completely unacceptable. I won't make a big deal out of this. The floor manager and the crowd couldn't help but shake their heads. It was indeed wrong of the girl to make baseless accusations based solely on speculation. Suddenly, a guest spoke up. Aren't there security cameras? Just check the footage and we'll know for sure. Everyone chimed in. Right, right. Just as the lobby manager was about to give the order, a server whispered, Manager, the security cameras have been broken for 3 days, they still haven't been fixed. Although his voice was very soft, everyone had heard him clearly. The lobby manager's face immediately turned grim. Ivy and Chun exchanged glances. They never would have imagined that the girl's ruby ring could have simply vanished into thin air. Chun said, There are only a handful of people on the first floor, it's impossible for it to have been lost. But everyone was helping her look for it just now. It's hard to say whether someone might have been tempted even if they found it. They could have secretly hidden it. What did you say? We were kindly helping her look for it, and now we're being called thieves? Everyone glared at him in outrage. He just tarred everyone with the same brush. Chun paid no heed to their reaction, but he understood human nature better than anyone. At first, people might have genuinely helped the girl search out of goodwill, but later on, some might have succumbed to their greed. Someone shouted, Call the police! Call the police! Call the police! Everyone chimed in unison. Li Ergu's expression shifted slightly. I don't care if you call the police or not, but doing so will waste a lot of time and ruin this big deal for me. Can you afford to compensate me for that? You can wait here for the investigation to drag on, but I can't wait. I'm leaving. As he spoke, he took a few more steps toward the door, but the 2 ushers refused to open it, glancing questioningly at the lobby manager. The crowd all turned their attention to the man in the suit at the same time. Chin Nan chuckled softly, shot him a contemptuous glance, and said nothing. Chun cast a casual glance around the room, then suddenly thought, Could my appraisal site help me find it? With a thought, he focused his mind, activated appraisal site, and scrutinized everyone one by one. He fixed his gaze on Li Ergu's briefcase, but it was completely empty. There was no sign of the ruby ring. Nothing? Could it be that it wasn't him? He turned to examine each person in turn, and suddenly, his gaze fell on the small Chanel handbag held by the middle-aged woman in the floral blouse. He saw that the Chanel handbag seemed to be gradually fading and becoming transparent, revealing its contents clearly. Aside from an iPhone, cosmetics, and tissues, the outline of a ruby ring caught his eye. So it was her? Are they together? How did that man get the ruby ring into her hand? Chun pondered for a moment, surmising to himself that it must have happened while they were paying the bill. He'd taken advantage of the waiter blocking his view to slip it to her. Lu Tsuehua stood calmly among the crowd, her expression composed. I'm not really one for calling the police, but this is undoubtedly the easiest solution. Chin Nan took out his phone, ready to make the call. Lu Tsuehua's expression betrayed a hint of panic. She discreetly took a few steps back, quickly pulled the ruby ring out of her purse, tossed the ring box aside, and with lightning speed stuffed the ring into a crevice in the sofa. She then resumed her calm and composed demeanor. Miss, I have an idea. Chun suddenly spoke up. What? Chin Nan looked at him. I can catch the thieves for you right here, and you can just hand them over to the police. If the police have no leads and have to question everyone one by one, it'll probably take more than an hour or 2, and we'll all be stuck here. Only then did everyone realize he was right. If you have a way, that would be perfect, Chin Nan said calmly. Ivy gripped Chen's lapel with some concern. Chan, are you sure you can do this? Chen smiled. Don't worry. Chin Nan asked, What's your plan? Chun smiled slightly but said nothing. He took a step forward, reached out, and picked up her Gucci bag, emptying its contents onto the table. Lipstick, cosmetics, wet wipes, feminine hygiene products, and other items scattered across the table. Chun picked up her iPhone and sniffed at a rose scent wafted up exactly the same as the perfume she was wearing. Chun reached out again to grab a wet wipe. You pervert. Chin Nan, who had remained calm and composed until then, suddenly flew into a rage. Chun awkwardly pulled his hand back. I'm not sniffing it anymore. I'm not sniffing it anymore. The others couldn't help but frown, looking at Chun with disgust. Everyone assumed he was using this as an excuse to do something sleazy. Now they felt that his smile and every move he made were exceptionally lecherous. Ivy's mouth dropped open, her face a mask of disbelief. This? Suddenly noticing the stares directed at her filled with contempt and disgust, she felt utterly ashamed. Chun, how could he have changed so much? Or was he always like this, just hiding it well? Chapter 21. Following the scent to find the treasure. Seeing everyone's reaction, Chun hurriedly explained, It's not what you're thinking. I have an exceptionally keen sense of smell. As long as she touched something, anything that picked up the scent of her perfume, I'm sure I can smell it, so of course I'll be able to find it. Actually, he wanted to say body odor, but he was afraid he'd get beaten to death. Everyone looked puzzled, clearly not believing him. Chun gave an awkward smile and said no more. He strode quickly over to Li Ergu, who looked at him with utter contempt. Do I need to open my bag so you can take a look? No need to sniff it. Chun circled him once, pretended to take a whiff, then shook his head. You're carrying the scent of that girl's perfume. Everyone froze for a moment, staring intently at Li Ergu. Could it really be him? Li Ergu glared at Chun, seething with rage. What did you say? To prove my innocence, I'll open my briefcase and let you inspect it. Just as he was about to unzip his bag, Chun shook his head. No need. You're just carrying the scent of that ruby ring, but it's no longer on you. Chun slowly walked back toward the crowd, sniffing the air around him deliberately, as if he were a dog, and approached them slowly. The crowd instinctively took a few steps back. Staring at him with disgust, 7 or 8 women subconsciously raised their hands to shield themselves. This guy is just using this as an excuse to take advantage of us. That woman looks as beautiful as a flower. Yet with a pervert like this, she clearly isn't a good person either. Everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward Ivy. Ivy's face was beetroot red. If there had been a crack in the ground, she would have crawled right into it. A heavily made-up woman in her 50s, her movements unusually exaggerated, crossed her arms protectively in front of her and backed away as far as she could. Stay away from me. Otherwise watch out, I'll kick your third leg off. As she spoke, powder crumbled off her face in a shower of fine particles. Chun couldn't help but be speechless. Even if I wanted to take advantage of someone, I'd go after those young girls. He slowly walked up to Lu Tsuehua, raised his nose and sniffed around. Lu Tsuehua deliberately put on an angry expression. You're not going to say that ring is on me, are you? It's definitely on you. Your purse is already stained with that girl's perfume. Chun took a step forward and snatched her Chanel handbag. He took it upon himself to unzip it and dump out everything inside. Nail clippers and other items fell out, but there was no ruby diamond ring. Where is it? Everyone was extremely surprised. Lu Tsuehua looked completely calm and composed. Faking it? You're faking it? Making baseless accusations. The crowd looked even more disgusted by now. Everyone knew Chun was nothing but a scoundrel and a rogue, using such a despicable excuse to take advantage of these women. Chun acted as if he hadn't heard their reactions. With a cold snort, he took another step forward and suddenly pointed at the ring box on the sofa, saying, Hey, a ring box? He took another step, positioning himself exactly between the two sofas, and suddenly pointed at the gap between them, exclaiming, The ruby ring is right here. Li Ergu and Lu Tsuehua's faces turned pale. Chin Nan and the others hurried over, and the crowd couldn't help but exclaim, The ruby ring really is here. Lu Tsuehua's expression had returned to normal by then. She pretended to look as well and sneered. Since the ring is here, how can you falsely accuse me of stealing it? Everyone looked at Chun in puzzlement. Chun had known she'd try to wriggle out of it and said smugly, This young lady was sitting up front, how could the ring have ended up here? The only explanation is that when the man was paying the bill, he took advantage of the waiter blocking his view to steal the ring and casually slipped it to you. If she hadn't noticed it at the time, you would have simply paid the bill and left. If she had noticed it, her first suspicion would have fallen on that man. But he wasn't even carrying the ring. Even if the police had arrived, you would have quickly hidden it. Even if they investigated, since you weren't in possession of the stolen goods, Naturally, no one would have suspected you. You would definitely have looked for another opportunity to return to the store and retrieve the ring. As for the store's surveillance cameras being out of order, maybe you were counting on luck, or perhaps you happened to hear about it and just got bolder. Li Ergu and Lu Tsuehua's faces turned ashen, and the two suddenly took off running toward the exit. Just then, the floor manager and several male waiters rushed forward, and with a flurry of hands, they pinned the two down. The floor manager waved his hand, ordering them to be escorted outside so as not to disturb the other diners. Qin Nan held the recovered ruby ring in her hands. A fleeting look of joy flashed in her eyes. She bowed respectfully to Chen. I apologize for my earlier suspicion and misunderstanding. My name is Qin Nan. May I ask your names, sir and miss? Although her voice remained icy, it clearly carried a hint of joy. My name is Chun. Chun knew that people like her, though cold on the surface, were genuinely sincere once they admitted their mistakes. My name is Ivy. Mr. Chun, Miss Yi. Thank you both so much. Qin Nan shook hands with Chun and Ivy. Everyone stared at Chun in utter astonishment, and Ivy couldn't help but ask, Chun, can you really find someone else's belongings just by their scent? Chun rubbed his nose and laughed. Of course. Otherwise, how do you think I found it? He couldn't reveal the secret behind his special ability, so naturally he had to make up this excuse. Qin Nan dialed a number. Just then, the sound of police sirens rang out from outside. A police car pulled up, and 3 officers escorted the man in the suit and the man in the floral shirt into the vehicle. An Audi pulled up. A man in a suit nodded at Qin Nan inside the store, exchanged a few words with the 3 officers, and then drove off alongside the police car. This man was clearly one of Qin Nan's subordinates. Everyone looked at him with admiration and felt deeply apologetic for the earlier misunderstanding. I never imagined there were people in this world with such extraordinary abilities. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Qin Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Mr. Chun, I never imagined you possessed such extraordinary abilities. Ivy said sheepishly, Chun, I'm sorry. Just now I thought. It's fine. In that situation, anyone would have thought I was up to no good. Ivy and the others felt even more embarrassed. The restaurant manager, surnamed Ma, announced loudly, We are truly ashamed that such an incident occurred at our establishment. To express our sincere apologies, your bills are all on the house. Everyone was overjoyed. Just then, the restaurant door swung open, and a middle-aged couple walked in. The man was of medium build, with a beaming smile that made him look like the laughing Buddha. He was clearly a successful businessman. The woman beside him wore a moon-white cheongsam and exuded an air of grace and elegance. Her hair was styled in a high, aristocratic updo, and she wore a string of pearls around her neck, but her face was deathly pale, as if she had just recovered from a serious illness. Chapter 22. What a mess this circle is. Chun couldn't help but glance at the woman's figure, his eyes flashing. Manager Ma hurried forward and said to the middle-aged man, Boss, this is the young man, his name is Chun. The man's eyes sparkled as he and his wife strode over and shook Chen's hand firmly. Mr. Chun, nice to meet you. I'm Su Qing, the owner of this restaurant. I've already heard about what happened earlier. Old Ma told me all about it. Miss Yi, my name is Yang Yun. You can just call me Sister Yang. Su Qing's wife said warmly as she shook Ivy's hand. Before Ivy could say a word, the roar of sports cars suddenly echoed from outside, and 7 or 8 of them pulled up in front of the restaurant. A dozen or so young people dressed in flashy, colorful outfits jumped out of the cars. To everyone's surprise, the first 2 to emerge were Shin Chaoyang and Han Bing. Each was holding a large bouquet of flowers, and they began dancing street dance together. Big sister, big sister. Both the diners inside the restaurant and the passers-by on the street couldn't help but turn to watch. Ivy's face instantly turned ashen. Just then, a red Ferrari sped up like a bolt of lightning, screeched to a halt, and a man wearing a floral shirt leaped out. He was exceptionally tall and burly. His hair slicked back to a glossy sheen, and he held a large bouquet of bright red roses in his hands. He walked into the restaurant, heading straight for Ivy with a faint smile on his face. Xiao Shui, these are for you. He was just about to hand the flowers to Ivy, but Ivy's expression turned cold. She extended her right arm and, without thinking, hooked it around Chun's arm, saying coldly, Gavin, I've told you many times before I have a boyfriend. Do you believe me now? I don't like you. Please leave. Gavin froze, staring intently at Chun, grinding his teeth in rage. Chun, is that you? It's me, Chun replied, nodding indifferently. Gavin was their college classmate rumored to be the son of a wealthy family who had been exceptionally arrogant and domineering during their time at school, and had clashed with him and Fatso several times. Outside, Shen Chaoyang, Han Bing, and the others witnessed the scene. They had all gone silent, staring in utter disbelief. Shen Chaoyang stared blankly at Chun, his eyes practically shooting fire. Just thinking about what happened last time filled him with rage. Han Bing, meanwhile, looked as if she'd swallowed a fly. Her face was an ugly shade of pale. She simply couldn't fathom how Chun could possibly be involved with Ivy. You're just a broke loser. How could Xiaoxue possibly like you? Gavin stood there dumbfounded for a moment before suddenly snapping out of it. Why wouldn't Xiaoxue like me? She had a crush on me back in school. Does she really prefer a good-for-nothing like you, who has been drained by booze and women? You're nothing but a spoiled rich kid living off your parents, waiting to die. But Xiaoxue sees my potential. I'm going to build a business from scratch. Chun smiled faintly. To make it seem more convincing, he reached out and gently wrapped his arm around Ivy's waist. He could clearly feel Ivy's body stiffen involuntarily, but she didn't pull away. Chun felt a sharp pain in the soft flesh at his waist. He winced but held back from making a sound. Gavin was consumed by jealousy, but didn't know how to respond. He stared intently at Ivy. Xiaoxue, don't you care about the agreement between our family's elders? Ivy snorted coldly. Go find whoever agreed to your marriage. I never agreed to it. Just agreeing to meet with you is already doing my family a huge favor. Gavin stood there frozen. Just then, Shen Chaoyang and the others suddenly burst through the door and strode over. Shen Chaoyang glared viciously at Chen, his eyes seeming to flash with a beast-like glint. Chun, you toad thinking you can eat swan meat. Have you had enough of living? Oh, what happened to that South Red agate bracelet and the red coral you bought last time? Shen Chaoyang and Han Bing's faces suddenly turned as grim as if their fathers had died. Chun shot him a cold glance, then looked at Han Bing in the crowd before suddenly turning to Gavin with a meaningful smile. He took a step forward and sniffed the air. Everyone instinctively took a few steps back. What are you trying to do? Han Bing, did you check into a hotel room with Gavin yesterday morning? Shen Chaoyang, you two really are good buddies. Chun suddenly seemed to forget about the guy with the yellow hair and the guy with the purple hair in the crowd. Wait, that's not right. I can smell Han Bing's scent on both of you too. Last night, around 8 o'clock, the two of you were with Han Bing together. Han Bing, you were with Shen Chaoyang in the middle of the night. Shen Chaoyang, that hat on your head is way too dark. Haha. Ivy, Qin Nan, and the others all stared at Han Bing in utter disbelief, with only 4 words on their minds. This circle is really messy. Han Bing's face turned ashen. You're talking nonsense. Shen Chaoyang, however, glared at Han Bing with an icy expression and roared. Is what he said actually true? I kept calling you after 8 p.m. last night, but couldn't get through. Later you said you were taking a shower. I called yellow hair and purple hair to place a bet, but no one picked up. Yellow hair and purple hair's faces turned ashen, and they instinctively took a few steps back. Seeing this, Shen Chaoyang already knew exactly what was going on. Chun suddenly pointed at Gavin and said, You were probably partying with 2 women the night before last, but one of them has an STD. If you don't get treated right away, things could get pretty bad for you too. It's hard to say whether any of you have been infected or not. What? Everyone was horrified. There were about 17 or 18 people there, half men and half women, and since Han Bing had been involved with almost every man present, none of them could escape unscathed. Everyone's faces turned ashen, and they hurriedly rushed out the door. Shen Chaoyang, however, stepped forward and landed a punch right in Gavin's face. Fuck you. I treated you like a brother, and you went and slept with my girl. Gavin hurled the rose at his face and landed a right hook on his jaw. You've lost your mind. How dare you hit the boss? Sleeping with your girl was me giving you face. He rushed out the door. The crowd scrambled outside, jumped into their cars, and amid a roar of engines, several sports cars sped away like the wind. Ivy, Qin Nan, and the others knew full well that these guys had all headed to the hospital. Everyone stared at Chun as if he were a monster, feeling a bit afraid. This guy was truly terrifying with him around. No one could possibly hide any misdeeds from him. Seeing everyone's reaction, Chun couldn't help but give a wry smile. When he spotted Su Qing, it was as if something suddenly came to mind. Mr. Su. Unexpectedly, Su Qing jumped up as if he stepped on a cat's tail and took several quick steps backward. Young brother Chun, don't try to sow discord. I've never been the type to fool around. Chun glanced at Yang Yun again and smiled. I could sense it from Sister Yang's aura. The two of you are incredibly devoted to each other. You're nothing like those couples who sleep in the same bed but have different dreams. Su Qing and Yang Yun both let out a sigh of relief. Yang Yun had genuinely feared that Su Qing was fooling around behind her back, but with Chun's words, she was completely put at ease. You scared the life out of me. Brother Chun, what exactly are you trying to say? Chun chuckled. Old Su, I'm offering you a shot at wealth and prestige. Are you in? Chapter 23, Chun's Vision for the Future. Everyone looked at Chun in confusion, and Su Qing was thoroughly baffled as well. Brother, I run this Western-style restaurant. While I haven't become a tycoon, at least I'm well off and have no financial worries. What kind of wealth are you still trying to give me? Everyone couldn't help but nod. Su Qing's circumstances were likely already better than those of 90% of the population. Chun scanned the restaurant and laughed. Bro, with just the two of you here, how much richer could you possibly get? The restaurant upstairs is probably yours too, but I'm afraid you don't have many customers there either. Do you? I want to give you an even greater fortune. Upon hearing this, Su Qing and Yang Yun both couldn't help but look grave. Brother, sit down. Sit down. Come on. Pour everyone a cup of coffee. Su Qing invited Chen, Ivy, and Qin Nan to sit first. Then he and Yang Yun took their seats last. None of the other customers had left. They all stared curiously at Chen, eager to hear what he had to say. To be honest, Brother Chun, there's a lot to say about this Western-style restaurant of mine. We have very few customers. We're neither making a profit nor a loss, and I don't even want to run it anymore. I've consulted many feng shui masters, but I still don't know what the problem is. Su Qing looked utterly distressed. Chun chuckled. It's in such a prime location, there's no reason for foot traffic to be so low. Su Qing slapped his thigh. Exactly. Chun took a sip of coffee and smiled slightly. He pointed toward the blue and white porcelain vase on the counter. The problem lies with that. He then pointed at the jade paixio, and that too. Su Qing turned around and stared wide-eyed at the two antiques. What do you mean? Brother, I like antiques. I don't know much about them, but sometimes when I come across something I like, I just snap it up. Are there some special beliefs associated with them? Chun turned back and said, that blue and white porcelain vase is likely from the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty. It's an authentic piece. Price-wise, it's not too expensive. It should be worth over $1 million. As for that jade paixio, although it's genuine Hotan jade, it's common knowledge that Hotan jade comes in several grades. Among them, mutton fat jade is the king of jades, while black jade, yellow jade, and sugar jade are all considered the lowest grades. This jade paixio is made from low-grade yellow jade. It lacks purity, hardness, and transparency, and the craftsmanship isn't refined. It feels rough to the touch. It is indeed an antique, likely dating from the mid-Ming dynasty. It wasn't an ornament for imperial relatives or nobility. It was probably a burial offering for a court official or wealthy merchant. Its market value should be around $3 million. Su Qing looked at Chun in surprise. Brother Chun, do you know how to appraise antiques? When I first picked up these two old pieces, I had them appraised by someone else. They were indeed authentic, and both the age and price matched exactly what you just said. Chun smiled slightly. I studied archaeology in college. I wouldn't say I'm an expert, but I'm just quite interested in appraisal. Su Qing and Yang Yun both had a sudden realization. I never would have guessed Brother Chun knew how to appraise antiques. My apologies. My apologies. To be an antiques expert at such a young age is truly remarkable. These days, even the slightly well-known appraisal masters are all in their 40s, 50s, or 60s. You really can't judge a book by its cover, nor measure the depth of the sea with a bucket. Everyone looked at Chun with eyes full of admiration. Each person was filled with respect. Chun was, after all, a young man, and seeing that he had earned such respectful and admiring glances from so many people, he felt quite pleased with himself. But on the surface, he still put on an exceptionally humble demeanor. What he didn't realize was that, with the current nationwide craze for antiques, ordinary people were desperately eager to meet a true expert in authentication. Not only do these experts command exorbitant fees, but ordinary people have virtually no chance of meeting them. What's most shocking is that even those renowned masters often make mistakes, misidentifying their own sky-high-priced antiques as fakes. And what's even more ridiculous is when they mistake a fake for the real thing. People who practically stake their entire fortune on it, only to bring home a counterfeit, end up feeling so devastated they'd rather jump off a building. People have developed an unprecedented passion for collecting antiques, and at the same time, they are eagerly searching for those genuine, honest masters. A look of sudden realization flashed across Qin Nan's pretty face, and she smiled faintly. If you'd said you know how to appraise antiques, I would have understood everything. I've heard that true antique appraisal masters can even smell the distinct scents emitted by antiques from different dynasties. What she meant was, I already know you found the ruby ring based on my scent, not my perfume. Su Qing, Yang Yun, and Ivy all realized this instantly, and strange smiles spread across their faces. Chun smiled slightly, looking a bit embarrassed. Actually, antique appraisal is quite similar to the process of diagnosing patients in traditional Chinese medicine. Both follow the methods of observation, smell, inquiry, and palpation. These days, TCM practitioners have mostly forgotten the family heirlooms passed down by our ancestors. They can only briefly assess a patient's complexion, and almost no one knows how to use the sense of smell anymore. The main focus is on the medical interview. As for taking the pulse, a TCM master who can accurately read a pulse and cure a disease with the right medicine is already a rare sight. Everyone nodded in agreement. These days, many TCM practitioners rely entirely on Western medical instruments to diagnose illnesses. Is that really still traditional Chinese medicine? The antique trade follows 4 steps. Right now, I'm only slightly proficient in observation, that is, examining the object's shape, material, and authenticity to infer its age. As for smell, that's the realm of master-level experts who can detect the scent of an antique. I'm nowhere near that level yet. Su Qing sighed. Even today's master appraisers rely on all sorts of high-tech methods. If they can identify the authenticity of the material and thereby distinguish between genuine and fake pieces, they're already considered top tier. I don't think I've ever heard of anyone who can actually smell the scent of an antique. Chin nodded. He had once seen on a TV appraisal show that a folk artist could detect the scent of an antique from 8 meters away and determine its authenticity. As a result, this extraordinary skill stunned all the experts and viewers present. Those so-called appraisal masters, feeling their prestige tarnished, eventually made an excuse, claiming that antique appraisal involves not only determining authenticity but also gaining knowledge of the historical, cultural, humanistic, and social customs of the era. If one were to focus solely on the market value of antiques and view them purely in terms of their monetary value, that would be a complete misstep, something no one would condone. The expert's reasoning was so lofty that it was impossible to refute. In the end, the folk artist was sent off the stage in disgrace and seems to have never appeared on any appraisal show since. How can true appraisal masters ever emerge when these so-called experts use underhanded tactics to suppress those with genuine skills? Chun still felt a bit indignant whenever he thought about it. Everyone looked at Chun, feeling a twinge of regret they didn't have any antiques to have him appraise on the spot. Chun, take a look at this ruby ring of mine. How much is it worth, exactly? Chapter 24. Believe it exists, don't believe it doesn't. At that moment, Qin then extended her right hand, as white as jade. The blood-red gem on her ring finger sparkled with a dazzling red glow. Everyone's faces were filled with envy. Qin glanced at it. This must be an untreated pigeon's blood ruby from Mogok, Myanmar, right? It's the very finest grade of ruby. An absolute rarity. It looks to be at least 10 carats. The market value should be around 200,000 per carat, wouldn't you say? But top-grade pigeon's blood rubies from Mogok rarely exceed 2 carats. I'm afraid this one is something you simply can't buy, no matter how much money you have. Qin then stared at Chun in utter shock and smiled faintly. 12 carats? The current market price is around 250,000. 12 carats? That is 3 million. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in unison, staring at Qin Nan in disbelief. She was definitely a little rich girl. If some poor guy caught her eye, he'd turn his life around in an instant. Just then, Su Qing suddenly spoke up. Chen, do you think the business at my store has anything to do with that antique vase and that jade paixio? Chun finally got to the point and nodded. Don't you think it's way too cold in here? It's completely different from the cold of the air conditioner. It feels kind of eerie and chilling. Everyone nodded in agreement, while Su Qing and Yang Yun were particularly puzzled. We've been wondering about that too. The air conditioner isn't set very low, but we still feel a chill running through our whole bodies. It's an indescribable kind of cold. Now that you mention it, young man, I finally understand it really is that kind of chilling, eerie atmosphere. Su Qing slapped his forehead in sudden realization. Actually, it's these two antiques causing the trouble. They've been buried underground for hundreds of years, so naturally they carry that cold, damp aura from beneath the earth. By displaying them in the hotel restaurant, you're unconsciously giving people a bone-chilling, eerie feeling. Subconsciously, people want to patronize the place, so naturally, your restaurant's business suffers. Su Qing, Yang Yun, Qin Nan, Ivy, and the others all looked at Chun, each feeling a bit puzzled. Young man, isn't what you're describing just like feng shui? Do these antiques really have that kind of effect? Then why don't we get that feeling in antique shops? Su Qing was still a bit skeptical. Chun smiled and said, "Do you believe in feng shui?" Seeing Su Qing nod, he continued, "Actually, these antiques, just like the principles of feng shui, possess an invisible energy field or, to put it in scientific terms, a magnetic field. They subtly influence people's consciousness and perceptions. As for why antique shops don't have that cold, eerie atmosphere, it's because they're places specifically designed to house antiques. They have their own unique magnetic field, so you naturally don't sense it there. A hotel, on the other hand, is a place open for business, with a constant flow of people coming and going. It's simply not a suitable place to display antiques. People's perceptions are particularly sensitive subconsciously. They decide they don't want to come back." Chun looked once more at the vase and the jade paixio. It looks like these two burial artifacts were placed alongside the corpse. There was no separate burial pit. They've both absorbed the stench of decomposition. It's extremely inauspicious. And you actually kept them in the store? What? Everyone felt an overwhelming wave of nausea, nearly vomiting on the spot. Su Qing and Yang Yun couldn't help but turn pale with horror. Chun didn't even glance at their expressions. He stood up, walked to the counter, and looked at the jade paixio, saying, "You've placed this jade paixio incorrectly. In business, jade paixio should always be displayed in pairs, and they must be consecrated. It's bad enough that you only have one, but it hasn't even been consecrated, and worst of all, it was dug out of the ground. And its mouth is actually facing inward? Isn't that inviting financial loss? The correct way to display a paixio is with its mouth angled toward the entrance. Only then can it attract customers and bring in wealth from all directions. Furthermore, it's south best to place a little water in front of it, symbolizing the cleansing of its eyes and mouth, which helps it seize wealth from all directions." As he spoke, he reached out and turned the paixio so its mouth was angled toward the entrance. The group wasn't sure if it was just their imagination, but after Chun had repositioned the paixio, they felt as though the temperature inside the shop wasn't quite as bone-chillingly cold anymore. "Of course, it's best not to display these two antiques in the shop," Chun said as he returned to his seat. Su Qing, Yang Yun, and the others stood there wide-eyed, their faces filled with bewilderment. They never would have imagined that there were so many intricacies involved with antiques. A faint smile played at the corner of Chun's mouth. Antiques, much like the art of feng shui, are mysterious and elusive, something no one can fully explain. People dare not believe in them, yet dare not disbelieve them either. Most people adopt the attitude that it's better to believe they exist than to believe they don't. Seeing that Su Qing believed in feng shui, Chun was certain he would buy into this line of reasoning. As for whether antiques truly possessed such mysterious and unfathomable powers, Chun wasn't sure himself. He simply felt an intense sense of unease whenever these two artifacts were placed there. Sure enough, Su Qing was already drenched in sweat from fear, stammering, right, you're right. These two antiques should be removed immediately. They can't stay here any longer. Young man, take a look. Is there anything else amiss?" Chun fixed his gaze on Su Qing for a moment, then suddenly turned to look at Yang Yun standing beside him. His eyes darted back and forth, and he remained motionless for a long while. Yang Yun's expression tightened involuntarily, and she whispered, "Chun, what's wrong with my sister?" Chun said, "Sister Yang, are you feeling unwell?" Su Qing's face was filled with bitterness as he said, "Chun, to be honest, when Sister Yang and I were younger, we didn't want to have children too early. But now that we've been trying to conceive these past few years, we just can't seem to get pregnant." Chin nodded. "You went to the hospital for checkups, but there were no physical issues found. The doctors could only advise you that perhaps you were too anxious and told you to relax. And Sister Yang's complexion is unnaturally pale. Anyone who sees her would think she must be ill. But that's not the case at all. Su Qing kept nodding, saying in surprise, "Chun, are you knowledgeable in traditional Chinese medicine?" Chun remained silent, his gaze still fixed on Yang Yun. "Sister Yang, you're wearing an ancient Han Dynasty jade pendant, aren't you? Give it to me. All the answers lie here." Su Qing and Yang Yun couldn't help but be startled. They hadn't expected Chun to possess such keen perception. Yang Yun reached beneath her pearl necklace and pulled out a round jade disc about 5 or 6 centimeters in diameter, with a 1 centimeter hole and a thickness of about half a centimeter strung on a platinum chain. The jade had a faint yellowish tint, and both sides of the disc were engraved with the image of a fierce tiger. Yang Yun bent down, removed the jade disc, and handed it to Chun. Chun reached out to take it. The jade disc still retained a faint warmth. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the jade disc. Although none of them knew its exact value, they surmised it must be extremely valuable. Ivy and Qin and couldn't help but let a peculiar gleam flash in their eyes given their status. They knew this jade disc was undoubtedly a rare treasure. Chun bent down to sniff it and said calmly, "A rare treasure among jade discs, one of a kind. It must date from the same period as the Mwangdui mummy. Its market value is at least 20 million. Chapter 25, The Malevolent Jade. But Sister Yang absolutely must not wear it. It's not suited for you. The energy and malevolent aura of this jade disc far exceed those of the blue and white porcelain vase, and the jade paixio by dozens of times. It will easily drain Sister Yang's essence, energy, and spirit." Su Qing and Yang Yun's faces turned pale. Chun, Su Qing's lips trembled, and he couldn't get a word out. It took quite a while before he managed to say, "This jade I went to such great lengths to select for Sister Yang. How could it possibly contain and evil energies?" Chun replied calmly, "The jade is the earliest and most enduring type of jade artifact in our country. It is a very important auspicious jade. The Warring States period through the Han dynasties marked the golden age of the jade. Although there have been developments in later generations, overall it has not changed much. The central hole in a jade is called the whole how, while the surrounding body is called the flesh row. As stated in area Shirtsu, when the flesh is twice the size of the hole, it is called a bai. When the hole is twice the size of the flesh, it is called a yuan. When the flesh and hole are of equal size, it is called a huan. Later, the term yuan gradually fell out of use, and all objects with a flat shape, a circular rim, a central hole, and a rim larger than the hole came to be referred to as bai. Jade discs served 3 primary purposes. First, as ritual vessels for sacrifices to heaven, the gods, and mountains. Second, as ceremonial objects, and third, as personal adornments. There is also another type used in burial rites. This piece here is a burial jade. Chun paused for a moment, looking at Su Qing and Yang Yun. As you all know, the ancients had the custom of burial offerings. Countless emperors, generals, and ministers, in order to continue enjoying the power, status, and opulence of their lives after death, not only buried themselves with priceless treasures but also resorted to various means, fantasizing about reincarnation and eternal life. Judging by the patterns on this jade its owner was likely a court official. By the Western Han Dynasty, the rigid hierarchical structure of feudal society had become well established, and the dragon and phoenix motifs were reserved exclusively for the emperor and empress. As for those permitted to wear the fierce tiger motif, they were either officials of the 5th rank or higher, noblemen such as marquises, or generals who had fought on the battlefield. This jade disc was an item worn by its owner. After his death, it was used as a funeral jade and placed inside the body. Funeral jade refers to jade artifacts crafted in ancient times specifically to preserve the corpse, based on the belief that if gold and jade are placed in the 9 orifices, the deceased will become immortal. Everyone knows that Empress Dowager Cixi was found with a night pearl in her mouth after her death, right? Seeing everyone nod in agreement, Chun continued, "This jade disc serves a similar purpose to Empress Dowager Cixi's night pearl, though it was likely placed not in the anus, but within the abdominal cavity. Ancient people were superstitious. They believed that placing jade objects in the mouth and anus of a corpse would trap the soul, preventing it from dissipating and ensuring reincarnation. I haven't seen the owner of this jade disc's tomb, so I can't speculate on his true identity. The Western Han Dynasty was a period when the commandery county system coexisted with feudal principalities. I don't know if he was an imperial court official or a local official of a commandery or principality. But one thing I can say for certain is that the site of his burial is definitely a place of great misfortune." "A place of great misfortune?" Su Qing asked in surprise. Given his status, he shouldn't he have been buried in a place like that? Indeed, Chen nodded. I suspect he was executed due to suspicion from his superiors, which is why he was buried in such a place of great misfortune. Otherwise, given his status at the time, he would have sought out a top-tier feng shui master and would never have made such a glaring mistake. His superiors ordered him to be buried in that place of great misfortune, clearly intending to prevent him from escaping death after his passing and even to wipe out his entire family first, his descendants, not daring to defy the orders from above yet unwilling to let their entire clan suffer this calamity, secretly placed this jade disc there, hoping he might be reborn. Buried underground for over 2,000 years, this jade disc has absorbed both the resentment of its owner's unjust death and the fierce, malevolent energy of that inauspicious site, becoming exceptionally sinister. It's absolutely unsuitable to wear now. Sister Yang was originally healthy and well, but because she's been wearing this jade disc, her vitality and life force have been gradually drained by it without her realizing it. She's become increasingly listless, and her complexion has grown worse and worse. The longer she wears it, the more deeply the yin energy penetrates her body, yet modern medical tests show no signs of illness. It's also affecting her emotions, making her irritable and quick to anger. I'm guessing Sister Yang has been wearing this jade disc for about 3 or 4 years, hasn't she? The moment Chun laid eyes on Yang Yun, he had already sensed the eeriness of the jade disc she was wearing. He had long since examined it using appraisal sight. Even without the special ability, and even using the medical techniques from Hua Tuo's Healer's Codex, he would have easily detected Yang Yun's condition. Su Qing and Yang Yun exchanged a glance, both their faces filled with fear. Chun. Young man, you're absolutely right. It's been 4 years since I gave this jade disc to Sister Yang. Su Qing muttered to himself. Back then, we were just starting to try for a baby, but we just couldn't conceive. And over the past 3 years, Sister Yang's temper has grown increasingly volatile. She's lost all the gentleness and grace she used to have. I always thought it was because she was so anxious about not being able to get pregnant. Everyone understood that these factors were actually intertwined. Since Yang Yun couldn't conceive, her mood naturally suffered, and she was bound to become increasingly irritable. And the more impatient she became, the harder it was for her to conceive. The jade disc was merely adding fuel to the fire. Yang Yun's face was deathly pale, covered in beads of sweat. Brother Chan, what should I do in my situation? You shouldn't wear this jade disc anymore, and it's best not to display any antiques in your home either. Then your body will gradually heal on its own, Chen said. Brother Chun, thank you. Yang Yun let out a long sigh of relief. She'd been afraid Chun would say, there's nothing I can do. If he had, she would have truly despaired. Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, each breaking out in a cold sweat. They never could have imagined that collecting antiques involved so many intricacies. Qin Nan suddenly exclaimed, Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Chun, if what you're saying is true, does that mean we can't wear any antiques anymore, especially ancient jade? The vast majority of these antiques in the world were dug up from ancient tombs. By your logic, doesn't that mean all antiques carry a malevolent, yin energy? The group couldn't help but pause in surprise. Indeed, wasn't there a flaw in Chen's argument? Chan shook his head. Not at all. Not at all. Not all tombs are places of great evil and misfortune. Objects excavated from such sites naturally have no effect on people. Furthermore, everyone's constitution is different. Sister Yang's resistance is weaker, so the malevolent energy can easily invade her body, while others might remain completely unharmed. As the saying goes, jade nourishes the wearer, and the wearer warms the jade, but that applies to good jade. This, however, is evil jade. How could it possibly nourish anyone? It can only turn against its owner. In recent years, with tomb raiding-themed TV shows and movies flooding the market, although the group scoffed at the various outlandish taboos surrounding ancient tombs, they firmly believed in the feng shui theories that had been passed down for thousands of years. Since they believed in feng shui, they naturally took Chen's words at face value. Chun, thank you. Thank you so much. Su Qing stood up excitedly and gripped Chen's hands tightly. If it weren't for you, your sister and I still wouldn't know what was really going on. I might have ended up killing your sister without even realizing it. Chapter 26. Su Qing's Admiration. Yang Yun couldn't help but reach out and take Su Qing's hand, her face full of tenderness. Chun, now that I'm getting rid of these 2 antiques, are there any special rituals I need to follow? Su Qing was genuinely frightened and couldn't help but overthink things. Chen smiled faintly. No need for that. You just need to take these two antiques out of the dining room. If you don't want to part with them, it's best to keep them in a room at home that Sister Yang never goes into that way. They won't affect her at all.
Su Qing nodded.
I have a few other antiques at home that I don't want to sell just yet. So I'll clear out a storage room and make sure they're kept far away from your sister. Yang Yun suddenly placed the jade disc into Chun's hands. Chun, this jade disc I really shouldn't wear it anymore. I'll give it to you. Su Qing also caught on and nodded eagerly. Right. Young Chen, this jade disc is yours. We can't possibly repay the kindness you've shown us both. So consider this jade disc our token of gratitude. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, but then their eyes began to sparkle with envy. What a generous couple. They were giving away something worth over 20 million without a second thought. Chun's eyes also lit up slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He was indeed very tempted by this jade disc, but the gift was simply too valuable. He knew that if he accepted it, people with ulterior motives would surely claim he defabricated these lies just to get his hands on it. Once his reputation was tarnished, it would be very difficult for him to continue working in the antique circle. He hurriedly declined it. Sister Yang, what are you saying? I just happened to meet Brother Su and Sister Yang today by chance, and happened to do a small favor. How could I possibly accept a gift? Su Qing was a magnanimous man. He saw through Chun's concerns at a glance and admired him even more. Exactly. Little Yang is right. It's fate that brought Sister Yang and me together, which is how we got to know you, our brother. Why would we need to give a gift? As he spoke, he gave Yang Yun a meaningful look. Yang Yun also realized she'd been a bit rash. A friend she'd only just met, and he actually dared to accept an antique worth over 20 million yuan so casually? Just how greedy was this man? Old Ma, bring 3 premium membership cards. Su Qing hurriedly turned to instruct the lobby manager. Old Ma hurriedly brought over 3 platinum membership cards, which Su Qing personally handed one by one to Chan, Ivy, and Qin Nan. From now on, you're all good friends of Yang Yun and me. You'll never be charged a penny at my restaurant. He turned back and instructed Old Ma to give each of the other guests in the restaurant a gold card. To all our friends here, every time you come to dine with us, you'll get half off. The other guests cheered in unison. No one had expected that what started as simply watching the spectacle would end with such an unexpected treat. Chan, Qin Nan, and Ivy looked at Su Qing and couldn't help but nod to themselves. This man was indeed shrewd. Originally, if Chun's remarks had gotten out, they would certainly have had a devastating impact on his Western-style restaurant. But with this move, he immediately won the goodwill of these people, who would naturally spread the word for him for free. No one would ever mention the negative aspects again. With all issues resolved, Ivy felt completely at ease. She ordered a vegetable salad, steak, grilled shrimp soufflé, and a bottle of red wine, filling the table to the brim. Chun was already starving. He didn't know anything about Western dining etiquette, so he picked up his knife and fork and dug in with gusto. Su Qing had already put away the blue and white porcelain vase, the jade pai xiao, and the jade bai disc that Yang Yun had been wearing. Whether it was a mere illusion or not, everyone felt that the room no longer had that chilly, eerie atmosphere. Just then, suddenly, over 100 handsome men and beautiful women all dressed in suits and business attire streamed in one after another. Since the first-floor lobby couldn't accommodate them all, everyone headed up to the second floor. Su Qing, Yang Yun, and the entire staff were speechless. Their restaurant had never hosted so many guests at once. The way everyone looked at Chun was particularly strange. They were practically bowing down in reverence. Young man, you're really, Su Qing stammered, unable to find the words, before finally giving a thumbs up with his right hand. Has my mouth been blessed or something? Chun nearly choked on a piece of beef. Even he found it hard to believe. Half an hour later, Chun, Ivy, and Qin Nan slowly walked out of the restaurant. Su Qing and Yang Yun, leading all the staff, stood on the steps and bowed to see them off. Qin Nan then walked up to Chun and smiled. Chun, what is your phone number? Chun was taken slightly aback. What for? Qin Nan shot him a glare. So I can reach you if I need to. After Chun gave her his number, Qin Nan saved Ivy's phone number as well. She hopped into a red Maserati, started the engine, and sped off like the wind. Chun and Ivy were strolling leisurely along the street, when Ivy suddenly turned to look at him with a meaningful smile. What's up? Chun asked, completely baffled. Chun, do you think Qin Nan has fallen for you? Ivy said with a half-smile. Chen was at a loss for words. How could that be? It's just a minor incident, how could she possibly fall for me? Besides, she is several years older than me. She even took your number. Ivy laughed dismissively. So what if she is a few years older? Isn't an older woman younger man relationship all the rage these days? She asked for my number just on a whim, it was like getting a free bonus. Chun looked at her in surprise. Ivy's face flushed slightly, and she quickly turned her head away. The two of them turned a corner along the street and came upon a small park. The park was unusually bustling, and to their surprise, there were quite a few antique stalls. Just then, Chen's phone suddenly rang. It was Fatso calling. Yangzi, are you busy right now? I spotted a real gem. Fatso's excited voice came through. Accompanied by a lot of noise and commotion in the background, it was unclear where he was. Chun hurriedly said, Fatso, don't do anything rash. Where are you? I'll come check it out for you. Fatso knew nothing about antiques, so Chun was afraid he might get ripped off. I'm at the park where Guangming Road and Huiquan Road intersect. What? You're in this park too? Chun shouted. He never expected such a coincidence. Where exactly are you? You're here too, Fatty realized immediately. I'm in front of a stall in the northwest corner. Chun led Ivy around the crowd and headed straight for the northwest corner. After passing a dozen or so antique stalls, he suddenly saw Fatty waving at him from a distance. Just as Fatty was about to speak, he caught sight of Ivy and couldn't help but stare in surprise. No way! Yangzi, how did you end up hooking up with the campus queen? There was hardly a single one of their college classmates who didn't know Ivy. Fatso had even tried to pursue her back in school, but eventually gave up when he realized he didn't stand a chance. Chun frowned. You don't put it so crudely. We just ran into each other by chance. Ivy's expression darkened slightly, and she raised her right foot, pretending to kick him. Chapter 27, Yuan Datu. Fatso, you really haven't changed a bit, you're talking nonsense. Fatso grinned and dodged out of the way. Whether it was a chance encounter or not doesn't matter. What matters is when we'll get to celebrate their wedding. Ivy's face flushed red, and she scolded. Fatso, if you keep talking nonsense, I'll really get angry. Chen's expression also turned serious. Fatso, stop blurting things out. What kind of treasure did you find? Exactly. Fatso stopped joking around. He flipped his palm open, revealing a yuan data silver dollar. Yangzi, I think this is a priceless treasure. Chun glanced at it and saw that it was a 1 yuan silver coin from the 3rd year of the Republic of China, featuring Yuan Shikai's portrait. The portrait had been polished to a mirror-like shine, while the edges areas not frequently touched by fingers were covered in rust and severely worn. The epaulets and the jaha pattern were already somewhat blurred. Engraved along the right edge of Yuan Shikai's portrait was the Latin signature L. Georgi of the coin's designer and engraver, George Lewers, with the inscription 3rd year of the Republic of China above it. A signed edition? Chen's pupils contracted. Only then did he take a closer look at the vendor, a middle-aged man in his 40s with a simple, honest expression. On the stall in front of him were displayed various porcelain pieces, jade artifacts, ancient coins, root carvings, and other items. Most eye-catching of all was a pile of yuan datu silver coins in the lower right corner of the stall. There were probably several dozen of them. Ivy also gazed curiously at the pile of yuan datu coins. The yuan datu silver coins were simply too famous, even people who had never dabbled in antiques had long since heard of them. Chun chuckled. How much is this vendor asking for? The fat man lowered his voice and whispered in his ear. He is asking for 1,000. I think this one is a 1 in 10,000 treasure, but I don't want to be taken for a sucker yet. I just can't seem to haggle the price down. I asked you to come over to help me appraise it and to haggle a bit while you're at it. Chun smiled faintly. Fatso, what makes you think this Yuan Shikai coin is definitely valuable? Intuition, Fatso said nonchalantly. My intuition has always been spot on. I feel like I'm definitely going to strike it rich this time. Don't people always say that if you have a few yuan to 2 silver dollars at home, you won't have to worry about food or clothing for years to come? And I, Fatso, might just strike it rich thanks to this one. Haha. Chun poured a bucket of cold water on his enthusiasm. Stop daydreaming. This silver dollar is a fake. It's only worth 1,000 or 800 yuan. If it were one of those yuan to 2 coins that S1 in a million, how could anyone possibly sell it to you so cheaply? The fat guy's eyes widened instantly. How could that be? I looked it up carefully online. This signed version is an extremely rare treasure among yuan de 2 coins. ISNT, that line of English writing the name of George, the coin's designer. Chun nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He rolled his eyes and said irritably, "Fatso, information is so readily available these days, just because you know how to search online doesn't mean everyone else does. These days, aside from those remote, poor backwaters with poor transportation and limited access to information, almost everyone in the country knows how to search for things online. Whether it's real or fake, at the very least people know to look up the price online. Do you think the boss is stupid?" Hearing this, the boss flashed a simple, good-natured smile. But Chun couldn't help feeling that behind that smile lay a thick layer of sarcasm. "Even if we take a step back, do you really think relying on online searches to authenticate antiques is reliable? If that were really that useful, wouldn't all those master appraisers be out of a job?" Chun had already scanned it with appraisal site earlier. This yuan datu, silver dollar, was an extremely common item on the market, not a rarity at all. The chubby man scratched his head in confusion, still finding it hard to believe. "So you're saying the one I picked definitely isn't worth much?" Chun felt both exasperated and amused. There are 4 types of yuan data silver coins, each with its own year of issue. Among them, the one from the 8th year of the Republic of China is the rarest. The 1 yuan coins from the 3rd, 9th, and 10th years of the Republic of China are relatively common. Yuan data silver coins come in various versions. They generally have a diameter of 38 to 39 millimeters, weigh between 26.4 and 27 grams, and are typically 89% silver, with the purest ones reaching 90% silver. If the silver dollar bears the characters Gansu, the market price is around 650 yuan. If it's the 3 jiao round plate version, the market price is around 700 yuan. But if it's a signed version, the price per coin will exceed 20,000 yuan by a wide margin. Although this silver dollar is from the 3rd year of the Republic of China, just because you see Lu Erji engraved on it, do you really think it's a rare treasure? Seeing the fat man nodding incessantly, he shook his head in exasperation. The signed version of the silver dollar was minted in the 3rd year of the Republic of China. Lu Erji was meticulous in his work. The design is quite aesthetically pleasing, and very few examples survive, making it extremely valuable to collectors. Consequently, its price has been rising year after year. But counterfeits of the yuan datu began appearing as early as the late Republic of China era. And especially with the antiques boom over the past decade or so, the yuan datu has become a hot collectible. Skilled counterfeiters have started mass-producing fake yuan datu coins. The imitations are so lifelike that they're indistinguishable even from genuine, ordinary yuan datu coins. Even many experts who specialize in authenticating yuan datu coins can't tell the difference. The fat man and Ivy were utterly astonished, their mouths agape in disbelief. "They even counterfeit silver coins? Can you even break even on that?" Chun chuckled lightly. "Back when silver was expensive, it was easy to lose money, so people used to mix in extra copper. But how much does silver cost now? Only 4 or 5 yuan per gram. A 1 yuan silver coin weighs 26 or 27 grams. The cost of materials is no more than 100 yuan, and it's definitely mixed with copper. Even if we use the most common yuan shirkai coin as a benchmark, say, 600 or 700 yuan, that's a net profit of 500 or 600. If they mass-produce them, how much profit would they make? They only need to spend a little money on the initial molds." Ivy and the fat guy were speechless. Not being in the business, they had no idea about the tricks involved. The most basic method of counterfeiting silver dollars is to mix in too much copper. Chun crouched down, casually picked up a medium-sized, big head yuan worth 5 jiao, and gently tapped it against the silver dollar in the fat man's hand. The big head yuan produced a crisp sound. The silver dollar in Chun's hand, however, felt slightly heavier and produced a dull sound. The fat man's expression shifted slightly. "That's not even the most important part." Chun picked up the 5 jiao silver coin again and rubbed it against the English letters on the silver coin in his hand. After rubbing it a few times, he handed the coin to the fat man. The fat man took it and looked at it. To his surprise, the English letters had actually been wiped away. "Wait, where did the name go?" At that moment, even a fool would have realized that this silver coin was a fake. The counterfeiter's craftsmanship was sloppy. He gave himself away. If all silver coins from the Republic of China era were of this quality, they have absolutely no collectible value at all. Chapter 28. Another bargain. The shop owner looked at Chun with some surprise. He hadn't expected such a young man to know so much about the yuan datu coins. He raised his right thumb slightly. Young man, I'm impressed.
I am impressed.
I never would have thought someone so young would know so much. Chen smiled faintly. Bro, how come you have so many yuan de 2 coins here? Do you have a special fondness for antique coins? The shop owner chuckled. When we were tearing down our old house and digging the foundation to build a new one, we unearthed a pile of yuan de 2 coins. After the house was finished, I had some free time, so I decided to sell them off. Later, I collected a few more while out in the countryside. I'm definitely only interested in yuan de 2 coins. The fat man looked dejected. Ugh, what a waste of excitement, he said, reaching to toss the yuan de 2 back. Chun stopped him. They're not worth much, true, but they're worth at least 800. If you hold on to them for 2 years, the price will definitely go up. The fat man pulled his hand back. You're right. This is the first time I've ever appraised antiques, whether they're genuine or fakes. They're definitely worth keeping. Chun crouched down, staring at the pile of yuan de 2 coins. He'd already scanned the rest of the items earlier, they were all fakes. But he hadn't yet examined this pile of coins closely. He focused his attention, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized the pile of silver dollars. Suddenly, several lines of red text appeared before his eyes. Yuan da to 1 yuan. Republic of China Year 3 signed edition. Value, 150,000. Yuan da to 5 jiao. Republic of China Year 3 O edition. Value, 80,000. Yuan da to 1 yuan. Republic of China Year 10. 3 jiao round edition. Value, 70,000. Chun pretended to be nonchalant as he picked out those 3 silver coins. All 3 were heavily tarnished and severely worn. Chun scanned the remaining silver coins. Appraisal site no longer displayed any text, so it was clear that the rest were ordinary coins. He picked out 3 more ordinary coins and set them aside. The fat man picked up the signed 1 yuan silver coin and frowned. Yangzi, this one's even more damaged than the one I had. I passed on it when I first saw it. Are you interested in it? Chun laughed. I'm very interested in yuan shirkai silver dollars too. They're all worthless anyway, so it doesn't matter which one I pick. I'll just take one at random. Boss, we've picked out a total of 7 yuan de 2 coins. From you, can't you give us a better price? The boss replied with a smile. 800 per coin. 500. Chun immediately held up 5 fingers. Not everyone would buy 7 at once. If you're not willing, then forget it. 500 it is. The shop owner gritted his teeth. Although he pretended to be pained by the loss, he was overjoyed inside. He bought all these yuan data coins for just 100 or 2. Although most of them were selling for 7 or 800 on the market right now, those were in excellent condition with almost no wear. The ones Chun had picked, however, were all quite badly damaged if sold individually. They definitely wouldn't fetch 500. Now, by reselling them in one go, he made a profit of 300 or 400. He couldn't help but be overjoyed. Fearing Chun might change his mind, he only breathed a sigh of relief once he saw the transfer go through. Chun gathered up the yuan de 2 coins and turned to leave. The fat guy and Ivy followed close behind. When they reached a secluded spot, Chun held out his right hand, revealing a 5 jiao O version coin and a 3 jiao round version coin resting in his palm. These 2 silver coins, you two can each pick one. The fat guy and Ivy were taken aback for a moment, but they quickly caught on. Yangzi, you, the fat guy's eyes sparkled with excitement. Are you saying both of these silver coins are valuable? Not that valuable, but enough to make some pocket money. Just as the fat guy was about to reach out, he suddenly remembered his gentlemanly manners and nodded toward Ivy. Ivy, you go first. Ivy stared at him in surprise. She hadn't expected the fat guy, who was usually so carefree, to be so proper and composed when he put his mind to it. She had intended to pass, but remembering that everyone who participated got a share, she didn't make a fuss. Okay. She casually picked up the yuan datu coin from the 3rd year of the Republic of China, the O version. The fat guy took the other one. He suddenly remembered the autographed version Chun had brought out first and said, Yangzi, that autographed one you picked up, that must be a rare find too, right? Chun nodded and smiled. Indeed, although this silver dollar is heavily worn, the figure on the obverse has a lively gaze, staring intently upward and forward. His clothing is clean and neat, highlighting his meticulous demeanor. It's very vivid and lifelike. On the reverse, the characters 1 yuan are framed by 2 crossed, symmetrical ears of wheat arranged in a prayer-like gesture. The overall typography and patterns are clear, and the decorative lines are elegant. And the last letter of the Latin signature L. Georgi by the coin's designer and engraver, George Georgi, is noticeably more raised than the others that S his unique design. None of the counterfeiters are even aware of this detail. It's just a shame the wear is so severe it's worth no more than 150,000 now. Otherwise, the price would be at least $1 million. Ivy paused for a moment and murmured, "So, Chun, how much is mine worth? 70 or 80,000? 70 or 80,000? Ivy's voice rose slightly, although she knew that Yuan Shirkai big head silver dollars were very valuable. Experiencing it firsthand still left her utterly shocked. Yours are all O version coins, of course they're worth something. O version. Ivy immediately pulled out her phone to look it up online. The 3-year big head silver dollar, also known as the European version, is characterized by a hidden O mark at the knot of the ribbon, coarser hair than the standard 3-year big head coins, a deep collar, raised epaulets, and a long hook on the right side of the Jaha design. The O version is broadly divided into 3 types: the large epaulette, O version, the medium epaulette, O version, small epaulette O version. If further subdivided, the O version is categorized into wide-eyed and closed-eyed variants, as well as versions of the traditional Chinese character for hua with or without a horizontal stroke, and so on. Ivy murmured softly, then instinctively covered her mouth and stared at Chen in astonishment. Antique authentication is way too complicated. Chan chuckled. The information you can find online is just the most basic knowledge. Fat Man and Ivy couldn't help but nod. Even many renowned authentication experts often make mistakes, and the knowledge available online likely doesn't even scratch the surface. Fat Man said, "Yangzi, what about my silver dollar?" Chun took the Yuan Shirkai silver dollar from his hand and pointed to the triangle above the character round Yuan, saying, "Actually, this is also a type of O version. The triangular circle silver coins, distinguished by the closed triangle in the center of the character round and the right hooked sickle on the Jaha motif, are an indispensable series in Yuan Data silver coin collections. With a wide variety of versions, this series includes many rare treasures. Yours is the large star, recessed shoulder badge version. The shoulder badge is clearly recessed, and the star is large. It's a shallow O version, both of which are prestigious variants within the triangular circle series and extremely rare. Yours is also severely damaged, otherwise it would be worth at least several 100,000. Now, it's worth no more than 6 or 7 10,000. 6 or 7 10,000? The fat man's eyes lit up, and he almost drooled. So I've made another 70,000 today? Making money from antiques is way too easy. Haha. Chapter 29. Selena Jewelry. Chun said exasperatedly, "That's just good luck. You've only come across 2 good pieces in a row. Even those seasoned appraisal masters often slip up. Of course I know that. With an appraisal master like you by my side, how could I possibly lose out?" The fat guy chuckled. Chun couldn't help but be speechless. Ivy said, "Fat guy, you'd better know when to stop. Chun is just starting out. Not to mention him, how many times have even those renowned appraisal masters made mistakes? It's just small-time stuff. Losing a few 10,000 or a few 100,000 doesn't matter. But if I were to lose my entire fortune, it just wouldn't be worth it." There were some things she didn't say outright. Even though the fat guy and Chun were sworn brothers, if Chun's appraisal mistake were to actually cause him to lose everything, no matter how close they were, they'd surely turn against each other. Chun's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't thought that far ahead originally. He'd just assumed that with his golden finger. He'd definitely be able to help the fat guy a lot. But now that he thought about it, Ivy did have a point. Who knew if this appraisal site would still be around in the future? Would its appraisal results be 100% accurate? He immediately pushed those jumbled thoughts aside and made a silent resolution. As long as no huge sums of money were involved, he could help without hesitation. But if it came to something that would really put him in a bind, he'd have to step in and warn him. He couldn't just let him run wild. Fatso understood what Ivy meant, too. He chuckled. "Miss Yi, I never would guess that for someone so petite, you'd have so much on your mind. Don't worry, my bond with Yangzi is rock solid. I'll follow his every word, 100%. Chun didn't press the subject any further. Dwelling on it might strain their relationship. The 3 of them chatted casually about other things, and soon the air was filled with a steady stream of giggles and laughter. As the 3 of them left the park, they suddenly looked up and saw an exceptionally luxurious jewelry store across the street. The 6-story building had 4 large, golden characters, Selena Jewelry, glittering on its exterior. Selena Jewelry? I think it's one of the top 10 jewelry brands in the country, said the fat guy. It seems they've already expanded into the international market. Chan said, their TV commercials are everywhere. There's hardly anyone who doesn't know this brand. Ivy's eyes lit up. Shall we go take a look? Chun and the chubby guy knew that women of all ages love jewelry. The two immediately nodded and accompanied Ivy across the street to the entrance of Selena Jewelry. Customers were coming and going in droves. The place was bustling with activity. The three stepped inside, where gold and silver jewelry and all kinds of jade were displayed in such dazzling variety that it was hard to take it all in. All the sales clerks wore matching sky blue business skirts and were young and beautiful. The fat guy couldn't help but drool. As soon as the three approached the display case on the left, the two female clerks behind the counter bowed in unison and said, "Welcome. May I ask what the two gentlemen and this young lady are looking for? We'd be delighted to assist you." The fat guy glanced over the two young women before reluctantly tearing his gaze away. With a cheeky grin, he said, "You two must be new here. What kind of judgment is that? Just look at us. Do we look like the kind of people who can afford jewelry?" He reached out and tugged at Chun's shirt. He and Chun were indeed dressed far too plainly. The combined value of their clothes probably didn't even reach 500 yuan. Now, this young lady here, she might actually be able to afford your jewelry. The heavy-set man gestured vaguely toward Ivy standing in front of him. Although Ivy was wearing only a plain dress, anyone with even a modicum of taste could tell it was worth at least 1,000 yuan. Ivy smiled faintly but said nothing. The two young women looked at the heavy-set man with some surprise. Still smiling, they bowed again and said, "Sir, you have a great sense of humor. Everyone who comes to our Selena jewelry store is a guest. It doesn't matter whether you buy anything or not." The heavy-set man turned to Chun with curiosity and said, "Yangzi, the service at her store is really great. If this were anywhere else, the moment they saw us still dressed like this, they wouldn't even give us the time of day. Forget about being acknowledged, we probably wouldn't even be allowed in the door." Chun couldn't help but nod in agreement. That's true. Especially at those luxury stores, for some reason, many salespeople have this inexplicable sense of superiority. Even though they're clearly just salespeople, it's as if the mere fact that they're selling luxury goods makes them feel like millionaires themselves. They look down on many customers. The girl on the left had a round face, while the one on the right had an oval face. They were both around 22 or 23. The chubby guy seemed quite taken with her. He leaned in a step closer and said, "If you tell me your name, I might just buy one." In fact, the three of them had already clearly seen the three characters Jade on the name tag pinned to the girl's chest. The chubby guy was just deliberately striking up a conversation with her. Jade smiled sweetly. "I'm sure this gentleman has a keen eye. The fact that you walked into our store proves your discernment far surpasses that of others. And I'm even more certain you must have clearly seen my name on the name tag." Chun and Ivy exchanged a glance, both inwardly marveling. Impressive! If this had been any other sales clerk, she would likely have grown impatient long ago. Even if she managed to hold back from shooing the customer away, she probably would have simply said, "I'm sure you've already noticed it." This young woman was incredibly clever. She indirectly complimented the three of them, while also giving a subtle plug for her store's products. The two of them surveyed the bustling crowd inside the store. It was no wonder business was so brisk. The chubby guy was especially astonished. His mouth hung open, and he was momentarily at a loss for words, not knowing what to say. Just then, Ivy slowly walked up to the counter, peering through the glass at each piece in turn, her eyes sparkling at every piece of jewelry. Jade stepped behind the counter and smiled. "Miss, if you like any of these, feel free to try them on. It's okay if you don't buy anything." Ivy pointed to a sapphire necklace. "Bring that one over. Let me take a look." Jade retrieved it from behind the counter. The necklace was made of platinum, with a heart-shaped sapphire pendant hanging from it. The sapphire shimmered with a deep blue glow, reminiscent of the sea. This sapphire necklace is VS2 grade. The color is only medium, so the quality isn't that great. The sapphire is imported from Myanmar, and our company designed and crafted it ourselves. Jade said, "You can have absolute confidence in the raw materials. We guarantee it with our company's reputation." Ivy's face lit up with delight. Chun knew that VS2 was second to last in the jewelry grading scale. He reached out and glanced at the price tag. 1,286,666. Just then, the fat guy nudged him in the side, nodded toward Ivy, and whispered, "Hurry up and go pay. If you don't have enough money, I've got some right here." Chun shook his head. The fat guy was frustrated with him, almost wanting to kick him, and whispered, "This is your chance to prove yourself. Why aren't you going up there? She's giving you an opportunity here. Don't say she's not interested in you. If this were any other guy, he'd have rushed over to pay the bill ages ago." Chapter 30. Running into Selena again. Although the chubby guy's voice was low, everyone still heard every word. Jade and the other girl both looked at Chun in surprise. They hadn't expected him to be so clueless and slow on the uptake. A guy like that was truly rare. Chun, however, just smiled and shook his head. He and Ivy were just good friends right now. What would it look like if he went out of his way to buy Ivy this necklace? If it were one of those sycophants, they'd surely be scrambling to pay the bill. But he wasn't the type to go out of his way to be nice for no reason. Nor did he think that Ivy's picking out a necklace was a hint for him to pay the bill. If Ivy really liked him, they definitely wouldn't have brought Fatso along as a third wheel when buying jewelry. Ivy, of course, had heard every word Fatso said. Although she felt a little disappointed seeing Chun's lack of reaction, she quickly let it go. The two were just good friends at this point, more than friends, but not quite a couple, so she hadn't expected Chun to pay in the first place. Just then, Chun suddenly heard a woman's voice behind him. "Chun!" Chun turned around and couldn't help but freeze in surprise. There stood Selena, accompanied by a group of over 20 people, smiling warmly at him. The men were all dressed in suits and ties, while the women wore business suits. They all carried themselves with the utmost deference. Selena was dressed in a moon-white business dress, her hair pulled up high, making her appear even more energetic and capable. She gave a slight wave of her hand, and the group respectfully nodded and dispersed. Selena walked up slowly and said with a smile, "Chun, what are you doing here?" The chubby guy was utterly stunned, his mouth hanging wide open for what seemed like an eternity. Ivy was also a bit taken aback. She glanced at Selena, then let her eyes wander over Chun's face, her expression full of suspicion. "Your girlfriend is really pretty. Are you here to buy a necklace with her?" Selena looked at Ivy. Though her face was all smiles, she felt extremely uncomfortable inside. Chun smiled slightly. "She's not my girlfriend. She's my classmate, Ivy." "What? Is this your store?" he asked, utterly surprised. His earlier behavior had clearly been that of a company CEO coming down to inspect the premises. "Yes, it is." As soon as Selena heard that Ivy wasn't his girlfriend, she was overjoyed. She held out her hand. "Hello, my name is Selena." Ivy shook her hand. "Hi, I'm Ivy." Selena reached out to greet the chubby guy as well, introducing them all to each other. Although the chubby guy was usually a smooth talker, he was dead serious at that moment. He lightly touched the tip of her right palm with his own before immediately pulling his hand back. Jade and all the other salespeople stared at Chun in astonishment. The chairman had never been so affable toward a guy before. Meanwhile, the chubby guy glanced at Ivy, his eyes darting about as if he'd already figured something out. "Chun, since it's your female classmate choosing a necklace, you can't pick something this cheap," Selena said, taking the sapphire necklace from Ivy's hand and handing it back to Jade. She pointed to a ruby heart pendant necklace up ahead. "This is a signature piece from Selena Jewelry, Charm of the Heart. I designed it myself. It complements Sister Yi perfectly and will definitely bring out your noble elegance." Ivy glanced at the necklace. It was indeed stunning, luxurious, and grand, but she felt a vague sense of unease. "Sister Xiao, I can afford it." Although she spoke with a cheerful smile, everyone could hear the barbed edge in her words. Selena laughed. "Sis, you've misunderstood. I certainly didn't mean that. Since you're friends with Chun, it's only right that I give you a gift. Mr. Wang, you're welcome to pick something too." The heavy-set man shook his head with a smile. His eyes swept over the price tag on Charm of the Heart, and he was startled. 35 million. Suddenly, he noticed the nameplate next to the necklace bearing the artistic signature, Selena. The handwriting was graceful and elegant, yet couldn't hide the domineering aura within it. You're the designer, Selena?" The heavy-set man looked utterly astonished, then suddenly slapped his forehead hard. "Selena Jewelry? I should figured that out ages ago. I'm such an idiot." Selena smiled sweetly. "If you're talking about that designer Selena and there's no one else like her in the country, then that's probably me." Ivy was even more stunned. Chun looked completely baffled and asked curiously, "Is designer Selena that famous?" The heavy-set man replied, "Selena is one of the top 5 designers in the domestic jewelry industry, but she rarely attends fashion shows. Selena pieces are exclusively sold by Selena Jewelry. Pieces she designs herself and signs personally appreciate in value by at least 30%. But even so, they're still next to impossible to get. I remember that last month, designer Selena attended a top-tier jewelry exhibition in Western Europe, and she was invited to design the jewelry including a necklace and ring that the Queen of England wore for her 90th birthday. It caused a sensation in the Western fashion world. I saw it in a fashion magazine. At the time, I thought it was just Chinese people exaggerating on purpose. Now I finally believe it. To actually get to meet this legendary figure, it's really. The fat man was so excited he couldn't get the words out. Chun was speechless. He never cared about these things, so he had no idea who Selena really was. He asked dazedly, "Are you Selena herself?" But isn't that stage name a bit tacky? Why not use the character Xian from your real name? The company's managers, directors, and all the sales staff were stunned. No one had ever dared to speak to the chairman like that before. Selena's reaction stunned everyone once again. She wasn't the least bit upset. Instead, she smiled and nodded. "I originally wanted to use my real name, but I felt it wasn't appropriate. And I just couldn't find a beautiful word that included the character Xian. In the end, I just thought, why not go with Selena, the cheesiest option that's also somewhat close to my name. I think it's too cheesy too. Chun, what do you think we should change it to?" Chun was startled and quickly replied, "I was just speaking off the cuff. Whatever you think is best is fine." Selena laughed. "Chun, let me give you a tour of our store. If you have any suggestions, feel free to share them." Chun quickly declined. "I'd be happy to look around, but I'd rather not offer any suggestions." Selena then led Chun, Fatso, and Ivy on a tour from the first floor all the way up to the third. Each floor featured several pieces of jewelry designed by Selena herself, serving as the store's signature items. Selena Jewelry primarily sold the company's own products, supplemented by items from world-renowned brands like Cartier. Chun did a quick estimate. These 3 floors alone were worth at least 10 billion. "We have a total of 8 retail stores in Binjiang City. This is the flagship store. We also have at least 1 or 2 stores in other cities, and we're gradually expanding into international markets. Our products are quite popular with consumers in over 20 countries." The fat guy and Ivy looked completely dumbfounded. While their own wealth was certainly substantial, it was practically insignificant compared to Selena's. Everyone in the jewelry store, from the manager to the sales staff, secretly studied Chun's retreating figure, having already etched his appearance firmly into their memories. Selena, Chen, and the other 2 returned to the first floor entrance. Just as they were about to leave the store, Chun suddenly remembered something. He turned to look at Jade behind the counter and smiled. "Miss Jade, your service is top-notch." Chapter 31. Attending the auction. Selena nodded and smiled. "Comrade Jade, your monthly salary is raised by 20,000, and you're promoted to assistant manager of the first floor lobby." Jade was instantly stunned, while all the salespeople on the first floor stared at her with envy. Selena personally escorted Chun and the other 2 out of the store, standing on the steps and waving goodbye to them. As the 3 of them walked away, the fat guy couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "Yangzi, how on earth did you meet this woman? I think my family has tens of billions in assets. We're pretty wealthy. But compared to her, I probably wouldn't even qualify as a sidekick." Chun laughed and said, "It was quite a coincidence. It happened yesterday morning." He briefly recounted the events of the previous day, and the fat guy's eyes widened like copper bells. "Damn, you actually stumbled upon something this good. Why don't I have that kind of luck?" Chun was at a loss for words. "You call that good luck? It was just a stroke of luck." He knew full well that if he hadn't accidentally acquired the X-ray vision ability, even if he'd run into Selena later, he wouldn't have been able to help her out of that predicament. "That's exactly what good fortune and good luck are," the fat guy said, pouting. "Opportunities like that are rare and hard to come by." Ivy remained silent, her eyes looking a little downcast. The fat guy and Chun were 2 steps behind her. The fat guy leaned close to Chen's ear and whispered, "Yangzi, you're not starting to like that woman instead of Ivy, are you?" Chun frowned. "What are you talking about? That's not true at all." The fat guy chuckled. "I may not have much experience, but I can tell that woman looks at you differently." He glanced at Ivy's retreating figure, nudged Chun with his shoulder and said mysteriously, "But if it were me, I'd definitely prefer Selena over this campus queen Yi. Not to mention her family fortune. But that beauty Xiao is mature and full of charm. She's like an older sister who really cares about people. She's in a completely different league from that young, innocent girl like Yi, the campus queen. Get lost. A dog can't spit out ivory. Chun kicked the fat guy hard. Ivy drove Chun past his apartment complex, dropped him off, and then drove back to the store. Chun returned home to pore over books on appraisal. A little after 7 in the evening, he suddenly received a call from Ivy. Chun, my grandfather's 80th birthday is coming up soon, and I want to give him a gift. There's an auction tomorrow night. Will you come with me to check it out? Chun frowned slightly. Ivy, even if I see something I like, I want to be able to bid on it. Don't worry about that. I've definitely set aside plenty of funds. Chun chuckled. As long as you're not afraid of losing your entire investment, that's fine by me. I don't care either way. Ivy gave a mischievous chuckle. I showed Grandpa the yuan to 2 coin you gave me, and he was absolutely delighted. I told him you'd authenticated 3 genuine pieces in one go. He was completely stunned and kept praising your extraordinary talent. He's all for me inviting you. The two chatted for a few more minutes before Ivy reluctantly hung up the phone. The following evening, Chun changed his clothes and took a taxi to Tianbao Tower in the West District. Tianrui Auction House was renowned throughout the city and held an auction once a month. At these events, countless wealthy individuals flocked there not only from Binhai City but even from other provinces. Tianbao Tower was magnificent and brightly lit. Chun slowly climbed the steps and walked straight into the lobby. 2 security guards at the entrance stopped him. Sir, please show your invitation. Invitation. Chun was taken aback. Ivy hadn't mentioned anything about it last night. I don't have one. The 2 security guards looked at him with contempt. Sorry. You can't get in without an invitation. This guy was dressed in cheap, street stall clothes, and he actually thought he could sneak into a high-end venue like this? Chun didn't care. He turned to walk away, but suddenly heard a mocking voice from behind him. Oh, isn't this our great literary genius Chan? With that penniless look on your face, you actually think you can attend an auction? Gavin, dressed in an expensive suit, wore a look of utter derision. He ordered the 2 security guards. You'd better keep a close eye on things. Don't let just any Tom, Dick, or Harry in here. The 2 security guards hurriedly nodded and bowed, replying, Don't worry, young Master Gua. It was precisely the moment when numerous celebrities were arriving one after another, and the crowd was abuzz with chatter. Who is that guy? Has he just offended young Master Gua? No idea. Judging by his clothes, he is clearly a penniless bum. If they let him in, it lower the standards of this auction. We might as well not even participate. Exactly. Exactly. Chun looked at Gavin and sneered. Gavin, is that illness you caught all better now? Upon hearing this, Gavin's face immediately paled. After Chun had startled him yesterday, he rushed to the hospital for a checkup. When the results came back, thankfully, he hadn't contracted the disease. He finally breathed a sigh of relief. But the incident had left him utterly humiliated. He'd been just about to go find Chun to settle the score when, unexpectedly, he ran into him right here. Sick. Although Chun hadn't said it outright, everyone immediately guessed what was going on upon seeing Gavin's reaction. They backed away in a flash, as if avoiding the plague, afraid of catching whatever he might have. Gavin roared, I'm not sick at all. Don't listen to his nonsense. Although the crowd nodded in agreement, their expressions betrayed their disbelief. When it comes to things like this, I'd rather believe it's true than assume it isn't. Chun then pointed at the fat man weighing over 200 Gene who had just insulted him. You stupid pig! Do you only last half a minute and only once a month? Doesn't even taking medicine help? And your girlfriend was singing your praises to the heavens? If you didn't have money, would she even be with you? Is that kid even yours? Get a paternity test, you might find you've got a whole prairie up there. You. The fat man pointed at Chun, trembling with rage, but couldn't get a single word out. Suddenly, he whipped his hand around and slapped the pretty girl next to him hard across the face. You slut! I'm going back right now to get a paternity test. With that, he turned and stormed off. The girl glared at Chun with venom in her eyes. Forgetting all about picking a fight with him, she pounced on the fat man, biting and scratching him. Zhang half-minute, I've had it with you. You quick draw. That's not your kid. It's mine and your driver's. Ha ha. The crowd stood there speechless. Zhang half-minute? That nickname would likely spread like wildfire through their social circles. So the child really isn't his? The crowd looked at Chun, feeling a chill run down their spines. Was he just making it up on the spot? Had he guessed right by sheer luck? Or did he really have the ability to predict fortune and misfortune by reading faces? The crowd instinctively moved further away from Chun. Gavin pulled out the invitation, waved it, and strode forward. The two security guards, however, both took a few steps back at the same time. Gavin nearly choked on his anger. The crowd filed into the venue one after another. Chun! Just then, a voice full of surprise rang out. Ivy glided over tonight. She was wearing a floral print dress and had her hair tied back in a ponytail, radiating youthful beauty. What are you doing here? Aren't you going in? You didn't give me an invitation. Chapter 32. Are you crazy? Oh my gosh. I forgot. Ivy looked apologetic. She had originally offered to pick Chun up, but Chun had declined, saying he could make his own way there, yet she'd completely forgotten about the invitation. Ivy and Chun walked up to the entrance. She pulled out the invitation and waved it. The security guard didn't dare stop them anymore, and the two stepped into the hall. The venue was already crowded with people, many of whom were familiar faces whispering among themselves. The exhibition booths up front had long been set up, but the organizers and some VIP guests hadn't arrived yet. Gavin was chatting animatedly with a few of his unsavory friends when he happened to glance back and saw Chun. He was instantly filled with rage, but the moment he spotted Ivy standing beside him, his overwhelming anger subsided immediately. Chun scanned the crowd. The men were all either wealthy or influential, and the women were all decked out in finery. This was truly a gathering of high society. Chun! A surprised and delighted voice suddenly rang out from behind him. Chun turned to see Selena. She was wearing a beige mini dress. Gone was the icy, aloof aura of a corporate executive she'd exuded earlier that day. Instead, she radiated the approachable charm of a friendly older neighbor. Ivy's brow furrowed imperceptibly, but she quickly smoothed it out. Are you here to bid on antiques too? Chun asked with a smile. Just browsing. If I find something suitable, I might bid on it. I know my way around jade and jewelry, but for other antiques, you'll have to help me keep an eye out. As she spoke, Selena nodded and smiled at Ivy in greeting. Though the two were chatting cheerfully, their glances and gestures betrayed a sense of rivalry. Sure, as long as you're not afraid of losing money. Selena laughed. I don't care how much I lose. Just then, a young woman walked gracefully past them. She glanced at Chun and called out, Chun! Chun and Ivy looked over and realized it was Chin Nan. Miss Chin, what a coincidence. Chin Nan was wearing a sky blue V-neck, open-back evening gown that revealed large swaths of snow-white skin on her chest and back, drawing frequent glances from the many men around her. Exactly. What a small world. It's you. Selena and Chin Nan exchanged a glance and both gave a faint nod, their expressions clearly unimpressed. The air was thick with tension. Clearly, not only did the two know each other, but they were also likely business rivals. Selena and Chin Nan both looked at Chun at the same time, their faces full of suspicion. They hadn't expected him to know her. Miss Chin, have you also set your sights on something nice and are ready to make a move? Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Chun quickly spoke up to break the ice. Chin Nan chuckled. I'm just here to join the fun. Chun, a penniless guy, was actually accompanied by 3 stunningly beautiful women, which had long since caught everyone's attention and sparked a flurry of whispers. Just then, a middle-aged couple walked over. The man's face was grim, and he said nothing. The woman had aged well and still possessed a certain charm. She wore a purple embroidered cheongsam, her face as cold as ice. Around her neck hung a large string of pearls, and on her hands were 4 rings. She was resplendent in jewels and finery. Dad, Mom. Ivy stepped forward to greet them. Yi Juanxiong nodded, but Fiona ignored her daughter, turning instead to glare fiercely at Chun and said in a sharp voice, So you're Chun? Chun frowned. Her attitude was utterly rude. Before he could speak, Fiona continued, Chun, you'd better know your place and stop harboring those twisted ideas. Stay far away from my daughter. Don't even think about tricking my daughter. You'll never amount to anything in this life. Mom, what are you saying? Ivy stepped forward, trying to stop her mother from spouting more nonsense. Her face flushed crimson with shame. Her mother's words, spoken in public and so unbecoming of her status, not only embarrassed her, but also brought disgrace upon the entire Yi family. Although Yi Juanxiong was extremely dissatisfied with his wife, he remained silent. Why are you stopping me? Did I say anything wrong? Fiona, however, shoved her daughter aside and glared fiercely at Chen, saying, "A toad trying to eat a swan? Why don't you take a good look at yourself in the mirror? You couldn't even afford a set of my daughter's cosmetics with a year's salary. What right do you have to be with her? Find yourself a factory worker. She'd be a suitable match for you. The two of you can just muddle through life together. Stop deluding yourself with these pipe dreams. My Schwer is only worthy of a child from one of those ultra-wealthy families." As she finished speaking, she suddenly broke into a warm smile and turned to wave at Gavin, who was standing in the distance. "Hi Chuan, come here." Gavin was standing next to a middle-aged man. Upon hearing this, the two strode over. Gavin hurriedly and obediently walked up to Fiona and called out affectionately, "Auntie!" His father, Guobarawei, exchanged greetings with Yi Juanxiong and his wife. Fiona took Gavin's hand and said with a beaming smile, "Now this is the perfect match for my Schwer. You silly boy. Go back to what you were doing." The crowd was growing larger by the minute, their faces full of derisive smirks, most of them mocking Chun for overstepping his bounds. Ivy was trembling with rage. She wished she could faint right then and there, just to avoid being the center of attention and making a complete fool of herself. Chun's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. He never would have imagined that Fiona, a lady of such high standing, would say something so beneath her dignity. "Are you out of your mind? Who's South trying to court your daughter?" Chun said coldly. He wasn't about to spare her any face. His attitude toward others had always been, "If you show me an inch of respect, I'll show you a foot." If you try to bully people by relying on your seniority, he wouldn't fall for that trick. Not to mention that he and Ivy weren't even dating. Even if they were, faced with such an unreasonable mother-in-law, he wouldn't back down an inch. Everyone was taken aback, staring at him in disbelief. They never expected that, if he were indeed trying to hit on her daughter, he'd actually have the nerve to stand his ground so defiantly. The crowd's faces immediately grew even more contemptuous. They all thought this was precisely the behavior of a poor, uneducated young man. Gavin, however, was smug. The harsher Chun's insults, the more it highlighted his own superior upbringing. "Didn't he it? You," Fiona pointed at Chen, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Yet she couldn't get a single word out. She hadn't expected Chun to dare to fire back at her. Yi Juanxiong glared at him menacingly, but before he could speak, Chun continued, "Don't try to lecture me with that elder nonsense. Elders should act like elders. So what if I'm the junior? Does that mean I have to put up with your unwarranted scolding? A wealthy housewife acting like a shrew in the street. So this is what so-called high society is really like." Chun glanced at Ivy beside him and saw her trembling all over. He knew she was the one in the most awkward position right now, caught in the middle with no easy way out. Chun happened to notice the fat man squeezing through the crowd, winking at him. Stellan and Roland were also mingling in the crowd surprisingly. Both were smiling, showing not the slightest sign of anger. Chapter 33. The Fake Pearl Necklace. Yi Juanxiong and Fiona were trembling with rage. "Didn't your parents teach you to respect your elders?" Yi Juanxiong snapped angrily. "Xiao Shui. Just look at this. This is the boyfriend you've chosen. He is nothing but a thug and a hooligan." Chun looked at him in astonishment. "Take it out on me. Don't yell at your daughter." He took a slight step forward, stepping in front of Ivy to shield her from further embarrassment. "You stayed silent while your wife was screaming at her just now, and now you're suddenly speaking up?" Yi Juanxiong instantly turned beet red and was at a loss for words. A number of people let out low chuckles. Many found Fiona's high-handed and unreasonable behavior deeply embarrassing. Chun glanced at Fiona, then at Ivy. "Ma'am, is Ivy really your daughter? How could a shrew like you raise such a well-mannered and well-educated daughter?" Fiona was so enraged she nearly fainted. She staggered and was about to fall to the ground. Yi Juanxiong grabbed her to steady her as he shouted, "You little brat, what did you just say?" Chen grinned dismissively. "Uncle Yi, you should married a woman of virtue. I bet your wife was a rare beauty in her youth. You were so captivated by her looks that you overlooked the fact her head is full of nothing but air. Living like this has made you a laughingstock. Don't you find that shameful?" Yi Juanxiong involuntarily lowered his head, his face flushing red then turning pale, unable to meet the stares of the crowd. Fiona felt no shame whatsoever and shouted, "I was a top-notch beauty back in the day. Who dares to mock me? If you're trying to court my daughter, you'd better give up that idea right now." Chun shot her a disdainful glance and sneered, "If I really wanted to pursue her, I wouldn't need your permission at all." He suddenly noticed the pearl necklace around Fiona's neck. He took a step closer, examined it, and said with a smirk, "Oh, such a massive pearl necklace, it must be worth a fortune, right?" Every pearl in the necklace was as big as a thumb, perfectly round, crystal clear, and shimmering with a dazzling glow. The countless aristocratic ladies and young misses in the crowd looked on with envy. At the mere mention of it, Fiona puffed up like a triumphant hen, lifting her head proudly. Clutching the necklace in her right hand, she flaunted it smugly to the crowd. "You little brat, do you know what this is? This pearl necklace is worth 35 million. It's from the top-tier brand Star Wish. Even if you worked your whole life 10 times over, you still couldn't afford it. Anyone who wants to marry my Shui will need to come up with at least 1 billion as a dowry, and that includes 2 Star Wish necklaces." Gavin whispered, "Auntie, I'd be happy to give you 2 Star Wish necklaces, and I'd put up at least 2 billion as a dowry." Fiona beamed. "I knew you were a good kid." Chun burst out laughing. 35 million? That's enough to buy a fake pearl necklace. Fiona flew into a rage. "You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Just because you can't afford it yourself, you start slandering others. With your kind of attitude, forget about courting my Shui, you're not even worthy of being her friend." Yi Juanxiong also glared at him angrily. Chun continued to laugh heartily. As if he'd heard the funniest joke in the world, he was practically laughing until tears streamed down his face. After a moment, he stopped laughing, snorted coldly, and said, "Pearls are divided into natural pearls and cultured pearls. Cultured pearls are further divided into saltwater pearls and freshwater pearls. And your necklace is clearly made of freshwater pearls." Fiona immediately retorted, "What gives you the right to say they're freshwater pearls?" Chun replied calmly, "Every natural pearl is unique. No 2 pearls in the world are exactly alike, just like human DNA, no 2 people are the same. Now look at your pearls, almost everyone is the same size, and nearly everyone is perfectly round. That's completely impossible. Moreover, in nature, pearls with a diameter of 20 millimeters are extremely rare. It would likely take 100 years for one to grow that large, whereas freshwater pearls can reach that size in just 3 or 4 years." After a brief pause, Chun pointed at the necklace and said, "Now look at this strand, there are at least 70 or 80 pearls, and they're all roughly the same size. Natural saltwater pearl oysters are extremely difficult to harvest. If this necklace were truly made of natural saltwater pearls, you couldn't buy it even for 300 million. That's impossible. These are definitely saltwater pearls, they have nuclei," Fiona argued, her face flushing red. Chen snorted derisively. "That's right. Anyone with even a basic understanding of pearls distinguishes between saltwater and freshwater pearls based on whether they have nuclei or not. But that's actually not accurate at all. Nowadays, many freshwater pearl farms have started using nuclei in their cultivation to boost profits. You have to understand that natural saltwater pearls are nurtured in the open ocean. They're rich in minerals and various nutrients. Because of their low yield, saltwater pearls maintain a high organic matter content, resulting in a translucent texture, a lustrous sheen, a smooth feel, and a pronounced sense of moisture. In contrast, cultured freshwater pearls grow in lakes or rivers and are primarily raised on feed. They contain fewer types of minerals and trace elements than those found in seawater. They have a higher inorganic content and a much lower organic content, and their luster is significantly softer compared to that of saltwater pearls. Now look at this pearl necklace of yours. Although it sparkles, its luster is nowhere near as sharp as that of natural saltwater pearls. So this pearl necklace of yours is indeed genuine, but unfortunately, it's just freshwater pearls." Chun scanned the room and said calmly, "It's worth 50,000 at most." The room fell completely silent, everyone's breathing was almost audible. At that moment, Selena took a slow step forward, gave the necklace a brief glance, and said, "They are indeed freshwater pearls." Fiona glared angrily at Selena. "Who are you?" Selena tilted her head slightly and replied nonchalantly, "I'm Selena, the head of Selena Jewelry." Selena Jewelry? The crowd couldn't help but gasp. Selena Jewelry was simply too famous. Is she the designer Selena? I've seen her profile in a magazine, she looks exactly like that. It must be her, there's no doubt about it. If Selena says it's fake, then it must be fake. Countless people were practically bowing down in adoration. Fiona was trembling all over, her hands and feet were ice cold. Her palms were beaded with cold sweat, and her face was pale. She knew that the pearls on her necklace were most likely cultured, but she still put up a last-ditch resistance, roaring, "Impossible! I have a certificate of authenticity from when I bought it." A sneer curled at the corner of Chan's mouth. Everyone in the room stared at her as if she were an idiot. Can't they just write whatever they want on that thing? As long as you pay enough, even if you wanted to say the pearls are from the Queen Mother of the West's Phoenix Crown, they'll certify it as genuine. Chapter 34. The Taboo of X-ray Vision. At that moment, Roland stepped forward, gave it a quick glance, and shook his head in exasperation. They are indeed freshwater pearls. Master Roland from Antique Studio. With Master Roland's judgment, there's absolutely no room for error. Fiona's vision went dark, and she nearly fainted. Not only had she spent 35 million on a fake pearl necklace, but she'd also been proudly showing it off to people in all sorts of circles. Turned out she was the real clown. Yi Juanxiong also felt utterly ashamed if there had been a crack in the ground. He would have wanted to crawl right into it. Mrs. Yi has been wearing this pearl necklace for about 4 or 5 years. Hasn't she? She has been showing it off at every opportunity to relatives, friends, girlfriends, and even her enemies, and to think she has been wearing a fake necklace all along. Treating a fake necklace like a treasure, that's really something. Haha. Mr. Chun was right after all. Marry a virtuous woman, and the husband will have fewer troubles. Back then, Mrs. Yi was so arrogant and made enemies everywhere. Just as proud as she was back then, she's just as miserable now. Sigh. This has really dragged the Yi family down and severely damaged their reputation. Back then, everyone had envied and resented Fiona. Now, they all wore expressions of schadenfreude, seizing the opportunity to kick her while she was down. Fiona surveyed the crowd. Everyone who had once flattered and fawned over her had now turned to cold sarcasm, and scorn. Her head felt like it was buzzing. True to her experience in high-stakes situations, she possessed remarkable mental resilience. Clenching her teeth, she declared, "Just wait until I get back. I'll settle the score with him tomorrow." She strode straight toward her seat. Yi Juanxiong hurried after her. Chun couldn't help but look at her with newfound respect. Indeed, as long as you have thick skin and strong mental resilience, no one can defeat you. Stellan and Roland exchanged greetings with Chun, then went their separate ways. Seeing that Ivy still looked dejected, Chun whispered, "Ivy, I wasn't very polite to your parents. I apologize." Ivy shook her head. "That's not what's upsetting me. It's my mother. Although she comes from a distinguished family, she doesn't have a shred of the grace expected of a lady from such a background. In any situation, she is domineering, unreasonable, and arrogant. All these years, because of her, we've all become the laughingstock of others. And my father just lets her run wild. If it weren't for Grandpa doting on me, the 3 of us would have been kicked out of the house long ago." Chan took her hand and comforted her. "Your parents are your parents, but you're you. You can't change them, so try to be kinder to yourself. Don't dwell on it so much." Ivy nodded, and the two, holding hands, found their seats a spot slightly toward the front in the middle of the hall. No sooner had they sat down than all eyes in the room turned toward them. Everyone was curious as to why Chun and Ivy's parents had clashed, yet Ivy was still with him. What surprised them even more was that Chun, despite his young age, had spotted at a glance that the pearls were fake. Many of them were in frequent contact with Fiona, yet not a single one had noticed the flaw. Everyone secretly wondered what his background might be. At exactly 8 p.m., the auction officially began. A young auctioneer stepped onto the stage, and the first item up for auction was a blue and white porcelain vase, once used by Emperor Wuzong of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Hozhao. 2 beautiful women in Cheongsam carefully cradled a massive brocade box as they gracefully walked onto the stage. An item belonging to Emperor Wuzong of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Hozhao? Upon hearing this, everyone in the audience's eyes lit up. The blue and white porcelain vase, nearly as tall as a person, stood on the stage in pristine condition. Chun stared at the vase from a distance, but his jade pendant emitted no warmth whatsoever. Even yesterday, when he de-snagged 3 yuan to 2 coins at a bargain price, the pendant had shown no unusual activity. He was somewhat puzzled, unsure under what conditions the pendant's heating mechanism would be triggered. "Blue and white porcelain from the reign of Emperor Wuzong of the Ming Dynasty, what do you think?" Ivy asked in a low voice. Chun shook his head. "Although blue and white porcelain is a fine piece, The Chenghua Douzai from the mid-Ming dynasty was the most outstanding and represented the pinnacle of porcelain craftsmanship. While blue and white porcelain from this period is also a rarity, it pales in comparison to Chenghua Douzai. He concentrated, activated appraisal sight, and scrutinized the vase closely. A layer of faint golden characters appeared before his eyes. Blue and white porcelain for the exclusive use of Emperor Wuzong of the Ming dynasty. Date: 8th year of the Zhengde era. Value: 5 million. As expected, it wasn't worth much. Chun suddenly felt dizzy and lightheaded. He staggered and nearly fell, hurriedly grabbing the armrest of his chair for support. Ivy was startled. "Chun, what's wrong?" Chun shook his head. "Iem me fine." He wondered to himself, what on earth is going on? This had never happened before. The text just now was too faint, even a bit blurry. It suddenly occurred to him, could it be because I'm too far away? He estimated the distance. From his seat to the auction podium, it was at least 20 meters. Could it be that my appraisal site has a limit of 20 meters? Chun massaged his temples, and the headache gradually subsided. Seeing that he was all right, Ivy finally relaxed. "Didn't your grandfather mention any spending limits when you auction off antiques?" Ivy smiled sweetly. "As long as it doesn't exceed 300 million, I can splurge as much as I want." Chun was taken aback and couldn't help but marvel at just how spoiled she was by her grandfather. The auctioneer outlined the strengths and weaknesses of the blue and white porcelain vase, then announced, starting bid, 500,000. Bids in increments of 300,000. Several people showed keen interest in the vase, and the bidding heated up. The price eventually soared to 8 million, and the vase was won by a heavyset man. Chun shook her head. That vase was worth 5 million. At most, anything beyond that was simply not worth it. The auction proceeded in an orderly fashion. The second item was a Xuanda incense burner. Although it was a folk kiln replica from the Ming dynasty, its craftsmanship was exquisite, in no way inferior to that of the imperial kilns, and it was in excellent condition. It was eventually sold for 13 million. Just as the auctioneer brought down the gavel for the final time, Chun suddenly felt a wave of intense heat emanating from the jade pendant around his neck, followed immediately by a warmth spreading through the palm of his hand. His entire body was enveloped in an inexplicable heat. Huh? Why didn't the jade pendant react when that blue and white porcelain piece was sold just now? Chun pondered this for a moment, then suddenly wondered, could it be that the jade pendant only reacts to antiques priced above 10 million? Does that mean the higher the price, the stronger the heat from the jade pendant? He was thrilled by this discovery. If his hunch was correct, then even without using appraisal sight, he'd be able to tell whether an antique was genuine or a fake. As one sky-high priced item after another was auctioned off, the atmosphere in the hall reached a fever pitch. And just as Chun had suspected, the prices of those antiques kept soaring, and the jade pendant's heat did indeed grow stronger and stronger. "So, have you found anything good yet?" Ivy asked in a low voice. Chun shook his head. "Although these antiques are quite pricey, I still feel they fall a bit short as a gift for your grandfather's 80th birthday." Ivy said, "Then let us wait a little longer. If nothing suitable comes up, we won't bid on anything." Chapter 35. The Fake Imperial Edict of Emperor Yang of Sui. Gavin was seething with rage as he watched Chan and Ivy acting like a couple, occasionally leaning in to whisper to each other. Next up for auction is an imperial edict from Emperor Yangguang of the Sui dynasty. The auctioneer's voice on stage drew the attention of the entire room. An imperial edict from Emperor Yangguang of the Sui dynasty? Chun couldn't help but look up at the stage. Emperor Yangguang's life was fraught with controversy. He was undoubtedly a tyrant, but the things he did even unintentionally made enormous contributions to history. In particular, the excavation of the Grand Canal connected the north and south, tightly linking the Jiangnan region with Guangzhou. He exhausted countless manpower to open the Sui-Tang Grand Canal, resulting in the tragic deaths of millions of common people. This effectively sowed the seeds of the Sui dynasty's downfall, and the subsequent 3 campaigns against Goguryeo plunged the Sui Empire irrevocably into the abyss. After several years of fierce competition among warlords, the Li Tang dynasty rose to dominate the realm and unify the empire. The Grand Canal excavated by Emperor Yang of Sui became a rich material legacy, indirectly facilitating Li Shimin's Zhenguan era of good governance. Many scholars believe that even if Emperor Yang of Sui had not constructed the Grand Canal, Li Shimin would certainly have undertaken the project himself. However, Li Shimin would undoubtedly have proceeded with caution, rather than pursuing quick gains like Emperor Yang of Sui. Had he done so, the Jingguan era of good governance might have been delayed. It is even possible that the splendor of the Jingguan era of good governance might never have materialized during Li Shimin's lifetime. Whether Emperor Yang of Sui's original intention in constructing the Grand Canal was to indulge in extravagant luxury or to connect the north and south for better rule over the Jiangnan region, it is undeniable that the millions of piles of white bones along the canal banks and the destruction of tens of millions of families are indisputable facts. These millions of people sacrificed their lives to pave the way for the Li Tang dynasty, thereby indirectly influencing subsequent history and the political landscape. To assess Emperor Yang of Sui as having committed crimes in his own time but achieved merits for posterity is nothing short of whitewashing a tyrant. Those millions of people could have been spared their innocent and tragic deaths, and the Grand Canal need not have been excavated in just a few short years. For every blessing future generations enjoy, there is almost always the blood and tears of their predecessors. Such achievements are truly too cruel. Although Emperor Yang of Sui Yangguang was a tyrant, he was also a man of literary talent and refinement, and a relatively well-known imperial poet. His poem, A Night of Flowers and Moonlight on the Spring River. The evening river lies still and calm. Spring flowers are in full bloom. Flowing waves carry the moon away. Tides bring the stars back, directly influenced Zhang Ruoxu's verse. The spring river's tides meet the sea in level calm. The bright moon over the sea rises with the tide. The verses are clear, elegant, and vibrant, with a bright and expansive atmosphere, completely free of any affectation or artificiality. However, he was narrow-minded out of jealousy toward Xue Daohing's lines. Spider webs hang in the dim window, swallow mud falls from the empty beam. He ultimately found a pretext to have him executed. Legend has it that Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty excelled at flying white script, running script, and clerical script, but none of his works have survived to this day, so it remains unclear whether this claim is true or false. All the guests in the audience looked up, their eyes fixed intently on the stage, each face radiating keen interest. After all, the Sui dynasty lasted only 2 generations, leaving behind very little. And throughout all of ancient history, surviving imperial edicts are as rare as hen's teeth. Whenever one happens to surface, the public flocks to it in droves. The auctioneer unfurled the scroll of the imperial edict in his hands. Though the scroll itself was slightly weathered, the edict was crafted from a piece of yellow silk, its surface adorned with flowing, dragon and phoenix-like cursive script. This was an edict issued by Yangguang in the 5th year of the Dai era, ordering the conscription of laborers to construct the Grand Canal. In the lower left corner at the end of the edict were Yangguang's handwritten signature and the Empress seal. The starting bid for this edict is 10 million bids, increase in increments of 300,000. Silence fell over the room, yet no one bid. Stellan, Roland, and the others exchanged glances. None dared to be certain whether the imperial edict was genuine or a forgery. Although every guest had previously been given a catalogue of the items to be auctioned, a picture on paper simply couldn't compare to the real thing. Although the auctioneer had just presented the corresponding certificate of authenticity for the item, no one took it seriously. Relevant laws had long stipulated that auction houses bear no responsibility for the authenticity of auctioned items. Everything depends entirely on the buyer's own judgment. Under these circumstances, the authentication certificates issued by the auction house were, in reality, nothing more than a joke. Not long ago, at a Christie's auction overseas, an imperial edict issued by Emperor Wuzong of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Hozhao, was sold for a staggering 20 million. If that imperial edict were genuine, its price would likely far exceed 20 million. Chun gazed at the edict from a distance. Since the jade pendant on his chest showed no signs of heating up, he was certain the edict was a forgery. Chun, should we bid on it? Chun glanced back absent-mindedly and saw Gavin, 5 or 6 rows away, glaring at him. A thought crossed his mind. He chuckled softly, leaned close to Ivy's ear, and whispered, "Bid! Start low, just do as I say." Ivy's eyes lit up. "It's real." When she suddenly caught Chen's peculiar glance, she immediately realized what was going on, yet remained somewhat puzzled. If he knew it was a fake, why was he still bidding on it? But Ivy trusted Chen completely. She didn't ask any questions or overthink it. She immediately raised her paddle and called out, 10.3 million. Everyone was thinking the same thing. If Chun was bidding, it must be the real thing. Qin Nan, Selena, Stellan, and Roland all turned to look at Chun, their faces full of astonishment. So, did that mean this imperial edict was undoubtedly genuine? Yi Juanxiong and Fiona couldn't help but turn to look at Chun as well. Fiona whispered, "Let us bid too." She just made a fool of herself and now wanted to redeem herself. Yi Juanxiong was also itching to join in, but he couldn't quite bring himself to do it. 11 million, 12 million, 13 million, 20 million. Suddenly, a voice boomed across the room. Everyone turned to see Gavin looking smug. 20 million and 30,000. Another voice rang out abruptly. 21 million. Gavin glared fiercely at the fat man sitting in the northwest corner. Chun glanced at the heavyset man, whose heart skipped a beat. Having spent so much time with Chun, he knew him inside and out. A single glance or gesture was enough to understand its meaning. He hurriedly tugged at his father, Wang Defa, who was sitting beside him, and whispered, "Dad, don't bid anymore. It's a fake. Add 300,000. Chun whispered to Ivy. Ivy raised the paddle again. 23 million. Gavin hurriedly raised his paddle and shouted. Just then, Chun's phone suddenly emitted several text message alerts. He looked down and saw that Roland, Selena, and the other two were asking, "Is this imperial edict real?" Chun smiled slightly, typed a reply, and sent it back. "Fake. I want to trick Gavin into buying it." Chapter 36. Tricking Gavin. The four of them received the reply, each with a different expression. Selena suddenly raised her paddle. 26 million. Qin Nan immediately followed with 28 million. Selena heard the voice, turned her head, and glared at her. Qin Nan didn't back down, glaring right back. Sparks flew as their gazes locked in the air. Gavin wasn't about to give up. 30 million. The rest of the crowd, unaware of the situation, scrambled to bid as well. The price on the floor instantly reached 50 million. Roland, Stellan, and the others couldn't help but shake their heads inwardly. Even if this imperial edict from Emperor Yangguang of the Sui dynasty were genuine, the price had likely already peaked. Going any higher than that would simply not be worth the cost. Sure enough, most of the bidders had already begun to back off quietly. Chun took the paddle from Ivy and raised it high. 50 million and 30,000. Gavin immediately raised his paddle. 52 million. He glared defiantly at Chun. His father, Guobaowei, couldn't help but frown. Hai Chuan, if he raises the bid again, just give up. Even if it's genuine, it's simply not worth that much anymore. Gavin said, "No way. We have to win this. How can we lose to that poor kid? If the old man from the Yi family finds out we're too stingy to spend even this much, how could he possibly agree to my marriage with Ivy? Ethan S. about to turn 80. Let us win this and give it to him as a birthday gift. If the old man is happy, he'll agree to anything." Guobaro's eyes lit up at this. Chuan's idea is spot on. 55 million. Chun raised his paddle again. Gavin immediately called out, 60 million. At that moment, no one else in the room was bidding. It was just the two of them going head to head. Zhang Tianrui, the CEO of Tianrui Auction House, was grinning from ear to ear. The higher the price went, the more commission his auction house would earn. The auctioneer looked even more excited as he brought down the gavel. 60 million. First call. Any higher bids? Qin Nan said, 65 million. Selena immediately replied, 70 million. Gavin immediately raised his paddle. 75 million. The entire room fell silent, all eyes fixed on him. Seeing himself become the center of attention, Gavin was overjoyed. Chun put on a look of distress and hung his head in disappointment. 75 million first time. Any higher bids? The auctioneer scanned the room excitedly. 75 million going once. 75 million going twice. The auctioneer brought the gavel down with a heavy thud. Congratulations! This item has been sold to bidder number 9217. Mr. Gavin of Bowerway Company. Gavin stood there smugly, glaring at Chun with a look of mockery. Chun turned around and said calmly, "Congratulations. Young Master Guo, you just paid 75 million for a fake." Gavin and his father, Guobaowei, immediately widened their eyes in shock. What did you say? A fake?" Everyone in the room turned their gaze toward Chin. Their expressions changed drastically as they instantly grasped his intent, cursing him inwardly. This guy is full of dirty tricks. It seems trying to outbid him in future auctions won't work anymore. It had just occurred to Chan that, before the auction began, he determined Fiona's pearl necklace was a fake, which was bound to prompt some people to follow his lead and bid against him. That meant if he really set his sights on an item, he might not actually be able to win the bid. He instantly hatched a devious plan and pulled another fast one on Gavin. Of course, doing this would surely alienate quite a few industry insiders. Guabaraway and Gavin were so furious they nearly spat blood. Gavin pointed at him menacingly. "You dare to mess with me? I'll make you pay." Chun snorted coldly. "Who told you to bid along with me?" Gavin was beside himself with rage. He stood up and started toward Chun. The auctioneer banged his gavel and bellowed, "All other matters unrelated to the auction are strictly prohibited within the auction house. Any violators will be removed from the premises." Guabaraway grabbed his son's sleeve and shook his head, glaring at Chun's retreating back with a menacing look on his face. After this brief interlude, the auction continued. The auctioneer nodded, and a beautiful woman walked up holding an ancient scroll. The auctioneer slowly unrolled it. The scroll was somewhat worn, with damage at the edges and a dulled paper surface. It was, to his surprise, Zhao Mingfu's copy of Along the River during the Qingming festival. Chen almost burst out laughing. Had Zhao Mingfu ever painted this? Suddenly, his expression changed drastically. The jade pendant on his chest radiated intense heat, and the palms of his hands grew even hotter, a sensation 100 times stronger than with any of the previous antiques. Zhao Mingfu? Did Zhao Mingfu ever paint Along the River during the Qingming festival? The guests attending the auction weren't all uneducated people like Fiona. In order to collect authentic pieces, they all had to know at least a little about history and literati. That way, they wouldn't be completely clueless and become the laughingstock of the crowd. Everyone knew that although Zhao Mingfu was a top-tier master of calligraphy and painting during the Yuan dynasty, with countless works to his name, he had never painted Along the River during the Qingming festival. This must undoubtedly be a forgery, and the crowd instantly lost interest. Roland and Stellan exchanged glances, both staring at the scroll with puzzled expressions, yet also showing a hint of interest. The auctioneer cleared his throat. Although this Along the River during the Qingming festival is an anonymous forgery attributed to Zhao Mingfu, and although we do not know who created it, the painting displays extraordinary skill and is well worth collecting. Starting bid 2 million. Bids in increments of 300,000. Unexpectedly, however, no one bid for a moment, and the crowd began to murmur among themselves. A forgery like this? And they're asking 2 million? Exactly. Has Tianrui auction house gone mad for money? Bringing even this obscure work to auction? Aren't they treating us like fools? They could at least have brought out a copy by a slightly well-known painter. The guests wore looks of contempt, and some were even angry. Roland and Stellan stared blankly at the painting, sensing that something was off about it, though they couldn't quite put their finger on what it was. The auctioneer and Zhang Tianrui, sitting in the audience, couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. Could this lot really go unsold? Chun whispered, "Ivy, bid on it." Ivy looked taken aback. "Chun, isn't this painting a fake? Are you really going to bid on it? Trust me. No matter what, we have to win this." Ivy trusted Chun completely. She raised her paddle and called out, 2,300,000. Her voice cut through the murmurings of the crowd like a jarring note. Every pair of eyes in the room immediately turned to her, and everyone instinctively glanced at Chun standing beside her. Everyone knew this had to be Chun's idea. They're actually bidding on this fake? What on earth is Chun up to? The crowd buzzed with speculation, wondering what Chun was really up to. After Chun's series of shenanigans earlier, everyone was afraid of getting taken advantage of by him. Roland, Stellan, Selena, Qin Nan, and even Fiona and Yi Juanxiong all turned to look at Chun and Ivy, completely baffled. Humph. Does this guy really know how to authenticate art? Earlier, we found out that his so-called future mother-in-law's pearl necklace was made of freshwater pearls. He just got lucky. Didn't he? Chapter 37. An authentic Tang Bohu. This is clearly a fake, and yet he actually encouraged the young lady from the Yi family to bid on it. He really can't tell the difference between real and fake. He must have just gotten lucky earlier. Now his true colors are showing. I told you so. How could someone in their early 20s possibly be a top-tier appraiser? Gavin interjected. You call yourself an appraiser? That's utter bullshit. Ivy, don't let him fool you. Everyone had just been humiliated by Chun, and they were all seething with anger. Now they found themselves unconsciously siding with Gavin and his father, and immediately pounced on him while he was down. Fiona and Yi Juanxiong also glared angrily at Chun. Chun remained unfazed by the crowd of scorn and sarcasm, crossing his arms and looking completely unperturbed. Lot 7528. The current bid is 2,300,000. Any higher bids? The auctioneer scanned the room with hopeful eyes, but the crowd paid him no attention. Gavin thought for a moment and was about to raise his paddle when suddenly his father, Gwabaraway, glared at him with wide eyes. Startled, Gavin immediately withdrew his hand, and his original plan to trick Chun vanished without a trace. The guests in the hall began whispering among themselves, completely ignoring the fake item on the podium, making the scene extremely awkward. 2,300,000 for the second time, 2,300,000 for the third time. Congratulations, this item is now the property of bidder number 7528. Miss Yi. The auctioneer brought the auction to a close with a strike of his gavel. Gavin stared at Chun's retreating figure and laughed out loud. Ivy wanted to bid on some good pieces. She was definitely planning to give them to her grandfather as a gift for his 80th birthday. You encouraged her to buy this fake, so it's no wonder she got scolded by Grandpa Yi. Are you insulting Grandpa Yi? Gavin wasn't entirely stupid. He knew how to pin serious accusations on Chun. Once these words reached the Yi family, Chun would certainly be unable to hold his ground in Binhai City anymore. Sure enough, Yi Juanxiong's face was flushed with rage. Chun said disdainfully, Gavin, that's the extent of your cleverness. Do you really think everyone is as stupid as you and your father, willing to pay an exorbitant price for a pile of crap? This painting is a rare treasure. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a national treasure. He surveyed the crowd. The genuine works you just bid on, even combined, aren't worth as much as this one. Everyone was taken aback for a moment, but then they all scowled in disbelief. Gwabaraway and Gavin, who had been furious moments before, burst into laughter upon hearing this. What national treasure level painting? Aren't you afraid of twisting your tongue with such big talk? Do you dare to display it here in public? Chun turned to Ivy. You're the owner, it's up to you. Do you think we should display it here? Since everyone wants to see it, I'll display it right here once the auction is over. Ivy reasoned that since Chun was so confident, the painting must hold a secret unknown to others. She was determined to clear his name. If it truly was a national treasure level painting, she could also use the opportunity to promote her grandfather's collection, which would greatly benefit the Yi family's reputation. Since everyone was eager to see what was so special about the painting Chun had bid on, they seemed distracted during the auction of the next dozen or so lots. Half an hour later, the auction came to a hasty close. Gavin strode over, looking smug. Chun, didn't you want to show everyone that this lot you bought is a national treasure? Why haven't you explained it to us all yet and thoroughly humiliated us lay people? Everyone was thinking the same thing. Since you've made such a request, I'd be more than happy to oblige. Chun took the scroll from Ivy's hands and unfurled it. Along the river during the Qingming festival measured 24.8 centimeters wide and 528.7 centimeters long, perfectly covering the entire auction podium. Chun suddenly tore open the scroll near its end. The crowd gasped in unison. What is he doing? Tearing the painting? Has he run out of tricks? Is he just throwing in the towel now? No, this painting is double-layered. At that moment, Chun was seen carefully removing a folded ancient painting from the hidden compartment in the middle. He slowly unfolded it, laid it flat on the counter, and gently ran his hand over the crease in the center of the scroll. 4 characters were inscribed on the painting. Portrait of Li Duan. The painting depicted 5 figures. Seated in the center was a scholar wearing a Wunxing headband and sporting a handlebar mustache. His facial expression and reclining posture exuded an air of refined elegance and grace. On either side of the black writing desk to the left stood the hostess maidservants, one wearing a red dress set, the other a white blouse and skirt, their vivid colors creating a sense of depth and layering. To the right was the guest, a young lady holding a white peony, her posture graceful and her demeanor charming, with an attendant maidservant behind her. The 4 women surrounded the host, like stars clustering around the moon, highlighting her importance and status. In the background stands a large landscape folding screen, with a poem inscribed at the top. Li Duan of Shanhe Lane, truly one who can carry a white peony. Who would believe that in Yangzhou, where gold fills the market, the price of rouge has reached the point of being beyond the means of the poor and destitute? Is this Tang Bohu's portrait of Li Duan? Everyone was taken aback. Portrait of Li Duan is one of Tang Bohu's most famous masterpieces. As soon as this painting was unveiled, imitators came in droves. Not to mention later generations, even Xinzhou and Wen Zhengming, Two of the 4 scholars of Wuzhong, who were contemporaries of Tang Bohu, had copied this work. Their imitations are considered rare masterpieces in their own right by later generations. Everyone, make way! Let me see! Let me see! Roland and Stellan pushed their way through the crowd to the front. Both were holding magnifying glasses, scrutinizing the painting intently, their bodies trembling uncontrollably with excitement. It's the real thing! It's the real thing! Chapter 38. The Priceless Painting. Roland gazed at the scroll, unable to tear his eyes away. It is indeed an authentic work by Tang Bohu. Whether it's the brushwork or the style, there's absolutely no way anyone could have imitated it. Stellan marveled. Although Tang Bohu produced many paintings and calligraphy works, very few have survived to this day, and every single one commands an astronomical price. In 2018, Poly Auction sold Conversation on Antiquities at the Riverside Pavilion for a staggering $71.5 million. Yet this portrait of Li Duan is far more renowned than that piece. It's also one of his masterpieces depicting court ladies. The conservative market value of this painting should reach $100 million, but Stellan shook his head. In our tradition, whether calligraphy or painting, works are always presented as scrolls. However, both scrolls of this painting have been removed, causing some loss of historical value. If the 2 scrolls were intact, its value would likely have increased by at least $30 million. $130 million! Everyone was stunned. Everyone stared at Chun with wide eyes, seething with anger. Back then, Chun had played a dirty trick on everyone with Emperor Yang of Sui's imperial edict, and no one dared to bid against him again. Yet now, unexpectedly, he managed to snag such a huge bargain so easily. Everyone had finally realized it. He'd been afraid they'd follow the herd and drive up the price of the lot he wanted, so he deliberately staged that scene beforehand to disgust them. They glared at him with fury, wishing they could tear him limb from limb and devour his flesh. This guy was far too cunning. If I'd known, I would bid along with him. Exactly. Who could guessed it was an authentic piece? Even if we hadn't known it was genuine back then, if we joined the bidding, we wouldn't have let that young lady from the Yi family snatch up such a bargain so easily. Everyone was beating their chests in frustration. Gavin's face was ashen. He wanted to say something, but any words would have seemed utterly feeble. No one in the room was happier than Ivy. Snagging an authentic Tang Bohu for $2.3 million was something she hadn't even dared to dream of. Chun, I knew it all along. You would never let me down, Ivy exclaimed excitedly. Yi Juanxiong and Fiona stared at Chun in astonishment. They hadn't expected him to actually have some real skill. Qin Nan and Selena looked at Chun with utter bewilderment, but Selena quickly came to terms with it after all. She'd already witnessed Chun's abilities. It was no surprise that he could spot an authentic piece at a glance. Roland asked in confusion, Chun, how did you know there was a painting within a painting? Chun smiled faintly. Intuition. The end of the Along the River during the Qingming festival seemed a bit thicker than the beginning, so I secretly suspected it might be double-layered. I never expected I'd actually guessed right. He thought to himself, this is my greatest asset. How could I possibly tell you? Back when the jade pendant had grown hot, he'd known there must be more to this anonymous copy of Along the River during the Qingming festival than met the eye. Fighting off his discomfort, he activated Appraisal Sight once more and discovered Tang Bohu's authentic masterpiece hidden within. He was instantly overjoyed. Gazing at the Along the River during the Qingming festival now split into 2 sections, he remarked calmly. To be fair, this anonymous artist's reproduction is masterfully executed, though it falls far short of the profound skill possessed by timeless masters like Zhang Ziduan and Tang Bohu. However, he is at least a second-tier painter. He must have other works out there, but I don't know why he chooses to remain anonymous. Everyone is eager to collect works by those few renowned masters, yet they turn a blind eye to pieces by painters of such extraordinary talent but little fame. That's why they all missed the mark. Chun looked at the crowd with a smile, but his words were undoubtedly rubbing salt into their wounds. They had all already made a mistake, and he went out of his way to deliver another blow. The crowd was furious. Chun didn't seem to care. Aside from the few with whom he had some connection, the vast majority had long since come to hate him because of this incident. Since he'd already offended them anyway, he might as well kick them while they were down. Qin then laughed. That's true. Even works by somewhat well-known painters, even if they're priced at $3 or $5 million, might not necessarily attract a bidding war. But what if someone really did start bidding aggressively? Would you still bid? Chun laughed. If someone really kept raising the bid several times, I might back down. After all, I'm only speculating that there might be something inside, but what if there isn't? Or what if there is, but it isn't worth much? Rushing into a bidding war and driving the price sky high, it wouldn't be worth the cost. Selina tilted her head to look at Chun, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of her mouth. She didn't believe his explanation for a second after all. Back when Chun had saved her from that predicament, he also discovered the envelope and stamps hidden inside that fake painting. She was convinced Chun must have some special method and had already realized there was something hidden inside. But she was very smart since Chun hadn't brought it up. She certainly wouldn't be the one to point it out. If someone else had won the bid, who knows when the portrait of Li Duandian, hidden inside this painting, would ever resurface. It's better that you, Mr. Chun, discovered it. Miss Xiao has a point. An authentic Tang Bohu like this absolutely shouldn't remain hidden in the shadows. It should see the light of day sooner rather than later. Stellan and Roland chimed in. Ivy asked in puzzlement. I just wonder who hid this genuine Tang Bohu painting inside this other painting? And why would they do that? Chan replied. It's likely because the original owner of the portrait of Li Duandan was of low social standing and couldn't protect the painting, or for some other reason but didn't want to destroy it. So they hid it this way. Ivy nodded. Ivy, call your grandfather and have him send a few people to pick you up. It's too dangerous for you to carry this painting alone. Ivy let out a cold laugh. I doubt anyone in Binhai City would dare to snatch anything from the Yi family. In that instant, she exuded sheer dominance. The once fragile young girl had vanished. Chun was momentarily taken aback as expected. Those from wealthy families were never simple. Although Ivy said that, she still obediently made the call. Fiona was furious. Chun, what do you mean? With me and his dad here, who would dare come up and steal it? Chun replied dismissively. You'd be lucky if you didn't just hold us back. Fiona was furious, flailing her arms as if ready to fight him, but ultimately mindful of her status. She didn't charge forward. Chun packed up the painting and handed it to Ivy. As the group walked out of the reception hall, they saw 10 burly men standing in the parking lot. Upon seeing Ivy, they hurried forward and respectfully said, Miss! Ivy nodded in greeting to the group, then turned and said, Chun, I'll drive you home. Chun shook his head. No need. I'll ride back with Fatso. Ivy didn't press the matter. She got into her red BMW and, escorted by 3 Autos, drove away slowly. Chapter 39. Blackmailed. The crowd began to disperse one by one. Guabarue and Gavin, father and son, exchanged a fierce glance before getting into their car and driving away. Roland and Stellan said goodbye to Chun and went their separate ways. Just as Fatso was about to approach, Selina said, Chun, take my car. Chin Nan was about to catch up when she saw that Chun had already nodded in agreement. Selina smiled and said, Miss Chin, I'm sorry. You're too late. Chin Nan gritted her teeth in anger. What are you so smug about? Chun and Selina walked over to the Porsche Cayenne. Chun got into the passenger seat, Selina started the car, and they sped away. Selina turned onto the main road, and Chun gave her the address of the place he was currently renting. Just then, the fat guy suddenly called. His very first words were, You're putting love before friendship. Chun, you'd better be careful. As for Guabarue and Gavin, father and son, other people might not care, but those two will stop at nothing. They're capable of anything. My dad specifically told me to call and warn you to be on your guard. The fat guy added, How about I have my dad send over a few security guards from the company? But even he realized this might not be the best idea after all. Nothing had actually happened yet, and arranging bodyguards for him would draw too much attention, which wouldn't be appropriate. After Chun hung up, Selina said, You're worried about Gavin and his father, aren't you? Why don't I arrange some people for you? Chun gave her a surprised look. People from wealthy, powerful families like them all played by the same rules. He shook his head and laughed. My life isn't that precious. Maybe we're all just worrying too much. Selina tried to persuade him further, but Chun flatly refused, so she didn't press the issue. After rounding a corner, the Cayenne pulled up outside Chun's residential complex, and Chun got out of the car. Selina smiled. Chun, aren't you going to invite me up for a bit? Chun was taken aback for a moment, then said, On TV. This kind of thing usually goes the other way around. Doesn't it? A guy drives a girl home. She's polite and invites him up for a while. He's looking for an excuse anyway. So he goes up with the flow, and then, well, You know what happens? Most women like that already have boyfriends. The next day, she'll regret it and claim she didn't initiate it, that the guy forced her. She's trying to have it both ways. A man and a woman alone together in a room late at night, you don't need a genius to figure out what could happen. We're not fools, why act like such a sickening, manipulative woman? Selena's face flushed slightly. What kind of unspeakable things are you fantasizing about? You seem so honest and upright, but it turns out you're no saint either. She gave him a playful, scolding glare, slammed her foot on the gas pedal, and sped off. Gavin's house. Guabaraway sat on the couch with a grim expression, his eyes practically shooting fire. Gavin roared, "Dad, I've never been made such a fool of in my life. I want Chin dead. He has to die. Even if you don't kill him, I'll make sure he dies." Guabaraway sprang to his feet. "No one in Binhai City has ever dared to humiliate me like this." He pulled out his phone and immediately dialed a few numbers. Gavin. Swear I'll never be a man again unless I cripple both his legs." Gavin's face contorted with rage. "Dad, are we still going to Ethan's birthday banquet? Should we prepare a different gift? If we skip this banquet, I'm afraid we'll never have another chance to get our hands on Ivy. Then our family's alliance with the Yi family will be completely ruined. One Tiet. Our family is on the verge of bankruptcy. If we can't tie ourselves to the Yi family, they won't help us. You absolutely must win Ivy over. We have to drag the Yi family onto our sinking ship. I've already prepared Ethan's birthday gift, don't worry." Guabaraway smiled mysteriously. Gavin was still puzzled when the living room door swung open and a short, stocky middle-aged man walked in. He had slanted eyes, and though he wore a smug smile, he gave off the impression of a wolf in sheepish clothing. "Mr. Huang." Gavin recognized him. It was Huang Sankai, the owner of Jubao Pavilion. "Young Master Gua still remembers me." Huang Sankai was carrying a large leather briefcase. He set it on the desk, unzipped it, and revealed a set of exquisitely crafted purple clay teapot and teacups set inside. 1 teapot, 2 teacups, and 2 saucers. The teapot and teacups were engraved with 9 plum blossoms, their vermilion hue shimmering with an orange glow. The 9-headed ode to plum blossoms teapot set? Guabaraway couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Huang Sankai chuckled. "Mr. Gua, I've done you proud. Thanks to my silver tongue, I finally managed to persuade Master Bai Songshi to part with this tea set. Master Bai rarely creates pieces himself anymore. He made an exception just to do me a favor." Guabaraway bowed repeatedly. "Thank you for your hard work, Boss Huang. I'll never forget this favor. Should you ever need anything in the future, just give the word." Huang Sankai waved his hand. "Mr. Gua, you're too kind. Too kind. We're brothers here, why bring that up? Mr. Gua, as you surely know, Master Bai's 9-headed ode to plum blossoms tea set is coveted not only by wealthy families, but even by powerful officials at the city and provincial levels. But Master Bai used to craft each set by hand himself, and he couldn't even finish one set a month. That's why the market price for this set is simply astronomical, 68 million per set. This time, I went out of my way to finally persuade him, and Master Bai has finally taken up the chisel once more, but it's truly been a struggle for this retired master." As Huang Sankai spoke, he sighed repeatedly. "Mr. Huang, the price is negotiable. We originally agreed on 80 million. I'll add another 3 million. Consider it a token of appreciation for your hard work." Guabaraway smiled outwardly, but inwardly cursed. "You've been rambling on for ages, you just want a few more." Upon hearing this, Huang Sankai shook his head. "Mr. Gua, let us be straightforward. Back when Master Bai was still making purple clay teapots, the market price was only between 65 million and 83 million. Do you think we could have persuaded one of the nation's top 5 masters to personally take on this project back then? Even if we're not doing this purely to show our respect for the master, shouldn't we add a bit more just for the sake of his reputation?" Guabaraway's expression darkened. "So how much do you want?" "It's not about what I want, but out of respect for Master Bai. I think 98 million would be fair, no need to round it up." 98 million? Guabaraway's face turned pale with shock. "I'm truly sorry, Mr. Huang, but you'll have to take it back. A purple clay teapot worth 98 million, this Gua simply can't afford such a luxury." Huang Sankai smiled. "It's all right. I'll just have to apologize to Master Bai. I'm sure he'll understand my predicament. But Mr. Gua, I'm afraid I can't refund the 10 million deposit." He turned and walked away. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Guobaoruei hurriedly called out to him. Only then did he remember that he had already paid a 10 million deposit. If he backed out now, that 10 million would be down the drain. All right, then I'll take it. Chapter 40. The Purple Clay Teapot Set. Huang Sankai still wore a friendly smile. I'm confident this set of purple clay teapots will surely bring Mr. Guo a steady flow of wealth and help him achieve great success. Once he was out of sight, Guobaoruei clenched his fists, and Gavinus' eyes turned bloodshot. This thing's worth 70 million at most, and he actually managed to overcharge us by nearly 30 million in one go. That insatiable bastard! Guobaoruei struggled to contain his rage. I'd originally thought we'd be able to snag something good at the auction and pass on this purple clay teapot, but things didn't go as planned. With Ethan's birthday just around the corner and time running out, we had no choice but to accept it. When the chance comes, I'll get my revenge. Guobaoruei looked like a wild beast ready to devour someone. Huang Sankai walked out of the Guo residence, smirking triumphantly. An item worth 5,000 sold for 100 million. Chun was just about to enter his apartment complex when he suddenly received a call from Ivy. Chun, are you home yet? Ivy's voice was unusually gentle. I'm outside the complex, just about to go in. Chun, that Tang Bohu painting you bid on for me, my grandfather was so thrilled he couldn't stop smiling. He kept praising you as a rare talent. My grandfather asked me to invite you to his birthday banquet. He specifically said you don't need to bring any gifts, you've already brought him the very thing he wanted most. The two chatted for a few more minutes before Chun hung up. He furrowed his brow. Old Master Yi actually invited me to his birthday banquet? Doesn't that mean I'll have to bring him a gift too? Although that's what the old master said. Chun believed he meant it sincerely. But that painting was, in fact, still a gift from Ivy to her grandfather. He merely helped authenticate it and take a photo of it. Although the Yi family wasn't the wealthiest in Binhai City, they were a clan whose every move sent ripples through the entire city. For so many wealthy businessmen and powerful figures, forging a connection with such a family was a dream come true. He was just a penniless nobody, and yet he'd been granted such an honor? Even setting aside any mercenary motives, he simply couldn't refuse Ivy's invitation. So what should I give as a gift? I don't have much money right now, and I might not get another chance to score such a bargain. Chun mused, lowering his head. Given the Yi family's status and standing, they lack nothing. Even if I gave them something worth over 100 million, they probably wouldn't give it a second glance. But given my current status and financial situation, what kind of gift should I give that doesn't come across as cheap, yet doesn't make me look like I'm trying to outdo myself? Chun pondered this as he walked slowly along the sidewalk outside the residential complex instead of entering it. Suddenly, under a streetlight, he spotted a young man in his early 20s tending a small stall. A red cloth was spread out on the ground, displaying only a single set of purple clay teaware. Chun glanced down. It was a rust-red purple clay teapot. The set consisted of 1 teapot, 1 storage jar, 4 cups, and 4 saucers. Each piece was carved with a squirrel and grape motif. Chun didn't know much about purple clay teapots, but he knew that the squirrel and grape motif was a classic design in purple clay pottery and a traditional auspicious pattern. The grapevines spread out, bearing many seeds and heavy clusters of fruit. Symbolizing a long line of descendants and a prosperous family, it is considered an auspicious fruit in people's hearts. The squirrel corresponds to the Z hour in the Chinese zodiac. Symbolizing many children, it is also the treasure-spewing weasel held by the Tibetan Buddhist god of wealth, representing prosperity. In traditional Chinese culture, the combination of the squirrel and grapes signifies many children, much happiness, a bountiful harvest, and great wealth. In the public imagination, squirrels are perceived as more endearing than mice, and depicting them lends the design a more refined and dignified air. Therefore, the combination of squirrels and grapes is considered even more auspicious and symbolic of good fortune. Chen's eyes lit up. Zisha teapots are world-renowned works of art from Yixing since their invention during the Ming Dynasty. They have been widely cherished for over 500 years. The squirrels and grapes on this tea set are lifelike, possessing a natural beauty and grace, a far cry from the inferior products churned out by unscrupulous artisans and factory assembly lines. A fine Yixing purple clay teapot embodies the beauty of precision, vitality, spirit, and grace, and this particular teapot perfectly exemplifies all of these qualities. Even when not used as a flower vase, this teapot boasts a grand form and a full, rounded shape, a rare treasure indeed. Noticing Chun's interest, The young man smiled broadly and said, "Sir, are you interested in buying a purple clay teapot?" Chen nodded. He reached out and gently cradled the teapot, examining it closely. It was indeed a master's work, yet it bore no master's seal. When crafting a purple clay teapot, a master will engrave his name on the inner wall of the teapot as the piece nears completion. This serves the same purpose as a master's seal. Not only does this prevent forgery, but engraving one's name also adds value to the artwork. Who made this purple clay teapot? Why doesn't it bear the master's name? The young man's eyes darkened. He lowered his head, remained silent for a moment, then suddenly looked up and said angrily, "You so-called pretenders to high culture, do you only recognize famous artists when buying things? Do only those so-called masters have the ability to create true works of art?" Chen couldn't help but pause in surprise. This young man was a year or two younger than him, but he felt that what the young man said made a lot of sense.
I'm sorry.
That's not what I meant. I just find it a bit strange that this purple clay teapot is clearly the work of a master but bears no signature. The young man looked at him with some surprise. "You really do know a thing or two about purple clay teapots?" Chen smiled slightly and, after asking around, learned that his name was Wang Bowen. "This is Zhu and I, right?" As soon as Wang Bowen heard a question about purple clay teapots, he began to speak at length. "It is indeed Zhu and I. Zhu and I is the finest grade of red clay. Zhuni is generally classified into 3 types. Red with a hint of yellow, yellow with a hint of red, and red with a hint of purple. Although Zhuni originates from red clay, it differs from it in that it has twice the shrinkage rate of red clay. The finished product has a vermilion hue with an orange sheen and is notoriously difficult to shape. In ancient times, there was a saying that no Zhuni teapot is without wrinkles. But with advances in modern craftsmanship, this is rarely seen anymore. Wang Bowen gave him a vivid and detailed explanation for over half an hour, and Chen gained a deeper understanding of purple clay teapots. "How much is this set of purple clay teaware?" 5,000. Wang Bowen held up one hand. Chen concentrated and activated his appraisal sight. Several lines of red text appeared on the purple clay teapot. Authentic Zisha teapot. Date: made 3 months ago. Price: 5,000. Chen furrowed his brow. There was actually an upward arrow next to the price. What did that mean? Could it be that 5,000 was the starting price, and there was definite room for the value to rise? He had never encountered this situation in previous prompts. This was clearly an exquisitely crafted treasure, and yet it had only been completed 3 months ago. Chen knew that purple clay teapots differed from ordinary antiques and calligraphy and paintings, which generally increase in value the longer they've been around. A purple clay teapot is a work of art in its own right. Even pieces by modern masters of the craft can fetch astronomical prices. So why is this set of purple clay teapots so cheap? Could it be that this master doesn't care about money? Chapter 41. The Down and Out Folk Artist. Chen shook his head. There must be some unknown reason behind this. "All right, I'll take it for 5,000. Wang Bowen was delighted to see how readily Chen agreed. He suddenly stepped closer to Chen and whispered, "Sir, we have more. Would you like some?" Chen was taken aback. Were these top-tier works of art really as common as cabbages, found everywhere on the street? "How many more do you have?" "For more sets." "Wait a minute. I'll take this one home first. Then I'll go check them out for you." Chen was a bit curious. Logically speaking, aside from genuine antiques passed down through generations, modern art pieces, especially those mass-produced, surely wouldn't hold their value. If Chen didn't have a golden touch, he would bought only this one set and never dared to believe such a windfall was possible. But now that he had X-ray vision and could tell the difference between genuine and fake items, he was brimming with confidence. Wang Bowen was thrilled. After Chen transferred the money to him, Wang Bowen volunteered to help deliver the tea set to Chen's home. The two left the residential complex and walked diagonally along a side street. After turning a corner, they were already far from the main street. The area grew increasingly secluded, and the foot traffic noticeably thinned out. At the end of a quiet street stood a small shop with a sign reading, "Zisha Teapots." "Grandpa, I'm back!" Wang Bowen exclaimed excitedly as soon as he stepped inside. Chen glanced around. The shop wasn't large, no more than 20 square meters, and was filled with old wooden shelves whose paint was peeling off. On the left side of the wooden shelves were 4 sets of tea sets, identical to the one Chen had just purchased. The remaining shelves held a scattered assortment of teaware. Some were purple clay teapots in various shapes, while others included tea bowls, cups, and other items. Among these individual pieces, Only 5 or 6 displayed exceptional craftsmanship, the rest appeared ordinary, and many were even quite crude. There was already a customer in the shop, dressed in expensive clothes. His hair slicked back to a high gloss, and his every movement exuding an air of arrogance and haughtiness. He was staring at the 4 exquisite tea sets, his eyes gleaming intently. Beside him stood an elderly man in gray, in his 60s or 70s, with gray hair and a face full of wrinkles, who was explaining a few things to the customer. Hearing Wang Bowen's voice, he turned and gave him a slight nod. These 4 sets of tea sets, they're just so, barely usable. How much are you selling them for? Wang Shuntang laughed. 5,000 per set. Lin Guodong's eyes sparkled, but he feigned surprise. 5,000 per set? With that kind of workmanship? You really have the nerve to ask for that. It's only because I took a liking to them. If it were anyone else, they'd be left on the street and no one would even pick them up. 1,000 per set, I'll take the whole lot. Wang Shuntang looked hesitant. 1,000 per set is too low. You'll have to add a little more. Lin Guodong said impatiently. You think 1,000 is too little? I was actually planning to offer 500. Get out, get out. We're not selling them anymore. Before he could finish, Wang Bowen stepped forward in a huff and began shooing him away. Lin Guodong was a bit annoyed. Is that any way to do business? Though dissatisfied, he stormed out of the shop in a huff. You brat, Wang Shuntang looked at his grandson, not knowing what to say. Wang Bowen didn't care at all and laughed. Grandpa, I just sold a set to Mr. Chun for 5,000. Mr. Chun is very interested in our purple clay teapots. When he heard we had more, he asked me to bring him here to take a look. 5,000, did you really sell it for 5,000? Wang Shuntang was both delighted and a bit incredulous. After all, they'd been in Binhai City for half a month and hadn't sold a single piece. Hearing this news suddenly from his grandson, he even wondered if he'd misheard. Chun nodded and smiled. Grandpa Wang, I'd definitely like to take another look. He gazed at the 4 sets of teaware on the wooden rack, his heart racing with excitement. Both the raw materials and craftsmanship were exactly the same as the set they just sold, yet they were being sold off for a mere 5,000. He simply couldn't fathom it. Grandpa Wang, these 5 sets of purple clay teapots are truly first-rate works of art. How could you sell them for a mere 5,000 yuan? Could it be that you have too many of these in stock? Wang Shuntang and Wang Bowen, grandfather and grandson, exchanged glances, their eyes clouded with sadness. These purple clay teapots were all handmade by my grandfather, Wang Bowen said slowly. He fell silent for a moment, then suddenly looked at Chan and said, Mr. Chan, you may not be very familiar with our purple clay teapot industry. In our industry, artisans who make purple clay teapots have professional titles. Those with higher titles naturally command higher prices for their work. Customers trust them more, too, and they earn more as a result. Chun couldn't help but look taken aback. Purple clay teapot artisans have professional titles too? Wang Bowen carefully explained the rules of the purple clay teapot industry. Masters who craft purple clay teapots are called craft artists. The full title is Craft and Fine Arts Artist, which is a professional technical title in the field of arts and crafts, issued by government-level human resources departments. There are 5 professional titles in the purple clay industry, ranked from lowest to highest: Craft and Fine Arts Technician, Assistant Craft and Fine Arts Artist, Craft and Fine Arts Artist, Senior Craft and Fine Arts Artist, and Researcher-Level Senior Craft and Fine Arts Artist. The requirements for obtaining the title of Art and Craft Master are extremely stringent. First, a college degree or higher. Second, at least 20 years of experience in teapot making. Third, mastery of advanced art and craft techniques. Fourth, the ability to craft purple clay teapots entirely by hand. Fifth, obtaining the title of Art and Craft Master is extremely difficult. In addition to practical teapot making skills, it also requires a certain level of theoretical knowledge. That first hurdle alone stopped my grandfather in his tracks. He could only recognize a few characters. He didn't even have an elementary school diploma, let alone a college degree. Although he later taught himself and basically acquired the academic knowledge equivalent to junior high and high school, Wang Bowen said with some indignation. Without meeting that mandatory requirement, the title of artisan was completely out of reach for my grandfather. He is currently just an artistic craftsman, not even an assistant artisan. Going back 3 generations from my grandfather, everyone in my family has been skilled in making purple clay teapots. By my grandfather's generation, he had truly surpassed his predecessors, but simply because he lacked formal education, despite possessing such exquisite craftsmanship, he isn't recognized by the public at all. Nowadays, when consumers buy purple clay teapots, they mostly evaluate the pieces based on the maker's professional title. Chun suddenly had a lightbulb moment and finally understood why the man had flown into a rage earlier when Chun asked about the absence of the artist's name. Wang Shuntang lowered his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. Chun reflected silently to himself. It's just like being a doctor if you haven't obtained a medical license. No matter how skilled you are, you're practicing medicine illegally, and that's against the law. Although there's no concept of illegal practice in the purple clay teapot trade. Without a reputation and without connections or financial backing, the general public simply won't give your work a second glance. Chapter 42. Deceiving the world and stealing fame. And those gentlemen whose skills were poor but who had connections, money, and power set their sights on my grandfather's craftsmanship. They used every means possible to force him into collaborating with them. My grandfather personally crafted all sorts of purple clay teapots, only to have their names inscribed on them. They exploited their status and influence to sell a single set of purple clay teapots for 70 to 80 million, or even over 100 million, and these were hailed as priceless works of art. They reaped the money, the accolades, the applause, and the fame. Meanwhile, my grandfather received a meager monthly payment of just 5,000 yuan. And yet, the same teaware he crafted went completely unnoticed unless it bore the signature of one of those so-called masters. Chun was speechless. He never imagined there were so many shady practices in the purple clay teapot industry. Immediately, however, he came to terms with it. Chaos and irregularities exist in almost every industry. Capitalists ruthlessly exploit talent. Doctoral students' theses are plagiarized and published under their advisors' names. It's all the same. 70 to 80 million or even 100 million. Bai Songshi? Chun suddenly zeroed in on the key point in Wang Bowen's words, staring at him in disbelief. Are you talking about Bai Songshi? Currently, Bai Songshi is the undisputed leader of the domestic purple clay teapot industry. Only his works fetch prices of 70 to 80 million, or even over 100 million. Bai Songshi is not only a renowned figure in the antiques world, but also serves as vice president of the National Purple Clay Teapot Association. His works are highly sought after not only by wealthy individuals at home and abroad, but also by various influential figures in power. It takes Bai Songshi 1 or 2 months, sometimes even 2 or 3, to complete a single piece, and every time one of his works is released, it causes a sensation. He simply couldn't imagine that Bai Songshi had been stealing Wang Shuntang's creative work all along. This master, renowned throughout the country, was actually a fraud. Ahem Xiaowan. Don't say such things. Wang Shuntang's expression shifted slightly. He looked a bit frightened and kept giving Wang Bowen meaningful glances. Wang Bowen paid him no mind. That's exactly it. It's that big fraud, Bai Songshi. To maintain his image as a reclusive master and to swindle even more money, Bai Songshi, adhering to the principle that rarity determines value, insisted that my grandfather produce only one set of purple clay teapots every 1 or 2 months. When my grandfather works slowly, he can only finish 1 set a month. When he works quickly, he can finish 2. And sometimes, there's not a single piece damaged during firing. These 5 sets of teaware were all secretly crafted by my grandfather in his spare time, and they came out of the kiln without a single flaw. But without the title of a so-called master, they simply won T-cell. We heard that Binhai City has a vibrant antique culture scene, so we thought we'd come try our luck. I guess I was just too naive. Everyone in the world is merely drawn by a reputation. How many truly have the discerning eye to recognize a gem? Wang Bowen's face was full of scorn. Chun gazed at the 4 exquisitely crafted sets of teaware, stroked his chin, and fell deep in thought. After more than 10 minutes, his eyes suddenly lit up. I'll take all 4 sets of teaware. Wang Shuntang and Wang Bowen were taken aback at first. Then their faces lit up with joy. Immediately afterward, Wang Shuntang seemed to realize something and shook his head. I appreciate your kindness, Mr. Chun, but you really don't need to go out of your way for us like this. Upon hearing this, Wang Bowen also hung his head in shame. Chan knew Wang Shuntang had misunderstood him, so he smiled and said, Grandpa Wang, it's not what you think. I genuinely love these 4 tea sets. He scanned the QR code to transfer the money to Wang Bowen, who couldn't help but beam with joy when he saw the WeChat notification confirming the 20,000 yuan had been received. Chun waved his hand. Grandpa Wang, Xiaowen, leave these 4 tea sets here for now. I want to take them with me. Grandpa Wang, go ahead and close up the shop for now. Don't sell anything else either. Don't rush home just yet. Wait for my message tomorrow. Although Wang Shuntang and Wang Bowen didn't know exactly what Chen had in mind, he was, after all, their biggest customer. They both nodded and said, all right, we'll close up right away. The wrinkles on Wang Shuntang's face almost blossomed into a smile. This was his own creation. And for the first time, it had been openly appreciated by someone else. The grandfather and grandson closed the shop right then and there, and Chun bid them farewell before leaving. Chun hurried home, lost in thought. Just as he turned onto a quiet street, a figure suddenly flashed before his eyes, and 4 burly men blocked his path, each holding a steel pipe. The leader was a bald man with a fierce-looking tattoo of a tiger on his body. Are you Chun? Chun paused for a moment, then shook his head. Who is Chun? I'm not Chun. A man with a scar on his face standing next to the bald man cursed. Damn it! He is still playing dumb. Take him out. As he spoke, he and the 2 men behind him charged forward. The 3 of them raised their steel pipes and brought them down on Chen's head in unison. Chen was startled and turned to run. Although he had exercised regularly in school, he was, after all, only slightly stronger than the average person facing these armed thugs. He had no guarantee of victory. Chen had barely taken a step when he suddenly stumbled, his body dropping low just as the scar-faced man's steel pipe came crashing down from above. The blow missed him, however, and struck the ground in front of him. Chun grabbed it with both hands and managed to wrest it from the scar-faced man's grasp. He swung it wildly at him. The blow struck the scar-faced man's shoulder. There was a crack, the bone had snapped. Clutching his shoulder, the scar-faced man let out a scream and crouched to the ground. The 2 burly men who had been chasing him couldn't help but freeze in surprise. How dare you hurt brother Hao? The 2 shouted in unison, swinging their steel pipes to strike from both sides. A faint golden light suddenly flashed in Chun's eyes to him. Their movements seemed to slow to a crawl. A movement from the 5 beast technique he practiced suddenly flashed through Chun's mind. He snapped his left hand out and slapped the left thug's wrist, sending the steel pipe he was holding clattering to the ground. He swung his left leg upward, landing a kick squarely in the thug's groin. The man let out an agonized howl and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, Chun swung the steel pipe in his right hand, knocking the pipe out of the man on his right's grasp. The man turned and ran, but Chun took a step forward, raised his steel pipe, and with a piercing "ah!" sent him crashing to the ground. The bald man standing nearby stared in disbelief, never expecting Chun to be so fierce. Wow, you've got some skills. But you dared to hurt my brother, I'll make you pay with your blood. I was only going to take your 2 legs, but now I'll take your 2 hands too. The bald man's face contorted with rage, he lunged straight at Chun. Chun twisted his body, dodging behind the bald man, and brought the steel pipe down with all his might. With a crack, it snapped the man's right arm. The bald man let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed to the ground, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Chun looked down at him from above, a smile spreading across his face, but the bald man felt a chill run down his spine. Chun chuckled and pointed the steel pipe at the man's legs. Are you going to do it yourself? Or should I do it for you? The bald man's face was contorted with fear, and he snapped, feigning bravado. Don't push it too far. If you do it yourself, you'll still have your left arm. If I do it, you won't even keep this one. You wanted to break all 4 of my limbs, now I'll just break 3 of yours. Chapter 43, Selena's Plan. Although Chun's voice was flat, it carried a bone-chilling coldness. I'll do it myself. I'll do it myself. The bald man grabbed the steel pipe with his left hand and, with 2 sharp cracks, shattered both his legs. He shuddered all over from the pain. Chun snorted coldly, tossed the steel pipe aside, and turned to leave. He knew this had to be the work of Guobaorué and his son Gavin. Although he offended numerous tycoons at the auction earlier, only the Guo family had been thoroughly swindled by him. No one else would harbor such a strong desire for revenge. The fat man had just warned me, and they showed up. Looks like I'll have to be more careful from now on. It suddenly occurred to him that the golden light must have been a secondary function of appraisal sight. And the 5 beast technique could actually be used in combat. It seemed he'd have to practice it more often from now on. Chun returned home, picked up the Healer's Codex, and carefully reviewed the 5 beast technique at the end of the book once more. He had originally assumed the 5 beast technique was only for physical conditioning, but what had just happened proved it could be used in combat, so he couldn't help but take it much more seriously. Chun practiced for over 2 more hours before finally putting the book down. His thoughts turned back to the purple clay teapot. After pondering for a long time, A smug smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The next day, Chun dialed Selina's cell phone. It rang just once before Selina picked up. Her voice sounded unusually excited. Chun, what made you think to call me? Qingxian. How much do you know about purple clay teapots? Selina replied. Anyone who enjoys tea, or who moves in antique circles, knows all about purple clay teapots. So, would you be interested in getting into the purple clay teapot business? Selina paused for a moment before saying, Chun, you don't understand. It's only through renowned masters that top-quality purple clay teapots can be crafted, yielding astronomical profits. As for teapots churned out on factory assembly lines, they have no artistic value whatsoever and aren't worth collecting, let alone having any real value. Factory-made teapots are just commodities, not works of art. We can't find any reliable master artisans, and as far as I'm concerned, the profit margin on mass-produced Zisha teapots. What if I had a master artisan like that? As soon as Selina heard this, her voice grew excited. Chun, are you serious? You're not pulling my leg, are you? She then realized that although Chun was a year or two younger than her, he was absolutely steady and reliable. If he said this, he must be absolutely certain. Where is this master? Chun said, come to my place. Half an hour later, just as Chun stepped out of his apartment complex, Selina's Porsche Cayenne pulled up quietly beside him, and Chun slid into the passenger seat. Following the directions he gave, Selina quickly arrived outside Wang Shuntang's purple clay teapot shop. Wang Shuntang and his grandson Wang Bowen hadn't planned to open for business today, but after receiving a sudden call from Chen, the two had rushed over. As soon as they saw Chun get out of the car, they immediately hurried over to greet him. Chun introduced them to each other, not knowing Selina's exact identity. He simply said she was the CEO of Selina Jewelry. Wang Shuntang and Wang Bowen had clearly never heard of the company, but they were nonetheless extremely warm and welcoming. Chun led Selina into the shop. As soon as Selina caught sight of the 4 sets of purple clay teapot sets, she froze in place. Then, she quickly walked over, her beautiful eyes sparkling like autumn water. Her body trembled slightly. Is this the work of Bai Songxi? My grandfather has always wanted a set of Bai Songxi's teaware, but he has never been able to win one at auction. Wang Shuntang and Wang Bowen were utterly astonished. This was the first person in all these years who had recognized the teaware at a glance. Even so-called collecting masters could only identify it by the signature. Selina carefully cradled a purple clay teapot in her hands, examined it closely, and discovered there was no inscription by Bai Songxi. She was deeply puzzled. It's not Bai Songxi's work? Could it be a forgery by someone else? She immediately dismissed the thought and shook her head. If someone else's imitation could pass as the real thing, why bother copying others at all? Isn't it better to be original and create your own works? If not for his age, Wang Shuntang would have loved to kneel down and kowtow to Selina. She was truly a kindred spirit. Chun smiled faintly. All these pieces were crafted by this elderly master, Mr. Wang Shuntang. Selina's almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief. She simply couldn't believe it. Just moments ago, Chun had merely introduced Wang Shuntang as the shop's owner, without mentioning at all that he was a master of purple clay teapots. Chun then recounted Wang Shuntang's story in full. Are you saying Bai Songxi is just a fame-seeker? Selina asked, somewhat taken aback. But her expression quickly settled. Having navigated the business world for many years, she was no stranger to situations 100 times more treacherous and unpredictable than this. She looked at Chen, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. In a deal of this magnitude, whoever Chun partnered with would make a fortune. Yet Chun had come to her first. What did that mean? Selina couldn't help but let her mind run wild with speculation. She looked again at Wang Shuntang's rougher pieces. These were rejects he'd made offhand. Yet even so, they were light years ahead of the purple clay teapots churned out by those factories. They were all the work of a single artisan and were all labeled as entirely handmade. Yet the price differences were enormous, ranging from a few hundred yuan to several thousand or even tens of thousands, with some fetching hundreds of thousands. What exactly was the reason behind this? The explanation is actually quite simple. Artisans who have achieved a certain level of fame do not personally craft every single piece. Instead, some merchants sign contracts with them, leveraging their reputation to produce items entirely through industrial mass production methods in factories. Such products are the least valuable. On the other hand, some merchants seeking to elevate their product's perceived quality use slightly better materials and have the artisan's apprentices perform the work by hand, while still marketing the pieces under the master's name. These products are of higher quality and command correspondingly higher prices. There is undoubtedly a world of difference between products that are purely handmade, semi-handmade, and those produced entirely in factories. As for those pieces that easily cost hundreds of thousands or even millions, most are crafted by the artisans themselves, and such works do possess some collectible value. This practice is essentially private labeling. And sometimes, in pursuit of greater profits, these so-called artisans collaborate with more than one company. Wang Shuntang's pieces, however, were all made on the sly since he couldn't sell them. He naturally didn't put much effort into them. Selina pondered for a while, then said slowly, "Chun, Grandpa Wang, the three of us will each hold a certain share. I'll take 5 parts, Chun will take 4 parts, and Grandpa Wang will take 1 part. I'll provide all the funding. Our company will be fully responsible for investment, production, and sales. Chun, you and Grandpa Wang 1T have to contribute a single penny. Grandpa Wang, all you need to do is create a set of squirrel and grape-style artworks every 1 or 2 months, or every 2 or 3 months. But no matter the price, Chun and I will each take 1/3. Chapter 44. Jointly establishing a Zisha teapot factory. Chun looked at Selina with some surprise. He had originally thought that a 20% stake would have been more than enough to satisfy him. But now Selina was offering him 40% and without requiring him to contribute any capital. Selina was truly generous, no wonder her business had grown so large. What? I get 2/3? Wang Shuntang stared in disbelief, thinking he must have misheard. His grandson, Wang Bowen, standing nearby, was even more speechless. Based on Bai Songxi's current going rate of 70 to 80 million per piece, they only take a little over 20 million, with the rest going to them as compensation. They never would have dreamed that one day they'd be treated with such respect. No, that's too much for me. Wang Shuntang trembled all over with emotion, shaking his head repeatedly. I'll only take. He wasn't sure exactly how much would be appropriate. Old Master Wang, this is the value of your artwork, it's worth this much, Selina said with a smile. There's no need to refuse. All right. Tears welled up in the corners of Wang Shuntang's eyes, and he kept wiping them away with his sleeve. Suddenly, he remembered something and said, Mr. Chan, Miss Xiao, but I signed an agreement with Bai Songxi that I can't produce any more products for anyone else. The penalty for breach of contract is 80 million. Selina let out a cold laugh. Don't worry about it, Grandpa Wang. I'll take care of everything. He won't get a single cent of that 80 million. He's just daydreaming. Aside from these top-tier works of art, Grandpa Wang can use the rest of his time to lead his family and apprentices in crafting handmade pieces priced at 50,000, 100,000, or 200,000. Then, we'll mass-produce purple clay teapots worth around 5,000 in our factory. Our products will always be positioned in the mid to high-end market. We'll absolutely avoid low-end products. That's the only way to build our brand's influence. Grandpa Wang, from now on, we'll proudly engrave your name on the inside of every top-tier artistic purple clay teapot. Let everyone know who you are, a true master artist. Wang Shuntang's eyes welled up with tears. He knew he'd met 2 benefactors. The 3 of them discussed the matter in detail for another half-hour before Chan and Selina took their leave. Qingxian, this will require a significant investment. 1T. Although Old Master Wang is a true master of his craft, he has absolutely no fame. 1T. It'd be difficult to forcefully turn him into a celebrity. Selina smiled faintly. It is a bit difficult, but it's no big deal. If we were to hire a celebrity endorser, the problem would be solved immediately, but hiring those commercial celebrities would be an insult to our art. If all else fails, I'll personally endorse Wang Shuntang. Chen thought this was the best solution. With Selina's fame, no one would have any doubts. Moreover, those purple clay teapot enthusiasts would surely flock to her. When you have some free time, let us go to Yixing together to check it out, Selina said. Although this place isn't far from Yixing, transporting raw materials is still a bit inconvenient. Wang Shuntang has his own kiln, so we can take over his production and start using it right away. Chen nodded. You're in charge of business matters. I don't know much about these things. Selina suddenly looked at him and said, Chun, those 4 Wang Shuntang purple clay teapots of yours. Chun suddenly understood what she meant and laughed. Are you going to Grandpa Ivy's birthday celebration too? Selina nodded. Grandpa Yi and my grandfather are acquaintances. They have a bit of a connection. Although my jewelry company doesn't need the Yi family's help to break into the market, There's an old saying. A strong dragon doesn't bully the local snake. In the business world, it's much better to have more friends than enemies. She let out a soft sigh and smiled sweetly. Besides, my grandfather is exceptionally fond of Bai Songxi's work. No, I mean Wang Shuntang's. But he won't let us bid high at an auction, nor would he deign to commission Bai Songxi directly. I'm planning to attend Grandpa Ivy's birthday celebration tomorrow, too, Chun said slowly. Selina was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. So that's what you were planning? Never mind. I already have a backup gift anyway. It doesn't matter whether we get that set of purple clay teapots or not. As for Grandpa Shao's gift, Chun smiled faintly. It wouldn't be right for you to give him this Zybe knockoff by Songxi, would it? Wait until old Master Wang Shuntang personally crafts a purple clay teapot himself. Then, give Grandpa the very first piece he has ever inscribed with his own name. A gift like that. Selina's eyes lit up instantly, and she exclaimed excitedly, Chun, your idea is the best. I'll give Grandpa our company's very first piece engraved with Master Wang Shuntang's name. It'll be incredibly meaningful. How could I not have thought of that? As the two drove toward downtown, they suddenly noticed a storefront by the roadside packed with people, with crowds piled 3 layers deep both inside and out. Shangshi Star Wish Boutique? Chun glanced at the name above the store. It can't be that Star Wish, can it? Selina laughed. It's exactly what you're thinking. Shangshi Corporation is headquartered in the provincial capital and is quite well known in the jewelry and jade industry. Star Wish is the newly registered trademark for the latest products they've launched. The fact that you authenticated that pearl necklace for Fiona at the auction last night has practically gone viral among the high society circles of Binhai City. I'm afraid even the provincial capital is abuzz with the news by now. While Fiona has certainly become the butt of everyone's jokes, even more people have noticed that you bid on that painting, portrait of Li Duan, on Ivy's behalf. Everyone's speculating, did you just happen to spot something? Or do you actually have genuine expertise? Selina glanced at Chun again and smiled. Last night's events are both an opportunity and a crisis for you. You've certainly caught the attention of quite a few people by now. It'll be easy for you to make a name for yourself. But at the same time, this will also earn you countless enemies. There will undoubtedly be many so-called seniors in the field who can't stand seeing a young upstart making such a splash. They'll do everything in their power to bring you down. They'll stop at nothing. If you survive this, your future is limitless. If you fail to hold your ground, you might be forced to leave the scene in disgrace and never set foot in the antiques world again. Chun said nothing, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, his face full of disdain. Seeing his expression, Selina felt even happier that stubbornness, resilience, and tenacity were exactly like her own. She didn't say anything like, I need your help with something. Any guy with even a shred of ambition or self-respect would refuse to go begging a woman at the drop of a hat. Yet a thought flashed through her mind. If they really went too far, no one would get off easy. Let us go check out the commotion. Selina parked the car by the roadside, and the two of them walked toward the Xingyuan boutique. Outside the store, a crowd had gathered, the atmosphere charged with emotion as people clamored for refunds. Selina and Chun finally managed to squeeze through the crowd. Inside, they saw a middle-aged woman lashing out at a well-mannered young man. Chun couldn't help but freeze in surprise. That woman was actually Fiona. Chapter 45. Fiona's Return. Chun had seen that man last night as well. It was Lin Guodong, the same man who had tried to buy 4 sets of purple clay teapots at a bargain price at Wang Shuntang's shop. Chun glanced around and suddenly spotted a girl in a pale yellow dress, standing about 10 meters diagonally behind Fiona. It was Ivy. She seemed mortified, dare not looking at anyone, and appeared somewhat distracted. Not seeing Yi Juanxiong in the crowd, Chun immediately realized. Fiona's huge blunder last night had long since become the talk of the town, and it had undoubtedly dragged down the Yi family's reputation as well. This incident wasn't just about her, a wealthy socialite, but even an ordinary person would find it impossible to swallow such an insult and would certainly demand an explanation. Yet, mindful of his status as the young master of the Yi family, Yi Juanxiong naturally couldn't get personally involved. Although Ivy harbored considerable resentment toward her parents, she had no choice but to accompany her mother, who had dragged her into this humiliating situation, to resolve the matter. Mr. Lin, give us an explanation. I bought that pearl necklace from you, and at the time your staff swore up and down that they were 100% natural saltwater pearls. But last night, an expert identified them as cultured freshwater pearls. Isn't this fraud? Refund me immediately. Fiona held a silk-lined box in her hands, containing the very pearl necklace in question, and glared at Lin Guodong with uncontrollable rage. That's right, demand a refund. And compensation too. According to current regulations, it's 3 times the price for a fake. A middle-aged man in the crowd exclaimed indignantly. I bought an agate bracelet last month. Last night, I rushed to have it appraised. It's just ordinary agate. Yet they sold it to me at the price of South Red agate. This is fraud. I trusted your brand, which is why I bought it, but you've treated me like a fool. An overweight woman interjected. Mine too. I bought a black jade guanine statue. Last night, I had a master appraise it, and it turned out to be just black jade. To pass off a fake as the real thing, how outrageous. These unscrupulous merchants should be fined into bankruptcy immediately. About 30 people nearby chimed in agreement. Lin Guodong, drenched in sweat, hurriedly defended himself. Ladies and gentlemen, we're victims too. Those appraisers are complete charlatans. They can't even tell a genuine piece from a fake. They've severely damaged Star Wish's reputation. We're going to hold them accountable. The repercussions of this incident were truly devastating now. Every product under the Heart S Wish and Shengshi brands had completely stopped selling. Those who could afford these luxury goods were either wealthy or high-ranking. If he were dealing with just 1 or 2 people, his Shengshi company and the Lin family would have more than enough resources to handle it. But if he made enemies of all the wealthy and powerful families, he wouldn't even know how he'd end up. Passing off inferior goods as high-quality ones and substituting fakes for genuine products were outright criminal offenses. Before the relevant regulatory authorities took action, he had to minimize the impact of this incident and sweep it under the rug. Although he knew that crisis and opportunity go hand in hand. If handled properly, this incident would not only spare the company any damage but could actually yield enormous benefits. But regaining the public's trust in his company would not happen overnight. Building trust in a brand takes years, even decades, but destroying it takes only a single day. Fiona and the others sneered. That's your problem. It has nothing to do with us. All I'm asking for now is a refund and compensation. Rest assured, everyone, this has brought shame upon Star Wish. It is our mistake, and we take full responsibility. For the products you originally purchased, simply present your receipts, and we'll give you a full refund. We'll also compensate you with another item. Lin Guodong adopted a very humble stance. With 8 retail locations across the city, the returned merchandise would be worth at least tens of billions, a massive financial loss for the company that would wipe out nearly a year's worth of profits. But he had no choice but to do this. His company's reputation had hit rock bottom. If he handled this poorly, the company might even go bankrupt. The mere thought of the name Qian made him grind his teeth in rage. Why on earth did that guy have to get his mother-in-law's necklace appraised out of the blue? That one man had nearly destroyed our entire company. His eyes were practically shooting fire. Upon hearing this, a faint smile finally appeared on Fiona's face. That's more like it. Lin Guodong hurriedly instructed the manager and staff to process the returns for Fiona and the others. He then presented them with various gifts of varying values, commensurate with the worth of the items they had purchased. Fiona now had a genuine natural seawater pearl necklace. The pearls were only about the size of a pinky finger, not of the best quality, and worth just 5 million, but she still couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Ivy shook her head in exasperation. Her mother's behavior was the very picture of a petty-minded person who took pride in a small advantage, utterly lacking the poise of a lady of distinction. Fiona, however, didn't seem to see anything wrong with it. Everyone held their respective gifts. Although they all harbored some resentment, they chose not to press the matter further. If they had gone through proper legal channels with dozens or even hundreds of people filing lawsuits and demanding triple compensation for counterfeit goods, Shengshi Company would have gone bankrupt immediately. These people weren't particularly concerned about money. What mattered most to them was their pride. Now that Shengshi Corporation had backed down, they were willing to take a step back and drop the matter. Chun! Ivy happened to look up and suddenly spotted Chun, her delight evident. Fiona turned to see him and felt instantly embarrassed. Chun didn't even look at her, he simply nodded at Ivy. As soon as Ivy saw Selena standing next to Chen, she felt an immediate pang of discomfort, but she still maintained a smile as gentle as a spring breeze. You're Chen. Lin Guodong, upon hearing the name, lunged forward. His eyes flashed with a vicious glint, like a wild beast ready to devour its prey. He glared at Chun menacingly, as if he'd seen him somewhere before but couldn't quite place him. Chen smiled. At that porcelain shop last night. Lin Guodong's eyes lit up instantly. Last night, in that fleeting glance, he simply assumed Chen was just another passerby and hadn't given him a second thought. But he never expected that this seemingly ordinary young man had, with a single move, nearly brought down the entire Lin family. Excellent. You're excellent. I've always admired talented young people. You've got drive. You've got ideas. You have a bright future ahead of you. Although Lin Guodong spoke with a cheerful smile, everyone could tell he was seething with rage, almost grinding his teeth to dust. Chen smiled faintly. Of course I'm great. I know that. I don't need you to tell me. And I also know that one day I'll stand at the very pinnacle of the world. I don't need your flattery for that either. Lin Guodong saw that although his tone was calm, the arrogance was plain to see in his expression, and he snorted coldly. Young man, be careful not to fall to your death from such great heights. He was only a few years older than Chen, yet he spoke with the air of a senior. Chen cast a dismissive glance at him and said contemptuously, "You're just a sparrow. How could you possibly understand the ambitions of a swan?" He paused for a moment, then added, "You're not even a swallow at best. You're a sparrow. Stop pretending. How many more grains of millet do you have left to eat?" The crowd burst into laughter. Lin Guodong was furious. His face flushed crimson, and the look in his eyes as he stared at Chen grew even colder and blood-red. Chapter 46. Appraisal based on intuition. Young man, you're far too arrogant. Be careful, you might meet an untimely end. Lin Guodong sneered. Chen replied nonchalantly, I have every reason to be arrogant. Lin Guodong shot him a cold glance, his face set in a sneer. Fiona and the others left with their gifts, and the onlookers, seeing there was no more spectacle to watch, also dispersed one by one. Ivy and Chen chatted for a few more minutes before parting reluctantly. Chen rode with Selena to the city bookstore after dropping him off. Selena rushed back to the office. Chen bought several dozen more books on antique appraisal. Just as he stepped out of the bookstore, he suddenly remembered something and dialed Fatso's number. Fatso had clearly just woken up. Chen could hear him yawning through the phone. Fatso, I was attacked last night. Upon hearing this, Fatso perked up instantly, jumping to his feet and asking anxiously, Yangzi, are you okay? I'm fine. Those four guys, the leader was a bald guy. Chen briefly recounted what had happened the night before. Fatso kept cursing. They're so damn arrogant. I can't believe they started this right after I mentioned it last night. Even though you didn't press them for details, I'm pretty sure it's definitely Guobaoruei and Gavin, father and son. Yangzi, how about I round up a few guys? We'll find a chance to take Gavin out first, then deal with his old man. The fat guy was instantly excited. Chen shook his head. Forget it. Let us just teach them a lesson this time. If they don't come bothering me again, that's fine. But if they're a next time, heh. The fat guy hurriedly added, if anything good comes up, don't forget about me. At 9 o'clock the next morning, Chen arrived at the Yi family villa in the northern part of the city. The Yi family villa covered a vast area. Half the slope of a small hill had been transformed into their estate. From a distance, it looked like a sea of green grass. The main building of the villa was already lined with all kinds of luxury cars. As soon as Chen stepped out of the taxi, Ivy, who had been watching from the steps, immediately came running up with a beaming smile. Wearing a floral print dress today, she looked even more youthful and radiant. Chen walked toward her. Why did you come to pick me up in person? Ivy laughed. You're a distinguished guest in my family. How could I dare to neglect you? It's enough that you're here. There's no need to bring a gift. It's nothing special, just a small token of my appreciation for Grandpa. Chatting and laughing, the two made their way toward the entrance hall. Just as they reached the steps, a sarcastic voice rang out. Oh, Ivy, you've been peering around the entrance since 8 o'clock. I thought you were welcoming some big shot. Turns out it's just some penniless bum. Chen looked up. The man was in his 20s, arrogant and full of himself, probably some rich kid from a well-to-do family. Ivy was furious. Yi-fan, what nonsense are you spouting? This isn't your business. Go inside and greet the guests. Yi-fan shot Chen another glare and stomped inside, huffing with indignation. Ivy whispered, He's my cousin from my uncle's side of the family. He was my dad's favorite before he got married. But ever since he married my mom, Grandpa dotes on me. But I'm not a boy after all. He's never made it clear whether he'll pass the vast family fortune on to me. So none of us really know what to expect. My uncle and my cousin have always felt threatened, So they've been at odds with me ever since. Chen didn't know how to respond. Every family has its own set of problems, and when wealthy families fight over inheritance, their tactics are likely 100 times more despicable than those of the poor. Ivy and Chun walked into the grand hall, which was already teeming with people. Many guests were chatting warmly with friends they'd run into. When the crowd saw the eldest daughter of the Yi family personally escorting a guest inside, wondering who this mysterious figure might be, dozens, even hundreds, of eyes turned toward them at once. Guobaorué and his son Gavin, standing in the crowd, couldn't help but pale the moment they saw Chun. Last night, the two of them had waited and waited for a call from Bald Head, but there had been no word. When Gavin finally couldn't stand it anymore and called Bald Head again in the middle of the night, he learned that Bald Head and his 3 companions had been admitted to the hospital. The bald man recounted what had just happened, his voice trembling with fear. Guobaorué and Gavin were taken aback. They hadn't expected Chun to be so skilled in self-defense. Fiona, dressed to the nines and busily entertaining her guests, suddenly spotted Chun. Her expression froze for a moment, but after a brief hesitation, she gracefully stepped forward to greet him. After all, Chun had done her a favor, saving her from wasting tens of millions on a fake pearl necklace and sparing her from the behind-the-back mockery of her friends, who knew the truth but refused to tell her. The negative fallout was even greater. She had completely lost face in high society circles, and the Yi family's reputation had suffered as a result. "Chun!" she greeted him, acting coy. Chun replied with a beaming smile. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Yi. Is that Chun?" The crowd couldn't help but murmur in astonishment. Is that the young man who identified Mrs. Yi's pearl necklace as a fake that night? As soon as they heard this, Fiona and the Yi family's expressions immediately darkened. But Fiona, with her thick skin, didn't care at all. Another person hurried to correct her. "You should say he's the one who discovered the portrait of Li Duandan. I never imagined he'd be so young." Who would have thought that the portrait of Li Duandan was hidden inside that fake along the river during the Qingming festival? Not even all those masters on site noticed it. The portrait of Li Duandan, that's an authentic work by Tang Bohu, worth a fortune. Everyone looked at him with a variety of expressions, some envious, some respectful, and still others gloating. Ivy whispered, "Chun, my grandfather instructed me long ago to take you to his living room as soon as you arrived." Chun followed Ivy through the lobby to a living room at the back, where Ivy led him and pushed open the door. "Grandpa, Chun is here." There were 3 people in the room. The one leading them was an exceptionally tall elderly man wearing a white cheongsam, with a head full of silver hair and a vigorous demeanor. The other 2 were, surprisingly, Stellan and Roland. Ethan turned around at the sound of her voice, looked at Chan with a warm smile, and suddenly strode quickly toward him. Chan hurried to meet him, holding out both hands from a distance.
"Hello, Grandpa Yi."
"This is Chan." Ethan shook his hand and laughed heartily. "Grandpa Yi is too of a mouthful, just call me Grandpa." Chun thought to himself it was indeed a bit of a mouthful. Then this grandson will humbly comply. He really is a prodigy. With eyes as sharp as a torch, how did you discover there was another painting hidden inside? Ethan stared intently at him, his face full of anticipation. Chun knew he was being put to the test. "Grandpa, intuition. It was all intuition." Ethan turned to Stellan and Roland in shock. "Intuition? In all these years, no one has ever mentioned intuition. Xinghe, Chonglu, this is a rare gem. You must nurture him well. He was born for this. These so-called appraisal masters have turned the entire industry into a mess. We desperately need talented young successors to clear away this gloom." Chapter 47. A slap in the face. That's right. There are so few talented young appraisers these days. I'm actually worried about the lack of successors. Stellan sighed. And honest appraisers? They're 1 in a million. The 3 shook their heads and sighed. It wasn't just the collecting world anymore. Even those so-called appraisal masters had completely betrayed their original intentions, becoming purely profit-driven, helping wealthy tycoons forge artifacts to reap enormous profits. Roland chuckled. Let us not talk about such serious topics. Chun, take a look at this painting you bid on for old Master Yi. He beckoned to Chun. Chun had already noticed it when he walked in. The portrait of Li Duanduan hung right in the center of the living room. Ethan had already found a master framer to have the painting remounted as a scroll. The 2 scrolls exuded the scent of sandalwood made from the finest sandalwood and appeared to be quite old. The craftsmanship was exquisite, perfectly mimicking the style of the Ming dynasty. Old CS craftsmanship is truly unparalleled. I doubt we'll ever find a master more outstanding than him, Roland said with a beaming smile. Stellan chuckled. With these 2 scrolls, the value of this painting has skyrocketed. Ethan couldn't stop grinning, glancing at Chun from time to time with eyes full of admiration. All 3 of them knew a thing or two about painting techniques and discussed the methods and style Tang Bohu had employed in his work. Since Chun didn't know much about the art of painting, the 3 of them shifted the conversation to the appraisal of antiques. He was deeply grateful that they were taking the time to educate him. After chatting for over half an hour, Chun stood up to leave, and Ivy escorted him back to the main hall. In the hall, people were gathered in small groups, conversing in hushed tones. The moment Chun entered, all eyes turned toward him in unison. Countless faces were expressions of envy, jealousy, and resentment, while even more were filled with venomous hatred. How could he have been granted a personal audience with Old Master Yi and actually spoken with him for over half an hour? With the Yi family's backing, this young man was bound to rise to the top in no time. Some shrewd individuals began scheming about how to get on Chun's good side. Gavin's face was twisted with resentment. He strode over and said coldly, "Chun, did you go see Grandpa Yi?" Chun nodded and smiled. "What did Grandpa Yi say to you?" Gavin pressed. Everyone glared with contempt at Guobaowei, who stood not far away. How could he have raised such a dim-witted son? To ask such a stupid question? Take a guess. Chun chuckled. Gavin's expression turned icy. Chun glanced up and saw a plump, middle-aged man standing beside Yi Fan. The man was glaring at him with hatred. His face bore a faint resemblance to Ethan's. He must be Ivy's uncle, Yi Junfeng. Chun snorted derisively, not bothering to pay him any mind. "Chun, I never expected to run into you here again." Lin Guodong was dressed in a white suit, looking exceptionally dashing, but his expression was stern, and he was clenching his teeth slightly. Chun was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin to dare show up at the Yi family's birthday banquet today, especially after the incident that had just happened yesterday. "Young Master Lin, have you refunded or exchanged all those counterfeit goods for your guests yet? Damn it, you don't rub salt in the wound. This guy's really hitting a nerve." That's what everyone was thinking. Lin Guodong's expression shifted from icy to cheerful in the blink of an eye. "Of course, if we made a mistake, we have to pay the price. The Lin family is no exception. Yesterday alone, the Lin family's 8 stores in Binhai City processed 2 billion in returns, plus 1 billion in compensation, wiping out 3 months' worth of profits. On top of that, certain relevant authorities had imposed additional penalties. All of this was thanks to Chun. To acknowledge one's mistakes and correct them is the greatest virtue. Chun adopted the air of a wise elder and said earnestly. Lin Guodong nearly spat blood in frustration. A portly man with slanted eyes standing nearby had been tilting his head to size up Chun. He now stepped forward, extended his right hand, and said with a beaming smile, "You must be Mr. Chun? The man everyone in Binhai City's high society has been buzzing about these past few days? I never imagined you'd be so young. Truly. The younger generation is formidable. Formidable indeed. Ha." Chun stared at him, completely baffled. "I forgot to introduce myself. I'm Huang Sankai, owner of the Treasure Pavilion. When you have time, let us have a good discussion about appraisal. I've got dozens of items myself. I'd love for you to take a look at them." Huang Sankai sneered inwardly. He hadn't been home during that auction otherwise. He was certain such a priceless treasure would never have fallen into the hands of this greenhorn. He must have just gotten incredibly lucky. Upon returning and hearing about the authentic Tang Bohu painting worth over 100 million, he immediately regretted it so much he could have kicked himself. If he'd known, he absolutely wouldn't have missed that auction. In all his years of running the shop, he'd only managed to unearth 5 or 6 genuine pieces worth tens of millions or even over 100 million. And yet this greenhorn had stumbled upon such a massive windfall he simply couldn't stand it. Chun gave him a brief handshake and exchanged a few perfunctory words. His instinct told him he didn't want anything to do with Huang Sankai. "Chun!" Just then, 2 female voices rang out in unison. Chun turned to see Selena and Sheen Nan gracefully approaching from opposite directions. The eyes of nearly every man in the room lit up instantly. Although there were many women present, none could rival the 2 of them in beauty. Chun greeted the 2 women, and the 3 of them sat down at a table, chatting casually about various amusing topics. The men throughout the venue kept glancing at Selena and Sheen Nan, occasionally shooting Chun hateful glares. No one could understand how such a penniless young man could possibly have two beauties by his side. Just as the three were chatting, someone suddenly shouted, "Grandpa Yi is here! Grandpa Yi is here!" Chun and the others turned to look and saw Ethan walking in slowly, accompanied by Yi Junxiong, Yi Junfeng, Stellan, and Roland. Everyone hurriedly stood up to offer their congratulations. "We wish Olji the blessings of the East Sea and a lifespan as long as the southern mountains." Ethan stood at the front, smiling and waving to the crowd. "Everyone, please sit down. Take your seats. I'm just an old man, and I'm truly embarrassed to have put you all through this trouble." The crowd quickly offered a few words of humility and flattery, and the entire hall erupted in hearty laughter. "Olji, here's a small gift from me. It's nothing special, but I hope you'll accept it graciously." Guobaoruei gave Gavin a nod. Gavin handed him the leather case. Guobaoruei reached out to take it and opened the case right there in front of everyone. The 9-headed plum blossom tea set he bought from Huang Sankai was instantly revealed to the crowd. Everyone was left speechless. Stellan and Roland couldn't help but rush forward to examine it closely. Even Ethan, whose face was usually calm and composed, couldn't help but show a slight flicker of emotion. Is this a work by Master Bai? Chapter 48. The Five-Eyed Heavenly Bead. By Songxia's works, strictly speaking, they should be attributed to Wang Shuntang, were simply too popular. Countless wealthy individuals would line up, yet might still not be able to get their hands on a single piece. Ethan had, of course, long been a great admirer of Bai Songxia's artworks, but he had never actually acquired any. The old gentleman had a peaceful mindset and believed in letting things take their natural course. Today, however, Guobaoruei had given him a huge surprise, and he couldn't help but look at Guobaoruei with newfound respect. "Baoruei, it's great that you came, but why bring anything with you? Really, you've gone to too much trouble." As soon as Guobaoruei and Gavin heard this, they were instantly thrilled, feeling that the 98 million was money well spent. "Olji, as long as you like it, that's all that matters. It's just a tea set, it didn't cost much at all." Guobaoruei's face beamed with joy. All the guests, however, knew that every piece by Songxi commanded astronomical prices, certainly not as casual as Guobaoruei made it sound. Everyone began speculating on just how much this tea set was actually worth. Standing nearby, Huang Sankai glanced over with a faint smile, though he sneered inwardly. Indeed, it wasn't much less than 100 million. Just then, the Guo father and son casually turned their heads and caught his mocking gaze. Feeling somewhat awkward, they quickly looked away. Stellan suddenly said, "Mr. Huang, it seems you're the only one in Binhai City who can get in touch with Master Bai. Could you please mention to him that I, Zhao, would also like to acquire a set of teaware?" Huang Sankai chuckled. "Curator Zhao, to be honest, Master Bai is already semi-retired. It was only because he was in a particularly good mood those few days that he created this piece. If you were to go out of your way to ask for one, who knows how long you'd have to wait." He glanced at Stellan. "To put it bluntly, Director Zhao, given your net worth, you likely couldn't afford the exorbitant price. This 9-headed ode to Plum Blossom's tea set costs 98 million. 98 million? The entire room erupted in an uproar. The looks everyone cast at Guobaoruei and Gavin were unusual. Many were envious, but even more were filled with respect. Although all the guests were either wealthy or influential, very few could casually give away a gift worth over 100 million. Either the two families were so close they were practically one, or they had some ulterior motive. Seeing that they had become the center of attention, Guobaoruei and his son held their heads high, both radiating immense pride. Stellan's expression instantly fell. Even if he sold his entire family, he wouldn't be able to cover even a fraction of that price. Ethan's expression darkened slightly, and he laughed. "Baoruei, I appreciate your thoughtfulness, but this gift is far too valuable. I truly cannot accept it. Please take it back." Guobaoruei hurriedly replied, "Mr. Yi, what do you mean by too expensive? This is a birthday gift for you. As long as you like it, that's all that matters. It's just a trifle, mere material possessions." Ethan knew that directly refusing a birthday gift at his own birthday party would be extremely rude, so he decided to address the matter after the banquet. "Very well, I'll accept it for now." Only then did the Guo father and son break into broad smiles. Yi Junxiong and his wife, Fiona, both looked at Ivy beside them. They knew the Guos had definitely come for their daughter, but to their surprise, Ivy remained calm and didn't seem to take it seriously at all. "Mr. Yi, I also have a small gift." Lin Guodong presented a string of agate bracelets. He had come today purely to restore his company's reputation. Ethan accepted it and offered a few words of praise. Huang Sankai's gift was a painting of bamboo by Zheng Banqiao. Although it was an authentic Zheng Banqiao piece, it was one of his early works. The brushwork was rough and the style somewhat immature. Its market value was around 3 million. Qin Nan presented a jade carving of the old god of longevity, about the size of a baby's fist. This piece of jade was worth at least 18 million. Ethan couldn't stop grinning and showered the gifts with praise. Grandpa Yi, I don't have anything particularly valuable either, so I'll just have to offer this heavenly bead as a gift. Selena took a silk-lined box from her side, which contained a 5-eyed heavenly bead bracelet. Ethan jumped to his feet with a whoosh, his eyes wide as saucers. A 5-eyed heavenly bead? Stellan and Roland, standing nearby, were even more speechless. Good heavens! It really is a 5-eyed celestial bead. The celestial bead was flat and round in shape, bulging at the center and flat at both ends. It had a black hue with 3 eyes on one side and 2 on the other. The patterns on both sides were clear. It had a natural patina, was in perfect condition, and had a smooth, lustrous texture, clearly an extremely rare treasure. Tianzu. Chen's mind raced. He had long heard of Tibetan Tianzu, but had never seen one with his own eyes. Now, examining it up close, he felt as though the Tianzu was imbued with a magical power. He opened appraisal site, scanned it, and instantly understood. Tianzu? What is a Tianzu? Many of the guests present also looked completely bewildered. Chen explained, a Tianzu is a type of jewelry originating from Tibet, symbolizing dignity, abundance, attainment, nobility, and elegance. It ranks first among the 7 treasures of the Tibetan people. It is regarded as a gift from the gods. It is believed that Tianzus were once ornaments worn by deities, but when they became damaged, the deities cast them down to the mortal world, where they fused with various living beings to become the Tianzus we see today. There is also another belief that celestial beads are the eyes of deities buried underground. In fact, science has long since proven that celestial beads are simply sedimentary rocks containing jade, agate, and crystalline minerals no different from the pearls and jade found in the mainland. With a little carving, they become jewelry. They're named X-eyed heavenly beads based on the eye patterns formed on their surface. Someone asked, so a pattern with 9 eyes is called a 9-eyed heavenly bead, and one with 5 eyes is called a 5-eyed heavenly bead? Are there any with more than 9 eyes? Like 12 or 13 eyes? Chun laughed and said, of course there are. However, our ancestors revered the number 9, so the 9-eyed celestial bead is the most prestigious. Although there are celestial beads with far more than 9 eyes, their value is nowhere near that of the 9-eyed celestial bead. Therefore, the 9-eyed celestial bead commands the highest price, followed by the 5-eyed celestial bead. Someone asked in confusion, besides the 9-eyed one, shouldn't the 8-eyed and 7-eyed ones be the next in line, slightly less valuable? Many people shared this view. Chun shook his head to himself. They clearly knew nothing about ancient Chinese culture. That's all a modern way of thinking. In ancient times, there was no concept of 0, only the numbers 1 through 9, with 9 being the largest. Their SA term for the emperor, the supreme ruler of 9 and 5. You're all familiar with that, right? The group nodded. Then why do you think the numbers 9 and 5 are combined? Because 5 is the central number, and it also holds special significance in China. For example, the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and the 5 cardinal directions: east, west, south, north, and center. Our ancestors' wisdom endowed the number 5 with special meaning. The center represents earth. The domain of the Emperor 9 is the ultimate number. The supreme ruler of 9 and 5 symbolizes the supreme imperial authority. The meaning of 5 has thus been extended. The 5-eyed heavenly bead has 3 eyes on the front and 2 on the back. The 5 eyes represent the Buddha, the lotus, Vajra, Ratnasambhava, and Karmavajra, signifying the gathering of the 5 paths of the god of wealth, success in all endeavors, and boundless perfection, auspiciousness, and joy. The merits of the 5 eyes bring wealth from the 5 directions, ensuring success in all endeavors and smooth passage on every path. One may receive the blessings and assistance of the 5 directional Buddhas, the 5 directional gods of wealth, and the earth deities, thereby gaining wealth and extending one's lifespan. The benefits of the 5 eyes include receiving the 5 Buddha initiations, attracting wealth from the 5 directions, the arrival of the 5 blessings, and the success of all 5 sons in their academic pursuits. It symbolizes how heaven and earth, through the 5 elements metal, wood, water, fire, and earth nourish and sustain all things and phenomena. The single 5-eye heavenly bead embodies multiple meanings including historical, heritage, cultural, aesthetic, medicinal, and protective value and possesses both great practical utility and profound spiritual significance. Chapter 49. Hard to tell the real from the fake. Grandpa Yi. This is a 5-eye heavenly bead I obtained at the Jokhang Temple during my trip to Tibet 2 years ago. The zodiac signs associated with the 5-eye heavenly bead are the horse, goat, and monkey. Since you were born in the year of the goat, Grandpa Yi, this 5-eye heavenly bead is perfectly suited for you. I don't have much to give you in return, but please don't look down on it for being modest.
No.
No, how could I possibly find it meager? This gift is truly too precious. Ethan was so moved he could barely get his words out. At his age, his greatest wish was for good health, peace, and a long life. And since celestial beads are indeed said to cure certain illnesses, this made him happier than any gift of gold or silver. Ivy, Yi Juanxiong, and the others looked at Selena, their faces beaming with joy. Qin Nan shot Selena a subtle glare. She hadn't expected Selena to steal the spotlight from her yet again. Gavin then turned to Chan and said with a forced smile, "Chan, I wonder what birthday gift you've prepared for Grandpa Yi?" Everyone in the room turned their gaze toward Chun all at once. Chun smiled shyly. "My gift isn't worth mentioning. I won open it in front of everyone." With that, he reached to hand the bag to Ivy. Seeing this, Gavin knew Chun was feeling guilty and pressed him relentlessly. "How can that be? Everyone else has opened theirs, why shouldn't you?" Actually, Grandpa Yi doesn't care about the value of the gift at all as long as the sentiment is there. That's all that matters. You should go ahead and open it so everyone can see. Guobaoruei felt secretly pleased his son's words were both generous and tactful. Chan hesitated, saying, "That wouldn't be quite right, would it?" Ivy knew he wasn't well off. Although he scored a few bargains recently, his funds were limited, and she feared he simply couldn't afford a decent gift. She hurriedly said, "Never mind. Let us not open it after all." She reached out to take the bag, but just then, a hand suddenly reached out from the side to stop her. It was Yifan. Ivy glared at him. Yifan said with a half-smile, "Ivy, you haven't even married him yet. Why are you siding with an outsider?" Since this was Grandpa's birthday banquet, Ivy couldn't lose her temper. She replied calmly, "What do you mean, taking the stranger's side? All who come are guests, and no one says gifts have to be opened in person." Her response was entirely reasonable. Yifan chuckled. "That may be so, but what's the harm in opening it right here?" Although Ethan still wore a benevolent smile, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. All the guests in the hall were staring intently at Chun, and everyone seemed a bit disappointed. He had instantly identified the priceless genuine article that night, and today he had become the center of attention. People were eager to see what other unexpected surprises he might have in store. But now they all realized that, after all, he was just a poor man with a few minor skills who had simply made a splash. Now, his true colors were about to be revealed. Seeing Ethan raise his hand to interrupt his grandson, Chun reluctantly said, "All right, then, since everyone wants to see it, go ahead and take a look. Just don't make fun of me afterward." "Chun!" Ivy and Qin Nan, seeing him about to open the briefcase, stepped forward to stop him. Chun gave them a look, and the two said no more. Chun slowly unzipped the briefcase, and its contents were immediately revealed to everyone. It was a set of ochre red-purple clay teapot tableware. One teapot stand, for cups and 4 saucers. Each piece was carved with motifs of squirrels and grapes. The brushwork was fluid, the forms graceful, the craftsmanship exquisite, and the beauty breathtaking. It was truly a rare work of art. Everyone stood speechless, barely even breathing. If a needle had fallen, it would have been clearly audible. Is this Master Bai's work?" Took Stellan a long time to recover. Roland was gasping for breath, his eyes fixed intently on the 10 pieces of tea set. It was as if each piece were a peerless beauty. No, in his eyes, 10 peerless beauties couldn't hold a candle to a single exquisitely crafted teacup and saucer right before him. A treasure, he muttered to himself. Guobaoruei and Gavin both turned pale. How could the tea set Chin had given them be exactly the same as theirs? Aside from the different patterns, the craftsmanship was identical. Moreover, Chen's was a complete 10-piece set, while theirs consisted of only 3 pieces. Lin Guodong looked completely baffled. This tea set bore an uncanny resemblance to the one he'd seen that night at the purple clay teapot shop. Huang Sankai stared intently at the 10-piece set, his entire body already drenched in sweat. He kept glancing back and forth at Chen, his face full of confusion. Roland carefully cradled the teapot, examining it closely. He glanced at the interior and exclaimed in surprise, "There's no inscription by Master Bai? S&T this Master Bai's work." Stellan and Ethan were taken aback. They each picked up a teacup to inspect it, but found no trace of Bai Songxi's character Song. Bai Songxi would engrave his full name on large items like teapots and teacups, but on smaller items like teacups and saucers, he would engrave only the character Song. The 3 of them inspected each piece of the 10-piece set one by one, but they found Bai Songxi's name on none of them. Stellan looked utterly perplexed. So this isn't Master Bai's work? But judging by the craftsmanship and technique, it's clearly his handiwork. Roland and Ethan were equally baffled and instinctively looked at Chun. Before Chun could say a word, Gavin suddenly burst out laughing. "It's a fake. Chun, how dare you give Grandpa Yi a fake? That's just rude. If you're broke and can't afford something valuable, just give a gift you can actually afford. None of us would have minded. But to actually try to deceive Grandpa Yi with this cheap knockoff, that's going way too far." The crowd's gaze toward Chun changed instantly, and they all chimed in. "Exactly. If you can't afford something expensive, just don't give anything at all. Giving a fake is an insult to old Yi and the Yi family. I thought he was a young prodigy, but it turns out he's just an arrogant fool who doesn't know his place. He's just gained a bit of fame and already let it go to his head. He'll never amount to much in the future. At that auction that night, wasn't he just lucky? That must be it. How could someone with no morals or integrity possibly be skilled at appraising antiques?" Everyone pounced on him, but Chun didn't bother to respond. Ivy was trembling all over with Chun acting this way. She didn't even know how to defend him. Yifan stared straight at Chun and sneered, "Chun, get out of here. The Yi family doesn't welcome a fraud like you. That's right. Get out now. Are you waiting for us to kick you out?" Every member of the Yi family was seething with anger. "Shut up, all of you," Ethan barked. Everyone in the Yi family instantly fell silent. Roland, still holding a teacup in his right hand, whispered, "Old Yi, this is indeed a work by Master Bai. It just doesn't have his name on it. Could he have forgotten to sign it?" Stellan added, but immediately shook his head in denial. No one would forget something so important. Chapter 50. The sky-high-priced artwork bought for 5,000. Grandpa Yi, Director Zhao, Mr. Li. If we didn't look at the names, which of you could tell which one is actually Bai Songxi's work? Chun chuckled softly, stepped forward, and placed his teapot next to Gavin's. Exactly. Ethan and the other 2 immediately flushed with embarrassment without the signature. None of them could tell them apart. And the teapot Chen had given them was, in fact, even slightly superior in craftsmanship. This is the work of an unknown artist. Yet he has managed to create a master-level purple clay teapot. Chen smiled faintly. Roland shook his head immediately. "That's impossible. If this person could so easily replicate Master Bai's work, there'd be no need to pass off someone else's creations as his own. Wouldn't it be far more rewarding both in fame and fortune to make a name for himself and become a master of his own right?" Ethan and Stellan nodded in agreement. Anyone else would have done the same. Huang Sankai's face turned ashen, and cold sweat poured down his body. In fact, Bai Songxi was his distant cousin, a connection no one else knew about. Otherwise, he would never have been able to obtain Bai Songxi's work. He felt a sense of dread, unsure whether the person Chen knew possessed just this one set of works or could supply them indefinitely. If it were the latter, wouldn't that eventually threaten Bai Songxi's standing? Wouldn't it take over his market? By then, his purple clay teapots would no longer be in such high demand, and he would fall from his lofty pedestal. He might even lose the entire market. Stellan looked at Chun and suddenly asked a question that had long been on everyone's mind. "Chun, this set of purple clay teapots must have cost a pretty penny, right?" The squirrel and grapes purple clay teapot set Chen had brought not only subtly surpassed the 9-headed ode to plum blossoms, set gifted by Guobaohui and Gavin in terms of craftsmanship, but with 10 pieces 3 times the number of the Guo family's set, its value was incalculable. If it had been crafted by a long-established master, it would likely cost at least 100 million. If Bai Songxi had crafted it himself, it would be worth at least 300 or 400 million. And since this man was an unknown folk artisan, even if the price were lower, it would likely still be several million or even tens of millions. Ivy and Chin kept looking at Chan with some confusion. They both knew Chan wasn't well off. So how had he managed to acquire this sky-high priced treasure? Chan smiled slightly and held up 5 fingers on his right hand. 50 million? Roland asked tentatively. Guabaraway and Gavin, father and son, were startled. If Chun had really bought this tea set for 50 million, wouldn't they be taking a huge loss? Everyone let out a collective sigh of relief. 50 million for this set of art pieces was absolutely worth every penny. Mr. Lee, you really think highly of me? Do you really think I'm the kind of person who could come up with 50 million? Everyone immediately realized he was right. Stellan, Ethan, and the others exchanged glances. 500,000? Stellan spoke up. He skipped right over 5 million because he felt that, given Chen's current net worth, there was no way he could come up with that kind of money. Although 500,000 wasn't exactly a small sum, many people could still scrape it together if they really had to. Chun smiled and shook his head. Everyone gasped, a single thought crossing their minds simultaneously. Could it be 50,000? A 10-piece set of purple clay teapots, comparable to Bai Songxi's masterpieces, for 50,000? This guy's luck was simply unbelievable. Everyone was filled with envy and jealousy. As soon as Chun saw their reactions, he knew exactly what they were thinking. He shook his head and laughed. 5,000! 5,000! Ethan, Roland, Stellan, and the others' eyes widened, each wearing an expression of disbelief. Everyone knew Chin had no reason to lie about the price. When snagging a bargain, the lower the price, the better it showed one had a keen eye. But when giving a gift, naturally, the higher the value, the better it demonstrated one's sincerity. Even if Chan were as foolish as they come, he wouldn't make such a rookie mistake. 5,000? Guabaraway and Gavin nearly spat blood. They turned and glared fiercely at Huang Sankai. Huang Sankai, however, didn't even notice their reaction. A chill ran through his body, and a sense of immense danger welled up in his heart. If this folk artist Chan had encountered were capable of crafting such a purple clay teapot, Bai Songxi would be completely worthless. He would never again reap such enormous profits. Lin Guodong's face was grim, and he was filled with regret. He let out a cold laugh. Chun, snagging a bargain for 5,000 yuan, that's just too much. This is a work of art worth tens of millions, or even over 100 million. He thought to himself that as soon as the birthday banquet ended, he would immediately go back to that purple clay shop. Chun chuckled softly, glanced at him, then scanned the room. Lin Guodong's words had indeed had the desired effect. Everyone wore expressions of contempt. Although snagging a bargain was a true skill, buying something worth tens of millions for just 5,000 yuan was simply too unscrupulous. Chan smiled faintly. Young Master Lin, you seem to have misunderstood one thing. I wasn't snagging a bargain, I was buying a purple clay teapot set. That old gentleman knew he wasn't famous and couldn't command a sky-high price, so he willingly sold it for 5,000 yuan. Holy crap, is there anyone that clueless? Even if he couldn't get a sky-high price, he shouldn't have sold it so cheaply. The crowd erupted in commotion. It's not just selling it cheap, it's practically giving it away for free. Why don't I ever have that kind of luck? Even if you did come across something like that, would you know a real piece when you see it? Without Bai Songxi's name on it, would you dare to buy it? Roland and Stellan fixed their piercing gazes on Chun. Both had the same thought, but neither spoke up rashly. Guabaraway's face was pale, and he was staggering. Gavin quickly reached out to steady him. Old Yi, an urgent matter has suddenly come up at my company. I have to go back and handle it. I'm afraid I won't be able to attend your birthday banquet. Guabaraway made up an excuse to take his leave. Ethan and the others considered it a stroke of luck that he hadn't fainted right there on the spot. Spending 98 million on a purple clay teapot worth 5,000, anyone else would have nearly gone mad. After Ethan offered a few words of comfort, Guabaraway hurriedly left, supported by his son. Selena looked at Chan, a flash of suspicion in her eyes. Could he have orchestrated all of this long ago? After this little incident, the birthday gifts presented by other important figures later on failed to capture anyone's attention. Ethan delivered a few more impassioned remarks, thanking everyone for honoring the occasion, and the banquet officially began. Chun casually took a seat at a table. The other 7 guests were all young people, and everyone was thrilled to find themselves seated alongside him. Just then, Ivy walked over and whispered in his ear, "Chun, My grandfather would like you to join him. Chun was taken aback for a moment, then stood up. Amid the envious and jealous glances of the crowd, he followed Ivy slowly to the hostess seat at the very front. Selena and Chin Nan were also invited forward by members of the Yi family. Ethan sat in the head seat, with Roland and Stellan seated to his left and right, respectively. There were two other people there whom Chun didn't recognize. Chun, Qingxian, and Nan, please take a seat. Ethan greeted them with a smile. Chapter 51. Huang Sankai's Provocation. Chun sat down next to Stellan, and Selena and Chin Nan took their seats as well. Chun felt a bit uncomfortable. He had already been the center of attention, and Ethan's actions now thrust him even further into the spotlight. But after a moment's thought, he let it go. After all, he'd already offended enough people. He didn't care about this anymore. And Ethan's clear show of support would actually make those petty schemers who were plotting behind the scenes think twice before acting. As for the others, Lin Guodong, Huang Sankai, and the rest, they were each accompanied by the Yi brothers, Yi Juanxiong and Yi Junfeng, seated at two separate tables. Although Lin Guodong and Huang Sankai were all smiles on the surface, their eyes were icy. He simply couldn't fathom how this guy had managed to become one of Ethan's honored guests. Even a fool would know that the people the host values most, those closest to him or those of exceptional status and importance, are seated at the front. Chun casually scanned the nearby tables and suddenly spotted the fat guy and his father, Wang Defa. At one of them, the fat guy was winking at him. Chun had spotted him earlier but hadn't had a chance to speak. Although the fat guy's family was considered moderately well off, they were utterly insignificant compared to the Yi family's colossal influence. The fact that the fat guy and his father were seated near the 8th table at the front was clearly due to their connection as classmates of IVS. The banquet officially began, and everyone tucked into the feast. Ethan, Chun, and the others chatted about various interesting topics. From time to time, people came over to wish Ethan a happy birthday, while countless others kept casting provocative glances at Chun. After more than 3 hours, everyone was well fed and well drunk. Chun, I hear you're a master at appraising antiques. Could you open my eyes a bit? Huang Sankai, drunk and stumbling, staggered over and tilted his head to look at him. Huang Sankai had been seething the whole time and had almost lost his temper at the banquet earlier, but he didn't dare. He finally managed to hold out until the end of the event. A challenge? The moment those words were spoken, they instantly drew everyone's attention. Huang Sankai's appraisal skills are on par with Roland's. I wonder if Chun dares to accept the challenge. He definitely won dare. Although Chun auctioned off a genuine Tang Bohu painting for old Yi at a sky-high price, it might have been a fluke. After all, he is still so young. Even if he has some skill, he lacks experience. Huang Sankai, on the other hand, is a veteran who has been in the antiques business for decades. How could he possibly accept such a challenge? Someone from the crowd countered, that's not necessarily true. In learning, there's no distinction between seniority and juniority. It's the accomplished who lead the way. Maybe Chun is just naturally gifted and meant for this line of work. Chun cast a casual glance at Huang Sankai. He really couldn't be bothered with this pointless squabble. What if I refuse? Huang Sankai let out a cold laugh. Are you scared? Scared of what? I just find this boring. Huang Sankai stared intently at him. My treasure pavilion may not be the largest in Binhai City, but it does have some genuine pieces. If you win, you can take all the authentic items that have been verified. Chun crossed his arms and looked at him calmly. What if I lose? If you lose? Huang Sankai hesitated briefly before saying, then you'll have to tell me the name of that folk artist who can imitate by Songxi's work. A cold smile played at the corner of Chun's mouth. Only then did everyone in the room realize Huang Sankai's true intention. No problem. Ethan chuckled. No matter the outcome, I'm confident Chun will win. As for me, an old man, I won medal in the affairs of you young folks. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Huang Sankai's eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. As a junior, I really didn't dare to trouble Elder Yi to come all this way. Everyone was thrilled. Immediately, they all drove away from the Yi residence, heading straight for the city center. Chun sat in the passenger seat of Selena's car, resting his eyes. Selena turned to look at him as she drove. Chun, come clean. Did you already have today's events in mind when you were buying those purple clay teapots and tea sets? Chun kept his eyes closed and smiled faintly. How could that be? It was only after we finalized our plan yesterday that it suddenly occurred to me. If the purple clay teapots I give as a gift at Elder Yi's banquet attract attention, It'll serve as a form of advertising for our future products. Selena nodded. That's actually a good idea. As she spoke, she let out a sigh of relief. She didn't particularly like dealing with people who were too calculating. With such people, their intentions were hard to fathom. You never knew when they might have already laid a trap and then betrayed you. But Chun had simply had a sudden flash of inspiration and capitalized on the opportunity that was cleverness. Cleverness and being calculating are two different things. We're here. Chun and Selena got out of the car. Jubao Pavilion was one of the top antique shops in the Guaninkyo flea market. It covered nearly 1,000 square meters and spanned 2 floors. By then, Huang Sankai, Roland, and the others had all arrived. Mr. Huang, how is the game going? Although Chun had had a few drinks, he wasn't the least bit drunk, and his expression was one of utter disdain. We'll settle this in 2 rounds. My shop has both genuine and fake items. If you can identify 2 genuine pieces, you win. If you make even 1 mistake, you lose. It's a deal. Chun nodded nonchalantly and led the way into the store. Huang Sankai, Roland, Stellan, Lin Guodong, and the others followed him inside. However, there were simply too many guests to accommodate, so in the end, only several hundred of the most prominent figures were allowed inside, while the rest had to watch from a distance outside. The incident immediately caused a sensation throughout the entire antique street, drawing crowds of shop owners, vendors, and passersby, who all gathered to watch. Inside the treasure pavilion, the shelves were all crafted from sandalwood, displaying a wide array of bronzeware, jade artifacts, ceramics, ancient coins, root carvings, and more everything one could imagine. Chun took a quick look around the outer area but didn't spot any genuine pieces, so he strolled slowly toward the intersection. Seeing that he hadn't made a move yet, many of the guests grew puzzled. Could Chun be backing down? Why isn't he making a move yet? Of course he won't act rashly. The stakes this time are that if he wins, he can take both of these antiques so naturally, he'll choose the most expensive and finest one. Although many agreed, some others scoffed at the idea. Chun walked around for a while, then suddenly pointed to the incense burner in front of the God of Wealth statue and said, "It's this incense burner." The crowd looked closely and saw that the 3-legged, 2-handled incense burner was jet black, with a short, slender neck and a flat, bulging belly. Its original form was no longer recognizable. Huang Sankai couldn't help but grimace. He paid 200 for it from an old farmer. He originally thought it was a Schwanda-style burner, but it didn't quite look the part. It had been sitting in his shop for half a year, unsold. So he'd been using it to burn incense for the God of Wealth. Old Wang, hurry up and clear this incense burner for our Master Chun. He deliberately emphasized the words Master Chun, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Chun didn't bother to respond. The portly manager Wang hurriedly stepped in himself to empty the incense burner. Stellan and Roland rushed forward, their eyes wide as they scrutinized the incense burner. A Schwanda incense burner? Chapter 52. The fake Schwanda incense burner. Both of them gasped inwardly, but at the same time exchanged a glance and shook their heads in resignation. They instinctively looked at Chun again this time. It seemed he was going to lose. Chen, however, gave them a reassuring look. Chun walked around the room, then suddenly reached into a secluded corner and pulled out an inkstone covered in dust. Several people began coughing uncontrollably and stumbled backward. Huang Sankai's eyes narrowed. When had an inkstone appeared in the shop? How come I didn't know about it? He leaned in for a closer look but didn't notice anything unusual, so he finally relaxed. You're only choosing 2 items? Don't you want to swap them out? Chun replied lazily. No need. Huang Sankai grinned maliciously. Good. Chun, you lost. The 2 items you picked are both junk. They're not even worth as much as fakes. At first, he'd been worried that Chun might make off with the shop's vases and jade pieces worth tens of millions. But now it seemed he'd overreacted. How on earth did you help oldie discover that portrait of Li Duan? He asked, his face brimming with contempt. In the crowd, Ivy, Selena, and Chin and couldn't help but feel a pang of anxiety. They knew nothing about antiques, but seeing Huang Sankai speak with such certainty, they assumed Chun was already a sure loser. How can you be so sure these 2 items are worthless? Chun shot him a withering glance. You call this an authentic piece? Huang Sankai took the incense burner from Chun's hand. I bought this for 200 yuan from an old farmer in the countryside. I've already had it appraised by several experts. If it were genuine, would it even be up for you to bid on? The crowd felt he had a point. That's right. If it were genuine, Mr. Huang wouldn't he just casually use it as an incense burner, would he? One of you guys, go get me a bag of lye and a brush. A young man volunteered and ran out. Before long, he returned with a bag of lye and a bristle brush. Chun thanked him, then asked a shop attendant to bring a basin and half a basin of clean water. He poured a small amount of lye into the water, then dropped the incense burner in to soak for a few minutes. Suddenly, bubbles began to gurgle all around the incense burner. Chun carefully scrubbed it with the brush. Layer after layer of dark brown, dead skin peeled away from the burner's surface. It's coming off! It's coming off! Everyone couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. After a couple of minutes, a dark purple, antique-looking incense burner was revealed before everyone's eyes. Chun hurriedly fished it out of the lye water, instructing the attendant to quickly pour out the lye water and replace it with fresh water. Chun then soaked the incense burner in the fresh water, rinsed it briefly, and finally took it out. Huang Sankai, Stellan, and Roland were speechless, and the rest of the crowd stood with their mouths agape, unable to close them for a long time. The entire incense burner had a smooth, delicate texture, like a baby's skin, yet it was a deep purple color, giving off an air of opulence, grandeur, elegance, and majesty. This is a Schwanda incense burner. Roland's body trembled, and his eyes stared blankly into space.
Impossible.
I just examined it carefully. It's definitely not a Schwanda incense burner. Still unwilling to accept it, he grabbed the incense burner, turned it over, and looked at the bottom, but there was no mark reading made during the Schwanda era of the Great Ming. He let out both a sigh of relief and a sigh of disappointment. He breathed a sigh of relief because he had finally proven himself right. His appraisal skills were no worse than Chun's. But he sighed in disbelief. Could Chun have been wrong, too? He would have loved it if his own appraisal had been incorrect and this were a genuine Schwanda incense burner. Chun chuckled. It's definitely not a genuine Schwanda incense burner. It's a high-quality replica from the Zhengde era. The inscription De Ming Schwanda Nianji was originally on the bottom, but it was later ground off. Roland and Stellan took a closer look. There were indeed traces of grinding on the bottom of the incense burner, but the specific characters were no longer legible. Schwanda incense burners are world-renowned, but few truly understand them. During the reign of Emperor Schwanda of the Ming dynasty, to satisfy his passion for collecting incense burners, he specifically ordered a shipment of red copper to be imported from Siam. He tasked the imperial artisan Lu Zhen and Wu Bongzhu, vice minister of works, with designing and supervising the production of incense burners, drawing inspiration from the styles of the renowned Chai kiln and Ru kiln porcelain pieces in the imperial collection. To ensure the quality of the incense burners, Lu Zhen reported to the emperor that to produce fine pieces, the copper must be refined 6 times. With each refining process, a portion of the material is lost. After 6 rounds, only half of the original raw material remains. Schwanda incense burners were the first bronze objects in Chinese history to be cast using the wind-powered copper refining method. Their luster is a standout feature, with a rich, deep hue. Each piece bears the inscription made during the Schwanda era of the Great Ming, in regular script on its base, which is mounted on a pedestal. The body of the incense burner is symmetrical in form, combining a solid, substantial presence with delicate refinement, making it a particularly elegant piece for a study. Schwanda incense burners are treasures among Ming dynasty crafts. Their successful casting pioneered the production of copper incense burners in subsequent generations. For a long period in history, Schwanda incense burner became the generic term for copper incense burners. After the production of Schwanda incense burners ceased, some officials in charge of melting and casting affairs gathered the original craftsmen and had them produce replicas based on the Schwanda designs and manufacturing processes. However, due to a shortage of raw materials, they substituted other types of brass, resulting in extremely poor quality. This bronze incense burner is a private kiln replica from the Zhengde era. Its design is exquisite, almost indistinguishable from the original, and it employs the Ming dynasty's lost wax casting method. It originally bore the mark made during the Schwanda era of the Great Ming on its base, but at that time Emperor Wuzong of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Hozhao, was deeply disgusted by the widespread practice of counterfeiting his ancestors' imperial incense burners. He once ordered a severe crackdown on those counterfeiters. For a time, fear ran rampant, and many people rushed to destroy the fake Schwanda incense burners in their possession. But Emperor Zhengde was unpredictable. Just half a month after the imperial edict was issued, he announced its revocation. The owner of this Schwanda incense burner must have cherished it deeply, He only ground away the inscription on the base but couldn't bring himself to destroy it, so it was unexpectedly preserved. Roland and Stellan both slapped their foreheads. That's right. How could I have forgotten that? Old Master Yi has just such a Schwanda incense burner. Because of this, those incense burners with the inscriptions ground away have actually become unique pieces, commanding prices slightly higher than ordinary replicas. Mao Xiang, the husband of Dong Xiaowan, a scholar from the late Ming and early Qing dynasties, was an avid collector and connoisseur of Schwanda incense burners. He wrote the ode to the Schwanda bronze incense burner. There is an incense burner whose radiance is wondrous and truly extraordinary. Its texture is smooth and refined, its spirit clear and harmonious. Narrow rims and ant-like handles conceal the color of sutrous yellow clouds, seem to leap from the intricate carvings and polish. Schwanda incense burners are a symbol of the great Ming's handicrafts reaching their pinnacle. Although later generations produced many imitations, they have never been able to match the former glory of the Schwanda incense burners. Both Stellan and Roland owned replica Schwanda incense burners. The reason they hadn't recognized it at first glance was that this particular piece was simply too unique. Seeing Chun's confident expression, they knew he wouldn't speak lightly. Their expressions shifted slightly. If this were a piece from the Zhengde era, even as a replica, its price wouldn't be low. Old Yi's replica is worth 6 million. Chun's is in much better condition than old Yi's. I'd value it between 8 million and 10 million. Chapter 53. Wang Shiji's Purple Gold Inkstone. After Roland finished speaking, Stellan nodded and said, "My estimate is also within that range." Huang Sankai's face alternated between pale and ashen. Since Chun had spoken with such certainty, and neither Roland nor Stellan had objected, it was virtually certain that this was indeed a replica from the Zhengde era. He felt deeply regretful. How had he failed to detect this? How could he possibly let Chun walk away with this high-end replica for nothing? This wasn't just a loss of several million yuan. It determined the outcome of this wager. Huang Sankai argued, "None of you can be certain just because he says it's a Zhengde era replica. Does that make it actually from the Zhengde era?" Roland wasn't upset. "You have a point. Why don't we take it back and have Olji take a look?" Stellan said, "There's no need to bother Olji with every little thing. We have all kinds of high-end instruments right here in our museum. We can test it, and we'll know the results very soon." Chun chuckled softly. "Mr. Huang, if you can prove this isn't a Zhengde era replica of a Schwanda incense burner, I'll concede defeat. However, that Yuan dynasty blue and white porcelain vase worth 20 million behind your pillar, and that gold basin from the Wu Zhou period with a phoenix above and a dragon below, worth 15 million. He then pointed to a green jade bead the size of an egg yolk displayed in the northwest corner of the counter, and this Yunnan king jade worth around 20 million. Chun pointed out 5 or 6 items. "I'll just take any 2 of them to swap for this Schwanda incense burner. How about that?" Before he had even finished speaking, Huang Sankai's face had gone ashen. Stellan and Roland, meanwhile, looked even more awkward just moments ago. They each identified only 3 genuine pieces. Yet Chun had pointed them all out in an instant. They couldn't help but concede defeat. The onlookers suddenly realized, are these all genuine? Judging by Huang Sankai's reaction, these are indeed authentic antiques. Then why would he display them so openly? He's definitely not selling these, he's just showing off, proving he has real treasures here. When some discerning collectors accidentally take a liking to these pieces, they'll pull out the not for sale sign from the side and say these antiques are just for display. Isn't he just playing tricks on people? It's more than that. He's not only testing these collectors' true expertise, but also once someone like Mr. Chun has identified 3 or 4 genuine pieces, if the customer wants to buy any other antiques, Huang Sankai absolutely won't sell them. He'll suspect the rest might be genuine too. Damn. Isn't Huang Sankai just using other people's expertise to appraise his own stuff? What a cheap trick. He's just limited in his own abilities, but doesn't he want to spend money hiring those top-tier appraisal masters? Now he's even saving money. The crowd expressed their disdain in unison. Huang Sankai could feel a barrage of scathing stares directed at him and couldn't help but feel utterly humiliated. Only then did he realize that Chun had already spared him some face. All right, Chun wins this round. A win is a win, and a loss is a loss. What do you mean? I'll count this as a win. Chun was extremely displeased. Huang Sankai's face flushed crimson, but he had no choice but to admit it. Chun won this round. He instinctively glanced at the inkstone in Chun's hand. You're not going to tell me this inkstone is also the work of some famous master, are you? Chun handed the inkstone to Stellan and Roland. Stellan reached out to take it, blew the dust off and wiped it down. The two men hurriedly picked up their magnifying glasses to examine it closely. After 2 minutes, their eyes widened in astonishment. A Duan inkstone? Judging by the era, it looks like it's from the Eastern Jin dynasty? Stellan examined the patterns on the inkstone closely through the magnifying glass, looking somewhat puzzled. Duan inkstones are renowned alongside Tao, Shi, and Changni inkstones, collectively known as China's 4 great inkstones. Legend has it that they originated in Duanzhou during the early Tang dynasty, specifically in Duanxi, located in the eastern suburbs of present-day Zhaoqing. Duan inkstones rank first among China's 4 great inkstones. Its stone is fine-grained, delicate, smooth, dense, and sturdy. It grinds ink smoothly without resistance, produces ink quickly, and yields excellent results. The ink ground on it is fine and glossy as lacquer, allowing for smooth writing without damaging the brush hairs. Whether in the sweltering heat of summer or the bitter cold of winter, when you press your hand against the center of the inkstone, it remains a deep blue-green, and the moisture lingers for a long time, hence the ancient saying, breathing on it to grind ink. Stellan instructed the shop staff to rinse it with water and then dry it with a towel. After waiting for the water to drain completely, he extended the index finger of his right hand, pressed it gently against the center of the inkstone, held it there for several dozen seconds, and then withdrew his finger. Everyone looked closely and saw a faint trace of dark green on his finger. Stellan exhaled with relief. This is undoubtedly an Enjuan inkstone. This is a characteristic unique to Enjuan inkstones. It's impossible to fake. But how can it be from the Eastern Jin dynasty? Roland asked, looking completely baffled. Weren't Enjuan inkstones first discovered and popularized during the Wuda era of the Tang dynasty? Are you absolutely certain it's really an Enjuan inkstone? Huang Sankai looked panicked upon hearing this. Although inkstones are a niche item in the antiques trade, some possess immense historical and cultural value and can fetch astronomical prices. Are you questioning our expertise and skills? Stellan and Roland retorted angrily. While they weren't confident about the Xuanda incense burner, they were absolutely certain about every other item. There are simply too many modern forgeries of Xuanda incense burners, and they're so well made that they're virtually indistinguishable from the real thing. Today, major museums across the country hold countless collections of Xuanda incense burners. Yet not a single expert dares to confirm that any particular Xuanda incense burner is a genuine authentic piece from the 3rd year of the Xuanda reign. It is precisely for this reason that, among all Chinese antiques, Xuanda incense burners fetch the lowest auction prices on the international market. It was understandable that the two of them couldn't be certain. No, that's not what I meant, Huang Sankai said hurriedly. These two were the leading authorities in antique appraisal in the city. If he offended them, it would be very difficult for him to continue working in Binhai City. Zhao and Li both snorted and ignored him. At that moment, Chun stepped forward and took the inkstone from Stellan's hand. Director Zhao, Mr. Li, one could say you're wrong or one could say you're right. Stellan and Roland didn't seem the least bit upset. On the contrary, they looked even more puzzled. Why? Chun smiled. This isn't Duan inkstone, it's a Zijing inkstone. Zhao and Li exclaimed in unison. That's impossible. Zijing inkstones have only ever appeared in legends. It's said that Wang Shiji, the great master of the Eastern Jin dynasty, used a Zijing inkstone. Wang. Roland was suddenly startled. You're not saying this is the very Zijing inkstone that Wang Shiji used, are you? Seeing Chun nod and smile, he couldn't help but tremble with shock. If this really were Wang Shiji's purple gold inkstone, then its value would be Wang Shiji's purple gold inkstone? Many people exclaimed in astonishment. Among the guests who had accompanied them were quite a few connoisseurs with deep knowledge of antiques. Purple gold inkstones are actually a type of Duan inkstone, but since their quality is superior to that of standard Duan inkstones, they're classified separately. It's said that both Wang Shiji and his son Wang Xinji used purple gold inkstones. It seems that Wu Daozi, the great painter of the early Tang dynasty, also used a purple gold inkstone. Chapter 54. A complete victory. After Duan inkstones came into widespread use during the Wuda era, some lower-quality Zijing inkstones were already being mixed in with the Duan inkstones. Since Zijing stone is extremely rare and difficult to mine, the Zijing inkstone quietly faded into obscurity, and later generations knew nothing of this type of inkstone at all. Someone well-versed in the history of inkstones explained slowly. Chan smiled at the portly man and nodded, saying, "The great calligrapher Mi Fu wrote in his renowned calligraphy work, the Purple Gold Scroll. I recently acquired a piece of purple gold stone from Right Army's hometown. I wrote vigorously for several days. Had I not come, I would indeed never have used this stone again." He also said, "Su Zijan took my Zijing inkstone with him, instructing his son to place it in his coffin. Now that I have recovered it, I will not use it for burial. How can an object meant to be passed down through the ages be bound by the same comings and goings as the pure, luminous, original, wondrous, enlightened, and eternal nature of the mind?" In addition, Volume 8 of Mi Fu's Baojin Guangji contains a journal entry recording this incident. "In my old age, I finally obtained a Zijing stone, which is no different from the Right Army inkstone in my family's collection. It is the finest of its kind in the world. Those from Duan and Shi are all inferior to it." Stellan suddenly slapped his forehead, as if he had just remembered something. "Right. I've read Mi Fu's collected works, and I still remember this passage. Su Dongpa also recorded this incident. At the time, I was already wondering if I'd ever have the chance to see the legendary Zijing inkstone." Everyone's expressions changed. If this inkstone were truly the Zijing inkstone used by Wang Shiji and had subsequently been treasured by both Mi Fu and Su Dongpa as a priceless treasure, then its value. Everyone's eyes lit up with excitement. Chun held up the inkstone for the people in the front row to see. Its patina was exceptionally natural and well-aged. The figures, stories, pavilions, and landscapes on the inkstone were all hand-carved. Every tree and leaf, every tile and staircase, every person and house was carved with such exquisite detail, truly the work of a master. Looking closer at the details, whether the two figures beneath the pavilion, the distant scenery where they converse, or the scene of the two figures sitting cross-legged on the ground engaged in lively conversation, the carving brings them to life with such vividness that they seem almost real. It's like a beautiful scene of a bygone era, bathed in a gentle breeze. Turning to the other side of the inkstone, the three characters Wang Shiji stand out prominently in the lower left corner, elevating the piece's status even further. Beside them is a verse also attributed to Wang Shiji. "Hollow bamboo and delicate orchids exude a serene aura, gentle breezes, and bright moonlight symbolize the vastness of heaven." These lines are taken from the preface to the Orchid Pavilion collection. Every aspect of the calligraphy exudes Wang Shiji's distinctive style. It really does look like Wang Shiji's inkstone. The crowd buzzed with excitement and envy. Huang Sankai could no longer contain himself. He stepped forward and said, "Can we really determine that this is Wang Shiji's purple gold inkstone based on this alone?" Before Chun could speak, Stellan exclaimed angrily, "Whether it's a Zijing inkstone or one used by Wang Shiji, I cannot say for certain. But I can say with absolute certainty that it is an Enjuan inkstone from the Eastern Jin dynasty." As a highly respected appraiser known for his rigorous scholarly approach, he had never seen a genuine Zijing inkstone with his own eyes and therefore dared not make such a claim. However, he could definitively determine the specific era of this inkstone. Since the purple gold inkstone is also a type of Duan inkstone, there was nothing wrong with his assertion that this was indeed a Duan inkstone. Roland, however, broke into a broad smile and said, "Even if this is merely a Duan inkstone, its historical value is beyond estimation. Its discovery proves that Duan inkstones had already appeared as early as the Eastern Jin dynasty, rewriting the historical record that Duan inkstones originated during the Wuda era of the Tang dynasty. It pushes the history of Duan inkstones back by more than 300 years. Its historical and cultural value far exceeds its market value." The crowd was instantly abuzz. Everyone knew what kind of historical impact it would have if the origin of an artifact were pushed back by several hundred years. Huang Sankai looked panicked and suddenly shouted, "He Lao San!" A short, thin man in his 50s hurried over, none other than the chief appraiser at his shop. "He Lao San, what's the story behind this inkstone? Why have I never heard of it before?" He Lao San scrutinized the inkstone for a long while before slapping his forehead and saying, "Shopkeeper, this must have been here for over a year, right? One day, my wife came home with this inkstone, saying she bought it for 10 yuan from a teenager. I looked at it for a long time, and it didn't look like a Duan inkstone to me, even though it had Wang Shiji's own handwritten inscription. But didn't Duan inkstones only start gaining popularity during the Tang dynasty? I figured the forger didn't know his history, so I set the inkstone aside. When it still hadn't sold after half a month, I tossed it into a corner. Since I saw it was just a fake inkstone, a worthless trinket, I didn't bother telling you about it." As soon as Huang Sankai heard this, he nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood. Everyone stared at He Laosan in disbelief. They never expected this chief appraiser to act on his own initiative and actually cause the boss, Huang Sankai, to lose out on a genuine antique. If everyone had stopped to think about it, as the chief appraiser, essentially the right-hand man, he certainly wouldn't leave every decision up to the big boss. And even if Huang Sankai had seen the sales ledger, he would surely have noticed an inkstone priced at 10 yuan. Damn it! You've ruined my big deal. Huang Sankai slapped He Laosan hard across the face. He Laosan froze for a moment, then swung his hand back and slapped him right back. You good for nothing. 5 or 6 genuine antiques almost slipped through your fingers. It was only because I stepped in that you didn't lose everything. And you still dare to hit me? That by Songshi he's some distant cousin of yours, right? I remember he never used to make any purple clay teapots. I wonder when he suddenly transformed himself into a master of purple clay teapots. You bring back a top-tier purple clay teapot every month or two. S&T by Songshi just passing off someone else's work as his own. As he spoke, he pushed through the crowd and strode away. What? By Songshi is passing off someone else's work as his own. Upon hearing this earth-shattering news, everyone's gaze turned incredibly sharp as they looked at Huang Sankai. Huang Sankai, terrified, roared, "You damn well dare to slander me just as you're leaving?" But the crowd just stared at him as if he were an idiot. No one believed a word he said anymore. It's always easier for people to believe rumors than the truth. And especially today, with the birthday gift Chun had presented to Old Yi, which had already severely undermined by Songshi's credibility, it was no surprise that further doubts were now being raised. Roland and Stellan exchanged a glance and didn't bring up the topic again. Chun, Director Zhao, if we're valuing this solely as a Duan inkstone, I'll offer 8 million. Stellan said, I'll offer 10 million. If it really is Wang Shiji's purple gold inkstone, that's at least an additional 6 million. All things considered, Chun wins this contest. Roland nodded. He agreed with that price. Currently, inkstones aren't very expensive in China 3 months ago. An Enjuan inkstone once used by Emperor Yongjing sold at an auction in Zhonghai for only 2 million, yet now Roland and Stellan were offering a sky-high price of nearly 10 million, undoubtedly because it had altered the historical timeline of Duan inkstones, a value that was incalculable. Chun accepted the psychological price point. The Golden Finger had quoted 20 million, the auction house's asking price, which wasn't far off from Stellan's offer. Chapter 55. Master Bai of Baizongxi. Huang Sankai's face was grim. Losing these 2 antiques worth 10 million meant not only a financial loss but, more importantly, the inability to track down the artisan whose work rivaled that of the Baizongxi purple clay teapots. Chun held the 2 antiques and strode toward the exit. Stop right there. Huang Sankai stepped forward to block his path. What do you want? Chun sneered. Their appraisal results are invalid. They're both your friends. They're obviously biased in your favor. The crowd began to jeer, their faces full of contempt. Roland twirled his mustache and sneered. If you don't trust the appraisal results, you can go find someone else or even the provincial authorities. Everyone knew Huang Sankai was just being unreasonable. If Stellan and Roland dared to falsify the results in front of everyone, it would be a fatal blow to their reputations. No one dared to risk their reputation like that. Chun didn't even glance at Huang Sankai as he walked straight out of the shop. Seeing that the matter was settled, the guests began to disperse. Roland pondered for a long time before finally blurting out, Chun, that Schwanda incense burner 8 million. How about you sell it to me? Stellan hurriedly interjected. Chun, sell that Duan inkstone to our city museum. Right now, I can only offer you 10 million based on the price of the Duan inkstone. I'll have to take it to the provincial authorities for appraisal. If it's confirmed to be a Zijing inkstone, I'll make up the difference later. Stellan felt smug inside. If it really were a Zijing inkstone, the Binhai City Museum would hold the nation's only such artifact in its collection, which would greatly elevate the museum's status. Chun nodded and said, No problem. Once the transaction was complete, he handed the Schwanda incense burner and the Zijing inkstone to Li and Zhao, respectively, and the 2 men finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that no one was around, Roland suddenly lowered his voice and asked, Chun, is that elderly gentleman still making that squirrel and grape tea set? Stellan, upon hearing this, was also overcome with curiosity at Old Master Yi's banquet. The 2 of them had already been on the verge of asking. They hadn't wanted to disrupt Old Master Yi's birthday celebration, and then there was the bet between Chun and Huang Sankai, so the matter had been put off until now. If it's still available, could you set one aside for me too? I just don't have that much money. Could you maybe? Stellan knew full well that Chun had given old Yi a set as a birthday gift for 5,000. But if it were for sale, it would certainly not go for that price. However, he felt that Chun would definitely not be as unscrupulous as Bai Songshi, who had sold one for the astronomical price of 98 million. Chun chuckled to himself. He knew that no antique dealer could resist the allure of a purple clay teapot. He pretended to ponder the matter with a look of hesitation. I'll get in touch with that old gentleman again and ask if he is still making them. If he brought them out immediately, the two of them would surely have assumed that Chun had set the bait at the banquet, just waiting for them to take the hook. They would inevitably have resented it. But now, he had defused the situation before it even arose. Li and Zhao were instantly overjoyed. Once the two of them had left, Ivy, Qin Nan, and Selena finally walked over. Ivy smiled, pursing her lips. Huang Sankai wants to challenge you. He really doesn't know his place. Chun laughed it off. Just luck. Just luck. Ivy knew he was being modest, so after chatting for a few more moments, she got up and left. Qin Nan seemed to have something to say, but with Selena standing right beside her, she ultimately kept quiet. After exchanging a few meaningless pleasantries, she took her leave first. Chun, if you produce purple clay teapots that rival Bai Songxi's, this will likely attract nationwide attention very soon, and it will certainly arouse Bai Songxi's resentment. Once he finds out we've taken business away from him and he can't get back at me, he might take it all out on you. You must be very careful. Chun laughed. It's something I'll have to face sooner or later. I'll be careful. When are we going to Yixing? I'm available anytime. It's all up to you, miss. I'm available anytime, too. Let us go tomorrow, then. The next day, Chun and Selena went to Yixing. After a thorough inspection, they found everything to be in order. Wang Shuntang gathered his family, friends, and apprentices to begin work. Selena assigned a deputy general manager and security personnel to take full charge of operations there. 3 days later, the two rushed back to Binhai City. Selena was busy registering the company and opening the factory, while Chun took it easy. Chun, the appraisal results from the Provincial Museum are in your inkstone is indeed Wang Shiji's purple gold inkstone. Stellan's excited voice came through the phone. The Provincial Museum is taking your discovery very seriously. Our city museum has really made a name for itself now. Haha. Despite Chin's repeated refusals, Stellan went ahead and transferred the remaining 6 million to him. Inside the treasure pavilion, a man in his 50s sat upright in the seat of honor. He wore a white martial arts uniform, his head full of silver hair, yet his face was rosy and radiant, and he held a gold-inlaid pipe in his hand. It was none other than Master Bai Songxi. Seated beside him was Huang Sankai, looking dejected. Sitting across from them were Guobaohui and his son, Gavin. Guobaohui placed the 9-headed ode to plum blossoms, tea set on the table and said listlessly, Master Bai, Mr. Huang, please take this ode to plum blossoms tea set back. Ethan hadn't accepted this birthday gift. He knew the Guo family's intentions and was well aware of their current situation. Bai Songxi flew into a rage. How can you return something you've already bought? Gavin lost his patience and said, You're charging 98 million for this tea set? But others with the same craftsmanship are only asking for 5,000. If we don't return it, people think we're fools. As soon as Bai Songxi heard this, he trembled with rage. The day he received the call from Huang Sankai, he knew his secret might have been exposed. He rushed to Yixing, hoping to find Wang Shuntang and get to the bottom of it. But Selena had already arranged for people to protect Wang Shuntang. He couldn't get anywhere near him. Once he managed to piece together the details of Selena's background, he was terrified out of his wits. Given his current status, he stood no chance against a behemoth like the Shao family. Otherwise, he'd end up with no place to be buried. So he took out all his frustration on Chun. He just received a call from his cousin and rushed over to Binhai City, only to run into Guobaohui showing up to return the item. Huang Sankai snapped, even with ordinary merchandise, as long as there's no quality issue, we don't accept returns once it's sold. Do you expect to return artwork? Art, like antiques, depends entirely on one's own discernment. Finding a bargain is a matter of skill, and paying a high price is a mutual agreement. If this set of artworks appreciates in value in the future, will you have to make up the difference? The Guo family father and son were left speechless. After a moment of silence, Gavin spoke up. Rumors are swirling that Master Bai doesn't even know how to make purple clay teapots. Yes, just stealing other people's work. You're just carving your own name on them. You're a phony master whose reputation doesn't match your skills. And you actually expect to sell your work for over 100 million? Isn't that a joke? You little bastard. Are you looking to die? Bai Songshi was beside himself with rage. This guy had actually rubbed salt in his wounds right to his face, so he lashed out and slapped Gavin hard across the face. 5 bright red fingerprints instantly appeared on Gavin's left cheek. He staggered and swung a punch toward Bai Songshi's chest. Suddenly, a figure flashed before his eyes. A burly man stepped in front of Bai Songshi, raised his foot, and kicked Gavin to the ground. Guobaoruei rushed over to help his son up. This is outrageous. How dare you assault someone in broad daylight? Huang Sankai kicked him in the lower back. You dare come here causing trouble if we don't beat you? Who else should we beat? Chapter 56. Bai Songshi's threat. Guobaoruei stumbled back several steps and leaned against the table, grimacing in pain. Holding his side with one hand, he glared furiously at Huang Sankai. He grabbed a purple clay teapot from the table and hurled it viciously at Huang Sankai. Huang Sankai dodged it with a quick sidestep. With a clatter, the teapot hit the floor and shattered into pieces. Guobaoruei, beside himself with rage, picked up 2 teacups and their saucers and hurled them at Bai Songshi and the other man, who both turned their heads just in time to avoid them. With a series of thuds, the art pieces purchased for the astronomical price of 98 million were instantly reduced to shards on the floor. Huang Sankai burst out laughing. Mr. Guo, you're truly generous. 100 million yuan, just a few loud thuds. I think that showing off wealth with luxury cars and mansions is so last century. We should follow Mr. Guo's example. Buy antiques and art, then smash them to hear the sound. The more expensive and numerous the antiques you smash, the richer you prove to be. Guobaoruei's face turned ashen. Gavin had already scrambled to his feet, though his face was bruised and swollen. Just as the burly men were about to step forward to teach the father and son a lesson, Bai Songshi waved his hand to stop them. This isn't over. Guobaoruei stormed out, dragging his son Gavin along with him. Not over? What else can you do? Huang Sankai looked utterly disdainful. Bai Songshi slammed his cane heavily against the ground. He slowly stood up, his expression grim. That Chun, do you know much about him? I've already looked into him. He's just some poor country boy. Huang Sankai didn't seem to care in the least. He majored in archaeology in college. When he couldn't find a job, he dove into the antiques business. Not long ago, he scored a real Tang Bohu painting, portrait of Li Duandian, for Ethan. Although he used to be a classmate of Ivy from the Yi family, they weren't close. But because of this birthday gift for Ethan, he must have established some connection with the Yi family. The Yi family probably wouldn't stick up for him, would they? Huang Sankai looked utterly dismissive. So, he doesn't have any backers? Bai Songshi finally let out a sigh of relief. But he was still a bit puzzled if Chun didn't know any influential figures. Then who exactly was the guy who set up a factory with Wang Shuntang? Get me in touch with Chun. I want to meet him. Chun's home. Chun had just hung up the phone with Stellan when Fatso called. Chun, where have you been these past few days? I haven't seen you around. Chun laughed. I was out of town handling some business. Fatso asked curiously, Huh? Chen, you're in business? What kind of business? Cool, is it related to antiques too? Chun didn't answer but asked in return, Fatso, is there something you need? Only then did Fatso remember. He exclaimed, Chun, they're preparing to demolish the South City area, and the residents are gradually moving out. I've been heading over there every day for the past couple of days, thinking I might be able to snag some old treasures. Right? While you were away, even if I saw something good, I wouldn't dare buy it. Do you have time today? Let us go check it out. Chen's eyes lit up. It really was a great idea. I'm home right now, Fatso. Come pick me up. Fatso agreed to be there in 20 minutes. Chun stepped out the door and walked toward the entrance of the complex. Just then, his cell phone suddenly rang. He glanced at the caller ID. It was an unknown number. He hesitated for a moment but answered anyway. Hello, is this Chun? This is Huang Sankai from Jubao Pavilion. As soon as he picked up, he heard Huang Sankai's gruff voice on the other end. Chun said coldly, What do you want? Huang Sankai flew into a rage. I'm calling to tell you that the fake purple clay teapot you gave Ethan, the one posing as Master Bai's work, has caused a scandal. Master Bai has already shown up right here at Jubao Pavilion. Come over immediately. Chun was taken aback for a moment, then let out a cold laugh and hung up. I'm busy. Under the scorching sun, Chun had only been standing there for a short while when a fine sheen of sweat began to form on his body. He walked over to a nearby supermarket and bought an ice cream. He had just taken 2 bites when suddenly 2 cars sped up and screeched to a halt right beside him. Stepping out of the red BMW X3 in front was none other than Huang Sankai. The door of the Bentley Mulsanne behind it swung open, and first 4 burly men got out, followed by Songshi. Songshi leaned heavily on his cane, looking just like one of those venerable gang bosses from the movies. His hawk-like eyes fixed coldly on Chun. "You're Chun." Chun surmised that this must be the Songshi Huang Sankai had mentioned. Songshi sized him up from head to toe. He was dressed plainly, and Chun couldn't see anything extraordinary about him. "I hear you're quite skilled at appraising?" This young man before him had first outbid Ethan for an authentic Tang bohu painting, then won 2 antiques at Huang Sankai's shop. If a single success could be chalked up to a lucky find, this string of victories couldn't be explained by mere good luck. "I'm passable," Chun said, lowering his head to eat his ice cream, completely ignoring him. "Since you're so talented, how about I take you on as my apprentice?" Songshi forced himself to suppress his anger and said with a smile. Chun was slightly taken aback. He'd never heard that Songshi was also skilled in appraisal. He shook his head. "I'm not very quick to pick things up. This is purely a hobby for me. I'd rather not take on a master." Seeing that Chun was completely unyielding, Songshi stopped beating around the bush and got straight to the point. "Chun, stay away from Wang Shunteng's purple clay teapot. There are some things you simply have no business meddling with." His face was set in a cold smile, and his voice was icy. Chun finished his ice cream in a few quick bites, wiped his hands, and let out a cold chuckle. "How nice to get straight to the point. Why beat around the bush? That's exactly what I should be saying to you. You, so-called Master Bai, are nothing but a thief who uses underhanded tactics to steal others' work. And yet you have the nerve to appear before everyone so brazenly, basking in all the fame, fortune, and honors. I've never seen anyone as shameless and deceitful as you." Songshi's expression changed instantly. He trembled with rage and pounded the ground fiercely with his cane. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this before. He forced himself to hold back his outburst. "We'll split it 50-50. Although Chun was taking half the profit, it was still far better than losing this lucrative opportunity entirely. "Get lost. Go cool off somewhere else." Chun sneered. "Young man, don't go dying without even knowing how you died." Songshi roared in fury. "That should be you. Those who commit many injustices will surely meet their end. Over the years, how much ill-gotten money have you made by exploiting Wang Shunteng? Beware, the karma you've sown will come back to haunt your children." Songshi trembled with rage, but he couldn't refute it. Huang Sankai's face darkened with malice. "Cousin, we—" He swept his right hand across his throat, mimicking a beheading. Songshi erupted into a tirade. "You're asking for it. In broad daylight. How dare you?" He glared viciously at Chen, repeatedly pounding his cane on the ground, and sneered. "Well done. We'll see about this." The group got into the car and drove off. Chapter 57. A Priceless Treasure. Just then, Fatso sped up in his Land Rover. Chun got in the car, and the 2 of them headed for the south side of the city. Fatso asked about the business again, and before Chun could finish speaking, Fatso hurriedly said, "Chan, once your purple clay teapots hit the market, can my company have a share of the sales rights?" "That's no big deal. Selena's company is mainly in charge here in this city. If you have exclusive sales rights in other cities, Selena would naturally be happy to see that happen. Let us make money together. You really are a good brother." The fat guy laughed heartily, looked at Chun, and said with a lecherous grin, "You aren't dating that Miss Xiao, are you? You're doing great, kid. A rags to riches story. You may not have become CEO, but you're well on your way to winning over a rich, beautiful woman." Chun smiled faintly. His situation with Selena was a bit special. They both seemed to have feelings for each other, but neither had taken the initiative, and they hadn't even broached any suggestive topics. "No way. She is a female CEO. Why would she be interested in a poor guy like me?" The fat guy curled his lip. "You're just saying that to save face, aren't you? If she didn't like you, would she give you a 40% equity stake? Don't tell me it's just to repay you for helping her out back then. That's way too generous a repayment. It's long since gone beyond the scope of repaying a kindness with a spring of water." Chun chuckled, unable to refute that. The fat guy suddenly said, "Then what about Ivy?" Even a blind person could see right through her little schemes. Chun couldn't help but fall silent, feeling a bit of a headache coming on. As they spoke, they had already reached the southern part of the city, a vast urban village where many residents had long since moved away, and those who remained were busy sorting through furniture, sofas, and other belongings. Chun and the fat guy wandered around for a while but didn't find anything of value. A sudden idea struck the fat guy, and he put on a show of buying antiques. Sure enough, this drew quite a few villagers carrying all sorts of items to come and ask about them. But the two still came up empty-handed. The fat guy cursed in frustration, "Damn it! They're all just a bunch of penniless bums, not a single valuable antique in sight." Chun said, "Not necessarily. They might have already sold the valuable stuff to antique shops. People are smarter these days, they know that we street hunters are just looking for bargains. And even if we offer money, we can't pay much. If they sell it on Antique Street, they'll at least get a lot more for it." The two were aimlessly wandering through the alley when an elderly woman in her 70s appeared, pushing a small cart loaded with bedding, ragged clothes, pots and pans, a broken guitar, and woven bags, all of which she was tossing into a trash can. As soon as the old woman walked away, the fat guy hurried over. He picked up a wooden stick and began sifting through the items one by one. After a moment, he said dejectedly, "It's all junk. Not a single good thing." The old lady suddenly stepped out of the courtyard and called out, "You two collect antiques, would you take this?" The fat guy hurriedly asked, "What?" He and Chun rushed into the courtyard. The old lady produced a sandalwood carving depicting Song Jiang. The sandalwood was already in a terrible state. The fat man furrowed his brow and looked at Chun questioningly. Chun shook his head. The carving had no value whatsoever. The fat man said, "Grandma, we don't want it." The old lady seemed to have anticipated this and paid him no further attention. Suddenly, Chun felt the jade pendant on his chest grow incredibly hot, and his heart skipped a beat. Could this be an antique? He scanned the area and suddenly strode quickly toward the western wall. Near the wall stood several jujube trees, and beneath them was a stone table. Beside the table were 4 drum-shaped stone stools. The entire stone cave had been polished to a glossy black sheen, and to his surprise, some characters were carved into it. Chun took a closer look and noticed 2 more stone stools lying on the ground nearby, half buried in the dirt and half exposed. He hurried over, crouched down, and examined the characters closely, but he didn't recognize a single one. They resembled seal script, yet seemed slightly different. Could this be Great Seal script? Seeing the grave expression on Chun's face, the fat man asked curiously, "Chun, what is this? Is it valuable? If it is, I'd love to take it home." Chun said nothing, but concentrated his attention on one of the stone benches. Suddenly, a line of golden characters appeared before his eyes.
Stone drum tao tekin.
Period. Spring and autumn. Value, priceless treasure. The Tao Te Ching? Chun's heart raced. Could this actually be the Tao Te Ching inscribed in stone drum script? He recalled that the most famous stone drums in China were the 10 discovered in Chunsong during the early Tang dynasty, whose inscriptions no one had been able to decipher. Following Zheng Qiao's phonetic sequence of the stone drums in the Song dynasty, the theory that the stone drums are from the Qin dynasty gained widespread acceptance. In the late Qing dynasty, Zhenjun dated the stone drums to the reign of Duke Wen of Qin during the Republic of China era. Ma Hong dated them to the reign of Duke Mu of Qin. Guo Morua dated them to the reign of Duke Xiong of Qin, and now some scholars have determined that the stone drums are works from the era of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. "Grandma, where did you get these stone benches?" Chun walked over to the old lady. The old lady said, "When my son was alive, he was a stonemason. While he was chiseling stone for someone's house, he found these stone benches to be particularly fine, so he hauled them back from Dongshan. Once this house is fixed up, when I have nothing else to do, my old friends and I play cards every day. They make great benches. This place is about to be torn down anyway, and the stone isn't worth much. If you want to take them away, go ahead." The fat man looked at Chun. What he really wanted to ask was, were these actually antiques? Chun shook his head. He stepped out of the small courtyard, pulled out his phone, and called Stellan. Stellan was just appraising Wang Shiji's purple gold inkstone with Roland. Seeing Chun's call, he said with a smile, "Little Chun, what made you think to call me? Do you have something good again?" "Director Zhao, you're truly amazing. You can predict the future. You're practically the reincarnation of Zhuge Liang." Stellan had originally just been joking offhand, But upon hearing this, he grew serious and said, "Little Chen, are you serious? What exactly is it?" Chen took a deep breath. "Director Zhao, you'd better calm down first. I'm not entirely sure if it's real. In that village south of the city marked for demolition, I discovered several stone drums from the spring and autumn period. It seems the Tao Te Ching is engraved on them." Suddenly, there was a thud on the other end as the phone hit the ground. Stellan hurriedly picked it up, gasping for breath as he regained his composure. "Chan, are you certain these are stone drums inscribed with the Tao Te Ching from the spring and autumn period?" "I can confirm these stone drums are from the spring and autumn period, but I can't say for sure if the text on them is actually the Tao Te Ching. The characters look like Zhouwen script, and I can't recognize many of them. I tried reciting the first volume of the Tao Te Ching, the Te Ching, and the few characters I recognized sort of fit into the text." "You wait for me. I'll be right there," Stellan said urgently. Chan hung up the phone, only to find the fat man staring at him with a puzzled expression. "Chun, why did you tell Stellan about these artifacts? Are we still going to make any money now?" Chun gave a wry smile. "Fatso, some antiques can make us money, but others are not something we should touch. You know about Shang and Zhou dynasty bronze ware, right?" Chapter 58. Stone Drum Inscriptions. Seeing the fat man nod, he continued, "Any bronze artifact is a national treasure. If we discover one as individuals, it's fine to keep it for ourselves. We can pass it down to our descendants as a family heirloom. But you absolutely cannot resell it. If you do, you could be committing a crime. If you use certain methods to smuggle it overseas and it's discovered, you could face the death penalty." The fat man flinched in fear. These stone drum inscriptions, just like bronze artifacts, are no longer antiques that we as individuals can trade. Their cultural relics. There's no point in us keeping them. What we need right now are antiques we can sell for cash. The fat man licked his lips. "That's right. These lumps of stone are indeed useless to us and just take up space, so we might as well donate them to a museum." Just then, the sound of car horns blared from outside. 3 or 4 sedans led the way, followed by 2 small trucks. When they pulled up, a dozen or so people got out. Leading the group were Stellan and Roland. The rest all looked haughty and arrogant. Chun noticed a man in gray who looked somewhat familiar. He suddenly realized it was Master Gu, whom he met once at the Night Duke Hotel. As soon as Master Gu saw him, his expression turned extremely awkward. Stellan didn't bother with pleasantries and hurriedly asked, "Chun, where are those stone drums?" Chun led the group into the small courtyard and over to the wall, where Stellan, Roland, and the others immediately gathered around. Armed with magnifying glasses and various other instruments, they examined the drums closely. Stellan and Roland were particularly thorough, practically leaning over the drums. This is indeed Zhouwen script. It's exactly the same as the stone drum inscriptions from Shangxi." Stellan ran his fingers over the characters on the stone drums, trembling with excitement. Based on a preliminary assessment, these 6 stone drums can be confirmed as dating from the spring and autumn period, but further testing is needed to verify this. The Tao gives birth to 1. 1 gives birth to 2. 2 gives birth to 3. 3 gives birth to all things. This is indeed the Dai Jing chapter from the Tao Te Ching. Even for those unfamiliar with Oracle Bone script or Zhuanwen, the simple Chinese characters for 1, 2, and 3 have changed little over time and are instantly recognizable. Anyone who knows this line from the Tao Te Ching by heart can fit it right in, not a single character out of place. Stellan had some knowledge of Zhouwen script, while Roland was completely in the dark. He was an expert on antiques like porcelain and jade, but when it came to cultural relics of such profound historical significance, he knew absolutely nothing. He could only confirm that these stone drums were indeed very ancient. "It's just a shame there are only 6 stone drums here in total." Stellan looked around but found nothing else. The Tao Te Ching contains over 5,000 characters, yet each of these 6 stone drums holds only 50 or 60 characters, and some are already severely damaged. The elderly landlady, seeing that Stellan was no ordinary person, was overjoyed, convinced that her possessions must be treasures. When Stellan learned that these 6 stone drums had been unearthed by her son on Dongshan, he hurriedly asked, "Maram, were only these 6 stone drums unearthed back then?" The old lady nodded eagerly. Stellan wanted to go to East Mountain to investigate the site in person, but Chan said, "Curator Zhao, I don't think you'll find anything even if you go. It's been over 30 years. If any other stone drums had been unearthed back then, word would have spread long ago." Although Stellan had long suspected as much, He simply couldn't bring himself to accept it without going to see for himself. Stellan, Roland, and the others hurried to East Mountain, while Chun and Fat Man stayed behind. Half an hour later, the group returned, dejected. The site where the stone drums were originally unearthed on East Mountain has long since been developed into a villa complex. Stellan gazed at the 6 stone drums, his face full of confusion. Legend has it that when Laozi was about to travel west through the Hangu Pass, Shi, the commander of the pass, had long heard of his fame. Not wanting to open the gate and let him pass, he tried to make things difficult for him by asking him to write an essay. Without a moment's hesitation, Laozi penned this monumental work, the Tao Te Ching, which is a treasure not only for our nation but for all of humanity. This took place around the 35th year of King Jing of Zhou's reign, 485 BCE. At that time, Binhai City was likely situated on the border between the states of Lu and Wu, so these stone drums must have appeared only after that. Were they carved by people from the state of Lu? Roland said. Transportation was extremely difficult back then. Even if Laozi had passed down the Tao Te Ching to Shi at Hangu Pass, it would have taken an unknown amount of time for it to spread to states like Qin, Jin, and Qi. And by the time it reached here, it probably wouldn't have been less than 100 years. Stellan was left speechless. Chun said, "Not necessarily. That was the late spring and autumn period, when Wu and you were vying for supremacy. King Helu of Wu marched north into the Central Plains to compete for dominance. They had the opportunity to come into contact with Central Plains culture, so it's entirely possible they had heard of the Tao Te Ching. But at that time, the regions of Wu and you were still barbaric lands. They likely weren't proficient in the Central Plains script. These 6 stone drums were probably not carved by the people of Wu or Yu." Stellan and Roland couldn't help but nod. Although Chun's words made some sense, they were, after all, merely speculation at this point and required further evidence and research. Stellan was thrilled. Those 10 stone drums from Shangxi are housed in the Palace Museum, and the exhibition hall dedicated to them is specifically named the Stone Drum Hall. The study of stone drum inscriptions has become a specialized field of scholarship. Those 10 stone drums are even hailed as the 9th national treasure. Now that our city museum has these 6 stone drums, it can almost rival the Palace Museum's Stone Drum Hall. Couldn't our stone drums also be called the 10th national treasure? Haha! Chen, your discovery is in no way inferior to the value of those experts' ancient tomb excavations. It might even be a greater contribution than theirs. Stellan looked at Chun, his eyes sparkling. He stammered for a moment, as if wanting to say something, but in the end, he remained silent. Chun could probably guess what he was thinking. Once this news got out, it would surely cause a sensation across the country. He had played a pivotal role, and Stellan would certainly report his contribution to higher authorities. But he didn't dare make any promises just yet, so he had no choice but to keep quiet for the time being. Stellan assigned a staff member to handle the matter with the elderly woman, who beamed with delight. Clearly, she was very satisfied with the price Stellan had offered. Master Gu looked at the 6 stone drums, then glanced at Chun, and finally couldn't help but ask, "Chun, are there really only 6? Chun's expression darkened. Before he could speak, Stellan said in a deep voice, "Gu Huiqing, what do you mean by that?" Gu Huiqing snorted through his nose. "Director, I don't mean anything by it. I just think Chun is incredibly lucky to have discovered these 6 stone drums." The fat man snapped. "Just say it straight out. Do you suspect there are other stone drums that we've hidden away? Or are you saying these stone drums are fakes we made?" Gu Huiqing replied, "Only you guys know the answer to that." Before he could finish speaking, a figure flashed by the fat man had already charged right up to him. He swung his right leg and kicked Gu Huiqing squarely in the stomach. Gu Huiqing let out a cry of ouch and doubled over, clutching his stomach like a curled-up shrimp. The fat man seized the opportunity to punch him in the head, and Gu Huiqing instantly collapsed to the ground. The fat man kicked him 5 or 6 times in quick succession. "We were kind enough to tell you about a cultural relic, and yet you still suspect us? You're taking our kindness for granted." Chapter 59. On the Brink of Death. Gu Huiqing's agonized screams shook the heavens. "Stop hitting him! Stop hitting him!" Although Stellan was extremely dissatisfied with Gu Huiqing, he couldn't just stand by and watch him get beaten. He frantically signaled to several museum staff members, who hurried forward to pull the fat man away. Gu Huiqing scrambled to his feet, his face a mess of bruises and cuts, his once expensive clothes torn to shreds, and his entire body caked in dust. The staff members struggled to suppress their laughter in the past. Gu Huiqing had bossed them around, relying on his connections. But now they all took schadenfreude in his misfortune, letting out a long sigh of relief. Chun had been watching coldly from the sidelines and snorted derisively through his nose. "Stop standing there, everyone. Quick! Call those workers over and have them load these stone drums onto the truck." Stellan ignored Gu Huiqing and hurriedly gave the order. A staff member rushed over to the 2 trucks parked outside and called over the 7 or 8 laborers inside. The group came in carrying wooden poles and ropes. First, they secured the stone drums with ropes. Then 4 men lifted them onto the trucks using the wooden poles. In less than half an hour, all 6 stone drums had been loaded onto the trucks. Stellan pulled Chun and the fat man aside to thank them profusely. Once again, their discovery was of immense significance. The historical value of these stone drums was on par with that of bronze artifacts, and they were highly likely to be designated as national treasures. And it wasn't just the Binhai City Museum. The status and prestige of the shaped box would also rise accordingly. Chun and Fatso offered a few humble remarks. Then everyone got into the car and headed back to the city. Chun got out at an intersection. Just as he turned a corner and passed a pharmacy, he noticed a crowd gathered in front of it. Faint cries of pleading could be heard from within. Curious, Chun glanced at the pharmacy. The pharmacy had an antique charm, with upturned eaves and bracket sets. 4 red columns stood before the entrance, and a plaque hanging above the door bore the 3 characters Bao Tang, written in sweeping, elegant calligraphy. Chun stepped into the crowd and saw a middle-aged man in his 50s kneeling on the ground, his temples streaked with gray and his face lined with wrinkles. A box lay before him. He kept bowing his head repeatedly. "I beg you, Master Wang, have mercy and save my son. Give me some time, and I'll definitely come up with the medical fees." Standing before him was a man in his 40s, dressed in a white lab coat, with a cold, stern expression and a frosty demeanor. He sneered, "Stop wailing here, it's useless. My master runs this clinic to save lives, not to do charity. If everyone defaulted on their medical bills like you, how could our clinic possibly stay in business? You'd better hurry up and raise the money. If you're too late, we'll stop treating your son." Chun looked up at the main entrance of Baoha Hall not far away. The doors stood wide open, and 3 or 4 doctors were watching this scene warily. A dozen or so patients were queuing in the blazing sun at the entrance, but upon seeing this scene, their expressions all turned somewhat conflicted. Isn't old Master Victor of Baoha Hall supposed to be compassionate and have high medical ethics? Why is he standing by and doing nothing now? Hearing is one thing, seeing is another. I used to think old Master Wang was a renowned master physician, but it turns out he's just in it for the money. Victor's medical skills are all hype. He's nowhere near as good as the great Master Li Henian. A few months ago, my neighbor developed uremia. He was treated at Baoha Hall for half a month, spent nearly $1 million, and saw absolutely no results. Seeing that the patient was on the verge of death, his family tried to transfer him to another hospital, but Baoha Hall kept putting up all sorts of obstacles. Eventually, his relatives and friends lost their temper, and only then, fearing the situation would escalate, did Baoha Hall finally let him go. They went to major hospitals, where specialists at every facility told them it was too late, the condition had been neglected, and there was nothing they could do. Finally, having given up all hope of survival, they turned to Master Li. He treated the patient personally and stabilized the condition within 3 days. By the 7th day, the patient was already showing gradual improvement. Within a month, he had fully recovered, and the total medical bill came to no more than 50,000. What? The onlookers couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Upon hearing this, the patients waiting in line scattered in a rush. Dr. Lu Fei glared furiously at the portly middle-aged man who had been speaking so eloquently, seething with rage. He took a step forward, ready to charge at him. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting? You're ruining my master's reputation." He reached out to grab the portly man, who, startled, hurriedly ducked back into the crowd. Only then did Chun realize it was the renowned physician Victor. This Victor was said to be a titan of traditional Chinese medicine, on par with the great master Li Henian. His medical skills were said to be supernatural, capable of bringing the dead back to life and regenerating bones from flesh. Having been in Binhai City for 4 years, Chun had heard quite a few rumors about him. Chun sneered inwardly, judging by the look of things. This was just another overhyped miracle doctor. Leon, upon hearing the fat man's words, shifted his gaze, his face full of hesitation, unsure whether to believe what he said. Lu Fei, seeing that Leon was wavering, sneered. If you want to take your son and leave, we won't stop you, just pay the 100,000 we're owed for medical fees. But in Binhai City, if my master can't cure a disease, no one else can either. Who knows if this fat guy is just a plant from Baikayatang? Upon hearing this, Leon wavered again. He felt Lu Fei had a point. These days, it wasn't just private clinics, even major hospitals had all sorts of shills trying to lure patients in. He'd been referred here by a close friend he'd known for years, so he trusted that friend more. Plus, he now owed Bauha Hall money and wasn't sure if Li Henian would treat him without payment. Just then, a young man strode out of the clinic. He was in his 20s, dressed in designer clothes, and said arrogantly, "Why hasn't this been settled yet?" Lu Fei immediately began bowing and scraping, his face full of flattery. Just as he was about to speak, Leon said, "Young Master Wang, could you give me a few more days? I really can't come up with the money right now. This jade is worth at least 300,000. I'll leave it as collateral at the hospital so you can treat my son first. As soon as I raise the money, I'll redeem this Empress seal," he said, holding up the box in his hand. Tate kicked the box to the ground and sneered, "Don't try to fool us with that worthless piece of rock. 30,000? It's not even worth 50,000. Your son's treatment will cost at least $1 million. That 50,000 of yours wouldn't even cover a single day's medical expenses. Are you suggesting we treat your son for 1 day and then just throw him out?" Leon's face was filled with sorrow, and tears glistened in his eyes, but he remained defiant. "This jade is my family's heirloom. It's been in our family for over 300 years. When my grandfather was alive, he said this jade was worth at least 3 million at today's prices. It should be worth 5 or 6 million. And yet you're only offering 50,000 as collateral." Tate retorted angrily, "5 or 6 million? Go pawn it or sell it at an antique shop or pawn shop. Why are you insisting on holding us hostage here at the hospital?" Leon looked utterly dejected. "They won't pay that much. They're only offering 100,000 or 80,000. Tate sneered. "So all that talk was just nonsense?" Chapter 60. The Empress's Seal. "Either pay the medical bill right away, and we'll give your son the proper treatment, or settle the 100,000 you owe and take your son with you. Don't block the entrance to our clinic. It's damaging my father's reputation." Leon's face was etched with despair. Tears streamed down his aged cheeks, and his heart felt as though it had turned to ashes. He stared blankly at the box before him, like a soulless, walking corpse. Chun watched Leon's silhouette from a distance. The moment he had pushed his way through the crowd, he had felt waves of heat emanating from the jade pendant. Now, as his eyes briefly swept over the box, his pupils suddenly contracted. "Old man, what's wrong with your son?" Just as Leon was at a loss, the figure of a young man suddenly flashed before his eyes. He looked up and saw Chun's smiling face. For some reason, he felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Leukemia. Although medicine is highly advanced today, there's still no cure for leukemia. In ancient times, leukemia was called blood syndrome. "Leukemia? I think I can cure it." Everyone couldn't help but stare at Chun in astonishment. "You can cure leukemia? Aren't you just talking nonsense?" Tate sneered. The crowd joined in with mockery. "Modern medicine can't even completely cure leukemia, and this young man is making such bold claims? Isn't he mentally ill? If he's not crazy, he's just trying to show off. He can't be a medical student, can he? These days, plenty of medical students learn just a few superficial things and think they're all-knowing, capable of curing every disease under the sun." Chun seemed oblivious to the crowd's chatter. Leon also looked at Chun in astonishment, though he saw Chun's unwavering confidence. He didn't believe a word of it. Tate, however, pressed the issue, his eyes fixed intently on Chen. "You say you can completely cure leukemia? Which hospital do you work at? What method do you use?" Chun replied calmly, "Traditional Chinese medicine." "Traditional Chinese medicine?" Tate tilted his head to look at him and sneered. "Are you the star pupil of some renowned doctor?" "I am the renowned doctor." Although Chun's tone was calm, his words carried a subtle air of arrogance. "You?" Tate's expression grew even more scornful, and he almost burst out laughing. "My family has practiced traditional Chinese medicine for generations. Even my grandfather wouldn't dare claim he could cure leukemia, and you're just some greenhorn? Did you memorize a few lines from the Song of Decoctions and suddenly think you're invincible?" Lu Fei sneered. "If you can cure leukemia, then I can cure cancer." The crowd grew even more scornful. In people's minds, Masters of traditional Chinese medicine were supposed to be white-haired elders after all. TCM relies on experience, and only those who practiced for decades possess truly refined medical skills. At Chun's age, he was clearly just a new apprentice under some master. Leon shook his head in exasperation. This young upstart was clearly just spouting nonsense. Chun curled his lip in disdain. Just because your grandpa can't cure it doesn't mean anyone else can? If your grandpa can't cure it, that just proves he is a good for nothing. Tate flew into a rage. Kid, how dare you insult my grandpa? I'll break your legs. Chun let out a contemptuous laugh. Kid, get down on your knees right now and apologize to my grandfather, and I'll spare your life. Tate was beside himself with rage, but with everyone watching, he feared it would tarnish Baoha Hall's reputation. So he had no choice but to swallow his anger. Lu Fei was even more furious. Young master, we can't let this guy off the hook. Anyone who dares to insult our master will definitely meet a terrible end. Tate shot him a glance but said nothing. Oh, is Baoha Hall that powerful? Chun folded his arms across his chest. He turned to look at Leon, subtly glancing at the box in front of him. Old master, what's inside your box? It's a piece of jade. Leon replied blankly, his face dejected. He picked up the gray paper box in front of him, opened the lid, and revealed a perfectly square piece of green jade inside. The jade was about an inch square and nearly an inch tall, glowing with a pale green radiance throughout. Chun had already examined it earlier, but now he quietly used appraisal sight to take another look. He reached out to take it and it felt heavy in his hands. Dushan jade. The onlookers all stared intently at the jade. Earlier, everyone had been curious about the contents of the box, but now they couldn't help but feel deeply disappointed. Just a piece of Dushan jade. Young Master Wang offered 50,000 for it, which isn't a small sum. Exactly. Dushan jade isn't worth much. I thought young Master Wang was cold-hearted and trying to rip him off. Now I realize I was completely wrong. If I were young Master Wang, I wouldn't have given him much either. The crowd immediately shifted their attention. Tate was smug. He hadn't expected to win over the crowd like this. It was a pleasant surprise. Dushan jade is named after Dushan Mountain, located 8 kilometers north of Nanyang City. It is also known as Duyu or Nanyang jade. Dushan jade, along with Hotan jade, Shuyan jade, and Lantian jade, is counted among China's 4 most famous types of jade. A few years ago, Dushan jade and Shuyan jade still had some market presence, but now the other 3 types have all but disappeared. Today's jade market is virtually dominated by Hotan jade, and its prices continue to rise year after year. Among the 4 famous jades, Dushan jade and Shuyan jade command the lowest prices. The reason lies in their enormous reserves and relatively low quality. Since people subconsciously associate white jade with superior quality, mutton fat white jade has become the top-tier treasure among Hotan jades. Dushan jade, on the other hand, comes in a variety of colors: green, blue, yellow, purple, and more, and is of extremely poor quality, so it naturally isn't popular with the general public. Chun smiled slightly. If he didn't have appraisal sight, looking at this piece of Dushan jade, he might have backed out as well. Empress' seal. Period. Western Han Dynasty. Value, priceless treasure. Gazing at the few lines of golden characters before him, Chun's heart skipped a beat. Sir, you're asking 300,000 for this jade? He weighed the Empress' seal in his hand. Leon jerked his head up, a glimmer of joy flashing in his eyes. Young man, you want it? Chun nodded. Uncle, this Dushan jade must be an antique from the late Ming or early Qing dynasty. It's worth far more than 300,000. Are you really willing to sell it for that price? Although he was eager to snag a bargain, this man was desperate to pay for his son's medical treatment, and Chun didn't want to take advantage of him against his conscience. Chapter 61. Jade within jade. Leon stared at Chun in surprise, not expecting him to be so candid. He thought for a moment, then clenched his teeth and said firmly, You didn't say you could cure my son's illness? If you can really cure him, I'll sell it to you for 300,000. If you can't cure him, I'll want 3 million. As soon as the words left his mouth, his face flushed crimson with shame. Earlier, he said 30,000 would suffice, but now, following his father's advice, he raised the price to 3 million. Although he gone back on his word, Chun didn't hold it against him. Driven by his desperate desire to save his son, selling this family heirloom for 3 million was practically a bargain. Only by trading it for more money could his son gain even a sliver of hope for survival. And in Chun's eyes, Even if it were 30 million, he'd still be getting an incredible bargain. All right, I'll make sure your son is cured, and I'll give you an extra 1 million. Leon was taken aback at first, then began trembling with excitement, his eyes glistening with tears. You, sir, you're a truly kind-hearted person. Sniff, sniff. He couldn't help but let out a low sob. Seeing this middle-aged man kneeling on the ground in tears, Chen's heart ached, and he hurriedly said, Uncle, don't cry. Give me your bank account number, and I'll transfer the money to you. Leon wiped away his tears and pulled out a bank card. Just as Chun was about to make the transfer, Tate suddenly burst out laughing. 1 million? This piece of Dushan jade is worth 1 million? Even an antique from the Qing dynasty isn't worth that much. What a fool with money to burn. Lu Fei chuckled. This guy's just a dumbass. He's got money he doesn't know what to do with. What kind of spendthrift is he? Stealing money from his family to do charity? Wouldn't it be better if he gave that money to me? Someone in the crowd who recognized Dushan jade shook his head and said, This piece of Dushan jade, even though it's from the Qing dynasty, is worth no more than 300,000 or 400,000 at most. This young man took pity on the old man, who needed money for his son's medical treatment. He has a kind heart, so he raised the price to 1 million. This man really stumbled upon a good soul. It's rare to find young people this kind-hearted these days. The onlookers chattered among themselves, some mocked and envied Chun, while a few praised his kindness. Chun shot Tate a sidelong glance and sneered. I gave him 1 million, I got a hell of a bargain. You idiot. Tate sneered back. You're the idiot. A hell of a bargain? Do you really think this jade is worth far more than 1 million? It's not just over 1 million, it's well over 2 million. Tate threw his head back and laughed loudly. I don't know where this dumbass came from, but does he really think he's getting a bargain? Let me tell you, this young master knows a thing or two about appraisal, and I often go out and find great stuff myself. If this jade is really worth far more than 2 million, the 100,000 medical bill he owes my family will be forgiven immediately. A hint of amusement flashed in Chun's eyes. Is that a promise? Tate had absolute confidence in his appraisal skills. He stood tall and proud, declaring, I'm the young master of Bauha Hall, of course my word is my bond. However, if this jade isn't worth 2 million, you must kneel before me and kowtow to admit your mistake. The reputation of his grandfather Victor and Bauha Hall could not be tarnished by anyone. Chun smiled faintly, a meaningful expression crossing his face. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. As he spoke, he pulled a flat wooden box from his robe, opened it, and took out a silver needle over 3 inches long. Chun lowered his head to examine the Dushan jade closely. Suddenly, he ran the silver needle from his right hand along one of the edges a few times. To his surprise, a tiny crack appeared in the jade. He inserted the needle into the crack and began to pry it open carefully. Suddenly, the surface of the Dushan jade began to crack, revealing fine fissures. The thin outer layer of jade peeled away, as thin as a cicada's wing, no more than 2 or 3 millimeters thick. At that moment, the crystal-clear, milky white jade beneath, as smooth and lustrous as water, was suddenly revealed. Everyone's eyes widened as they watched the scene in disbelief. For some reason, Tate suddenly felt a sense of foreboding welling up inside him. Chun changed his angle and used the silver needle to peel off the remaining thin slices of Dushan jade. At that moment, the object in his hand was fully revealed to everyone. It was, in fact, an empress seal. It was carved entirely from milk-white jade, its color pure and flawless, crystal clear and lustrous. The seal's knob featured a high-relief carving of a crouching Chi-Hu. The Chi-Hu appeared fierce, with a sleek and agile build, powerful limbs, eyes wide open with round, protruding eyeballs, a prominent nose and square lips, its mouth gaping to reveal its teeth, its ears erect and pointing backward, its tail concealed within cloud patterns, and a relatively thick, sinuous curve carved in relief along its back that follows the contours of its body. Its 6 upper teeth are also carved with incised lines. A through hole is drilled beneath the Chi Tiger's belly to allow for the threading of a sash. The 4 sides of the seal base form a flat rectangle, carved with a rectangular incised border. Within this border are 4 interlocking, inverted swirling cloud patterns, each connected to the border by a pair of vertical incised lines. Chun turned over the reverse side of the Empress seal and saw 4 seal script characters incised on the surface. Many people did not recognize them, but Chun did. They read Empress S seal. The 4 characters Empress S seal are artistically superb. The composition of the inscription is meticulously crafted, with a spacious and elegant arrangement and line spacing. The characters imperial and seal are relatively complex and contain many horizontal strokes, while of and after are simpler and consist mainly of vertical strokes. They are arranged in a diagonal cross, creating a very harmonious composition. From a calligraphic perspective, while the structure of the characters is primarily square and regular consistent with the square and upright style of Han Dynasty seals, the brushwork still retains a sense of artistic flair, particularly evident at the turns and junctions. The brushstrokes blend square forms with rounded curves, giving the whole a lively vitality amidst its elegance and splendor. A dignified air shines through. The room fell completely silent for a moment. Even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard clearly. Everyone stared in astonishment at the Empress seal in Chun's hand. After quite a while, someone suddenly snapped out of it and murmured, "Is that the Empress seal?" Those standing farther away could not make out the characters clearly, but they recognized it immediately by its shape. Leon continued to stare blankly at the Empress seal, his face filled with fascination. When he came to his senses, he was instantly overcome with disappointment. Treated as a family heirloom by his clan's ancestors and passed down through generations, it was indeed no ordinary object. He cast a complex glance at Chun, knowing that Chun must have recognized the true nature of this Dushan jade long ago, otherwise he wouldn't have wanted to buy it. Upon further reflection, he immediately felt at ease. His ancestor had likely encased the Empress seal in a layer of Dushan jade to protect it from being seized by outsiders. No one knew the mysteries hidden within. If it weren't for this young man, he might never have known that such a priceless treasure was concealed inside this piece of Dushan jade. As long as it remained in his possession, it served no purpose other than being a family heirloom of little value. Even if he had pawned or sold it, he wouldn't have gotten much money for it. If it had fallen into someone else's hands, this secret would likely never have been discovered, and it would have only benefited those unscrupulous merchants. In that case, it was better for this young man to have it. Chapter 62. The Priceless Empress Seal. A resolute expression crossed Leon's face. Although this Empress seal was worth a fortune, it was nothing compared to his son's life. Chun stared blankly at the Empress seal. On the right front leg of the Chi tiger was engraved the seal script character Wei. Could this be the imperial seal of Empress Wei Zifu, consort of Emperor Wu of Han? Judging by its age, this Empress seal was indeed an artifact from the era of Emperor Wu of Han. Chun pondered silently. During the early Western Han Dynasty, the Han Dynasty had long suffered from Xiongnu raids, and it was cut off from the western regions. It was unlikely that Hotan jade could have made its way into the Central Plains. Later, Emperor Wu launched a northern campaign against the Xiongnu, and Zhang Qian pioneered a route to the western regions, opening the Overland Silk Road. As ties between the Han Dynasty and the western regions grew closer, Hotan jade from the western regions began flowing into the Han Empire. It was only natural, then, that Emperor Wu would commission an Empress seal for Wei Zifu. Tate stared intently at the Empress seal in Chun's hand, unable to stop the drool from trickling from the corner of his mouth. Although he didn't know who had originally used this Empress seal, a piece of top-grade mutton fat jade this large alone was worth well over 2 million. Uncle Lee, $1 million for this Empress seal is far too little. I'll give you 5 million. Tate turned to look at Leon. The crowd stared at Tate in astonishment, but they quickly realized that no one could resist the allure of such a priceless antique. Although they looked down on him, they were also deeply envious. If they had the money, they would certainly be vying for it as well. Leon shot Tate a surprised glance. A flicker of thought crossed his mind, but he immediately shook his head. Tate and Bauhahal had missed their chance. If they'd shown even a shred of goodwill back then and agreed to Leon's offer of a 300,000 deposit, this Empress seal might already have been in his possession. 10 million. Tate spoke up again, seeing that Leon remained unmoved. Leon's body trembled slightly, and the onlookers grew even more boisterous. 10 million was an astronomical sum, a temptation few could resist. The crowd unanimously urged Leon to sell it for 10 million, and some even urged him to drive the price higher. Leon paused briefly, then shook his head again. Tate's face flushed crimson as he snapped, "Leon, that's 10 million, not 1 million. It's a tenfold increase from the original offer. That's more than enough to treat any illness your son might have." Leon shot him a glance and said coolly, "You are too late." Tate instantly felt ashamed, but being thick-skinned, he didn't care at all. He grinned and said, "It's not too late, not too late. He hasn't paid yet. Besides, this item should go to the highest bidder anyway." Seeing that Leon remained unmoved, He added, 20 million. Leon's body shook violently. The people around them couldn't help but gasp. After a long pause, someone called out with difficulty, Old Lee, aren't you going to sell it to him for 20 million? That kid only offered you 1 million. You can't tell which is more and which is less, can you? Even if that kid discovered this Empress seal inside the Dushan jade and did you a favor, giving him 30 or 50,000 would be enough to repay his kindness. You're not so foolish as to actually give him 1 million, are you? That kid wants to buy your Dushan jade, but he doesn't have good intentions. He must have discovered the secret inside from the very beginning. Giving him some money wouldn't be treating him unfairly. 20 million. Even if my son can't be cured, I still have plenty left over enough to buy a villa, a luxury car, or even have another son. Chun remained silent, smiling as he looked at Leon. Leon turned his gaze to the Empress seal in Chun's hand. If Tate was willing to pay 20 million, then just how much is this Empress seal actually worth? He knew it was a steal. He could probably flip it for 10 or even dozens of times the profit. Leon's thoughts churned for a moment before settling back into calm. This Empress seal was discovered by this young man, so naturally, it should be sold to him. You idiot! Tate cursed inwardly, but dared not let it show. Just as he was about to speak again, 7 or 8 people emerged from Baoha Hall. Leading them was an elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with silver hair and a benevolent expression. He looked just like a statue of the Maitreya Buddha. It was Victor, the veteran traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. At first, he hadn't given Leon's matter a second thought, but when he saw Chun carve an Empress seal out of his Dushan jade just now, he could no longer sit idly by. Mr. Lee, please stand up. Please stand up. I've only just learned about your son's situation. It's all because my disciples and grandsons are good for nothings. How could they have done such a thing? I've only just found out myself. I'm truly ashamed. So ashamed. As for your son's illness, I promise to treat him personally and ensure he is cured immediately. All medical expenses for your son will be waived until I guarantee his full recovery. As he spoke, he reached out to offer Leon a token gesture of support. Leon didn't even look at him. He stood up on his own. He didn't believe a single word of this deceitful nonsense. He and his son had been at Baoha Hall for nearly a month. At first, Victor had treated him personally, but then handed him over to his apprentices. Once they squeezed nearly all the money out of them, their attitude immediately turned cold and indifferent. Victor didn't seem the least bit embarrassed. He just chuckled. How about selling us that Empress seal? Leon remained silent. After all that nonsense, they were still after that Empress seal. Leon, it's a one-time offer. I'll give you 50 million. How about it? Victor held out his right hand, spread his fingers wide, and waved it. 50 million? Everyone couldn't help but gasp. They looked at Victor, then turned to Leon, their faces filled with envy, jealousy, and resentment, each of them wishing they could make the decision for him and sell the Empress seal on the spot. Leon staggered slightly, nearly fainting, and turned to look at Victor. Although Victor was a despicable man, that price was simply too tempting. He turned to look at Chen, who still wore a composed smile, saying not a word. Leon glanced at the Empress seal in his hand. A gleam flashed in his eyes, his lips trembled slightly, and the soft clacking of his teeth could be heard as his expression shifted rapidly. Clearly, he was in the throes of an internal struggle. Chun cast a casual glance at him. Agreements, contracts, covenants, oaths, none of those things were to be trusted. The only reason he hadn't betrayed him was that the benefits offered hadn't been enough to sway him. As long as the stakes were high enough, anyone could betray him. Now, it all came down to Leon's decision. Leon hesitated for over 10 minutes before his expression finally began to settle. He looked at Chun and said calmly, "This Empress seal has long since been his. You should ask him whether he is willing to sell it or not." Chun chuckled inwardly. Thankfully, Leon had made the right choice. If he'd gone back on his word, Chun would have rather destroyed the Empress seal than return it to him. According to the unwritten rules of the antique trade, the transaction between him and Leon was already complete. It was just a matter of payment. Victor's face instantly turned grim, and he roared, "Leon, are you an idiot? You turned down 50 million to sell it to him, and now you're selling it to him for 1 million. Chapter 63. The 9 Needles of the Blue Pouch. Leon let out a cold laugh. "What were you guys doing all this time?" Victor and the others were instantly at a loss for words. They hadn't expected Leon to actually possess such a treasure. Had they known, they would have treated him with more respect. Yet they had conveniently forgotten that, had it not been for Chun, they would have dismissed this piece of Dushan jade as trash and refused to accept it as collateral. Sir, please treat my son now. Leon walked up to Chun. Chun nodded, and the two were about to walk away. Tate stepped forward and roared angrily, "You can leave, but leave the Empress seal behind." With a wave of his hand, the 7 or 8 doctors and a dozen or so men in black instantly surrounded them. Chun shot them a disdainful glance. "Oh, gangsters." Victor's expression darkened, and he snapped, "What are you all doing?" The crowd immediately parted. Victor stepped forward, a mocking look on his face. "Young man, can you really cure his son? I wouldn't dare make such a bold claim." Chun smiled faintly. "Old Master Wang, if I cure this leukemia, how about you shut down your Baoha Hall?" Victor's face darkened. "Your Baoha Hall is nothing but a scam. You're only out to swindle people out of their money, not to treat illnesses. In those ads you run on TV and in the newspapers, you've hyped yourself up as some kind of miracle doctor who can practically grant people eternal life. You're nothing but con artists. You should be shut down ages ago." The crowd murmured among themselves, secretly agreeing with Chun's words. Victor flew into a rage. "Young man, don't stir up trouble. You'll only bring trouble upon yourself." Chun snorted coldly, ignoring him, then suddenly turned to Tate and smiled. "I almost forgot that 100,000 in medical bills he owes has been written off." Tate's face turned ashen, but he had no reply. Leon, however, was thrilled. Thanks to Chun's clever little trick, he'd been spared 100,000 in medical bills, and his confidence in Chun's medical skills grew even stronger. Chun glanced at him. Leon nodded, took him by the arm, and turned to walk across the street. Chun paused in surprise, and Leon explained, "If you're looking for traditional Chinese medicine, go to the Baoha Tang Clinic right here. But if you need Western medicine, head to the Baoha Ren AI Hospital over there." Chun looked across the street at the 5- or 6-story hospital, where the words Baoha Ren AI Hospital stood out strikingly on the roof. He instantly realized that Victor had gone to desperate lengths to make money. Chun and Leon crossed the street and entered the hospital. To their surprise, the onlookers had all followed them over to gawk at the spectacle. Leon led Chun up to the 5th floor. He pushed open the door to the innermost ward and saw a pale-faced man lying on the bed in his 20s, with a shaved head, and so thin he was just skin and bones. "Dad!" he managed to call out when he saw Leon. "Leukemia can't be cured. Stop the treatment. It's drained our family's savings. I don't have many days left. I want to go home and spend my final days in peace. I don't want to lie in this hospital bed anymore." Leon's heart ached, but he forced a faint smile onto his face. "Jace, don't be silly. You're going to get better. Dad has brought in a miracle doctor." Jace turned his head with great effort and looked at Chun. Seeing that he was even younger than himself, he didn't believe a word of it. Chun walked over to him, reached out, and lifted his eyelid. He saw scattered specks of blood on Jace's eyelid. If those spots ruptured, the bleeding would be unstoppable, and by then, there would truly be nothing they could do. Chun opened the box, took out a silver needle, gathered his breath, and suddenly, with incredible speed, inserted it into an acupoint on Jace's chest. Chun's movements grew faster and faster. His figure blurred into a series of afterimages. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 silver needles were embedded in Jace's body. Jace's eyes widened in astonishment. Fine beads of sweat beaded on Chun's forehead as he gasped for breath. He hadn't expected that using Hua Tuo's 9 needles of the blue sac would be so physically exhausting. After more than 10 minutes, Jace felt as if ants were crawling over his body, causing a slight itch. A little while later, his complexion gradually took on a healthy flush, and a fine sheen of sweat broke out on his skin. Leon was both surprised and delighted. "Mr. Chun, my son, ever since his son had been diagnosed with leukemia, his complexion had never looked so healthy." Chun said nothing. "Jace, how do you feel?" "Dad, I feel like I have a lot more strength now than before." Jace's voice was somewhat loud and clear, unlike his weak and listless tone just moments ago. Leon turned to look at Chun, his eyes brimming with tears of emotion. Mr. Chun, you are truly a miracle doctor. You're like a second set of parents to us." He dropped to his knees with a thud. Chun hurriedly helped him up. "What are you doing?" "I took your item, so of course I cure your son's illness." Leon kept wiping away his tears, weeping with joy. The Empress seal means nothing to me compared to my son. He knew all too well that countless doctors, even if they had his Empress seal, would be unable to cure his son. Just then, there was a sudden slam as the door burst open. Victor, Tate, Lu Fei, and the others strode in, filling the hallway with people. You aren't hiding in this hospital room, are you? Trying to pull some kind of trick on us? Tate glared at the three of them. Victor, Lu Fei, and the others, however, turned pale. They had all personally examined Jace and knew his condition better than anyone. He likely wouldn't even last another month. Yet now, his complexion had visibly improved, and he looked full of vitality. No. This can't be. Victor shook his head repeatedly, unable to believe what he was seeing. Although he was a despicable man, his medical skills weren't half bad. Just then, Chun walked over to Jace and began removing the silver needles from his body one by one. He massaged 6 acupoints on Jace's back with the index finger of his right hand. Jace felt a wave of nausea wash over him and was about to vomit. Seeing this, Leon hurriedly grabbed a basin. Jace coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Instantly, he felt an incredible sense of lightness throughout his body. Victor stared at him, his expression shifting rapidly. He suddenly reached out to feel Jace's pulse and found it strong and steady, completely unlike that of a sick person. He let out a shriek, "This is impossible," and collapsed to the ground. Chan snorted coldly. "That's just because you're a good-for-nothing." Judging by Victor's reaction, has this young man really been cured of leukemia? Everyone was utterly stunned. He can't even accept this reality. He's about to faint. Can leukemia really be completely cured? This young man really wasn't bragging. The crowd was both surprised and thrilled. I was still doubting him just a moment ago. I'm so ashamed.
I'm sorry.
Me too. I really shouldn't have insulted him. This is a true miracle doctor. A scammer like Victor who makes money by exploiting people's misfortune, he really should be arrested. Master Healer, I have a friend with leukemia too. Could you take a look at him? Master Healer, I have kidney disease. Could you examine me? Chon snorted coldly to himself. He was utterly disgusted by this crowd of onlookers who were constantly changing their tune with the wind. Ignoring the crowd, he reached out and took Jace's pulse. He's basically fine. You can go get him checked again with Western medical equipment. I'll write you a prescription. After a month of recuperation, he'll be just like anyone else. Chapter 64. Chun's Crisis. Chun grabbed a piece of paper and a pen from the bedside table, wrote out a prescription, and handed it to Leon. Leon and his son were overjoyed. Chun then transferred the money to Leon. Upon hearing the notification sound confirming the transfer, Leon opened his mouth to refuse as long as his son was cured. He had no intention of keeping that million. Chun waved his hand to cut him off, then stood up and strode out. The onlookers, their faces tinged with a hint of awe, automatically parted to make way for him. "Grandpa! Grandpa!" Tate rushed forward to help Victor, who was slumped on the ground, but Victor's legs were as limp as noodles. He simply couldn't stand up. His face was etched with despair. He looked as if he'd aged decades overnight. Word of this would spread quickly. Chun's actions dealt a fatal blow to his Baohe clinic. Even if his traditional Chinese medicine clinic and private hospital didn't close, he would likely find it very difficult to deceive anyone in the future. Jace jumped out of bed and, overjoyed, ran out with his father. The two decided to find a larger public hospital for a thorough examination. Although they had complete confidence in Chen, they wouldn't be able to put their minds completely at ease until they saw the test results. As Chun walked out of the hospital, he muttered to himself, "I wonder how much this Empress seal is actually worth?" Although the system scan had identified it as a priceless treasure, it did, after all, have a price. At an auction in China, an Empress seal from the Qianlong era of the Qing dynasty had once fetched 40 to 50 million. There was also an Empress seal from the Wei and Jin dynasties that fetched a sky-high price of over 100 million yuan. Chun was standing by the side of the street, just about to hail a cab, when his cell phone suddenly rang. It was Selena calling. "Chun, did you just score an Empress seal?" Selena blurted out as soon as he answered. Chun was taken aback. "How did you know?" Selena's laughter rang out. "The whole process of you opening the Empress seal was filmed and has already gone viral." Chun was momentarily dumbfounded. He knew it must have been filmed by the onlookers at the time. Selena quickly followed up. "Chun, is that really an Empress seal? Which dynasty is it from?" "It's real, from the Western Han dynasty. If I'm not mistaken, It should be the Empress seal. Selena's breath caught in her throat. Chun, please set this Empress seal aside for me. If my grandfather finds out I've unearthed such a treasure for him, he'll be over the moon. Don't worry about the price. But I need to let my grandfather take a look at the Empress seal first. That was only natural no matter how much old Master Xiao might like it. He would certainly want to see the actual item with his own eyes first. Chun nodded in agreement right away. Chun, this video is spreading more and more widely. Carrying such a treasure around with you might attract unwanted attention. Why not let our company keep it safe for now? Chun thought about it and realized it was true. If no one recognized him, he wouldn't have to worry, even if he possessed a priceless treasure. But now that the video had gone viral, revealing that he was carrying such a priceless artifact as the saying goes, a commoner is innocent, but possessing a jewel makes him guilty. Those criminals might easily resort to any means necessary, and his life could even be in danger. No sooner had he hung up than Ivy called. Chun, did you get another Empress seal? My grandfather is very interested. Could you? Chun gave a wry smile. Ivy, I'm sorry, but I already promised Selena I'd give it to her. Ivy was at a loss for words and huffed. She sure moved fast. Chun, if you come across anything good next time, give it to my grandfather first. Okay. Chun nodded repeatedly. No sooner had he put his phone down than Stellan and Roland called one after the other. Both were inquiring about the Empress seal, and upon learning that Selena had beaten them to it, they both expressed their regret. Chun did a quick search on his phone and saw that there were already dozens of videos online showing his discovery of the Empress seal. Hidden talents among the people. A genius teenager discovers the Empress seal in Dushan Jade. The Imperial Empress seal, what's its value? These two videos on Douyin had the highest view counts, both reaching over 1 million views. Chun tapped on the first video and saw himself holding the Empress seal, half of whose patina had already peeled off. At first, no one believed him, but once the Empress seal inside was revealed, people began filming. Although the videographer was quite far away, the footage was still exceptionally clear. The other video also started with him peeling away the outer layer of Dushan Jade to reveal the Empress seal inside. The person filming was closer to him, so the Empress seal was clearly visible. There were already thousands of comments under both videos. Chun furrowed his brow. Although these videos had greatly boosted his fame, they had also thrust him into the spotlight, making him a target for public criticism. As a powerless nobody in possession of such a treasure, he was easily inviting mortal danger. For him, this was all harm and no benefit. Only then did he realize that exposing the Empress seal in public like that had been incredibly reckless. Just then, a Porsche Cayenne screeched to a halt beside him. Selena leaned out from the driver's seat. Chun! Chun jumped into the car and slid into the passenger seat. Selena spun the car around and raced back toward downtown at breakneck speed. After a few turns, the car slowly pulled up beneath a skyscraper that seemed to reach the clouds. The words Nightfall Group were emblazoned on the building's exterior, and as soon as the car came to a stop, several attendants rushed over to open the door. Chun and Selena got out of the car and looked up at the building. Only then did it dawn on him. So this Nightfall Group was actually Selena's company. The Nightfall Group was a renowned corporation in the city. Every young person took pride in working there. Rumors had long circulated about the CO's mysterious background. He never would have imagined that she was this proud, aloof woman standing right before him. When Selena saw Chun, a hint of surprise flashed across her face, and she looked exceptionally pleased. Let us go. Zhao Liang led him into the building, where they took the elevator up to the 38th floor. Selena opened the door to a room on the left. Inside were countless transparent glass display cases filled with a dazzling array of jewelry and diamonds, sparkling so brightly it was almost blinding. Selena smiled faintly. Not a single piece of jewelry here is worth less than 10 million. Selena led Chun to a massive glass display case in the center, 3 meters long and 2 meters wide. She pressed her eye close to the keypad, and the glass cover automatically slid open. Rest assured, these glass covers are even tougher than bank-grade tempered glass. There's absolutely no way they can be broken. You've seen the security measures throughout the building yourself. No unauthorized personnel could possibly get in. Chun nodded repeatedly. Several security guards patrolled every floor, maintaining tight security. Only in movies do you see those master thieves who bypass layer upon layer of security, disable all high-tech equipment, and ultimately make off with the loot. Chun took the Empress seal from his pocket, and Selena's beautiful eyes immediately sparkled with wonder. This is a priceless treasure. A priceless treasure. Chapter 65. Selina's Trouble. As an expert in jade and jewelry, though she knew nothing about antiques, she recognized at a glance that this piece of milk-white jade alone was an extremely rare, top-tier treasure. And once carved into the Empress seal, its price would likely be astronomical. I'll take a picture and show it to Grandpa. If all goes well, he'll reply tomorrow. Selina pulled out her phone and took several photos of the Empress seal from different angles. Chun placed the Empress seal on the desk, and the glass cover descended, closing slowly. The two chatted and laughed as they made their way downstairs. Just as Selina was about to offer to treat him to a meal, her phone rang. "Jade, what's up?" She listened for a few moments. Then her expression suddenly changed. "What did you say? Is that true? Okay. I'll be right there." Selina's expression turned serious, and she said apologetically, "Chun, I'm afraid I can't treat you to dinner right now. I have an urgent matter to attend to." Although Chun hadn't heard the details clearly, he could tell the situation was serious and said, "I'll go with you." Selina turned and called out to a young, handsome man in the lobby, "Tiger, bring a few people." She and Chun led the way out of the building, got into a car, and sped off. Meanwhile, the security team leader named Tiger rounded up a dozen or so team members, who split into 3 BMWs and followed close behind. Selina drove to the Selina jewelry store. As soon as Chan and Selina stepped inside, they saw the lobby packed with people, with the sound of arguments drifting out from time to time. The two of them pushed their way through the crowd and saw Jade earnestly explaining the situation to 2 middle-aged women. Chun couldn't help but pause in surprise. He recognized one of the women. It was none other than Ivy's mother, Fiona. The other woman, dressed like a high society lady, looked exceptionally alluring, with a certain resemblance to Fiona in her eyes and brows. Fiona held an agate necklace in her hands and said, visibly agitated, "Isn't this exactly what you sell in your store? Why are you denying it now that I've turned around? If you deceive customers like this, who'll dare to come here in the future?" She was speaking so vehemently that her spit nearly splashed onto Jade's face. Jade kept a smile on her face and patiently explained, "Sister, I can guarantee that we at Selina Jewelry have absolutely never sold this kind of counterfeit merchandise. We do sell replicas in our store, but when we display them at the counter, there's a clear label next to them stating that they are replicas or parallel imports. When we're ready to make a sale, we'll tell customers directly we would never pass off fakes as genuine items to defraud consumers. If any of our staff sold you a fake, you should have pointed it out right away. Not only would we fire them immediately, but we'd also pay 10 times the price as compensation." She was smooth talking and articulate, leaving Fiona no opening to throw a tantrum or make a scene. Fiona's expression darkened, and she snapped angrily, "My sister finally made it to our city for a visit, and I brought her to your store to browse. I never imagined you'd brazenly sell me counterfeit goods. I'm mortified." Phoebe was furious. "We clearly bought it at your store. How dare you deny it? A dishonest shop like this should be shut down immediately and fined into oblivion. You should compensate us 10-fold, even 100-fold. Jade shook her head helplessly and laughed. "Ladies, that Selina jewelry you saw is a knockoff. It's not our store at all. If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have even known a fake store like that had suddenly popped up." Fiona and Phoebe were nearly beside themselves with rage. "You little brat. You're so sharp-tongued and shameless. You swindled us out of our money, and now you're saying it wasn't your store." Chen had already figured out most of what was going on. Selina pushed open the door, and the group stepped forward. "What's going on?" The employees hurriedly bowed in greeting. Jade explained, "President Xiao, these two ladies bought an agate bracelet at a Selina jewelry store on Baiyun Road. That Selina store claimed it was personally designed by a Selina designer, and said that if it turned out to be a fake, they could come directly to our Selina flagship store for a refund. After buying this agate bracelet, the two ladies felt something was off. They had it appraised by a jewelry appraiser on the street and discovered it was actually ordinary agate, not the Nanhong agate they claimed it to be. They didn't get anywhere at that store, so they came straight to our flagship store. But General Manager Xiao, we don't have a flagship store on Baiyun Road." Chen was somewhat taken aback. Were these people really being so brazen with their fraud these days? This place wasn't too far from Baiyun Road. Weren't they afraid of running into the real owner? Fiona spotted Chun at once, her expression turning extremely awkward. She hadn't expected to run into him here again. Selina reached out and snatched the agate necklace from her hand, gave it a casual glance, chuckled softly, and handed it back. It's fake. She paused for a moment, then added, that store is impersonating me, it's not my store at all. I want to compensate you. Fiona had already met this bold and capable female CEO at Ethan's birthday party, so she didn't dare say another word. Selena's pretty face darkened slightly, and a hint of coldness flashed in her eyes. She turned and walked out. Chun hurried to follow her. Fiona, Phoebe, and the boutique manager all rushed out after them. Selena started the car, picked up Chun, turned a block, and drove onto Bayun Road. With a screech of brakes, Selena slammed on the brakes, bringing the car to a stop in front of a store. Chun looked up and was taken aback. The words, Selena Jewelry, on the storefront were strikingly eye-catching, and the interior design was identical to that of the main store they'd just left. Just then, they heard a series of screeching brakes behind them as Tiger, Fiona, and the others rushed over in their cars. Selena and Chun walked up the steps. Just as they reached the entrance, two hostesses in cheongsams pushed the door open. A portly middle-aged man hurried over to greet them. The moment he saw Selena, he was instantly struck by her stunning beauty. With a beaming smile, he bowed and scraped, saying, "May I ask, noble and beautiful young lady, how may I be of service to you?" A faint, almost imperceptible smile played at the corners of Selena's mouth. "Get your boss out here." The fat man froze for a moment, then laughed again. "Miss, you can just tell me whatever you need. As the manager of Selena Jewelry, can you make decisions on anything?" Although Selena was smiling, her words carried a sharp chill. The portly man was so frightened he kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. "I'll go get the boss right away." He turned and hurried upstairs. A moment later, a woman's discontented muttering could be heard from above. "Is there something so urgent that I have to come down here myself? Then what am I supposed to do with a useless good-for-nothing like you?" The crisp click of high heels echoed as a woman stepped into view. She was dressed in a white cheongsam, her long, wavy golden hair cascading down her back, and her face heavily made up with dramatic, exaggerated eyeshadow. Selena paused for a moment, then smiled with relief. "Oh, isn't this my little sister, Ching Mei?" Mira was also somewhat surprised to see Selena and let out a cold laugh. "Selena!" Chapter 66. Mira's Little Tricks. Chun was a bit taken aback. Were they sisters? Everyone outside looked as if they'd just had an epiphany. Mira wasn't Selena's biological sister, but her cousin on her second uncle's side. "Mira, you've been impersonating me, swindling people, and ruining my reputation. Isn't that going too far?" Although Selena was smiling, her voice was as cold as ice. "Selena, I'm just using the 4 words Selena Jewelry, it has nothing to do with you." Selena snorted coldly. "But Selena Jewelry is my exclusive brand name. It's understandable that outsiders wouldn't know who Selena is, but don't you know either?" Mira was momentarily at a loss for words. After a moment's thought, she said, "Selena, don't think you're so great. If it weren't for the Shao family, could you have built such a massive business? Didn't the Shao family give you all of this?" Selena's expression darkened, and she said with unusual seriousness, "Mira, I want you to understand one thing clearly. Everything I've achieved today, I fought for with my own 2 hands. I haven't relied on the Shao family for any money, power, connections, or influence. Back then, I made it crystal clear to Grandpa. No one from the Shao family is allowed to interfere with my Selena Jewelry. And today, you've gone so far as to steal my name to commit wrongdoing that is absolutely unacceptable. Close this store immediately and return all the money you've swindled. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless." Selena stared intently at Mira, enunciating each word clearly by the end. Her voice had turned sharp and fierce. Mira sensed the icy aura radiating from Selena and felt a twinge of fear, but she still gritted her teeth and said, "What if I don't?" "Go ahead and try," Selena said coldly. Mira's heart was pounding, but she refused to back down. "Then let us see what you can actually do to me." They were both from the Shao family, so why was Selena a prodigy who had built a business worth tens of billions? Although her own talents were slightly inferior to Selena's, shouldn't the Shao family's assets belong to everyone in the family? Shouldn't Selena have handed over her Selena Jewelry to her? Mira seethed with hatred. Selena let out a cold laugh, walked up to the counter, and glanced down at the items. Ordinary agate, sold as Nanhong agate, deceiving consumers. Cultured freshwater pearls passed off as natural saltwater pearls, her intentions are despicable. Tourmaline, sold as pure jade, that's utterly insane. You've completely disgraced the Shao family. If you were selling under your own name, I wouldn't bother with you. But now you're impersonating my Selena jewelry, that's absolutely unacceptable. Tiger, record this and post it online. Warn netizens that this isn't a Selena jewelry store. Tiger nodded in agreement and pulled out his phone to start recording. But when he turned around, he saw 5 or 6 onlookers who had been holding up their phones to film the entire time Mira had been arguing with Selena. Mira roared, "What are you doing? Who gave you permission to film this? Delete it right now." Her face was contorted with rage. If this ever made it online, her store would be forced to shut down immediately. No one paid her any mind. Kick them all out. Grab their phones and delete the footage. Mira, beside herself with rage, waved frantically at the overweight manager and his men. The overweight manager and a dozen or so burly men closed in on the crowd from all sides. "Tiger!" Selena waved her hand, and Tiger led a dozen or so of his men to form a line and advance to meet them. Their expressions were resolute, their presence commanding a fierce aura emanated from them. Setting them apart from ordinary people, they looked just like soldiers. The fat manager and his men were startled and retreated rapidly. Mira snapped, "Selena, what are you trying to do?" Selena snorted coldly, "That's exactly what I should be asking you. You're my sister, after all, and I don't want to burn bridges. If you admit your mistake voluntarily, I'll let it slide. But if you remain stubborn, I might have no choice but to resort to official channels. If the matter were handled through legal channels, Mira's crimes selling counterfeit goods, passing off inferior products as genuine, and misusing Selena's name were serious enough to land her in jail. Unless absolutely necessary, Selena really didn't want to take that step. Veins throbbed on Mira's forehead as she pointed at Selena and shouted, "Fine, fine, fine. Selena, I'll give you that you're good." She gritted her teeth, seething with hatred, wishing she could devour Selena whole. She had originally thought that by running a store impersonating Selena, she could make a fortune and then smear Selena's reputation, but she never expected Selena to uncover the scheme so quickly. And Selena showed absolutely no mercy. "Don't forget you'll have to pay double for all the money you swindled. Even if you take me to court, you'll still lose." Mira stared coldly at Selena, her eyes practically shooting fire. She'd been tasting the sweetness of raking in a fortune every day for the past few days. If she had to pay double, wouldn't she suddenly have to shell out over $1 billion? Seeing Selena's resolute expression, she knew there was no room for negotiation. Gritting her teeth, she nodded and said, "Fine, Selena, we'll cross paths again someday." Selena snorted coldly. "I hope you don't test my limits again in the future. My patience is not endless. Tiger, send a few people to keep an eye on this place. If they don't close the store before dark and Haven Tea compensated the defrauded customers, smash the place up immediately and call the police." Tiger hurriedly nodded in agreement. The defrauded customers were in an uproar, shouting in unison for Mira to pay compensation. Selena and Chun turned and walked out. Selena offered a brief explanation. Mira was her second uncle's cousin, raised in a wealthy, powerful family where the heirs would stop at nothing to fight over the family fortune. As a business prodigy and her grandfather's favorite, she had naturally become a thorn in the side of all her siblings. Not wanting to get caught up in the family feud, she founded Selena Jewelry on her own, without any help from her family. Within a few years, it had become a top brand in the jewelry industry, with a net worth of $10 billion. Unexpectedly, her own business became a target for these people, who were scheming to seize it by any means necessary. Chun knew full well that the struggle for wealth among the ultra-wealthy was no less intense than ancient princes vying for the throne, and the tactics employed were far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. Chun saw that although she appeared to be a cold, aloof CEO on the outside, she was actually like a fragile, helpless little bird. He felt a pang of sadness and comforted her, saying, "Qing Xian, you're still too kind. When dealing with these so-called sisters and brothers, you don't need to show any regard for family ties at all." Hearing his gentle words of comfort, Selena felt a warmth in her heart. Her clear eyes sparkled like stars as she nodded and said, "I'll never be so soft-hearted again. Let us grab a bite to eat together." It was already past 4 p.m., and after a busy day, Chun was ravenous. He nodded and replied, "Sure." Chapter 67, Showing Off His Skills. By the time the two of them finished dinner at the Night Duke Hotel and stepped outside, it was already past 8 p.m. Selena drove him home, then drove off herself. The evening breeze blew, and Chun felt a bit more awake. Instead of heading straight back to his apartment complex, he wandered around the nearby night market. Not spotting any antique stalls, Chun lost interest and turned to walk back toward his residence. He entered a quiet alleyway. With no lights inside, he made his way slowly toward the exit, guided only by the faint glow of streetlights filtering in from outside. Suddenly, he heard a series of hurried footsteps behind him. For some reason, he felt those people were coming for him. Just as Chun was about to quicken his pace to cross the alley, the light at the opposite entrance dimmed, and two figures blocked his path. Chun turned sideways, pressing his back against the wall. 2 men in front, 3 behind. Each burly man held a dagger. The leader at the back had a shaved head, wore a thick gold chain, and was bare-chested. The left side of his face bore a scorched scar, giving him a truly hideous and terrifying appearance. He ran the dagger along the stubble on his face, letting out a sinister, cold laugh. "Kid, if you play nice, we'll just break your limbs and sever the tendons in your hands and feet will spare your life. But if you put up a fight, it won't just be a matter of breaking your arms and legs, and severing those tendons will spare your life too." Cold sweat instantly broke out on Chun's back. Although he was a little afraid, he didn't panic. His mind raced. Who could this be? I've offended quite a few people lately, but aside from Bai Songshi, the only ones who harbor a bone-deep hatred for me are Victor, Tate, and their crew. The rest aren't worth taking this risk for. Bai Songshi was the most likely suspect after all. He directly cut off his source of income. Although he ruined Victor's reputation today, Victor still had some real skills. He likely continue to scam patients in the future, so he wouldn't go to such extremes. But as for whether his grandson Tate might act on impulse, I wouldn't dare make a rash judgment. Just how much money did Bai Songshi and Huang Sankai pay you? I'll give you double that amount. Go break both their hands and feet, and sever their tendons. He probed with his words. Before the bald man could speak, a dark-faced man standing beside him said, "All right, give us 2 million each, and we'll go back and chop up Huang Sankai for you." The bald man slapped him hard across the face and cursed, "Idiot! He's trying to fish for information, can't you tell?" Chun's eyes turned cold. So it was Bai Songshi and Huang Sankai after all. They hadn't mentioned Bai Songshi, so Huang Sankai must have been the one who contacted them. "You expect us to risk our lives for just 2 million each? That's way too little. Here, I'll give you 5 million each. Go back right now and cut them both down for me." Chun reached for his phone to call the police. The other 4 thugs lit up with wild joy, thinking he was really going to transfer the money. But the bald-headed leader shouted, "Stop! You're going to call the police? Brothers, rush over and cut him down." Only then did the 4 henchmen snap out of it. Furious, they shouted and charged at him from 2 directions, swinging their long knives. Chun ducked and leaped toward a man with a horse-like face, grabbing his wrist with his right hand. With a slight twist, a series of crack sounds rang out as the wrist shattered. "Ah!" he screamed in agony as Chun snatched the dagger from his hand. The remaining 4 felt a chill run down their spines and instinctively hesitated. In that instant, Chun darted forward and was already upon one of the men, swinging his blade at the man's head. Startled, the man frantically raised his blade and slashed wildly. With a clang, his blade struck the man's dagger head-on. A numbing sensation shot through his arm, and the dagger slipped from his grasp. Chun seized the opportunity to swing his left fist, smashing it into the man's ribs. A soft crack sounded as several of the man's ribs snapped. He let out a few agonized screams, clutched his right side with both hands, and collapsed to the ground. Chun looked at his fist with some surprise. He had long since realized that whenever the jade pendant, which he knew was an antique worth tens of millions, emitted its boundless heat, it seemed to transform his physical constitution. Not only were his hearing and vision sharper than ever, and his senses more acute, but he also possessed extraordinary strength. Even a casual swing of his hand felt like a sledgehammer striking a boulder, something no one could possibly withstand. The remaining 2 men's faces turned pale with shock, and they couldn't help but stop in their tracks. Meanwhile, the bald man, who had been watching from a distance, also looked utterly stunned and strode forward. Brother, Huang Sankai never said he was a martial artist. He's fucking screwing us over." A man wearing a gold earring trembled uncontrollably as he shouted angrily. The bald man's face darkened. Take this kid out first. We'll settle the score with Huang Sankai when we get back. Damn it. He dared to hurt my brother Dai. He roared and lunged forward, sword in hand. Seeing their leader attack, the other two men lunged at him simultaneously, one from the left and one from the right. Chun shifted his stance, and with a sweep of his long sword, he severed the tendons in the man on his left's hand. The dagger fell to the ground. The man with the gold earring froze in terror. Chun seized the opportunity to kick him twice in the legs with two loud cracks. Both legs snapped. The bald man hesitated for a moment, a savage glint flashing in his eyes, then swung his sword fiercely at Chun. Chun dodged to the side and slammed his left fist into the bald man's shoulder. The bald man let out a muffled groan, grimacing in pain as sweat poured down his forehead, and his sword fell to the ground. He suddenly begged for mercy. Spare my life. Chun snorted coldly, flipped the knife over to strike with the back of the blade. 3 more cracks rang out as it shattered one of his arms and both thighs. You wanted to break my limbs and sever the tendons in my hands and feet? Now I'll cripple your hands and feet first. Chun tossed the dagger to the ground, his expression stern. He was no soft-hearted man. The principle he had always followed was, if others do not offend me, I will not offend them. If you give me an inch, I'll give you a foot. He didn't understand the concept of repaying hatred with kindness. He only knew to return an eye for an eye and a tooth for a tooth. The 5 men writhed on the ground, their agonized screams shaking the heavens. Chun clapped his hands and was about to walk out of the alley. Freeze! Suddenly, a figure darted from the alley entrance, and several police officers rushed in. Leading the group was a tall, long-haired female officer with almond-shaped eyes that radiated authority and arched willow brows. Her uniform made her look even more energetic and capable. Upon seeing the scene, everyone was startled and hurriedly drew their guns. 2 officers shone their flashlights as the others crouched down to examine the situation. As soon as they saw the injuries sustained by the 5 bald men, they couldn't help but gasp in shock and looked at Chun in unison. You beat them all up? The female officer furrowed her eyebrows slightly, finding it hard to believe. It was self-defense. Chun smiled faintly. Tang Bingbing eyed him up and down, filled with doubt. Self-defense? Who's going to believe that? You don't have a single scratch on you. Chun's mouth twitched. It was true, even he wouldn't have believed it himself. Take them all to the hospital and interrogate them again, Tang Bingbing ordered. Chapter 68. Stellan and Roland go treasure hunting. She pointed at Chen again. You're coming with us. Chun knew that even though he acted in self-defense, they still had to follow procedure and take a statement. Tang Bingbing drove Chun to the municipal police headquarters, where they entered an interrogation room. Chun sat down in a chair behind the desk. Tang Bingbing and a court reporter sat across from him and began the questioning. After asking the routine questions about his name, gender, and age, Tang Bingbing said, What exactly happened just now? Give us a detailed account of the incident. You must not withhold or misrepresent any information. Remember, resistance will be met with severe punishment, while full cooperation will be treated leniently. One moment Tang Bingbing had been as calm as still water. The next, her expression turned stern, her voice deep and low, exuding a faint yet unyielding aura that created an overwhelming sense of authority. Chun said helplessly, I really was acting in self-defense. Tang Bingbing's lovely face darkened as she replied, Whether you were acting in self-defense is for us to determine based on the specific circumstances. It's not something you can simply declare. Besides, even if you were forced to defend yourself, judging by their injuries just now, you might have used excessive force. How exactly did you defend yourself against 5 people all at once? Are you in a movie? Chun furrowed his brow. If he hadn't experienced this himself, he wouldn't have believed it either. He took a deep breath, thought for a moment, and recounted what had just happened. Tang Bingbing looked stunned. You've actually trained in martial arts? She knew a bit of grappling and combat techniques herself, but at most she could handle 1 or 2 people. Going up against 5? That would only be possible if she had a knife and her opponents were unarmed. As for doing what Chun had done, going unarmed against bladed weapons and turning the tables, she only ever dreamed of such a thing. I've just dabbled in it a bit. Chun nodded with a wry smile. He didn't want to reveal the secret of Hua Tuo's 5-beast technique. He hadn't realized just how powerful this martial art was. He'd only just begun to master it. Yet taking on those 5 men unarmed had been a breeze. Just then, 2 police officers walked in. The first one handed a video file to Tang Bingbing. Captain, there are no surveillance cameras in the alley. This is footage from the surveillance cameras on both sides of the street outside. I've reviewed all the surveillance footage from the past 2 hours. 2 hours ago, those men were already scouting the area near Chun's happy community. They followed Chun while he was strolling through the night market, but with so many people around, they didn't dare make their move. When they reached the alley, it was pitch black and deserted that when they struck. There are no cameras in the alley, so we can't see the actual fight, but judging by the outcome, everyone instinctively turned to look at Chun. To take on 5 opponents alone and still walk away unscathed, that kind of skill is truly astonishing. Another officer, holding a stack of interrogation records, said with a look of delight on his face, "Captain, they've all confessed." The leader, a bald thug named Lu Liang from South City District, had previously served an 8-year sentence. He is a regular at the South City District Police Bureau and local precinct, frequently getting arrested for petty theft and brawling. Tonight, someone paid him 10 million to take out one person, Chun. They originally planned to finish the job, pocket the 10 million, and make a run for it, but they didn't expect the target to fight back and kill them instead. Hired killing. Tang Bingbing furrowed her delicate brows. Who is the mastermind behind this? Huang Sankai from the Treasure Pavilion. Chan interjected. Actually, Bai Songshi is likely the real mastermind as well, he just hasn't come forward himself. He might be trying to distance himself from the case. Huang Sankai is his cousin, he should be a good lead. He should be able to implicate Bai Songshi. Tang Bingbing gave him a surprised look and waved her hand. Get moving immediately. Arrest both of them. Half an hour later, Huang Sankai and Bai Songshi were brought in. Huang Sankai and Bai Songshi had been waiting at home for good news, but they never expected that before they even heard the news of Chan's dismissal, they would be taken to the police station. Huang Sankai confessed almost immediately. Bai Songshi tried to put up a fight at first, but within half an hour, his psychological defenses were completely breached, and he spilled everything like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. By the time the statements were finished, it was already midnight. Tang Bingbing stretched, looked at Chan and said meaningfully, "Actually, both you and I know full well whether you used excessive force when you dealt with Lu Liang in the end. But given the dangerous situation you were in, it's understandable that you might not have been able to judge the situation perfectly. You're off the hook now, you can go." Chun knew full well that by the end, Lu Liang was already unable to resist, yet he still struck with such ferocity that was indeed no longer self-defense. He nodded, stood up, and left. The next morning, Chun received a call from Stellan. "Chun, I'm at Roland's antique shop right now. That purple clay teapot you promised to sell us last time, the one that rivals the quality of Baimongxi, is it still available?" Chun replied affirmatively and brought 2 sets of squirrel and grape teaware to the antique shop. As soon as Stellan and Roland laid eyes on the 2 sets, their eyes lit up. Unable to put them down, they cradled the teacups and teapots, examining each piece one by one with great excitement. It took quite a while for the 2 of them to calm down. They looked at Chen together. Although they had some wealth, parting with over 100 million yuan all at once was indeed a painful blow to their pockets. But this set of purple clay teapots was truly a masterpiece of exquisite craftsmanship. No antique enthusiast would want to miss out on it. Gritting their teeth, the 2 decided to shell out the enormous sum to buy it. Before they could speak, Chan smiled and said, "Director Zhao, Uncle Li, 10 million per set." The 2 were taken aback. "Chan, how could you?" Chun replied, "It's simple. I have just one request. Please don't use them in front of anyone you know for now. Wait for my word when I tell you it's time to show them off to family and friends. That's when you should present them." He wanted to make money once Wang Shuntang's works were released. He stood to make a fortune, so he might as well do them a favor now. At present, neither Wang Shuntang's handcrafted pieces nor the mass-produced factory items had been created yet, and he didn't want to leak this secret prematurely. When their products were about to go into production, having Stellan and Roland promote them in advance would certainly yield twice the result with half the effort for Wang Shuntang's works. Although Stellan and Roland didn't know why he wanted to do this, they readily agreed. After the 2 had transferred the money, Chan suddenly asked, "Curator Zhao, how is the research on those 6 stone drum inscriptions of the Tao Te Ching coming along?" At this, Stellan and Roland both looked dejected and hung their heads. After a moment, Stellan said listlessly, "They were hauled away by the Provincial Museum yesterday afternoon." "What?" Chen was slightly taken aback. He instantly understood the Provincial Museum's intentions. "They wouldn't be," Roland said, It's exactly what you're thinking. Chun was puzzled. How did the provincial museum find out? Stellan said dejectedly. I took a few photos and sent them to the provincial museum, hoping they could send some experts down to collaborate with us on the research. After all, our municipal museum's resources are limited. But as soon as the provincial museum saw the photos, they were thrilled and immediately sent a truck to haul them away. Chapter 69. The Young Man in a Critical Condition. With such a precious artifact, won't it become the provincial museum's crown jewel? Is your city museum willing to accept that? Chun was a bit annoyed, although this had nothing to do with him. He was, after all, the one who discovered it. Stellan was annoyed yet resigned, his expression unusually resolute. The old director is ill and hospitalized in Beijing. I didn't want to bother him. Right now, the deputy director is calling the shots, and I'm not on good terms with him. Let him take it for now. When the old director returns, I'll definitely demand it back. How can they just claim our city museum's treasure as their own? Any museum that houses such top-tier national treasures would not only significantly boost its status and reputation, but also enhance the personal prestige of its staff, a factor crucial for career advancement. No one would willingly cede such a major achievement to another. Chun, however, wasn't convinced. He wondered when the old curator would return. By the time he did, those stone drums might already have rightfully become part of the provincial museum's collection. Chun, that Empress seal you found yesterday, what a shame. We didn't even get a chance to see it. Roland changed the subject. Stellan sighed. Yeah, that girl from the Shao family is rolling in money. I wonder who she is. Judging by her license plate, she's from the provincial capital. I wonder which big shot's family she's from. People like us can only pick up the things she doesn't want. She's the head of Selena Jewelry. She's the designer Selena herself. Chun laughed. The two were taken aback. Selena Jewelry? She's Selena? Selena Jewelry was simply too famous. Even those who paid no attention to such things were familiar with the brand name. And the name designer Selena had long been synonymous with the finest treasures in the domestic jewelry industry. Single-handedly, she had successfully expanded her jewelry empire into the international market, gaining renown across Europe and America and attracting the attention of countless influential figures. Her grandfather loves antiques. Now that she has seen this, she definitely won't pass it up. Chun chatted with the two of them for a while longer. Just as he stepped out of the antique shop, he received a call from Selena. Chun, where are you right now? My grandfather was so excited last night that he didn't sleep a wink. If you're free, take the Empress seal and come with me to see him right now. When Selena found out where he was, she offered to pick him up herself, but Chun declined. Chun hailed a taxi and headed straight for the Nightfall group. As soon as he arrived outside the building, he saw that Selena had already been waiting there for quite some time. The two of them went upstairs to retrieve the Empress seal, then got back into the car. Selena drove herself, heading straight for the provincial capital. Chun, I'm sorry I never told you, but my family lives in the provincial capital, Selena hurriedly explained as she drove. Chun laughed. Does that really matter? You've hinted at it before, haven't you? Besides, your car has a provincial capital license plate. Anyone who isn't an idiot would figured it out long ago. Selena was taken aback. She'd completely forgotten that. She'd been worried that Chun would be upset if she didn't tell him the truth. But seeing his reaction, she couldn't help but feel relieved. Binhai City was only a 3-hour drive from Qingyun City, the provincial capital. Halfway there, Chun took over the wheel from Selena. He'd gotten his driver's license back in school but hadn't been carrying it with him as they neared Qingyun City. He handed the wheel back to Selena. The car wound its way through the bustling city center, turning left and right, until it reached an upscale villa district on the western outskirts of the city, finally entering a private estate. The estate covered a vast area, with several villas standing amidst ancient, gnarled trees and lush green lawns. Selena parked the car in front of the largest villa. The moment the two of them got out of the car, a young man emerged from the building, dressed in designer clothes. His face was waxy yellow and his gait unsteady. It was obvious at a glance that he'd been drained by alcohol and women. He eyed Chun with utter contempt. Oh, little sis, brought your new boyfriend home? Selena furrowed her delicate brows and snorted coldly. Second brother? What's it to you? Chun was extremely annoyed by his attitude. He shot him a glare and said coldly, You bedded 5 women last night. You might feel incredibly heroic right now, but aren't you starting to feel weaker and weaker? Can't you get it up without pills anymore? You may be in your 20s, but your body is already that of a 70 or 80-year-old. You definitely won't live past 30. Xiao Ruhai flew into a rage and reached out to grab Chen by the collar. You little brat! What did you just say? He was already 29 this year according to Chen's words. Didn't that mean he only had 1 year left to live? Selena snapped. Stop it! What are you doing? Xiao Ruhai was somewhat afraid of her, so he grudgingly pulled his hand back. Chen chuckled softly. If you don't believe me, that's fine. It's just a shame you've only been enjoying yourself for a few years, and now you'll never have the chance again. Make the most of it while you still have a year left. Xiao Ruhai turned ashen with rage and stormed off. The servants in the courtyard stared at Chen with strange looks, whispering among themselves. Selena led Chen into the house. Chen, is what you said true? Chen nodded and smiled. Of course. I never lie. A peculiar expression flashed across Selena's face, but in the end, she said nothing more. The two entered the first-floor hall and saw an elderly man in his 70s sitting on the sofa, dressed in a white, single-button Tai Chi uniform. Although his face was lined with wrinkles, his eyes were bright and alert, showing no signs of frailty. Selena hurried over and affectionately took his hand. Grandpa! Xiao Tianlin looked at her kindly, his face beaming with a smile, and patted the back of her hand. You little rascal, you haven't been back for a month or two. Have you? Selena felt a bit embarrassed and quickly said, Grandpa, this is Chen, the one I told you about. Chen stepped forward a few paces, bowed and said, Hello, Grandpa Xiao. Xiao Tianlin's eyes were sharp as he looked intently at Chen, then nodded. Young man, you're full of vitality. Very good. Very good. Grandpa Xiao, you flatter me. Chen replied with a hint of shyness. Sit down. Chen, sit down. Make yourself at home here. He patted the seat next to him. Chen sat down next to him, and servants brought in tea, various beverages, and fruit. Selena poured a cup of tea for each of them. When Xiao Tianlin learned that his granddaughter and Chen had met a master craftsman of folk-style purple clay teapots, who had even opened a purple clay teapot factory, he was so excited he praised them repeatedly. Chen opened the box beside him and presented the Empress seal to Xiao Tianlin. The moment Xiao Tianlin laid eyes on the Empress seal, his eyes widened in astonishment. Although he had seen a photograph of it yesterday, seeing the actual piece now evoked a completely different feeling. Therefore, authenticating antiques based solely on photographs and videos is absolutely unreliable. Only by seeing the actual item, examining its craftsmanship, patterns, materials, and techniques, and even holding it in one's hands can one determine whether an antique is genuine. And given that, even masters who have been in the antiques business for decades often make mistakes. Anyone who claims to be able to authenticate an antique based solely on photos and videos is undoubtedly a fraud. Chapter 70. A sky-high price of 100 million. Xiao Tianlin was overcome with excitement, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light. His hands trembling, he slipped on a pair of gloves as thin as cicada wings, reached for a magnifying glass beside him, and carefully cradled the Empress seal in his right hand as he lifted it from the box, examining it closely. It is indeed genuine Hotan jade seed material, dating back to the Western Han dynasty. However, historical records make no mention of Wei Zifu possessing an Empress seal. But in feudal society, no one would dare to privately carve an Empress seal belonging to an emperor or empress. From this, we can infer that it was indeed Wei Zifu's possession. Chen realized that although Xiao Tianlin was quite knowledgeable about antiques, he wasn't much more knowledgeable than Roland or Stellan. The only area where he surpassed the two of them was his deep pockets. He had purchased countless antiques and, after being fooled countless times, had accumulated a wealth of experience. Although Stellan was a professional archaeologist, the Binhai City Museum's limited budget prevented him from fully exercising his expertise, severely restricting his experience and knowledge. As for its value, Xiao Tianlin looked at Chen. Little Chen, how much do you want for it? Chen was taken aback for a moment, then laughed. How much do you think it's worth, Grandpa Xiao? Xiao Tianlin pondered for a moment and said, The Shangxi Museum has an Empress seal that is said to have belonged to Empress Lu. As for whether it's actually hers, we can't say for certain. That Empress seal was already 1/3 damaged when it was unearthed. But even so, it's the only Empress seal discovered in China to date, and it holds immense value for the study of imperial and Empress seals from the Qin and Han dynasties. It's also listed as a cultural relic prohibited from being taken out of the country or exhibited abroad. In other words, it's a top-tier national treasure, on par with bronze artifacts and the terracotta army. As for your Empress seal, it's the second seal of an empress from the Qin and Han dynasties ever discovered, and it's in such excellent condition. In terms of historical, cultural, and research value, it far surpasses that other one. Xiao Tianlin paused for a moment. I'll give you 150 million. How about that? 150 million? Chen's heart raced. He had never imagined he would become a billionaire overnight. He stared intently at the Empress seal. In truth, both he and Xiao Tianlin knew full well that this Empress seal was a priceless treasure. It could be worth 100 million, 1 billion, or even 10 billion. Its value simply couldn't be measured in concrete monetary terms. In other words, a treasure like this was not something he could hold onto at this stage of his life. Even if he didn't sell it to Xiao Tianlin today, officials of all kinds would surely come knocking on his door in the future. The reason those bigwigs hadn't contacted him yet was likely because they hadn't noticed this matter. So he might as well get rid of this hot potato while he still could. Xiao Tianlin stared intently at Chen, waiting for his final decision. Chen spoke softly, "Grandpa Xiao, I don't need that much. Just give me 100 million. Xiao Tianlin's eyes sparkled with approval. This young man knew when to advance and when to retreat, and understood the balance of gains and losses, unlike those who, having been poor for so long and suddenly struck it rich, let money blind them. He laughed heartily and patted Chen's shoulder with satisfaction. 100 million it is. Grandpa Xiao owes you one. And you don't have to keep calling me Grandpa Xiao, just call me Grandpa. Chen immediately seized the opportunity. Okay, Grandpa. You don't have to say you owe your grandson a favor even if I were giving it to you as a gift. So what? He wasn't just being polite when he asked for 100 million earlier. It wasn't to do Xiao Tianlin a favor. Rather, given his current relationship with Selena, he truly didn't care about the money. Xiao Tianlin could tell he was sincere, which made him even happier. Even though you say that, Grandpa has already taken such a huge favor from you, I can't be so shameless as to not give you a single penny. Haha. Selena watched Chen and Grandpa getting along so well and felt even happier. And Chen's few words had, without him even realizing it, brought the two of them a few steps closer together, making her heart feel as sweet as candy. Grandpa, I'll transfer the money to him. Xiao Tianlin shook his head. That one do this is between him and me. Selena didn't press the matter further. Xiao Tianlin instructed a servant to fetch a bank card and hand it to Chen. There should be 100 million in here. If it's not enough, just give me a call and ask for more. Chen reached out to take it, smiling. All right, Chen. Who taught you the art of appraisal? I majored in archaeology in college. I just figured out the art of appraisal on my own. A prodigy. A true prodigy. Xiao Tianlin exclaimed. I also taught myself, but I wasn't as lucky as you. I spent a fortune and collected countless fakes before I gained this much experience. Take a look at these treasures of mine. Xiao Tianlin stood up, crossed the living room, and walked toward the backyard. Selena and Chen followed behind him. She whispered in Chen's ear, My grandfather rarely praises us younger generations, and he never allowed my siblings into his treasure chamber. You're the only one besides me. Chen smiled. I'm truly honored. After passing several buildings, they arrived at the entrance of an antique-style wooden building at the rear. Pushing open the door, they entered a vast room that covered nearly 1,000 square meters. The shelves inside were filled with all kinds of antiques. Bronzeware from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, bamboo slips from the Warring States period, chime bells from the state of Qi, the jade ritual tablet used by Emperor Wu of Han during his Fengshen ceremony, fragments of Himudu pottery, blue and white porcelain from the Yuan dynasty, various coins, and antique calligraphy and paintings. Chen was speechless. It was practically a miniature museum. He had originally thought that the Empress seal he discovered was already a treasure of world-class significance. But now he realized it was nothing special. Cultural relics of comparable value were everywhere. Chen glanced around and suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Of these 3 Qi state chime bells, the middle and back ones are fakes. Only the first one is genuine, though it's already damaged. Xiao Tianlin stared at Chen in utter astonishment, not expecting him to spot the difference so quickly. China's earliest chime bells date back to the Western Zhou dynasty, and the earliest sets typically consisted of 3 bells of varying sizes. From the late spring and autumn period through the Warring States period, the number of bells in a set gradually increased, with sets ranging from 9 to 13 bells, among others. The chime bells unearthed from the tomb of Zheng Hou are the most remarkable set of chime bells discovered to date. This set holds the historical record for the largest number of bells, consisting of 65 pieces. 19 Yo bells, 45 Yong bells, and 1 Dafu bell gifted by King Hui of Chu. To date, no other excavated set of chime bells has surpassed this in number. Xiao Tianlin shook his head with a wry smile and sighed. If I had your expertise when I was young, I definitely wouldn't have suffered such a huge loss. 20 years ago, I spent tens of millions to buy these 3 chime bells. I was always full of pride, thinking I'd acquired treasures that no one else had, and I flaunted them to everyone I met. But little did I know that my old friends, out of consideration for our friendship, wouldn't call me out on it. It wasn't until my knowledge deepened in recent years that I realized 2 of them were actually fakes. Chapter 71. The Battle for Chief Appraiser. These forgers have figured out exactly how us laymen think. Their fakes are specifically sold to us the fools with a little spare cash. Xiao Tianlin recounted his own experience of being duped without the slightest trace of embarrassment. Chan's face flushed slightly, he hung his head in shame, unable to say another word. Xiao Tianlin read his mind. Are you trying to say that at least a quarter of what I have here are fakes? Chun paused, then nodded involuntarily. Xiao Tianlin gave a self-deprecating smile. I didn't know any better back then. I treated them all as treasures. It wasn't until I gained some expertise in recent years that I discovered the truth. But I couldn't bring myself to throw those fakes away. I guess they're just part of my life experience. Chun silently calculated in his mind that the value of these fakes must have cost nearly 10 billion back then. He was extremely grateful to have appraisal sight as his secret weapon. If he bought a single fake worth over 100 million, he'd likely have been brought back down to earth immediately, with no chance of ever recovering. Xiao Tianlin locked the door, and the 3 of them returned to the living room. Just as they sat down, 2 men walked in. One was a gray-haired man in his 50s, the other was a young man in his 30s with a haughty expression. Xiao Junwu and Xiao Russian exchanged surprised glances with Selina, snorted coldly, and then ignored them. Xiao Junwu smiled and said, Dad, the 2 appraisal masters we found for you are absolutely top-notch. You can rest assured they definitely won't let you down. Xiao Tianlin gave a light snort. What makes you 2 so sure? I've been dealing in antiques my whole life, and even I've made mistakes. Did they personally guarantee it? If so, they can pack up and leave right now. Xiao Junwu and Xiao Russian were instantly thrown into an awkward silence. Selina's eyes suddenly lit up. Grandpa, are you really going to open that antique shop? Xiao Tianlin had mentioned this a few months ago, but since nothing had come of it, she hadn't taken it seriously. Xiao Tianlin nodded and said with a smile, It's just a hobby of Grandpa's now. I want to set up an antique shop for fun. I'd like to collect some less valuable antiques, but I just can't seem to find a suitable appraiser. You've been so swamped in Binhai City that I didn't bring it up with you. Selina said playfully, Grandpa, no matter how busy I am, I still have time to find an appraiser. Xiao Russian snorted coldly. Do you know anything about antiques? How can you be sure the appraiser you find isn't a fraud? Selina replied with a smile. Big brother, you don't know anything about antiques either. How did you find your appraiser? You Xiao Russian glared at her. Selina suddenly turned to look at Chen. Grandpa, Chen's appraisal skills are second to none. If he were willing to serve as chief appraiser, there definitely wouldn't be any mistakes. It's just a shame. Xiao Tianlin's eyes lit up, but his expression quickly dimmed as he shook his head. That's true. Little Chun is the most suitable candidate, but he is so busy he certainly wouldn't be able to spare the time to help. Both he and Selina knew full well that, given Chun's current expertise, he could easily snag a bargain worth hundreds of thousands or even tens of millions. He would certainly look down on the idea of serving as their chief appraiser. Chun suddenly spoke up, Grandpa, even though I can't be here every day, I can still find time to help with appraisals. He had it all figured out. Since he and Selina were business partners, their fates were already intertwined. He absolutely couldn't stand idly by when it came to something like this. Grandpa? Upon hearing him use that title, Xiao Junwu and Xiao Russian's hearts skipped a beat. Where on earth had he come from? Seeing how unusually close he was to Selina, they immediately went on high alert. Who are you? How dare you call someone Grandpa out of the blue? Xiao Junwu glared at him. Xiao Tianlin snapped. Chun is my own grandson. Do I need to ask your permission? Xiao Junwu quickly forced a smile. Dad, that's not what I meant. Shut up. Xiao Tianlin snapped. He turned to Chan and said kindly, "That's actually a good idea. Let us go check out the store first and see." Selena, Chun, and Xiao Tianlin led the way out. Xiao Junwu and Xiao Russian followed behind, both glaring fiercely at Selena and Chen's retreating figures, their faces filled with resentment. The butler ordered Xiao Tianlin's Rolls-Royce Phantom to be brought around, but Xiao Tianlin waved him off. Instead of getting into his own car, he got into Selena's Kian. Chun sat with him in the back seat while Selena drove them out of the estate and toward the antique shop. After turning a few blocks, they arrived at Antique Street and pulled up in front of a shop. The three got out of the car and saw that the shop was enormous, a 3-story building, with each floor covering over 1,000 square meters. A sign hung above the entrance reading, "Antique Studio." By then, Xiao Junwu and his son Xiao Russian had already arrived. As Chan and the others walked toward the store, the manager, Uncle Fu, came out to greet them, accompanied by 2 appraisers and all the staff. Uncle Fu was Xiao Tianlin's right-hand man. He had been with him for decades and enjoyed his full trust, which is why Xiao Tianlin had specifically transferred him to Antique Studio to serve as its manager. The 2 appraisers, one round-faced and one long-faced, were both in their 40s. The round-faced one was named Wang Taisher. He had fair skin and a gentle, affable demeanor. The long-faced one was named Louis Dao. His skin was somewhat dark, and his expression was stern. However, upon seeing Xiao Tianlin and his party, they were both extremely respectful. Chun and Selena accompanied Xiao Tianlin into the shop. The interior was decorated in a simple, antique style, but the display cases were all crafted from Wangwali wood that was over a decade old. Although not particularly valuable, they gave the shop a much more stately air than your average antique store. Chun cast a quick glance at the various items on display, from porcelain to jade, calligraphy, and paintings. The shop had everything, though none were particularly valuable. Xiao Tianlin said, "The most valuable item in this shop doesn't exceed 30 million. If there's anything worth more than that, I'll add it to my treasure pavilion." This was where he collected his pieces, but the true treasures were all housed in his treasure pavilion, a place where he gathered with like-minded old friends. Although he ran this shop purely as a hobby, he didn't want to lose money on it. He had been unable to find a suitable chief appraiser. Although Uncle Fu served as the shop manager, he knew only the basics and was primarily responsible for the books. Wang Jinsher and Louis Dao had both been on trial for nearly a month, yet Xiao Tianlin remained unsatisfied. "Chun, what do you think of the collection in my shop?" Chun furrowed his brow slightly. "Grandpa, do you want the honest truth?" Xiao Tianlin immediately grasped the crux of his words. "What do you think? There are many fakes being passed off as genuine pieces, while many genuine items, true gems, are gathering dust, carelessly tossed into the corners." Xiao Tianlin couldn't take it anymore. His expression shifted slightly. "What did you say? If I made you the chief appraiser, what would you do?" Chun curled his lip in disdain. "If I were in charge, I'd weed out more than a dozen fakes just on the first floor alone." He hadn't even gone up to the second or third floors yet. Before Xiao Tianlin could say a word, Xiao Russian snapped, "You little brat, what kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Xiao Junwu also snapped angrily, "Are you implying that the 2 appraisers we hired aren't competent?" Chapter 72. The Contest. Chun smiled faintly. "I don't know if their skills are lacking, but the fact that they've discarded genuine pieces as fakes while treating fakes as treasures is undeniable." Xiao Russian snapped, "Who are you, kid? Where did you come from? What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Xiao Junwu turned to Selena and said, "Qingxian, where did you find this dimwit? Isn't this just causing trouble for your grandfather?" As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at Xiao Tianlin. Selena snorted, "What do you mean, dimwit? This is Chan, the one who discovered the Empress seal in that video from Binhai City yesterday. Didn't you guys see that video?" You? He. Xiao Junwu and Xiao Russian's eyes widened as they stared at Selena, then turned to look at Chan, stammering and unable to form a coherent sentence. The 2 were utterly stunned. They never expected Selena to have actually gotten in touch with Chun. They suddenly looked at Xiao Tianlin and realized Selena's intention. "Dad, you..." Xiao Tianlin's face was as dark as storm clouds, and he paid them no mind. Wang Jinsher and Louis Dao also stared at Chun in disbelief. They had seen that video yesterday as well. Xiao Russian snorted and said, "Who knows if the Empress seal in that video is real or fake? Couldn't they have filmed it on purpose just to get views?" "Foolish." Selena shot him a cold glance. Xiao Russian was extremely annoyed and wanted to lash out at Selena, but seeing Xiao Tianlin's grim expression, he held his tongue and changed the subject. Chun, Master Wang is an expert who has worked at the Provincial Museum for over 20 years. Do you have any idea how much effort it took me to invite him here? And Master Lu is the chief appraiser at Rongbiozai, a household name in the antiques world. How dare a greenhorn like you pass judgment on them? Wang Jinshi and Lu Yidao looked smug as they glared at Chen, their faces brimming with anger. They, too, found it hard to believe that the Empress seal Chen had discovered was genuine. Wang Jinshi said angrily, "Since you say my skills aren't up to par, I assume you're quite knowledgeable in this field yourself. Could you offer some guidance?" Lu Yidao snapped, "In that case, let us have a contest. If I lose, I'll leave immediately. But if you lose, you'll have to kneel down, kowtow, and admit your mistake." Wang Jinshi chimed in, "If I lose, I'll leave immediately too." Chen smiled faintly. "There's no need for a contest. I'll just point out your fakes." Wang Jinshi and the other man said in unison, "Fine. If you can point out our mistakes, we'll have no face to stay here any longer." Chun paced back and forth a few steps, then walked to a secluded corner. Picking up a snuff bottle from a display shelf, he said, "Who acquired this snuff bottle? What do you think of it?" Xiao Tianlin took a glance and immediately turned pale. Wang Jinshi, his face brimming with disdain, said smugly, "I personally bought this from an old farmer for 1,000 yuan. Though it isn't worth much, I can still flip it for 7 or 8,000. Not every antique yields a huge profit as long as an appraiser doesn't make a mistake. It's not considered a failure." Lu Yidao glanced at the snuff bottle once more. He had also appraised it when the old farmer came to sell it, and it was indeed not a valuable item. Although the two of them appeared friendly on the surface, they were actually constantly competing behind the scenes. Whenever they discovered an antique that might be valuable, they would vie to claim it for themselves, hoping to earn the title of chief appraiser. Chun wore an expression that was neither a smile nor a frown. "So that's why you put it in this inconspicuous spot. Truly valuable antiques would certainly be displayed in a prime location." Chun held it up in front of Xiao Tianlin and said with a smile, "Grandpa, what do you think?" Xiao Tianlin shot Wang Jinshi a glance, his expression darkening slightly as he snorted. Although Selina, Xiao Russian, and Xiao Junwood didn't know whether this snuff bottle was genuine or not. They all knew Xiao Tianlin very well, and they could tell the old man was exceptionally angry. Wang Jinshi sensed something was wrong. "Could it be that this snuff bottle is very valuable?" Chun said casually, "The market price should be around 5 or 6 million. Wang Jinshi was stunned. "That's impossible." Lu Yidao's face also turned pale. He hadn't been able to tell back then, didn't that mean his own expertise was limited? Still won't admit it? Chun looked down on him. "No wonder. With your eye for art, you couldn't even tell it was genuine. It's only natural that you don't know exactly where you went wrong." Matteo Ricci was the first to introduce snuff to China. In the 29th year of the Wanli reign, Matteo Ricci arrived in Beijing and presented a large assortment of fine items ranging from large items like self-striking clocks and iron harps to smaller ones like snuff and snuff bottles. During the Ming dynasty, snuff was popular only among the upper classes. By the Kangxi era, Western missionaries had brought large quantities of snuff and snuff boxes to China. Because of folk beliefs that snuff could cure illnesses and even prolong life, it spread among the common people. A craze for snuff taking swept through society from top to bottom. The Chinese embraced snuff, but they did not embrace snuff boxes. During the Kangxi reign, the imperial workshop began producing snuff bottles, which quickly became all the rage among the ruling class and subsequently spread to the general public. Wealthy merchants and business tycoons also took pride in owning luxurious and exquisitely crafted snuff bottles. Snuff bottles created during the Qing dynasty combined numerous artistic techniques, including calligraphy, painting, carving, inlay, and polishing. If there is one object that embodies the full range of traditional Chinese artistic techniques, it is undoubtedly the snuff bottle. It stands as one of the defining symbols of Qing dynasty art. Chun showed Selina the snuff bottle he was holding. The snuff bottle was made of copper with enamel decoration. It was round in shape, 5 or 6 centimeters tall, with a short neck and a rounded mouth. Depicted on the surface was a lifelike portrait of a beautiful European woman with red hair and a red dress. Chun turned the bottle over, revealing the 4-character mark, made during the Qianlong reign, engraved in regular script on the bottom. Selina was puzzled by the snuff bottle's exquisite design but didn't know how to tell if it was genuine. "Chun, how can you tell if a snuff bottle is real or fake?" Chun pointed to the snuff bottle and said, "Snuff bottles made of metal and enamel appeared relatively early in China, and they are generally exquisitely crafted, mostly produced for the imperial court. Snuff bottles of this type reached their peak of craftsmanship during the Kangxi, Yongzheng, and Qianlong reigns of the Qing dynasty. Since the Kangxi era, the production of enamelware had been vigorously promoted, and a dedicated enamel workshop was established within the Qing Imperial Household Department to fire enamel pieces. This led to significant improvements in both technique and craftsmanship, making it a very important art form within the imperial court. During the Qianlong reign, diplomatic relations with foreign countries flourished, leading to an increase in Western-themed motifs among crafts, particularly in copper-bodied enamel snuff bottles depicting figures. This bottle features magnificent colors, with Western figures and floral motifs set within cloud pattern medallions on both sides. The figures harmonize naturally with their surroundings, and the colors are vivid. The artisans paid close attention to the rendering of the folds in the figure's garments, creating a delicate, fluid, opulent, and graceful effect. This snuff bottle has a clear provenance and is in excellent condition. It is truly a rare treasure. This snuff bottle is indeed an imperial Qianlong copper-bodied enameled snuff bottle depicting European court ladies, originating from the inner court of the Forbidden City. Its current market value should be between 6 million and 7 million.
Chapter 73, Tang San Kai.
Before Selena could say a word, Xiao Russian exclaimed in shock. Such a tiny thing is worth that much? Just because the old emperor used it? Chun shot him a glance and snorted. If it were a piece of Hetian jade or jadeite this size, how much do you think it would be worth? Xiao Russian's face flushed. Chun said, although snuff bottles are imported goods, they were perfected by the skilled artisans of our country. They're only 5 or 6 centimeters in size, but they embody greatness within their smallness, encapsulating most of our country's traditional craftsmanship. Snuff bottles integrate various techniques such as working with raw materials, jade carving, and mold pressing, and feature a dazzling array of forms tailored to the specific characteristics of each material. Moreover, virtually any material can be used to make a snuff bottle. When combined with the ingenious designs and meticulous carving of master artisans, they are truly priceless. Chun paused for a moment, then continued, the appraisal of snuff bottles also differs from that of traditional antiques. The standard procedure for appraising objects is to first determine authenticity and then assess quality. With snuff bottles, however, it is sufficient to evaluate the quality of the material alone. There is no need to verify authenticity. Because snuff bottles are so exceptionally valuable, their worth lies in the quality of the material, the artistry of the painting, and the precision of the craftsmanship. It has nothing to do with the era in which they were produced or the identity of their maker. If the material is truly rare and the craftsmanship is exquisite, then regardless of when it was produced or by whom, it is a top-grade piece. Conversely, if the material and craftsmanship are mediocre, even if it dates from the Kangxi or Yongzheng periods and was used by the emperor, it is not of great value. Wang Jinshi was drenched in sweat, but he persisted. Although it's made of copper with enamel and the craftsmanship is decent, it's a late Qing dynasty forgery. Before Chun could speak, Xiao Tianlin shook his head in exasperation. It is, in fact, an authentic work from the Qianlong period. If you can't even get the date right, there's no point in saying anything else. Wang Jinshi was left speechless. Louis Dao was also drenched in sweat and trembling all over. As a fellow appraiser, he hadn't even recognized it as an authentic piece. He bore undeniable responsibility for this, and he was terrified that Xiao Tianlin's wrath would turn on him. You thought the snuff bottle wasn't worth much, so you tucked it away in a secluded corner, hoping someone would take a liking to it and you could sell it off easily. You were even smug about it. Though the profit wasn't much, it was still a little something. Chun stopped short of saying more, but his words cut to the bone. Selena instinctively glanced at Wang Jinshi. Once the snuff bottle was sold, someone else would have made a killing, and her grandfather would have lost several million in an instant. Xiao Junwu and Xiao Russian glared at Wang Jinshi in fury, their expressions filled with embarrassment. They never expected that the expert they invited would turn out to be such a fraud. Chun continued, no one is immune to making mistakes. Even those master appraisers who have enjoyed great renown for decades have misjudged items from time to time, but those errors only occur with extremely rare antiques and cultural relics. As for snuff bottles, which are such commonplace items, one really shouldn't make a mistake with them. Wang Jinshi hung his head in dejection, unable to refute the argument. After Chun finished speaking, he walked around the store, browsing the items. Louis Dao was trembling uncontrollably, his eyes fixed intently on Chun. Suddenly, Chun walked over to the display case and picked up a Tang Sankai horse. After examining it closely, he asked, "Who acquired this Tang Sankai piece?" Lu Yidao breathed a sigh of relief. He could swear on his life that this Tang Sankai piece was absolutely genuine. A faint smile crossed his face, his expression resolute and confident. "It was me! I paid over 3 million for it back then." Seeing the look on his face as if he were trying to take credit, Chun couldn't help but curl his lip. "Over 3 million? Do you really think you bought an authentic piece?" Lu Yidao's face turned pale with anger. "You're saying it's fake?"
Absolutely impossible.
"I've had it tested from every angle. I even used all kinds of instruments. There's no way it could be fake," Chun replied dismissively. These days, the forgery techniques for Tang Sankai are almost 100% accurate. Instruments can't detect them at all. You can only rely on the appraiser's experience and eye for detail. Xiao Tianlin suddenly said, "Chun, let me take a look." Chun held the Tang Sankai and walked over to Xiao Tianlin. Xiao Tianlin raised his magnifying glass, examining it from every angle, before finally letting out a resigned, wry smile. "If it were me, I'd probably accept it too. I really can't tell the difference." Selena also stepped forward to examine it closely. Tang Sankai is the general term for ceramic artifacts found in Tang Dynasty tombs. The glaze colors include yellow, green, white, brown, blue, and black, with yellow, green, and white being the predominant hues. Hence, they are commonly referred to as Tang Sankai. However, some pieces feature only a single color or two colors. There are also artifacts with more complex, multicolored patterns, all of which are collectively referred to as Tang Sankai. Generally speaking, aside from the white body, the three colors lead yellow, green, and blue are the most common, and their blending techniques possess the greatest artistic charm. Tang Sankai represents an epoch-making milestone in the history of Tang Dynasty ceramics. Before the Tang Dynasty, glazes were typically monochromatic or at most a combination of two colors. After the Tang Dynasty, these multicolored glazes became increasingly prevalent. Since Tang Sankai was first and most frequently unearthed in Luoyang, it is also known as Luoyang Tang Sankai. Tang Sankai features a rich variety of forms, generally divided into 4 major categories: household utensils, models, figures, and animals, with animal motifs being particularly prevalent. In ancient China, horses were one of the most important means of transportation. They were needed on the battlefield, by farmers for plowing, and for transportation in general. Therefore, a relatively large number of horse figurines have been unearthed among Tang Sankai pieces. The Tang Sankai piece in Chun's hand depicts a horse with a robust and vigorous build, rendered with lifelike detail. "Qing Xian, do you think this is genuine?" Selena smiled and shook her head. "I only know that Tang Sankai are funerary objects from the Tang Dynasty, used as burial offerings for the imperial family and high-ranking officials. As for whether this is genuine or not, I can't tell. I've read some materials. It seems the number of Tang Sankai pieces included in a burial was determined by the official S rank during his lifetime, and this limit could not be exceeded under any circumstances." Chin nodded. "That's right. According to Tang Dynasty rituals and regulations for funerary objects, officials of the 3rd rank or higher were entitled to 90 items, those of the 5th rank or higher, 60, and those of the 9th rank or higher, 40. The horse figurines stood 1 chi tall. Other items such as musical ensembles, child attendants, ceremonial regalia, and personal ornaments were also buried according to the official S rank during their lifetime. They could not be arbitrarily added. During the reigns of Emperor Taizong, Empress Wu Zetian, Emperor Gaozong, and Emperor Xuanzong, 4 emperors across 3 generations, the Tang Dynasty was at the height of its power, and the emperor's authority was supreme. No one dared to overstep their bounds. After the Lushan Rebellion, the Tang Dynasty's national strength declined, the imperial family's authority vanished, and the regional military governors carved out their own fiefdoms, becoming the true rulers of their territories. Whether they were wealthy merchants or ordinary commoners, having experienced nearly a century of the Tang Dynasty's prosperity and splendor, everyone suddenly faced a shattered nation and felt that their future was bleak and filled with uncertainty. People began to live in a state of hedonistic oblivion. By this time, whether high-ranking officials, nobles, or merchants, they were burying dozens or even hundreds of pieces of Tang Sankai pottery with them, throwing all ceremonial rules and regulations to the wind. Chapter 74. The Debate Over Authenticity. By the mid to late Tang Dynasty, everyone felt that the Tang Dynasty could never regain its former glory. People became even more indulgent in luxury and hedonism, and the trend of lavish funerals grew even stronger. The number of Tang Sankai pieces included in burials far exceeded previous levels by dozens of times. Even when the imperial court found out, they turned a blind eye. Although the Tang dynasty's national power had declined by this time, its craftsmanship had matured further. Tang Sankai from the mid to late periods was somewhat more rounded than the early pieces. The early works were somewhat angular, both in form and lines, while the later pieces were still elegant. They subtly exuded a gentle, reserved aura, likely reflecting everyone's lament over the empire's gradual decline. Lu Dao snorted coldly. Well then, Mr. Chun, do you say this Tang Sankai horse in your hand is from the early or late period? Chun smiled faintly. Mr. Lu, what do you think? Lu Dao let out a series of cold laughs. Look at the shape of this horse. Its hindquarters are rather plump, and its neck is quite broad. The characteristic style of Tang dynasty horses emphasizes stillness, yet within that stillness lies movement. As you can see, this is a horse standing still. However, look at the depiction of the horse's eyes. They're carved into triangles and wide open, and its ears are pressed flat against its head, as if it's listening intently or has heard a sound. These detailed features convey a sense of movement. This is a hallmark of Tang Sankai horses. This horse has a fluid form. I conclude it's from the early period. It's definitely not some late period nonsense you're spouting. This piece has no flaws whatsoever, and yet you dare call it a forgery. You can't even tell the difference between genuine and fake. Yet you're brazenly spouting off about early style and late style. Don't you find that ridiculous? Chan shook his head with a smile. Everything you said earlier is correct, but it's all nonsense. Any student who has taken a few days of archaeology classes could recite that kind of pedantic knowledge by heart. If you can't tell the difference between genuine and fake, knowing all that theoretical knowledge is useless. Lu Dao glared at him indignantly. Those were the very words he'd just thrown at him, and he couldn't believe Chun was already putting them to use. Selena's face flushed slightly. She didn't find it funny at all. When later forgers create fakes, they don't understand the differences between early and late Tang Sankai. They assume the forms are all the same. The shape of this horse's hindquarters is from the late period, while its shoulders, neck, legs, and eyes are from the early period. This makes it look incredibly awkward, so you can deduce right away that it's not a Tang dynasty piece. Lu Dao looked completely baffled, unsure whether what Chen was saying was true or not. Selena and Xiao Tianlin also looked at Chen with curiosity. Were there really so many intricacies to antique appraisal? You're just spouting nonsense. How could that be possible? Lu Dao roared angrily. That's because you're stupid. You don't understand a thing. Chen sneered. Tang Sankai is low-temperature kiln fired, right? Lu Dao snorted coldly. You think I don't know that? But this Sankai horse was clearly fired at a high temperature. Either the potter didn't control the firing temperature properly, or he simply forgot about it during the firing process. High-temperature glazed ceramics are completely different from low-temperature ones. High-temperature glazed ceramics are finer, smoother, crisp, and harder, while low-temperature glazed ones feel somewhat stiff, produce a dull sound, and are more fragile. Once glazed, the difference is invisible to the naked eye, but a true connoisseur can tell the difference just by listening to the sound. Lu Dao's expression shifted slightly. He tapped the Sankai horse with his right index finger but didn't hear anything unusual. You're just pulling the wool over our eyes. Chun sneered. Of course. With your level of expertise, you certainly wouldn't be able to tell. Otherwise, you wouldn't be mistaking this junk for a treasure. Some antiques can be easily dated using simple instruments, while for others, even the most advanced methods can't guarantee accuracy. This is one of those cases. Lu Dao snapped angrily. You're calling it a fake, based on just that suspicion? Chun smiled calmly. Of course not. I'm going by my intuition. Intuition? That's laughable. Chun had just scanned the jade pendant with appraisal sight. It didn't emit any heat, so he knew it was fake. Currently, both domestically and internationally, no authentic Tang Sankai piece is valued at less than 10 million. He used appraisal sight to carefully examine the item's details, confirming even more clearly that this was a modern forgery created half a year ago and buried underground to age it that looked almost identical to genuine Tang Sankai. But since he possessed this golden finger, he couldn't tell anyone about it. He had to come up with another excuse. He recalled the authentication methods described in the books he purchased. Intuition. Lu Dao snorted derisively. Relying on intuition? Did you discover that Empress seal based on intuition? 2. Chun wasn't he the least bit upset. He nodded and said, yes. And in the end, that Empress seal was proven to be genuine, which proves that my intuition is incredibly accurate. Take this Tang Sankai, for example. It exudes a sense of age, as if it were 1,000 years old. Tang Sankai dates back more than 1,300 years. Before being unearthed, genuine pieces were either placed in damp burial chambers or buried in the earth, eroded over 1,000 years by the earth's energy, moisture, and soil. Some were kept indoors for long periods after excavation, exposed to air and temperature fluctuations, so their surfaces have lost all traces of newness and appear naturally aged. But looking at this Tang Sankai piece at first glance, does it strike you as an artifact from 1,300 years ago? Both Selena and Xiao Tianlin had this feeling. They just couldn't shake the sense that it didn't look like something from the Tang dynasty. Louis Dao was at a loss for words. He, too, sensed something was off, but he still said, but relying solely on intuition for authentication, don't you think that is a bit ridiculous? Of course not, Chen smiled. You should know that over time, pottery develops a clamshell luster. This luster appears in a rainbow of colors on glazes of any hue, and its colors remain consistent regardless of the lighting. Authentic Sankai pieces radiate a shimmering glow throughout their entire body, fleeting and elusive, like a dream floating on the dazzlingly colorful glaze. All high-quality forgeries struggle to replicate this ethereal light. The clamshell luster, on the other hand, is a unique glow produced by the refraction of light after the glaze molecules undergo a qualitative change due to the aging of the glaze. Chun held the Tang Sankai up to the sunlight and gently turned it over, revealing a faint green hue. This green is fixed within the glaze, whereas the true clamshell glow floats on the glaze's surface. You should be able to sense the difference between the two. Everyone stared at the Tang Sankai piece, then at Chun, utterly astonished. It was exactly as he had described. They could all sense that this green glow was trapped within the glaze, completely lifeless. Louis Dao's face turned pale. Chapter 75. A resounding victory. In addition to these features, authentic Tang Sankai exhibits another phenomenon: lead efflorescence. The vast majority of authentic Tang Sankai pieces display lead efflorescence, commonly known as silver spots, which are a typical substance formed on the pieces over time. The appearance of lead efflorescence requires not only specific environmental conditions, but also over 100 years. It is a unique mark left by time on Tang Sankai artifacts. The glaze of Tang Sankai is composed of various chemical elements, with lead accounting for about 25% of the composition. Given the glaze's high lead content, as long as conditions are right, lead efflorescence will appear after hundreds of years. In some cases, the entire glazed surface of a Tang Sankai piece is covered with a thin layer of silvery sheen, resembling the color of an autumn moon floating on the surface or a faint layer of frost. In other cases, the lead return phenomenon appears only in local areas of the glazed surface, while the majority of the glaze remains unaffected. This phenomenon is often more pronounced on blue glazes, where the color appears more natural. Like the clamshell luster, the lead reversion phenomenon also appears on the surface of the glaze. Today, these silver spots are the biggest headache for all high-end forgers. Silver spots must form gradually over at least a century. They are known as the spirits of time. Without at least a century of natural aging, lead reversion will absolutely not occur. The only method counterfeiters use is to add lead to the glaze. Even if silver spots appear after successful firing, they remain trapped within the glaze, and anyone with even a modicum of discernment can tell the difference between genuine and fake pieces at a glance. Alternatively, they simply omit the silver spots altogether, which makes the piece even easier for anyone with even a basic understanding of the craft to spot as a fake. Chun waved the Tang Sankai piece in his hand. Everyone saw a faint silvery white glow flash before their eyes, but it was unusually dull and lifeless. The silver spots on this Tang Sankai horse are completely trapped within the glaze. It couldn't be any more fake. The entire room fell silent, everyone staring silently at Chun. Louis Dao looked embarrassed, already drenched in sweat. He knew everything Chun had said, but when it came to appraisal, theoretical knowledge alone was far from enough. It required intuition and a keen eye. Without intuition and a keen eye, even memorizing every book on antique appraisal by heart would be utterly useless. He finally understood why Chun, despite his young age, had earned Xiao Tianlin's favor. His intuition and discernment were indeed far beyond what ordinary people could achieve. Although he was still somewhat reluctant to admit it, the facts were right in front of him. He snorted indignantly. I lose. I'm packing up and leaving right now. He turned and headed upstairs. Wang Jinshe followed close behind. Xiao Junwu and Xiao Russian exchanged bewildered glances, staring at the others' retreating figures. They opened their mouths, then closed them again, as if hesitating to speak. Grandfather, although Wang Jinshe and Louis Dao misjudged the situation, they still made significant contributions. We can't just drive them away because of this, can we? Xiao Russian couldn't help but speak up. He and his father had gone to great lengths to find these two masters, hoping to win the old man's favor. Now that the two of them had left, hadn't all their efforts gone to waste? Xiao Tianlin's expression darkened. It's not a big deal to misjudge an item once in a while, but if you keep making mistakes like that, can you really still call yourself an appraisal master? Chun had just said he'd found more than a dozen fakes on the first floor alone. With that level of skill, he'd probably be better off working as a store clerk. Louis Dao and Wang Jinshe packed up their things and slunk out. Xiao Junwu and Xiao Russian glared fiercely at Chun. It was all this guy's fault that their plans had gone awry. Xiao Tianlin instinctively glanced at Chun. At this point, he was the only one capable of handling the job. Everyone knew that, given Chun's current skills, there was no way he'd agree. Yet Xiao Tianlin still clung to a sliver of hope. Chun was also at a loss, unsure how to handle the situation. Just then, a man in his 50s walked in from outside. He had a round face and looked exceptionally good-natured. He asked cautiously, "Excuse me, are you hiring appraisers here?" Xiao Russian, seething with anger and with no outlet for it, snapped, "Get out! Get out! Get out!" The man turned to leave, but Chun suddenly called out to him, "Wait a minute! Are you applying to be an appraiser? Where did you work before?" The man instinctively glanced at Xiao Russian. Xiao Tianlin said amiably, "Don't mind him. This young man's word is final." Xiao Russian's expression remained unchanged, but the look he gave Chun was filled with hostility. He hadn't expected that, in his grandfather's eyes, he wasn't even as important as Chun. "I've worked at Qingyunjai in Lin City for over 30 years. Qingyunjai. Xiao Tianlin was somewhat surprised. Qingyunjai was a renowned antique shop in Lin City. After Mr. Roland passed away, the younger generation of his family didn't understand antiques at all. They mismanaged the business and pushed out veterans like you. Didn't they? The man nodded. Chun asked his name and learned it was Lu Feng. "Uncle Lu, there are a few forgeries on this floor. Let us see how many you can spot." Lu Feng's eyes lit up involuntarily, and he hurriedly scanned the shop. In less than 20 minutes, Lu Feng returned holding 11 or 12 pieces of antiques and calligraphy. A Western Han jade pendant, blue and white porcelain from the Kangxi era, Warring States era knife coins, Ming Dynasty ivory carvings, a painting by Zheng Banxiao. "I can guarantee these are all fakes," Lu Feng said with extraordinary confidence. Xiao Tianlin's face grew darker the more he looked. There were some items even he couldn't identify, but Chun kept nodding. He knew Lu Feng was right. The purchase price for these items had been at least over 20 million. Louis Dao and Wang Jinshe had cost him 20 million in less than a month. Now, even if Xiao Junwu and Xiao Russian father and son wanted to exonerate the two men, they have no excuse left. There are still a few genuine pieces that were mistaken for fakes and set aside. Lu Feng walked to the back and presented a Xuanda incense burner, a Jian kiln porcelain piece with a chipped corner, a jade dish from the Empress Wu Zetian era, and a seal by Tang Bohu. Xiao Tianlin's face immediately lit up with joy. "What a keen eye!" he exclaimed, feeling even more annoyed with Louis Dao and Wang Jinshe. Chun praised, "Mr. Lu, you're amazing, truly amazing." The value of these treasures he had unearthed far exceeded the losses caused by Wang Jinshe and his partner. Lu Feng's weathered face flushed slightly. "Not at all, not at all. I've been dealing in antiques my whole life. I do have a bit of an eye for them." Xiao Tianlin and Chan exchanged a glance, their faces full of approval. Lu Feng was far more reliable than Louis Dao and Wang Jinshe. Lu Feng then went into the inner room and brought out an ebony steel half a person's height, 30 centimeters wide, and 10 centimeters thick. The rubbing on the steel bore the posthumous epitaph bestowed by Emperor Chengzu of the Ming Dynasty, Zhu Di, upon Prince Xiang, Zhu Bai. The prince was intelligent, filial and fraternal, and deeply devoted to his imperial father. He was enfeoffed as Prince of Xiang to safeguard the imperial lineage. Emperor Jiangwen, however, failed to rule as a proper sovereign. He abandoned the imperial father's ancestral teachings and slaughtered his own kin. The prince, though a close relative of the imperial family, was destroyed by slander, ultimately burned to death, and further branded with a posthumous title of disgrace. After Emperor Jiangwen of the Ming dynasty ascended the throne, he implemented a policy of curtailing the power of the feudal princes, starting with the Prince of Qi, the Prince of Dai, and the Prince of Xiang. Unable to bear the humiliation, Prince of Xiangzhu set himself on fire and died. Later, Prince Yanzhu Di successfully led the Jingnan campaign in the name of heaven, ascended the throne as emperor, exonerated Prince Xiang, erected a symbolic tomb for him, and personally bestowed a posthumous title. The meaning of the posthumous title: Jiangwen failed to act as a ruler, implying that Emperor Jiangwen did not fulfill his duties as a sovereign. Chapter 76. Chief Appraiser. During his rebellion, Zhu Di had already claimed that Huang Zicheng and Qi Tai had incited Emperor Jiangwen to massacre the imperial clan. In the posthumous title scroll for Prince Xiang, Zhu Di went so far as to write down exactly what was on his mind. Zhu Yunwen was simply unworthy of being emperor. Lu Feng looked puzzled. There's no doubt this piece of ebony is an artifact from the Ming dynasty. But as far as I recall, what Emperor Chengzu Zhu Di gave to the Prince of Xiang was a posthumous title scroll. I've never heard of an ebony stele. I dare not say for certain whether it's genuine or not. I'll leave that judgment to you. Chen's face lit up with joy. Mr. Lu, if you were to serve as an appraiser, would the boss have the final say on any items you're unsure about? Lu Feng nodded. Of course. Anything we appraisers can't confirm must be reported to the chief appraiser. If the chief appraiser still can't make a determination, we have to consult the boss. We employees can't make decisions on our own, unless the owner grants us a certain degree of discretion, for example, allowing us to decide whether to purchase items within a certain price range. However, situations like that are rare. It's not worth seeking approval for items worth tens of thousands or over 100,000. And if an appraiser can't determine the authenticity of an antique in that price range, regardless of whether it's real or fake, they're simply unqualified and shouldn't be allowed to continue working. Of course, there are some extreme cases where we've found real bargains. But in my 30-plus years here, I've only encountered that twice. It's practically negligible. Generally speaking, for items priced at 300,000 or higher, we junior appraisers have to report to the chief appraiser. For antiques under 1 million, the chief appraiser has the final say. Anything over 1 million requires approval from the shop owner. Chen nodded repeatedly. So if it were up to you, would you accept this ebony stele? If I were to accept it, I'd only pay the current market price for Ming dynasty ebony, not the value assigned to the posthumous title scroll Emperor Zhu Di granted to the Prince of Xiang. If we're treating it as a cultural relic, this is a forgery, and I absolutely cannot accept it. Xiao Tianlin suddenly turned to look at Uncle Fu. Uncle Fu, how was this ebony stele acquired back then? Uncle Fu hurriedly flipped through the ledgers and, a few minutes later, found the entry regarding the ebony stele. Sir, back then, Wang Jinsher bought it for 350,000 yuan as a cultural relic. Everyone was taken aback. Lu Feng looked utterly incredulous and shook his head. A cultural relic? If it were up to me, I'd only pay a few 10,000 yuan based on the current market price for ebony. Xiao Tianlin's face darkened. He didn't care about the money, but the feeling of being made a fool of nearly made him fly into a rage. He forced himself to suppress his anger and smiled. Lu Feng, as of now, you're the chief appraiser of my shop. From now on, you'll have full authority over any appraisers who come in for interviews. Chief appraiser? Lu Feng was taken aback, then broke into a broad smile. This was truly an unexpected windfall. He'd originally just come to apply for an appraiser position, but never imagined it would far exceed his expectations. Don't worry, boss. I certainly won't let you down. Chen, you? Xiao Tianlin turned to look at Chen. After a moment's thought, he said, how about you take on the role of chief appraiser for my store? You won't need to be here full-time. We'll just call on you when they have antiques that are truly beyond our ability to appraise. Chen looked a bit hesitant. But Grandpa, I might not be able to get here right away. That's fine. If you can confirm things from photos or videos, there's no need for you to come in person. If you can't be certain, then you can come over to examine the actual items. All right? I'll try my best to make time to come whenever I can. Chen nodded in agreement. This was indeed the best solution. Xiao Junwu and Xiao Russian found the conversation tedious, so the two slipped away quietly. Xiao Tianlin secretly instructed the butler to thoroughly investigate Lu Feng's background. Having spent his entire life navigating the business world, he was cautious and prudent. He wouldn't trust an outsider so easily. Chen, Selina, and Xiao Tianlin had just returned home and were sitting in the living room chatting when the butler walked in and said, "Sir, Director Dong is here." Before he had even finished speaking, a burst of hearty laughter echoed from outside, and a tall man walked in. He was in his 50s, though dressed plainly. He exuded an air of authority. Chun glanced at him and couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. "Mr. Xiao," he greeted Xiao Tianlin respectfully. Xiao Tianlin said with a smile, "Dong Haiyang, aren't you supposed to be recuperating in Beijing? What brings you back here?" "Ah, it's no use. Lying in bed is just waiting to die." Dong Haiyang shook his head and laughed. "I might as well make the most of my mobility while I still can. Enjoy a few more days of life, and then pass away peacefully in the end." He spoke with remarkable nonchalance. Xiao Tianlin didn't dwell on the subject either. Turning to Chan, he said, "Chan, this is Dong Haiyang, the director of the Provincial Museum. Young Dong, this is Chan, a close friend of my granddaughter and an expert in antiques as well." "He-s the director of the Provincial Museum?" Chun was taken slightly aback, but quickly stood up and extended his hand. "Nice to meet you, Director Dong." Dong Haiyang shook his hand, his eyes taking him in from head to toe. "You're a young man full of vitality, not bad. Not bad at all. An antiques connoisseur, too? We should have a good exchange of ideas when we have the time." Chan quickly responded with modesty. "Grandpa Xiao, you're overpraising me. I'm just dabbling in it." Xiao Tianlin laughed heartily. "Even just dabbling? You've outshone us old-timers. We really can't deny we're getting old." Upon hearing this, Dong Haiyang's eyes lit up. There aren't many young people who can earn such high praise from old Xiao. "Old Xiao, have you acquired any treasures lately?" Xiao Tianlin couldn't hide the smile on his face. "You, little Dong, really know me best. I did indeed just acquire a treasure today." Dong Haiyang hurriedly said, "Let me see it right away." Xiao Tianlin gave a quick order to his butler, who hurried off toward the treasure chamber in the backyard. A moment later, he returned carrying a brocade box. Dong Haiyang kept his eyes fixed on the box. As the butler carefully set it down on the coffee table, he stepped forward, gently opened it, and his eyes suddenly widened in shock, his body stiffening involuntarily. Is this the Empress seal?" His breathing became rapid. He cradled the Empress seal in both hands, examining it closely. "Huh! How is this so similar to the Empress seal in that video from Binhai City yesterday?" Xiao Tianlin burst out laughing. "Little Dong, your eye for detail is as sharp as ever. Is this the Western Han Empress' seal?" "Chan," Dong Haiyang suddenly realized, looking at Chun. "Are you the young man who discovered the Empress seal?" Chun nodded shyly. Dong Haiyang stared at Xiao Tianlin in disbelief. "This Empress seal has ended up in old Xiao's hands again? A priceless treasure. The second Empress seal from the Qin and Han dynasties in the entire country." His face was filled with envy. "Yesterday in Beijing, a few of us old-timers saw that video and were just discussing taking a trip to Binhai City to try our luck and see if we could find this young man. But I never expected that today, one step behind, and you're behind at every turn." Dong Haiyang shook his head helplessly and let out a sigh. Old Xiao's luck is out of this world. Chapter 77. Showing off his skills once again. "You flatter me, young Dong," Xiao Tianlin said, unable to hide a hint of a smile. "But it wasn't just my luck, it was because Chun was willing to part with it." He gazed at Chun with a look of doting affection, growing more and more pleased the longer he looked. Dong Haiyang looked at Chun and Selina. He could already vaguely guess what was going on. He set the Empress seal aside and smiled. "Old Xiao, our provincial museum has just acquired a few fine pieces, the stone drum inscriptions of the Dao De Jing. There is nothing else like them in the entire country, and they're in no way inferior to the stone drum inscriptions in Xi'an." "The stone drum inscriptions of the Dao De Jing?" Xiao Tianlin was utterly astonished. Inscriptions on stone drums are extremely rare, both ancient and modern. Over thousands of years, only a handful have been discovered in our country, and every single discovery has sent shockwaves through the archaeological community. This is a remarkable discovery. I'm afraid your provincial museum is going to steal the spotlight this time. You might even be able to hold your own against the National Museum. Young Dong, when can you let this old man take a look? Xiao Tianlin had been an avid collector of antiques his whole life. Upon encountering a national treasure like this, he naturally wanted to see it for himself as soon as possible. Dong Haiyang chuckled. Old Xiao, you'll have to wait a little longer. We just discovered it yesterday and are currently studying it. Once we have some findings to announce, we'll be able to open it to the public. Of course, if we can't figure anything out on our own, we'll still have to consult old Xiao. He glanced at Chen. Although Chen had discovered this Western Han Empress' seal, aside from that, he hadn't witnessed his true appraisal skills, so he remained somewhat uncertain. Seeing that Dong Haiyang harbored some doubt about Chen, Xiao Tianlin felt a twinge of displeasure, though he didn't let it show. Young Dong, you didn't rush back from the capital just because you heard news about the stone drum inscriptions, did you? Dong Haiyang's face flushed. Xiao Tianlin had hit the nail on the head. He added, not entirely. I have a terminal illness. I'd just be waiting to die in the hospital anyway. I might as well see this unprecedented national treasure one last time before I go. If I die on the job, at least I'll have died a worthy death. Chun looked at Dong Haiyang, his eyes flashing, then suddenly laughed. Director Dong, I wonder who discovered the stone drum inscriptions? Shouldn't the discoverer receive some kind of reward? Dong Haiyang replied, I heard from Deputy Director Jiang that it was apparently Gao Yushan, the young master of the Gao family, who stumbled upon them by chance in Binhai City. There will certainly be a reward, but the specifics can be discussed later. For now, our priority is to study the stone drum inscriptions. Once we confirm that they are indeed cultural relics, we'll discuss the details of the reward. Gao Yushan. Selina looked somewhat surprised. Chun hadn't mentioned anything about the stone drum inscriptions, and she found it hard to believe. A complete layman like him could discover the stone drum inscriptions? Dong Haiyang also found it somewhat unbelievable. He knew a little about Gao Yushan, though he came from a wealthy and influential family. He knew absolutely nothing about antiques. But since Deputy Director Jiang Bin had said so, he hadn't probed further. Chun sneered inwardly. He never imagined that Jiang Bin, Gao Yushan, and the others could be so despicable, not only stealing the credit for his discovery but also trying to snatch the reward he was entitled to. Just as Dong Haiyang was about to say something, he suddenly began breathing heavily. His face instantly turned purple. His limbs began twitching, and he was about to collapse. Seeing this, Chun hurriedly caught him and laid him down on the sofa. Xiao Tianlin and Selina jumped to their feet, staring intently at Dong Haiyang. Another episode? Xiao Tianlin knew a little about Dong Haiyang's sepsis. Almost every episode seemed to be more severe than the last. Call 120 quickly. Xiao Tianlin was about to tell the butler to call a doctor when, seeing Chun's actions, he couldn't help but stop himself. Chun had already pulled silver needles from his robe and was rapidly inserting them into more than 20 acupoints on Dong Haiyang's body. After a minute or two, Dong Haiyang's complexion gradually returned to normal. Chun let out a long sigh of relief, a thin sheen of sweat appearing on his forehead. Xiao Tianlin looked at his granddaughter Selina in astonishment. Does Chun know medicine? Selina was just as baffled. She'd never heard Chun mention anything like this. Although the video in which Chun discovered the Western Han Empress' seal was filmed outside the hospital, it didn't show him practicing medicine, so she hadn't given it much thought. Seeing her reaction, Xiao Tianlin knew she was completely in the dark about this as well. A look of wild delight flashed in Xiao Tianlin's eyes. He never would have imagined that his granddaughter's boyfriend was such a versatile master. Selina was overjoyed. She gazed at Chen, her eyes sparkling with deep affection. After about 10 minutes, Dong Haiyang came to. He slowly sat up and looked at Chun, utterly astonished. I never would have thought you'd know medicine. These days, there really aren't many young people who understand traditional Chinese medicine. Chun remained calm as he replied casually, How are you feeling now? Dong Haiyang moved his body a bit and said excitedly, I feel much lighter. Could it be that I'm completely... Chun shook his head to interrupt him and said, With my current medical skills, I still can't completely cure your sepsis. For now, I can only slow the progression of your condition so it doesn't worsen. You've already reached the point where you could lose consciousness at any moment. The disease has reached a critical stage. Unless my medical skills improve or some other miracle occurs, you won't be cured. I'll prescribe a few doses of medicine. Take good care of yourself and don't overexert yourself that way. Your condition won't worsen rapidly. You should still cooperate with those doctors for treatment. You might even live another 8 or 10 years. But if you give up on treatment now, you'll likely only have another year or 2 at most. Dong Haiyang had been clinging to a sliver of hope, but upon hearing Chun's words, his eyes darkened once more. No one wants to die, it's just that before, there really was nothing they could do. Dong Haiyang fell silent for a moment, then adopted an air of indifference and laughed. Thank you, young friend. It's all up to fate now. Every extra day I live is a bonus. Chan said. Li Guosho in Binhai City is renowned. Haven't you tried seeing him? Dong Haiyang shook his head bitterly. Even an ant cherishes its life, how much more so a human. I once sought treatment from the veteran traditional Chinese medicine Dr. Li Henian, but even he was at a loss. In the end, I had no choice but to rely on Western medicine. Sepsis still cannot be completely cured, it's entirely a matter of luck. Even if it's cured, there's still a chance of relapse. Although Hua Tua's Healer's Codex contains explicit records on sepsis, but Chun has only been studying it for a short time, and he doesn't have access to those truly rare and precious herbs. In the past, wild ginseng from Mount Changbai grew for hundreds of years, so its medicinal effects were naturally remarkable. But now it's all cultivated, harvested, and sold after just 3 or 4 years. How much medicinal value can it really have? Director Dong, do you know how your provincial museum actually acquired those 6 stone drum inscriptions of the Tao Te Ching? Chun suddenly changed the subject, asking with a half-smile. Dong Haiyang was startled. He knew Chen wouldn't bring this up for no reason. Could it be that you, Mr. Chen? He immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Exactly. After I discovered them, I told Stellan. Stellan originally intended to invite researchers from your provincial museum to collaborate on the study, but I never expected your people to seize the opportunity and claim them as their own. What? Dong Haiyang's jaw nearly dropped. He never imagined such a despicable act could occur at the provincial museum. Chun, rest assured, I will absolutely not let those fame seekers get away with it. Chapter 78. Li Mengqiong, the beautiful saleswoman. Around noon the next day, Chun and Selena returned to Binhai City. After lunch, Selena dropped Chun off at his apartment complex and hurried off to the office. Chun stood outside the complex, lost in thought. He wondered how much money he had saved up. He wanted to buy a house and settle down in Binhai City, and once he firmly established himself, he'd bring his mother and younger sister to join him. Chun hailed a taxi and headed to a nearby real estate sales center. It was just past 1 p.m., the hottest part of the day, and there were hardly any buyers around. The saleswomen, dressed in sky blue business suits and immaculately groomed, were gathered in small groups, chatting. As soon as Chun walked in, they all stepped forward with smiles, but when they saw his cheap, street stall clothes, they immediately stopped in their tracks. A woman in her 30s with an oval face smiled at a red-haired woman and said, Yenping, this customer is yours, why don't you go greet him right away? Yenping sneered under her breath. Looking at the way he's dressed, can he even afford a condo? Did he walk into the wrong place by mistake? Several women chuckled quietly among themselves. Chun glanced around a few times and, seeing that no one was paying him any attention, was just about to turn and leave. Just then, a young woman walked in from behind, about 22 or 23 years old, wearing a sky blue suit. She had fair skin, striking black and white eyes, and delicate features. Her hair was pulled back into a ponytail, giving her a youthful and radiant appearance. Li Mengqiong had only been interning for half a month. She was the one assigned to handle these clients because the veteran employees didn't want to deal with them. Seeing that no one else was approaching him, Li Mengqiong quickly walked over to Chun. The others wore expressions of derision. Li Mengqiong will serve any kind of client. The little girl's just out in the real world, she can't even tell the rich from the poor. She's just wasting her time. Maybe she's just good at customer service. Regardless of whether you're a real buyer or not, she's just a bit slow on the uptake. The crowd hurled scornful remarks, their words dripping with bitterness. As soon as Li Mengqiong saw the group whispering to one another, she already knew what they were saying. Not bothering to pay them any mind, she strode quickly up to Chen, bowed slightly, and said with a beaming smile, Sir, how may I be of service? Her smile was warm, genuine, and sincere, nothing like those forced, professional smiles. Chen chuckled. It looks like you're a recent graduate who hasn't had much real-world experience yet, huh? Don't you check who you're trying to sell to? Li Mengqiong was taken aback. What do you mean? Chen chuckled. Looking at me, do I seem like someone who can afford an apartment? Isn't approaching me a waste of your time and breath? You should take a cue from your more experienced colleagues. To be a good salesperson, you first need to know how to read people. Li Mengqiong blushed, unsure how to respond. It was the first time she'd encountered someone so self-deprecating. The clients she'd met before, even if they couldn't afford it, would all pretend to be very wealthy but just not interested in buying. You're joking, sir, she replied hesitantly. Chan stopped teasing her. Do you have any small detached villas priced around 10 million? Li Mengqiong was taken aback. 10 million? Property prices in Binhai City generally ranged between 10,000 and 20,000. For ordinary people, spending 2 or 3 million on a 100 square meter apartment was already a huge strain. Yet this young man, who seemed to be about her age, was asking for a detached villa worth 10 million right off the bat. Although this price point was considered entry-level for villas, his net worth was far beyond what ordinary people could hope to match. Li Mingqiong looked Chun up and down. Sir, are you looking to buy or rent? Buy. We have them. We have them. Li Mingqiong's eyes sparkled like two little stars. She hurried off to find the paperwork. Yanping, Hongjie, and the others had been whispering among themselves, but they'd been keeping a close eye on the situation here the whole time. When they heard Chin's words, they were instantly thrilled. Yanping took the lead, rushing over with a forced smile. Sir, whatever kind of villa you want, we have it here. Mengqiong, you're not good at handling this sort of thing, leave it to your older sister. Go get this gentleman a bottle of Coke, he really doesn't know his place. Hongjie and the others glared at Yanping's retreating back. Gritting their teeth in silent resentment, she'd beaten them to it again. However, the others refused to leave, hoping Chun might change his mind and negotiate with them. Li Mingqiong's eyes darkened. These people had snatched clients from her more than once. She nodded. All right. It was indeed her own fault for being rude. Just as she was about to get up to fetch an iced Coke, Chun stopped her with a hand. He looked at Yanping and the others with a grin. Let her handle me. You ladies should spend more time studying facial features, judging whether people are rich or poor, and figuring out if they're serious buyers. I think you'd be better off learning how to tell fortunes instead of selling real estate here. Ha ha! Chen burst out laughing. Yanping and the others instantly turned beet red. Li Mingqiong barely managed to stifle a laugh as she brought over several sets of villa brochures. Sir, for villas around 10 million, we currently only have one in Shallow Bay priced at 8 million, but it's far from the city center. Qingjiang Garden specializes in affordable villas, ranging from 10 million to 50 million. The lowest priced one right now is around 13 million, a 3-story villa with 360 square meters of space, fully furnished. With my current authority, I can offer you a discount of up to 500,000 at most. If you need more than that, I'll have to consult our manager. Chen suddenly interrupted her. Are you saying there are still plenty of these lower-priced villas available in this development? Exactly. This is our flagship product for this year, and sales have only just begun. Li Mengqiong suddenly realized that, judging by the tone of Chen's words, he might be interested in purchasing more than just this one unit. A look of wild delight spread across her face. Yanping, Sister Hong, and the others were filled with regret. Great. Show me around this villa community. Li Mengqiong beamed with joy. She and Chun left the sales office, hailed a taxi, and rushed to Qingjiang Garden. Located on the outskirts of the city near West Hill, the area boasted beautiful scenery. Chun immediately set his sights on Villa number 15 in Zone A. Half an hour later, the two returned to the sales office, where they quickly signed the purchase contract. Chun paid the balance, and the sales center took full responsibility for all subsequent paperwork. Chun picked up the keys and returned to Qingjiang Garden, Villa number 15 in Zone A. The 3-story villa was lavishly decorated, with various flowers and plants in the front and backyards. Chen hired several cleaning staff and contacted a furniture and appliance store. By the time the cleaners had finished their work, all the furniture and appliances had already been delivered and installed. After more than an hour of hustle and bustle, Chun lay back on the genuine leather sofa and finally breathed a sigh of relief. This was finally his true home. Chun returned to his former rental apartment to retrieve all his important belongings. Now that I've bought the villa, I should pick out a car too, Chun mused as he lay on the sofa. He got up and hurried out of the house, hailing a taxi to a nearby car dealership. As soon as he walked into the showroom, a young, pretty woman approached him briskly. Sir, are you here to look at cars? Chapter 79. Chun becomes a love rival. The young woman was articulate and witty, making Chun laugh heartily. With her help, he chose a sky blue Maybach GLS. He stepped on the gas, and the Maybach sped out the gate. Just as he rounded a corner, he suddenly received a call from Stellan. Chun, do you happen to know Director Dong from the Provincial Museum? Stellan's voice sounded unusually excited. Chun had already guessed what was going on, but he still played dumb. What's going on? Why would Director Zhao say that? Stellan chuckled. I just got a call from Director Dong, asking me to bring a few people to the provincial capital to collaborate with them on researching the stone drum inscriptions. Once we've made some progress, he wants us to transport these stone drums back here, saying they belong to our city museum, and the provincial museum can't lay claim to them. Judging by the tone of Director Dong's words, you must have met with him yesterday, right? He tactfully mentioned that he had a very pleasant conversation with a young man from Binhai City, and as far as I know, you're the only young person in our city who knows about the stone drum inscriptions. Chen laughed. That's right. I had some business in the provincial capital yesterday and happened to meet Director Dong. I just mentioned it in passing. Chun, I really don't know what to say. On behalf of the City Museum, I want to thank you. Stellan was so moved he could barely form coherent sentences. Once someone sets their sights on a treasure of this caliber, they rarely give it back. Although he had considered approaching Director Dong, he hadn't been entirely confident of success. But he never expected Chun to resolve this dilemma so effortlessly. Their museum now owed him a huge favor. Director Zhao, exchanging such formal pleasantries between us would be too formal. Right. Chun, I'm about to head to the provincial capital with my team. When I get back, I'll treat you to a drink. Stellan laughed heartily a few times, chatted for a few more minutes, and then hung up. Just as Chun was about to hang up, Ivy called. Chun, what are you doing right now? Just wandering around. What about you? Are you at the pet store? No, I'm on Qingyun Road in the western part of town. I found an ancient sword at a street vendor's stall, but I'm not sure if it's anything valuable. Can I take a picture and send it to you? Qingyun Road. Chun checked his navigation app. I'm in the western part of town right now, not far from Qingyun Road. Send me your location. Wait for me. Really? That's great. Ivy exclaimed happily. Chun drove along the road for 5 or 6 minutes and saw several street vendors next to a replica archway. Ivy was standing in front of one of the stalls, looking around curiously. As Chun's car drove past her, she spotted him in the driver's seat at a glance, and her beautiful eyes widened instantly. Chun parked in a nearby lot and walked over quickly. Chun, did you buy a car? Ivy asked, her face beaming with joy as she took a few steps toward him. Chun nodded. As he approached, he scanned the items on the vendor's stall: porcelain, ancient coins, wood carvings, and the like, all of which were replicas and completely worthless. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as his gaze settled on a bronze sword. Ivy asked, Chun, do you think this bronze sword is real? The bronze sword was only 50 or 60 centimeters long and shaped much like a willow leaf, but it was heavily rusted, with 2 small holes corroded into the tip. Bronze swords originated in the Shang dynasty, when the blades were initially quite short, only 20 to 30 centimeters long. Later, with the advancement of smelting techniques, by the Spring and Autumn and Warring States periods, their length generally reached 50 to 60 centimeters, and by the Late Warring States period, some swords even exceeded 70 centimeters in length. In the Late Spring and Autumn period, during the war between Wu and Yu, the state of Yu emerged as the dominant power, and the swords of Wu and Yu became renowned throughout the Central Plains. Their bronze smelting techniques had reached the pinnacle of perfection. King Gojin of Yu's sword, despite having endured more than 2,000 years, remains as bright as new and unrivaled in sharpness. Leaving all experts and scholars speechless, it is regarded as a national treasure of the highest order. Bronze swords were not only weapons used for combat on the battlefield, but also symbols of social status and identity for princes and nobles. The Jingyi states, during the spring and autumn period, officials were each permitted to carry a sword. The Shuoan Jiezi records, in ancient times, the Son of Heaven wore a cap and carried a sword at the age of 20, feudal lords at 30 and high officials at 40. Commoners were not permitted to wear caps. While ordinary people were allowed to carry swords only during times of war and peacetime, they were not permitted to do so. Judging by its length, this sword should date from the Spring and Autumn or Warring States periods. Chun didn't know much about bronze artifacts or bronze swords, so he quietly activated appraisal site. Bronze sword, sword of a general from the state of Qi. Period. Late Spring and Autumn period. Value, approximately 2 million. Chun was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected the value to be so low. This was the sword of a general from the state of Qi. If it had been a common soldier's sword, the price would likely have been even lower. Ivy, it's definitely authentic, but it doesn't have much collectible value. Ivy turned her head to look at him, paused for a moment, then nodded. My grandfather loves these old artifacts. As long as they're authentic, he sometimes doesn't care about the price. She looked at the vendor and was about to speak when a voice suddenly came from behind them. Sir, I'll take this bronze sword. Chen thought the voice sounded familiar. He looked up and saw a man in his 30s, handsome, but with a cold, grim expression. He paused to think, then suddenly realized it was Gao Yushan. Gao Yushan was with a group of 3 or 4 people. He glared fiercely at Chen. Chan! Gao Yushan! Chen gave a cold laugh. What a coincidence! Gao Yushan glared back angrily. What's so coincidental about it? Chan chuckled. Gao Yushan, I went to the provincial capital yesterday, how come I didn't see you there? Upon hearing this, Gao Yushan's face instantly turned the color of liver, and the veins on his forehead bulged. He barely managed to restrain himself from charging forward to attack. So this guy actually went to the Shao family's place with Selena yesterday? How dare he? How dare he openly provoke me like this? He had been basking in the glory of being discovered by Jean as a promising young antiquities enthusiast who had uncovered the stone drum inscriptions, a tremendous achievement that would surely bring him a substantial reward in the future. More importantly, this would put him on the radar of the bigwigs at the top. His future prospects were limitless. But he never expected that last night he'd find out Selena and Chun had actually gone to the Shao family's residence. By the time he rushed back, it was already too late. Meanwhile, the scandal involving Jiang Bin, the deputy director of the provincial museum, who had illegally appropriated artifacts from the Binhai City Museum, had already come to light. Not only had Jiang Bin been severely reprimanded, but he himself had been exposed for fabricating evidence and stealing someone else's credit, and had been pushed out of the provincial museum's good graces. With nowhere to vent his rage, Gao Yushan went out for a stroll with a few friends only to run into Chun by chance. It was truly a case of enemies meeting, their hatred flaring up all the more intensely. Gao Yushan clenched his fists so hard they cracked, snarling, "You petty, self-important upstart. Watch out, you 1T even know how you died." Chun snorted coldly. Ivy's pretty face darkened. "Are you thugs? Threatening and intimidating people?" Gao Yushan didn't know her identity and couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on a little girl. Ivy continued, "Hey, I set my sights on this bronze sword first. There's a first come, first served rule for everything, isn't there?" Chapter 80. Gao Yushan's Revenge. First come, first served? Gao Yushan sneered. Did you pay for it? Or put down a deposit? Or have you even handled it yet? Ivy was left speechless. She'd been whispering with Chun the whole time and hadn't actually handled the sword. As it turned out, Gao Yushan's intervention didn't exactly break the unwritten rules. Gao Yushan had indeed set his sights on this bronze sword, and now that Chun was present, he certainly wasn't going to let it slip away. "Boss, how much is this bronze sword?" The shop owner was in his 40s, thin and sharp-featured. 100,000. All right, I'll take it. Gao Yushan pulled out his phone, ready to make the payment. The shop owner hurriedly stopped him. "Hold on, sir. Let us see what this young lady has to say first," he said, glancing at Ivy. Ivy was taken aback. Gao Yushan shouted, "What do you mean? I'm offering more than she is. Are you going to sell it to her instead of me?" 200,000. 300,000. Seeing that the shop owner wasn't budging, Gao Yushan immediately raised his offer by another 100,000. The shop owner quickly waved his hand. "Sir, please don't raise the price any further. I need to see first if this young lady actually wants it. Although she hasn't picked it up yet, she has been browsing my stall for the past half hour, so I already know she has her eye on this bronze sword. Your offer is high, but I have my principles. I have to give this young lady a chance first." Chun and Ivy stared at the shop owner in astonishment. They never would have imagined he was such an honorable man. Gao Yushan snapped angrily, "You idiot! Is that any way to run a business?" The shop owner was furious. "Get out of here. Whether this young lady wants it or not, I'm not selling it to you." Gao Yushan was beside himself with rage. Pointing his right finger at the shop owner, he said, "If you don't sell me this sword today, you won't be able to make a living in Binhai City anymore." His 3 or 4 rowdy cronies chimed in. "Yushan, let us just smash his stall." The shop owner looked frightened, his face turning deathly pale. Chen's expression turned cold. Before he could speak, Ivy snorted derisively. "Oh, so you're that big a shot. Gao Yushan. I'd like to know which Gao family in Binhai City you belong to? How dare you act so lawless?" Gao Yushan snorted haughtily. "Binhai City? Are there any notable families in this backwater? Excuse me, but I'm from the Gao family in Qingyun City, the provincial capital. The Gao family in the provincial capital? Ivy, who knew nothing of such matters, replied indifferently, this is Binhai City, not Qingyun City, the provincial capital. Here, whether you're from the Gao family or any other clan, you'd better keep a low profile. In this city, no one has ever refused to give my Yi family face. The Yi family? Gao Yushan and his companions were slightly startled. Tiannan Group? The Yi family? Are you a member of the Yi family? A faint smile flitted across Ivy's face. I never thought my Yi family still had even a modicum of reputation. The petty Yi family daring to be a speck of dust trying to shake a tree? Gao Yushan looked utterly disdainful. It's not about a speck of dust shaking a tree, but there are some matters where we cannot back down even an inch. Ivy replied nonchalantly, Boss, I'll give you 500,000. The boss froze for a moment, about to refuse, but Ivy had already settled the bill. If anyone dares to give you trouble, just call this number. Ivy handed the owner a phone number. The owner was both surprised and delighted with this number. He undoubtedly had an extra layer of protection. Miss Yi, we'll see about that. Gao Yushan and his group stormed off in a huff. Chun wrapped the bronze sword for Ivy, and the two of them walked slowly toward the parking lot. Chun, did you go to the provincial capital yesterday? Ivy suddenly remembered something. Chun nodded. Yes, I went to Selina's house. As soon as Ivy heard this, her eyes darkened momentarily, but then her expression returned to normal. Sister Xiao's family has deep roots, doesn't it? Grandpa seems to know her family and speaks very highly of her, but I've never asked about Sister Xiao. Her grandfather is Xiao Tianlin. Ivy was taken aback. The renowned Xiao family of the provincial capital? The Xiao group wasn't just prominent in Jiangbei province, it was one of the top companies in the entire country. It wasn't until Chen arrived in the provincial capital that he truly understood the Xiao family's background. Selina never mentioned her background, and since there were so many people with the surname Xiao in the world, no one had connected her to the Xiao family of the provincial capital. After chatting for a few moments, the conversation turned back to Chun. When Ivy learned that Chun had bought a villa in the western part of the city, she said happily, Can you take me to see it? Ivy didn't drive her own car instead. She slid into the passenger seat of Chun's car. Chun started the car and drove back home. Ivy carefully inspected every corner of the 3-story villa, praising it effusively. The surroundings here are really nice. I'll have to buy a villa here someday too, Ivy said, her pretty face flushing slightly. Chun knew what she was getting at and laughed. Your family has a manner, this is just a commoner's home. A young lady like you would definitely not get used to living here. And it's not as safe as where you come from. Ivy shook her head. You're not being honest. You're worried that if I come here, I'll get in the way of things between you and Selina, aren't you? Chun blushed and hurriedly protested. That's not true at all. She and I are completely innocent, there's absolutely nothing going on between us. Ivy smiled slightly and didn't press the issue any further. Chun, I'm getting a little hungry. Shall we go out for dinner? Chun got back behind the wheel, drove out of the residential complex, and onto the street. The Starlit Sky nightclub. Inside a luxurious private room, Gao Yushan sat on a leather sofa, his expression icy. Shards of a wine glass and bottle lay scattered across the floor. Seated on another chair was a young man in his 20s, of medium build, wearing a floral shirt, his expression stern. Baozi, get a few men together and teach that Chen guy a lesson. If you don't take him out, Gao Yushan, might as well give up on this life. Gao Yushan roared. Dong Tianbao furrowed his brow slightly and smiled. Young Master Gao, dealing with a nobody like Chan is a piece of cake. But I'm afraid that if we end up offending the Yi family, I won't be able to smooth things over then. Dong Tianbao was the infamous Brother Leopard in Binhai City's underworld, a figure whom everyone in the underworld respected to some extent. But he knew that times had long since changed. He was now desperately trying to go straight. He'd been introduced to Gao Yushan by a mutual acquaintance, and the two had become friends in his heart. He didn't treat Gao Yushan with the same deference he would show a stranger. Although he called the shots in the gray areas of society, compared to those titans who towered over the underworld, he wasn't even an ant. If he ever offended the Yi family, that colossal powerhouse, a single finger from them would be enough to crush him to smithereens. Gao Yushan turned his head to look at him, his eyes bloodshot. The Yi family wouldn't stick their neck out for a penniless kid like him. Rest assured, if the Yi family really does step in, The Gao family will take care of it. Dong Tianbao, however, wasn't convinced. He knew full well that even a mighty dragon cannot overpower a local snake. If the Gao family were truly that powerful, Gao Yushan wouldn't have come to him in the first place? Wouldn't the Gao family just handle it themselves? Young Master Gao, that young lady you mentioned, if I'm not mistaken. She is the Yi family's eldest daughter, Ivy, the granddaughter whom old Master Yi dotes on the most. Chun and she must have a special relationship, right? If something really happened to Chun, how could she possibly stand by and do nothing? Chapter 81. The boss's wife, Sun Luyao. Gao Yushan's expression darkened. He wanted to lash out, but then he thought better of it. After all, this wasn't the provincial capital, and Dong Tianbao wasn't his subordinate. He couldn't just give orders. He forced himself to suppress his anger, composed himself and said, "The Moonlight Bar in East City is offering you a 1/3 stake. Haven't you always wanted to expand into the provincial capital? How about partnering with the trading company under my name in the future?" Dong Tianbao was taken aback for a moment. Then his face lit up with joy, and he was overcome with excitement. The Moonlight Bar was a business owned by Gao Yushan, and it was doing exceptionally well. A 1/3 stake meant nearly several million in monthly profits. But more importantly, Gao Yushan had actually taken the initiative to discuss a partnership with him. He always wanted to expand his business, but given his status, he had no way of networking with the city's business tycoons, and he had even fewer connections for expanding into other cities. Now that Gao Yushan had proactively offered this deal, it hit right where it counted. "I'm sure you, the mighty brother Bao, can handle a little nobody like Chan. Break both his hands and feet, disfigure him, cripple him, whatever you want. As long as no one dies, everything can be arranged." Dong Tianbao was thinking along the same lines. As long as he didn't have a death on his hands, things would be much simpler. "Young Master Gao, you're too kind. Leave this little matter to your brother. A penniless loser actually dares to compete with young Master Gao for a woman he must be tired of living." As Dong Tianbao spoke, he personally poured Gao Yushan a glass of red wine. Chun drove Ivy out of the residential complex and cruised around the streets for a while. Suddenly, he spotted a small restaurant with elegant and refreshing decor by the roadside, Yao Yao's home-style cuisine. The restaurant wasn't large, no more than 100 square meters across 2 floors, but its simple, unpretentious exterior gave off a warm, inviting vibe that held an inexplicable charm. Chun parked the car in front of the restaurant. Just as he and Ivy started up the steps, a beautiful hostess with a beaming smile pushed open the door. As soon as they stepped into the lobby, a 23-or-4-year-old woman, accompanied by 3 or 4 waitresses, hurried over, bowed, and smiled. "Welcome, sir and ma'am." The woman wore a pale yellow floral dress. She was tall with a strikingly curvaceous figure, curves in all the right places. Her skin was snow white, her hair tied in a ponytail, and her beautiful eyes shone as brightly as autumn water. The waitresses were all dressed in light red suit dresses, each as beautiful as a flower. The first-floor lobby had only about 20 seats, but there were already 7 or 8 tables of guests. Business was booming. "Is this your first time at our restaurant?" the young woman asked with a cheerful smile as she took a few steps toward them. Ivy nodded. "Yes, it is our first time." She noticed the name tag on her chest, Sun Luyao. She discreetly glanced at her figure, then quietly looked down at herself. A sense of defeat welled up inside her. She stole a glance at Chun, only to find that his gaze wasn't fixed on the woman at all. She was by no means less attractive than the other woman, but she was as skinny as a bean sprout. Most men probably preferred women like Selena and Chin Nan. "Are you the owner?" "Yes, I am." Sun Luyao nodded with a smile. "First-time customers get 20% off. Since this is your first visit, you must try our specialty dishes." 20% off? Ivy was taken aback but couldn't help but nod to herself. This owner certainly knew how to run a business. Many customers might not be repeat business, yet she still insisted on offering discounts at her tiny little shop. Her way of winning people over was truly exceptional. Chun and Ivy settled into a table by the window, and Sun Luyao personally took their order. Chun let Ivy choose, so she casually ordered scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Chun then ordered sweet and sour pork tenderloin, sturgeon, and braised chicken with mushrooms. Since Chun was driving, he also ordered 2 drinks. The dishes arrived quickly. Chun took a bite of the sweet and sour pork tenderloin and immediately raved about it. This tastes great. Ma'am, your cooking is truly exceptional." He took another bite of the sturgeon, which was incredibly delicious. Although these 4 dishes were simple, Yao Yao's home-style cooking used unique techniques that gave them a distinctive flavor, one that made your mouth water. Ivy couldn't help but praise, "Ma, your food is even more delicious than what you'd find at a 5-star hotel." Sun Luyao smiled and said, "You're too kind, young lady. As long as you're satisfied, that's all that matters." Chun and Ivy tucked in heartily, thoroughly enjoying their meal. Just then, a loud voice suddenly rang out from outside, "Sun Luyao!" Chun and Ivy looked up to see a tall, thin young man striding in. He was dressed in a grubby Armani casual outfit, his face greasy, with slanted eyes and a hooked nose, a truly repulsive appearance. As soon as Sun Luyao saw him, her face turned pale, and she took a few steps back. The waitstaff and hostess, upon seeing him, quickly stepped aside. Sun Luyao composed herself. "Lu Heping, what are you doing here again?" Lu Heping tilted his head, his narrow, slanted eyes roaming over her curvaceous figure, a lecherous gleam in his eyes. "What am I doing? I'm broke, give me another 200,000. Sun Luyao was already repulsed by his greedy, lecherous gaze, and upon hearing this, she was overcome with rage. "Another 100,000? No way. I already gave you 100,000 last time. We've had nothing to do with each other for a long time now. I've been as kind and considerate as I possibly could toward you. Don't ever bother me again." Lu Heping let out a cold laugh. "Who says we're not related? You're my fiancé. What's wrong with me asking you for money?" Sun Luyao's face flushed red with anger as she snapped, "Lu Heping, I'm not your wife at all. Back when I was sick, my parents borrowed 50,000 from you, promising I'd marry you once I recovered. I never agreed to that. I borrowed 50,000 from you back then, and after I recovered, I've already paid you back 1 million over the past 3 years. I don't owe you anything anymore. How can you say you don't owe me? If I hadn't lent your family that 50,000 back then, you'd be dead by now. How could you even be running the shop? Since you agreed to be my wife, you'll always be my wife. It's no use going back on your word. Isn't it only natural for a wife to give her husband money to spend? Give me another 200,000. Sun Luyao was on the verge of a breakdown. She screamed hysterically, "Lu Heping, get the hell out of here. I've said it before, I have absolutely nothing to do with you anymore. You still want 200,000? Not a single cent. Humph. If you don't have 200,000, 100,000 will do. Without 100,000, how am I supposed to recoup my losses? Get out of here. Get out. You're not getting a penny." "Not a penny?" Lu Heping's lecherous eyes fixed intently on Sun Luyao. "It doesn't matter if you don't have it. As long as we get married, I'll never ask you for money again." As he spoke, he took a step forward, stretched out both hands, and reached toward Sun Luyao's face. Chapter 82. The Hero Rescues the Beauty. Sun Luyao felt both disgust and fear, and kept backing away. Just as Lu Heping's hands were about to grab her face, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and clamped down on his wrist. Lu Heping instantly let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. A mocking voice rang in his ear. "Bullying a woman, that's hardly a feat, is it?" He glared at Chen. "Who are you?" Ivy snorted coldly. "A man who's sunk this low might as well be dead. You little brat, what did you say?" Lu Heping turned to look at Chen, then suddenly seemed to realize something and glared fiercely at Sun Luyao. "I get it now. No wonder you wouldn't give me any money, so you've been seeing this pretty boy. You've actually been cheating on me with another man behind my back." He suddenly turned his gaze back to Ivy. "This woman is his girlfriend, isn't she? Are you the main woman or the mistress?" "Sun Luyao, you slut." Sun Luyao looked at Chun in astonishment, her face full of gratitude. She shouted at Lu Heping, "Don't make baseless accusations. I don't even know this gentleman." Lu Heping didn't believe a word of it and glared viciously at Chun. "You little bastard, you dare to seduce my wife? I'll kill you." He swung his fist at Chun's face. Chun grabbed his wrist, raised his right foot, and kicked him hard, sending him crashing to the ground. Lu Heping screamed, "Murder! Murder!" The guests had already gathered around, whispering and speculating. Ivy suddenly grabbed a wine bottle from a table, rushed into the crowd, and smashed it viciously against Lu Heping's head. With a bang, the bottle shattered. Blood gushed from the top of Lu Heping's head. "Ah!
I am bleeding."
I'm bleeding!" Lu Heping shrieked. Ivy's expression was icy. "If you dare to cause trouble again, You'd better get ready to spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Lu Heping was terrified out of his wits. He scrambled to his feet, clutched his head, and ran out of the restaurant as fast as he could. The guests returned to their seats to continue dining. Sun Luyao stood there in a daze for a moment before coming to her senses. She stepped forward, her eyes brimming with tears, and said excitedly, "Thank you! Thank you all!" Her gaze instinctively swept toward Chun. Over the past 2 or 3 years, Lu Heping had frequently come to the restaurant to cause trouble, but no one had ever stood up for her. She never imagined that today, a man and a woman both a year or 2 younger than him would step in to help. Ivy asked, somewhat puzzled, "Ma'am, why didn't you call the police?" Sun Luyao shook her head bitterly. Chun said, "The police can't handle this kind of thing. Once they leave, he'll only get worse next time." Ivy snorted coldly. "So it seems we didn't hit him hard enough just now?" Sun Luyao's face was once again clouded with worry. "Ma'am, are you worried he'll come back?" Before Sun Luyao could answer, Chun interjected. "He's caused trouble here often before. Now that he's injured, he'll have even more reason to make outrageous demands." They happened to run into him this time and saved Sun Luyao from the situation, but they couldn't stay by her side every day. It seemed like they done her a favor, but in reality, they landed her in even bigger trouble. Ivy frowned. She hadn't thought of that. She took out her phone and dialed, "Liang Fa, on Taiping Road in West City, don't we have a property management office there? There's a restaurant called Yao Yao's Private Kitchen nearby. While you're on patrol, keep an eye on that place and don't let any thugs go there to cause trouble." She hung up and handed Sun Luyao a phone number. "If anything comes up, just call him directly." Sun Luyao was overwhelmed with emotion. Although she didn't know Ivy's identity, she could already tell she was someone important. She nodded repeatedly in thanks. "Thank you. Thank you. I really don't know how to repay the kindness you two have shown me. I don't even know your names yet. My name is Ivy, and he is Chen." Sun Luyao silently repeated their names a few times in her mind before saving both of their contact information into her phone. Ivy asked curiously, "Sister Luyao, what is the story between you and that Lu Heping?" Sun Luyao's eyes darkened. After a moment of silence, she gave a brief account of her background. She was born in a remote rural village. A few years ago, she fell seriously ill but couldn't afford treatment. Lu Heping, who was in his 30s, had long coveted her beauty but had never found an opportunity to act on it. Now, he seized the chance to blackmail her, lending her family 50,000 yuan on the condition that she marry him once she recovered. Sun Luyao refused outright, but her parents couldn't stand by and watch their daughter die, so they had no choice but to agree to his demand on her behalf. After she recovered, Sun Luyao left the countryside. She started out working odd jobs, saved up some capital, and eventually opened a small restaurant. Thanks to her excellent cooking skills, business was booming. Over the course of several years, the original small restaurant had grown into a 2-story dining hall. Although she had long since paid off the 50,000 yuan, Lu Heping happened to run into her in town a few years ago and began hounding her relentlessly. Over the past few years, she has gradually repaid him a total of 1 million yuan, leaving her with absolutely no savings. Seeing her as a cash cow, Lu Heping had no intention of letting her go, and his demands were growing ever greater. He was even thinking of marrying her so he could live off her openly in the future. Ivy kept comforting her, and after a while, Sun Luyao's mood improved somewhat. Chun and Ivy chatted with her for another half hour. When the two got up to leave, Chun offered to pay the bill, but Sun Luyao firmly refused. Chun didn't press the issue. He and Ivy left the restaurant, and Sun Luyao walked them to the door. Chun drove Ivy home, then returned to Qingjiang Garden. The next day, just after 9 a.m., Chun had just gotten up when he suddenly received a call from Qin Nan. "Miss Qin, what's up?" Qin Nan's sweet voice came through the phone. "Chun, are you free right now?" "Sure." Qin Nan was instantly overjoyed. "That's great that you're free. I need a favor." "Where are you?" "I'll come pick you up." "No need, I have my own car. Just give me the address." Binhai Bank in West City. Chun got behind the wheel and quickly arrived outside Binhai Bank in West City. From a distance, he saw more than 10 people standing by the roadside. One of the women was Qin Nan. She was wearing a sky blue business suit, her hair elegantly pinned up high, looking exceptionally beautiful and capable. She was surrounded by 7 or 8 subordinates who were briefing her on something. Not far from her stood 5 or 6 men. The leader was tall and burly, wearing a gray t-shirt, with an air of arrogance evident in his expression. He tried several times to approach her with a forced smile, but Qin Nan ignored him completely. Chun drove up beside Qin Nan and stopped, rolling down his window. When Qin Nan saw him, she exclaimed with delight, "Chun, did you buy a car?" Chun nodded and parked the car in a nearby spot. He walked over and asked, "Qin Nan, what's this about?" Upon hearing his question, Qin Nan's pretty face darkened slightly, and her expression turned unusually serious. She took a step forward and said, "Chun, you know how to appraise, can you also evaluate rough stones?" Chapter 83. An invitation from the beautiful chairwoman Qin Nan. Chun couldn't help but pause in surprise. Appraise rough stones? Rough stones refer to unprocessed gemstone material. In China, people go to Tianan province on the border with Myanmar and northern Myanmar to gamble on rough stones. As these regions are the world's largest sources of such material, countless people dreaming of getting rich overnight flock there to gamble on rough stones. Jade gambling is a game of chance. One cut can mean heaven, another hell. The rough stones are encased in thick layers of rock. No one knows for sure if there's any green jade inside. So everything depends on luck. Even veterans who've been in the jade gambling business for decades, despite their so-called wealth of experience, often misjudge the stones. Jade gambling is nothing like dealing in antiques. With antiques, after all, you can see the exterior, and although the market is flooded with 99% fakes, it's purely a test of discernment and experience. Raw jade, on the other hand, reveals absolutely nothing from the outside. So-called experience is completely irrelevant. It's nothing but a joke. Jade gambling is even more thrilling than hunting for bargains through appraisals. Qin Nan, do you want to appraise this rough stone? Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. Qin Nan glanced at the man in the gray t-shirt and said, "Here's the thing. He is Han Xiaojie, the second son of the Han Group in the city, and he is my business partner. His company is a bit short on funds right now. He once bought a rough stone in Tianan province. He has already cut part of it, and it turned out to be ice-gray jade. He used to have plenty of money, so he never finished cutting that stone or sold it. It's been stored in a bank all this time. But now that he is short on cash, he wants to use this rough stone as collateral. 6 or 7 nationally renowned appraisers have evaluated it before, estimating its value at no less than 5 billion. Young Master Han wants to pledge it to me at a value of 5 billion, but I'm not sure if it's actually worth that much, so I wanted to run it by you." Only then did Chun realize what was going on, and an idea struck him. "I wonder if my appraisal site can see through the rough jade?" Ever since Chun had appeared, Han Xiaojie had been staring at him intently. Seeing how close Chun seemed to be with Qin Nan, a sudden, inexplicable rage flared up inside him. He said coldly, "Xiao Nan, we've been waiting for ages just for someone like this? Can he even appraise jade rough? We've been partners for so long, don't you know what kind of person I am by now? Besides, don't we still have the appraisal certificates from those top masters back home?" His henchman standing nearby also chimed in with sarcastic remarks directed at Chun. Qin Nan replied coldly, "I trust him." Han Xiaojie's jealousy flared even more intensely, but he dared not say another word. Chun shot him a cold glance, then suddenly turned to Qin Nan and asked, somewhat puzzled, "Qin Nan, is your company going bankrupt?" Qin Nan was taken aback. "What do you mean? If you weren't about to go bankrupt, why would you be so determined to do business with him? Han Group is one of the top companies in Binhai City. Would it really be short on funds? Besides, if they're really short on cash, they could take out a bank loan. For a company as big as theirs, securing a loan of several billion or even tens of billions shouldn't be a problem, right? That rough gemstone of his is in the bank's custody. He could easily use it as collateral directly with the bank." Qin Nan replied calmly, "That's exactly what I thought. But after all, my past collaborations with Han Xiaojie have been quite pleasant. This is his own company, and he doesn't want to rely on his family for help." Han Xiaojie replied, "I don't need a loan at all. I only need 2 or 3 billion to get through this rough patch in half a month. I wanted to use that raw jade as collateral for at least 30 billion, but the bank would only give me 200 million. How could I possibly give him that?" Chun gave him another look. He didn't believe a word of it. "If that raw jade were valued at next to nothing, would you still be willing to lend him 3 or 50 billion? Qin Nan shook her head. "If that's really the case, then my partnership with him will have to be cancelled." Han Xiaojie glared fiercely at Chan and shouted, What gives you the right to say that jadeite is worth more than 5 billion? Chun couldn't be bothered to respond. He looked at Qin Nan and said, "Let us take a look first." As soon as the group stepped into the bank president Li hurried over to greet them. "Young Master Han, Miss Qin, welcome. Welcome." These were the bank's top clients, so naturally he had to treat them with the utmost hospitality. Han Xiaojie remained expressionless. "Let us go to the vault." He now deeply despised these people's hypocritical facades. If bank president Li had dared to agree to a 5 billion loan secured by this rough jade, he wouldn't have had to beg Qin Nan. Bank president Li called over a client manager. The two of them, holding the keys to the vault, made their way to the second basement level. The vault was encased in thick steel plates, and its door featured 3 layers of locks, both inside and out. After going through a series of cumbersome procedures, President Li and the manager finally opened the vault's main door. The vault was extremely spacious, filled with safes of all sizes, as well as some transparent display cases housing gold, jewelry, and other valuables. Though everyone had seen countless treasures of gold and silver before, the sight before them still left them speechless. The wealth they had encountered in the past was truly nothing compared to this. Han Xiaojie led the way to a glass display case in a corner. Inside lay a block of raw stone 1/2 meter high and over 1 chi thick, with a jet black surface and weighing roughly 1,000 jin. On the upper sloping surface, a fist-sized piece of the black skin had been cut away, revealing a rich emerald green beneath. Upon closer inspection, they noticed a bluish, fluffy pattern, a relatively common feature known as blue flowered jade. Everyone was left speechless at the sight of this faintly green hue. None of them had ever seen a piece of green jade this large. Qin Nan stared at the green hue, momentarily transfixed. She had only ever heard Han Xiaojie describe it before, but the overwhelming impact of seeing it with her own eyes far surpassed anything she had previously imagined. Han Xiaojie watched the crowd's reaction with great satisfaction. A rough stone this big, if it's fully carved, it'll likely be worth well over 5 billion, at least 10 billion. Chun ignored him. A certificate of appraisal lay next to the stone. Han Xiaojie inserted the key into the lock. With a click, the glass case slowly slid open to the sides, revealing the raw jade stone directly before everyone's eyes. Now, with nothing obstructing their view, the crowd examined the stone once more, and the experience was completely different from before. Their eyes sparkled as they looked at Han Xiaojie, filled with an indescribable mix of envy and admiration, and they couldn't stop marveling. Just the jade that's been extracted so far is already worth tens of millions. Who knows how much more is hidden inside? If the entire stone is filled with it, it'd probably be worth well over 10 billion. That's right. Even if it's only half that, it's still worth over 5 billion. Qin Nan's subordinates were beginning to waver as well, glancing frequently at the chairwoman in the hope that she would change her mind and accept Han Xiaojie's terms. Partnering with him was definitely a surefire deal. Qin Nan hesitated, looking at Chun. "Chen, how much jade do you think this rough stone will yield? Is it worth 5 billion? Chapter 84. The Worthless Rough Stone. Chun said nothing and picked up the appraisal report. It contained the joint appraisal results of Zhou Huaguang, Li Guowei, and 5 others. All 7 had unanimously determined that the ice-grade jadeite contained within this rough stone was worth at least 10 billion. This appraisal report had been issued 3 years ago. Given the current upward trend in jadeite prices, its value had appreciated by at least 20%. Zhou Huaguang, Li Guowei, and the other 5 were all leading authorities in China's antique, jade, and jewelry industries. Their appraisals had never been wrong, and no one dared to question their judgment. In particular, Zhou Huaguang and Li Guowei were regarded by the relevant authorities as national treasures. He often saw these 2 masters on television, educating viewers on how to authenticate antiques. At first, he approached them with a sense of awe and felt he had gained a great deal from their insights. But after conducting his own hands-on appraisal, he realized that on many issues the 2 of them were simply spouting nonsense. Either they genuinely didn't understand, or they were deliberately holding back their expertise to mislead the public. Upon further reflection, it suddenly clicked. Much of the expertise in authentication comes from one's own unique experience and insights. How could one possibly teach it to others without holding anything back? Chun tossed the authentication certificate back onto the counter, a hint of sarcasm playing at the corner of his mouth. He didn't dare take these authentication certificates seriously at all. These days, every industry is rife with chaos. The authentication industry is no exception. As long as you have enough connections or pay the right price, you can get any kind of appraisal certificate issued. Seeing his reaction, Han Xiaojie snapped angrily. What? Don't you trust the appraisal results from Master Zhou, Master Li, and the others? Chen smiled faintly. If you give me 100 million, I'll write you an appraisal certificate saying this stone is worth at least 100 billion. You? Han Xiaojie was speechless with anger, yet he couldn't refute it. Chen shook his head. His intuition told him this might just be a piece of junk. If the jadeite inside were worth tens of millions, the jade pendant would have started to heat up long ago. But it had been half a day since they de-entered, and the pendant still showed no reaction whatsoever. Chen pretended to examine the rough stone closely, focused his mind, and quietly activated appraisal sight. It felt as if the rough stone before him had suddenly vaporized, and an invisible light radiated from his eyes. The rough stone seemed to magnify dozens of times before his eyes as far as he could see. There were only clusters of grayish-white mist. Amidst that gray-white expanse, a faint, emerald-green glow the size of a fist was barely visible. This was the jade that had already been carved out. Chen withdrew his appraisal sight, stunned. He never imagined his X-ray vision could actually penetrate a jade rough. If that was the case, wouldn't he be able to use it for jade gambling in the future? The last time he helped Qin Nan catch those two thieves, his appraisal sight had only penetrated her handbag, but he never expected it to have grown this powerful. Seeing Chen staring blankly at the stone, Qin Nan felt uncertain and asked cautiously, Chen, what do you think of this rough stone? Chen snapped back to reality and laughed. Do you trust what I say? Qin Nan nodded. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have asked for your help in the first place. In my opinion, this stone isn't worth 10 billion, it's not even worth 100 million. My assessment is that it likely contains only the jadeite that's already been cut out. There isn't a trace of green left inside. Qin Nan and the others couldn't help but gasp. According to Chen's assessment, wouldn't that mean it was only worth a few million? Han Xiaojie was furious and roared. You little brat! What did you just say? Are you saying my rough stone is nothing but junk? Master Zhou's and Master Li's appraisal reports are right here. Are you blind? How dare you spout such nonsense? Chen let out a cold laugh. Don't even mention those masters' appraisal reports to me. I'm only stating my own appraisal results. Han Xiaojie's rage reached a fever pitch. You're just a green kid. What do you know about appraisal techniques? Chen said with a smirk. Of course I don't know anything, which is exactly why this piece of junk isn't worth a thing. Since Masters Zhou and Li say this stone is worth a fortune, why don't you use it as collateral to get a 5 billion loan from this bank? Han Xiaojie's face instantly turned ashen. Damn it. This kid was rubbing salt in his wounds right to his face. Bank President Li, standing nearby, shot Chen a vicious glare. The guy was actually fanning the flames. President Li, if your bank appraises it at only 200 million, do you charge the storage fee based on 200 million or 10 billion? President Li's face turned extremely awkward in an instant. He wanted nothing more than to strangle Chen. Chen burst out laughing. He knew that, based on the bank's usual practices, they would definitely charge based on 10 billion, but when valuing the assets, they only count 200 million. After all, banks would go to any lengths to make money. They absolutely wouldn't let themselves lose out. Qin Nan couldn't help but let a faint smile cross her face. Young Master Han, I'm sorry, but I think our partnership should come to an end. Han Xiaojie exclaimed anxiously. Miss Qin, how can you listen to his nonsense? Qin Nan cut him off, looking thoroughly displeased. I'm sorry, but I trust him completely. Even if this rough gemstone turns out to be worth 100 billion in the end, I won't regret it, and I certainly won't blame him. I don't want to hear any more excuses like that in the future. Miss Qin, we've been partners for so long. This is a bit of a surprise to me. Please be especially gracious this once. Once I get through this difficult period, our partnership will surely reach new heights. Han Xiaojie had no choice but to soften his tone, speaking in a conciliatory manner. He was deeply anxious inside. It wasn't that he was unwilling to rely on his family's influence. Rather, he had previously been a good-for-nothing, and his entire family had given up on him. They wouldn't offer him any help at all. So he had no choice but to figure things out on his own. Young Master Han, you're already half a year behind on the 100 million payment for the last shipment. I can't let you take goods on credit again this time. First, you must repay that 100 million. Then, you'll need to put up at least 1 billion as a security deposit before our partnership can continue. If she kept letting him get something for nothing, wouldn't her company's sales department might as well be shut down? Han Xiaojie hung his head in dejection. shot a fierce glare at Chan, and then glared hatefully at bank manager Lee. If it weren't for those two, he would never have found himself in such a desperate situation. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Miss Chin, what if I had someone cut open this rough stone right now? I could use the resulting jade as collateral, wouldn't he? That settle the matter. Chin Nan instinctively glanced at Chun. Seeing him nod, she smiled faintly. Of course, once you've fully cut the stone, everyone will know exactly how much jade it contains, and we'll be able to offer you a fair price. At that point, whether it's me, the bank, or the pawnshop, the highest bidder will definitely win. If it really turns out to be such a massive piece of jade, I might not even be able to outbid the others. Chapter 85. Unstunning. Han Xiaojie ordered his men to carry the rough stone out to an open area outside the bank. Passersby who saw this immediately gathered around to watch. What is this? They're actually carrying a stone out of the bank. A middle-aged man exclaimed excitedly, "Raw jade! That's raw jade. I've seen it in Tiannan province." Right. I've seen it on TV before. That's exactly what raw jade looks like. Another person chimed in. Are there actually people here in Jiangbei province who collect raw jade? And they've even shipped it all the way from Tiannan province and Myanmar. Everyone looked puzzled. Isn't that Han Xiaojie, the young master of the Han family? Someone recognized Han Xiaojie. Given the Han family's resources, shipping raw jade back from Tiannan province and Myanmar is no big deal, right? The crowd stared at the vivid green jade, completely dumbfounded. A jade slab this big, how much could it possibly be worth? It must be worth several million, or even tens of millions. Another person snorted derisively. Looks like you can't even afford jade. A piece this big is worth at least 100 million yuan, at the very least. The crowd couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. If this entire stone were solid jade, wouldn't it be worth hundreds of billions or even trillions? Everyone kept swallowing hard. Such astronomical figures were beyond their wildest imagination. They all turned to look at Han Xiaojie, their faces a mix of awe, admiration, envy, jealousy. The list of expressions was endless. Han Xiaojie, sensing their gazes, grew even more arrogant and smug. "Xiao Nan, I'm going to prove to you that this penniless bum you found is a complete good for nothing. This jade rough is worth at least 10 billion. Not partnering with me is your biggest mistake." Chun snorted and ignored him. Chin Nan wore a faint smile on her face. "Young Master Han, I'd be much happier if you addressed me as Miss Chin or Chairwoman Chin. I have absolute faith in Chun. Besides, as I said earlier, I don't want to hear that kind of talk again. Since you've insulted my friend like this once more, regardless of whether you manage to extract jade from it or not, our partnership must be terminated immediately. I also wish you luck in extracting jade worth over 10 billion from that rough stone. And I hope you have a pleasant partnership with another company." Han Xiaojie looked at Chin Nan and Chun. Although his face was still beaming with a smile, a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. His right fist clenched so tightly it cracked. He simply couldn't understand why Chun, that penniless kid, held such an important place in Chin Nan's heart. He turned and coldly ordered one of his henchmen, "Go buy a cutting machine." Binhai City had no big shots specializing in jade stone gambling, so naturally, there was no specialized cutting equipment or other machinery available. The subordinate bought a construction-grade cutting machine from a hardware store. Han Xiaojie then ordered someone to go to the nearby labor market and find 2-day laborers, one fat, one thin. The 2-day laborers stared at the rough stone, completely baffled. Han Xiaojie pretended to know what he was doing as he drew lines around the rough stone with a pencil. "Cut along this line." The 2 laborers exchanged bewildered glances. Staring at the fist-sized piece of jadeite, they knew it was worth a fortune. If they damaged the treasure inside the stone, they'd likely never be able to make up for it, not even in 10 lifetimes. Chun stifled a laugh. "Young Master Han, there's no need to go to all that trouble. Just let them cut it however they want." From the way Han Xiaojie had been drawing lines with the pencil just now, he could tell the young man was a complete amateur just putting on a big show. Han Xiaojie glared at him fiercely. "If they ruin the treasure inside, can you afford to pay for it?" Chun pointed to the corner opposite where the jade was visible. "Cut little by little from this side, about 5 or 6 centimeters wide each time. Even if there's jade inside, the loss won't be too great, right? If there was jade inside the rough stone, cutting it wrong would drastically reduce its value. But according to Han Xiaojie's wishful thinking that the entire stone was filled with jade, cutting off a piece 5 or 6 centimeters wide would have a negligible impact on the overall loss. Han Xiaojie nodded in agreement. The two laborers secured the rough stone to an iron frame, rolled the cutting machine up close, and the heavy-set laborer turned it on. The blade slowly began to cut into the rough stone. The thin one held a bottle of mineral water and kept pouring it onto the cutting machine's blade to keep the dust down. Han Xiaojie, his companions, and all the onlookers around them stared intently at the cutting machine, hoping to catch a glimpse of green. After 3 or 4 minutes, the 5 or 6 centimeter wide section was cut out, but not a trace of green was visible in either piece. Han Xiaojie hung his head in disappointment. Qin Nan cast a surprised glance at Chun. Although she had just stated emphatically that she trusted Chun, she still felt a twinge of doubt after all. No one could see inside the rough stone, and she had invited Chun over merely to boost her own confidence. She was also worried that if it were truly worth 10 billion, she might lose this financially powerful business partner. But now, seeing this scene, it was almost certain that what Chun had said was absolutely true. She couldn't help but feel deeply regretful she really shouldn't have harbored even a shred of doubt toward Chun. Han Xiaojie's expression faltered slightly, but he immediately pulled himself together. Keep cutting. The sound of swoosh, swoosh continued unceasingly as the rough stone was cut into strips 5 or 6 centimeters wide, and Han Xiaojie's expression grew increasingly grim. Half an hour later, the floor was littered with fragments, and the fist-sized piece of jadeite stood out strikingly among them. Han Xiaojie's face was as still as water, his expression somewhat grim. He hadn't expected that what Chun had said was actually true. Didn't that mean his company would be beyond saving? Qin Nan was all smiles, her bright eyes sweeping back and forth across Chun's face, filled with tenderness and affection. Chun crossed his arms, a faint smile on his face. He didn't take it to heart at all. He'd known this outcome all along. Such a large piece of rough stone, and yet it yielded only such a small piece of jadeite? That's actually quite a lot. At least some jadeite was found. There are so many pieces of rough stone bought at exorbitant prices that turn out to be nothing but waste. Not a speck of green. The jade we've just uncovered is worth at least several hundred million to over 10 million. I bet this rough stone didn't cost much when you bought it, did it? Gambling on jade really can make you rich overnight, but it's even easier to lose everything. No one knows whether what's hidden inside is a treasure or just a pile of worthless junk. The crowd buzzed with discussion. But these words struck Han Xiaojie like a slap in the face, leaving him feeling even more ashamed. This measly sum was light years away from his grandiose claims of 5 or even 100 billion. He screamed hysterically, "Get out! All of you! Get out! What are you staring at? You have no right to speak here. You're just a bunch of penniless beggars." The crowd was startled. A few men, unwilling to back down, shouted back, "What's there to yell about? So what if you've got a few stinking coins? Just a moment ago you were saying this worthless rock was worth 10 billion. Now you've been proven wrong. Haven to you?" Chapter 86. Feng Ruyan, the Antique Beauty. Judging by how wealthy young masters usually operate, didn't that rough stone cost him several million? And since he shipped it all the way from Tiannan province, it must have been stored in a bank, right? That's another hefty sum. The value of this jadeite he's appraised might not even cover his expenses. Ha ha! One man burst into loud laughter, and as the others caught on, they all burst out laughing as well, chatting as they dispersed. As soon as Han Xiaojie heard this, his face turned beet red. His eyes were bloodshot. If not for the fact that they were in the middle of a bustling city, he would have charged forward to kill someone. Qin Nan spoke up, "Young Master Han, we'll take our leave now." She and Chun led the group toward the parking lot. Han Xiaojie glared hatefully at their retreating figures. His gaze settled on Chen. He harbored particular resentment toward him. If it weren't for this penniless kid, that brat Qin Nan might still be working with him. Chun walked over to his car and was about to open the door when Qin Nan approached him. "Chun!" Chen turned back. "What is it?" Qin Nan's face flushed slightly, and she looked exceptionally embarrassed.
"I'm sorry."
Chun was taken aback for a moment, but then he realized what had happened and laughed. "It's no big deal. Don't worry, I wouldn't have been confident either. I know a thing or two about antiques, but I've never dealt with rough gemstones before. Thank goodness I guessed right." Appraisal site was his biggest secret. He couldn't tell anyone about it. He could only make things up on the spot. Qin Nan let out a long sigh, and a smile as radiant as a flower bloomed on her face again. I have to get back to the office to handle some business. When you have time, please. Her eyes suddenly lit up. Chun, why don't you come check out our company? Chun waved his hand and laughed. I'll pass for now. You should hurry back to work. Qin, Nan and Shen each got into their own cars, and the group slowly drove away from the bank, parting ways at the next intersection. Chun drove around the city aimlessly and gradually made his way to the suburbs. As far as the eye could see, there were old buildings awaiting demolition. Just as Chun was about to accelerate away, a woman suddenly darted out in front of him. Chun slammed on the brakes, and with a screech, the car came to an abrupt halt. The woman nearly collided with the car. She twisted her body sharply to the side, dodged out of the way, and barely managed to steady herself. But with a clatter, a porcelain bowl in her hand fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Chun's expression changed slightly. He hurriedly opened the car door and stepped out. The woman looked furious. How do you drive? She was dressed in a black, embroidered cheongsam, with a slender figure and golden, wavy hair. Around 26 or 27 years old, she had delicate features and wore light smoky eye makeup.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
I didn't hit you, did I? Chun apologized hurriedly. It had indeed been his fault just now. He'd been too busy taking in his surroundings and hadn't noticed her crossing the street. Apologies? I'm just lucky to be alive. If I'd stepped back just a little later, I'd have been run over and killed. What good would your apologies do then? Chun knew he was in the wrong and listened to her scolding. The woman wasn't the type to hold a grudge. Seeing his contrite attitude, her anger gradually subsided. Go on your way. Just be more careful next time. Chun apologized once more and was about to leave when he suddenly looked down and saw porcelain shards at his feet. Ha! His eyes lit up. It was actually a blue and white porcelain bowl from the late Ming dynasty. Unfortunately, it had been smashed while she was dodging his car. It turned out he was the one to blame. Otherwise, that bowl would have been worth at least tens of thousands of yuan. Chun looked up at the woman and saw that she was holding a piece of yellow silk, which appeared to be wrapped around other items. She, too, was looking down at the porcelain shards on the ground, her face full of regret. Miss, is your bag full of antiques? Chun asked cautiously, without activating appraisal sight. The woman's eyebrows shot up instantly, and she snapped as if she'd been shot. Who do you think you were calling miss? Chun furrowed his brow. He knew that these days, even if young women were clearly older than the men around them, they didn't like being called miss and always wanted to be treated like young girls. Chun said amiably, Miss, your bag is full of antiques. See it? Could I take a look? That Ming dynasty blue and white porcelain bowl on the ground, it broke because of me. Huh? You know about antiques? The woman asked, very curious. Chun smiled and nodded. I wouldn't call myself an expert. It's just a hobby. I like to dabble in antiques. As for what's in your bag, that blue and white porcelain bowl you just broke was probably worth tens of thousands. I didn't even ask you to pay for it. You're lucky. I'm a kind person. Humph. Chun gave a wry smile. He knew the woman was telling the truth. Anyone else might have used this as an excuse to extort tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, from him. The woman snorted. She unwrapped the yellow cloth bundle on the sidewalk and laid out 5 or 6 antiques. There were 2 palm-sized blue and white porcelain vases from the late Ming dynasty, a finger-sized yellow jade guanyin statue from the Kangxi era of the Qing dynasty, and 2 broken ivory chopsticks from the Jiaqing era. Chun shook his head slightly. Although these were all genuine pieces, their value wasn't particularly high. By comparison, the blue and white porcelain bowl he'd just broken seemed to have been worth considerably more. His desire to buy them vanished instantly. Miss, where are you planning to sell these antiques? I'm just setting up a stall right here on the sidewalk to get rid of them. Miss, do you have a lot of antiques at home? It's not bad. I have some antiques at home that are even more valuable than these. I wanted to try setting up a stall here to see if I could sell them. If they sell, I'll get rid of them all here. If no one buys them, I plan to check out the antique market. Chun's interest was piqued and he smiled. Miss, what other antiques do you have at home? Could I take a look? If they're genuine, I'll definitely offer you a price you'll be satisfied with. The young woman eyed him suspiciously. Are you really an antique collector? Chun gave a wry smile. Of course I am. Why wouldn't you believe me, miss? The girl tilted her head to look at him. You aren't just trying to take advantage of me, are you? Chun nearly spit out his drink. But he couldn't blame her for being suspicious. She was incredibly beautiful, and it was easy for some men to harbor ill intentions when they saw her. He gave an awkward smile. You sure have a sense of humor, miss. That would be a crime no sane person wants to end up in jail. Miss, your family. Miss, is that any way to address someone? The woman snorted. My name is Fong Ruyan. Chun scratched his head. You just told me your name. Fong Ruyan stared at him intently. What is your name? My name is Chun. Chan. Fong Ruyan suddenly ran to the front of the car and scrutinized the license plate. She then returned to Chun's side. I've memorized your license plate number. If you dare to have any ulterior motives, I'll definitely call the police. Chapter 87. The Trap. Chun really didn't have the energy to argue. He could only offer a wry, resigned smile. What kind of antiques do you have at home? We have Western Zhou Dynasty bronze ware, a gold-threaded jade suit, and Han Dynasty Hotan jade, but there is so much of it. I don't know if it's real or fake. Chun was taken aback. How did your family come to have these? Fong Ruyan's face immediately lit up with suspicion. Why are you asking about this? If you want to see them, I'll show you, but don't go prying into anything else. Chun nodded.
Sorry.
Fong Ruyan said, wrapping the yellow silk bundle back up as she spoke. Is your place far from here? Get in the car. No need. It's right over there. Fong Ruyan pointed to a cluster of old apartment buildings across the street. Only then did Chun realize why she had crossed the street to set up her stall by the roadside. If he were driving, he'd have to take a long detour. It certainly wouldn't be as close as cutting across the street. Chun locked his car. Let me carry that for you. Fong Ruyan gave him a surprised look and pursed her lips. I didn't expect you to be so attentive. Although she said that, she still handed the package to Chun. Chun carried the bag and followed Fong Ruyan across the street, heading straight for the old apartment complex on the other side. These were buildings from the 1990s, not very tall, dilapidated, with no property management or perimeter walls, allowing anyone to come and go as they pleased. Along the way, Chun and Fong Ruyan chatted a bit, and he learned that, according to rumors, this old neighborhood was slated for demolition, though no official approval had been granted yet. Most of the residents here were elderly. The young people had all moved to the city center. Don't let the dilapidated appearance of these buildings fool you. Almost every elderly household here owns a few vintage items, though whether they're genuine or not remains to be seen. Chun felt a surge of excitement. If what she said was true, he'd likely be able to unearth quite a few treasures here. He never imagined that a casual stroll would lead to such a windfall. He quietly resolved to call the fat guy tomorrow so they could make some money together. He and the fat guy were as close as brothers. The fat guy had looked out for him many times in the past, and now that he turned his life around, he certainly wouldn't forget his brother. As they walked along, they saw no one in sight, just as he expected. Passing several apartment buildings, he saw that many doors were wide open, giving the impression that the places had been abandoned. Fong Ruyan led the way, turning left and right as they wound around a few buildings until they reached the base of a residential building. She pointed to the second-floor hallway of Building 1 and said, "That's my home." The two entered the building, climbed the dilapidated staircase, and arrived at apartment B on the second floor. Chun casually asked, "Miss Fong, I wonder if there's anyone else living with you? If you're selling antiques, do you have the final say?" Fong Ruyan unlocked the security door with her key and smiled. "There's no one else living here. I'm the one who calls the shots." She pushed open the door and walked in first. Chun followed, carrying his bag. As soon as he stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind him. At that moment, 7 or 8 people emerged from the surrounding rooms, each holding steel pipes or machetes, glaring menacingly at Chun. Chun's eyes narrowed sharply. Fong Ruyan emerged from one of the bedrooms, a woman's cigarette dangling from her lips as wisps of blue smoke curled upward. Leaning against the doorframe, she shot Chun a sidelong glance and said coldly, "Leave him breathing as long as no one dies. That's all that matters." Chun's expression darkened, and he snorted coldly. "It seems you've really gone to great lengths to lure me here. Who exactly sent you?" Fong Ruyan bent her right leg, propping her high heel against the doorframe. She flicked the ash from her cigarette with her right index finger and said disdainfully, "You don't need to ask so many questions. All you need to know is that you deserve to die." A skinny man with dyed yellow hair, wielding a cleaver, said, "Miss, leave this to us." Fong Ruyan nodded and retreated into the room. The skinny man swung his machete, and the group armed with steel pipes and machetes surrounded Chun. Orders from above: disfigure this brat, break his limbs, cripple his 5th leg, and make him a eunuch for life so he'll never compete with others for women again. Give him a lesson he'll never forget. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a dark-skinned man swung a steel pipe down toward Chun's head. Chan, who had remained on high alert the entire time, suddenly swung the bundle. With a clatter, the porcelain inside shattered. The bundle wrapped around the steel pipe, and Chun yanked it back violently. The pipe was now firmly in his grasp. He swung the bundle down with a crack, the sound of the man's arm bones shattering accompanied by a deafening scream, and the massive figure collapsed to the ground. Having gained the upper hand, Chun took a step forward and lunged at the man on his left. The man's face was fierce as he raised his machete to strike Chun on the head. The steel pipe and machete clashed with a clang, and the machete flew out of the man's hand. Startled, the man tried to retreat, but Chun kicked him in the calf with his right foot, sending him flying 5 or 6 meters away. He clutched his right leg and let out a heart-wrenching scream. The crowd's expressions changed drastically. They hadn't expected Chun to be so ruthless. Chun could clearly feel that, as he continued to practice the 5 beast technique, not only was his strength growing, but his martial arts skills were also improving. In his eyes, these men were nothing more than small fry. The skinny man shouted, "Attack!" The boss said, "Whoever does the most damage will get a 500,000 reward." Upon hearing this, their eyes immediately lit up, and they charged forward with wild shouts. 3 machetes and 2 steel pipes struck at Chun simultaneously. Chun darted out of the way. Clang! With 2 loud clangs, the 2 steel pipes fell to the ground. The 2 thugs' right arms drooped limply, screaming in agony and drenched in sweat. They stumbled back several steps. The 3 men wielding machetes hesitated briefly, then shouted, "You dare hurt my brothers? You're asking for death." 3 machetes swung down simultaneously from 3 directions. Chun suddenly shouted, "The police are here!" The crowd stopped dead in their tracks and turned to look. Chun seized the opportunity to swing his steel pipe, knocking one man to the ground. Chun raised the steel pipe again, just as he was about to bring it down on the second man's head, when the others finally reacted. That man lunged at him with his machete. Chun's left hand grabbed the back of the blade, while his right hand swung the steel pipe at the man's arm. The man was startled. He quickly let go of the knife, scrambled backward, and turned to run. Seeing the situation was turning against him, the skinny man pushed open the window and jumped out. The other criminal jumped out of a different window. The criminals lying on the ground, wailing in agony, were instantly terrified to the core when they saw Chun glaring at them with such ferocity. They all struggled to their feet, crowded to the windows, and scrambled to jump out one after another. Chun didn't chase after them. Instead, he charged straight toward the bedroom. He hated Fong Ruyan even more than these thugs. This woman had lured him into her trap step by step, and she was more vicious and despicable than any of them. The bedroom door was ajar. Chun kicked it open and stormed inside. The bedroom wasn't large. There was only a bed and nothing else. The room was completely empty. Where could Fong Ruyan possibly be? Chapter 88. Encountering Tang Bingbing again. He saw that a doorway had been cut through one of the bedroom walls. Chun walked through the opening and found himself in another apartment. He pushed open the door and was startled to discover that this was actually apartment A on the 2nd floor. Damn it! He suddenly realized that these buildings had long been unoccupied, and Fong Ruyan and her gang could have easily knocked down the wall between the 2 units. They'd been planning to ambush him here all along, and Fong Ruyan had even left him an escape route. Chun went down the stairs and stepped out of the apartment building. He saw those 7 or 8 thugs limping and scrambling to get away. The skinny guy and the other horse-faced giant were unharmed. They were running the fastest. The moment they saw Chun, they were startled and fled even more frantically. Chun was furious and gave chase at a brisk pace. The injured men moved slowly, groaning as they went, and suddenly all of them fell to the ground, begging for mercy. Chun paid them no mind. He weaved past the crowd and charged straight toward the horse-faced man and the skinny leader. Seeing that he'd been caught up with, the horse-faced man picked up a brick from the ground and was about to lunge forward. Chun leaped right in front of him. Before the man could throw the brick, Chun slammed the steel pipe hard into his back. The man let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground. Seeing this, the skinny man trembled with fear, backing away constantly while clutching his machete. "You don't come any closer." Chun snorted coldly and took a step forward. Just as he was about to raise the steel pipe, the skinny man suddenly lunged forward and stabbed fiercely at Chun's chest. Chun kicked him squarely in the chest. There was a loud crack. No one knew how many ribs had snapped, and the skinny man collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. Chan took another step forward, pointed the steel pipe at him, and said coldly, "Who sent you here?" He thought it over. Lately, he decrossed Guobaorui, Gavin and his father, Bai Songshi, Huang Sankai and Gao Yushan. Bai Songshi and Huang Sankai had already been arrested. Could it be their relatives? Earlier, he thought it unlikely that Guobaorui and Gavin and his father would take such a desperate risk. But yesterday Ivy had told him the Guo family might be facing bankruptcy. If that were the case, they'd likely be desperate enough to do anything. And since he also offended Gao Yushan yesterday, he mulled it over repeatedly and concluded that Gao Yushan was the more likely culprit. The skinny guy's face had turned pale with pain, and sweat was pouring down his forehead, but he still refused to speak. "You won talk?" Chan snorted coldly, then suddenly brought the steel pipe down with a vicious blow, shattering his left hand. The skinny guy let out another heart-wrenching scream. "If you don't talk, I'll break your other arm and both legs bit by bit, then go ask someone else." I'll talk. The skinny guy was drenched in cold sweat. "It was Brother Biao who sent us." Chan's expression turned icy. "You're trying to beat around the bush, aren't you?" "Who is Brother Biao?" "Brother Biao is a pretty famous boss in South City. Last night, he ordered us to teach you a lesson. A well-known big shot? Just a thug, right?" Chen sneered. "Who does he work for?" The skinny guy shook his head. "I don't know. He knows a lot of big shots and often works for them. We underlings don't dare ask too many questions, we just follow orders." Chen stared at him for a few seconds and saw that he didn't seem to be lying. "Who is this Fang Ruyan?" The skinny guy shook his head again. "We have no idea. All we know is that Brother Biao treats her with great respect. She often goes to see him and he calls her Mississippi. We all call her that too." Chun, still holding the steel pipe, pulled the other two aside one by one for separate questioning. Their accounts matched the skinny guy's almost exactly. It seemed they truly had no idea who was behind this incident or who Fang Ruyan really was. Chun tossed the steel pipe aside, clapped his hands and turned to leave. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from behind the building, and 7 or 8 police officers rounded the corner. Seeing the criminals lying all over the ground, they were all slightly startled. They exchanged puzzled glances at Chun before rushing over. The officer in charge was of medium build with a slightly tanned face. He glanced at Chun and felt a sense of familiarity. "It's you again?" Chun paused for a moment, then immediately remembered he had been among the officers present when Chun was attacked last time. He smiled slightly. Sun Rue continued, "You're not going to tell me it was self-defense again, are you? Captain, you're truly perceptive. That's exactly what happened." Sun Rue snorted. He strode forward, gave the scene a quick glance, and couldn't help but gasp. One officer whispered, "Captain, these guys are in pretty bad shape." Sun Rue nodded and waved his hand. "Take them all away." The officers escorted the criminals into the police cars outside. Sun Rue glanced sideways at Chun. "You're coming with us too." Chun hesitated. "My car is still parked on the side of the road." "Chun, ride with him." Sun Rue ordered one of the officers. Chun got behind the wheel and followed the group, quickly arriving at the Municipal Police Bureau. Once inside the compound, he had just stepped out of the car when the officers left a few of the less seriously injured suspects behind for questioning and immediately sent the rest, who were more severely injured, to the hospital. Just then, a group of officers walked in from outside, led by none other than Tang Bingbing. She had her brows slightly furrowed, her face full of worry. Sun Rue hurried forward and said, "Captain, we've apprehended 8 criminals." Although he was the deputy captain, in official circles, the word deputy was never used, regardless of rank. Tang Bingbing was slightly taken aback to see him bring back so many criminals. Her gaze swept over Chan, and after a moment's thought, she suddenly realized, "It's you again?" Chan smiled faintly, truly at a loss for words. Tang Bingbing's beautiful almond-shaped eyes flashed with a sharp, icy glare. She didn't believe that someone who got into fights every other day, even if his opponents were all vicious criminals, could be entirely innocent. She turned to Sun Rue and asked, "What exactly happened?" Based on preliminary information, this Mr. Chun was lured to the old town and attacked by these 8 criminals. He was indeed acting in self-defense. We still need to conduct a detailed interrogation and investigation. Upon hearing this, the cold glint in Tang Bingbing's eyes vanished instantly. She waved her hand. "Interrogate him thoroughly. If he is innocent, that's fine. but if he hasn't deal with him strictly according to the law. Chun was escorted into a room by 2 police officers, where he was questioned in detail about the incident. 2 hours later, the questioning finally concluded. After comparing his account with the confessions of the criminals, it was confirmed that Chun had indeed acted in self-defense. As Chun stepped out of the interrogation room, he saw Tang Bingbing sitting in a chair in the lobby, her brow still furrowed. Sun Rue stood beside her, whispering something to her. Chun walked over. "Captain Sun, have you identified the mastermind behind this? Who exactly hired Brother Biao?" Sun Rue, who held Chun in high regard, shook his head and said, "So far, we've only identified Brother Biao. As for the financier behind him, we have no idea. Brother Biao has always operated in a gray area. We've never had enough evidence before. This time, the evidence is irrefutable. We'll be able to bring him to justice." Chapter 89. The Theft of a National Treasure. "What on earth have you been up to? How did you manage to provoke these desperados? You got off lucky today. That's the only reason you're unharmed. From now on, stay far away from those shady characters. As for that woman, Fong Ruyan." Tang Bingbing cleared her throat and said sternly, "Discipline. Sun Rue. Do you even know what discipline is?" Sun Rue looked a bit embarrassed and immediately shut up, saying no more. His earlier remarks had indeed gone too far according to the rules. There were certain things that simply shouldn't be said. Chun smiled slightly and nodded at Sun Rue in thanks. "Thank you, Captain Sun." He had just stepped out of the hall when suddenly 5 or 6 middle-aged men walked in head-on, all dressed in suits and ties. To his surprise, Roland was leading the group. As soon as Roland saw Chun, he looked very puzzled. "Chun? What are you doing here?" Chun gave a wry smile. "Director Li, just a minor matter." Seeing that Chun was about to leave, Roland realized the issue had been resolved and didn't press further to find out exactly what it was. "Chun, let me introduce you to a few colleagues." He turned to introduce the 5 men to Chun. Chun was slightly taken aback. It turned out these men were the most renowned experts in the antique appraisal field in Binhai City. Although they were no match for Stellan and Roland, they were all masters in their own right. The 5 men exuded arrogance from head to toe, looking down on Chen completely and giving him only a perfunctory greeting. Seeing their attitude, Chun couldn't be bothered to pay them any mind. Roland's eyes suddenly lit up. He strode quickly into the hall and said to Tang Bingbing, "Captain Tang." Then he turned to look at Chun outside. Tang Bingbing had already stood up to greet them when they entered, but since Roland had greeted Chun first, she simply watched Chun's back with curiosity. "Mr. Roland, what's the matter?" Roland whispered, "Captain Tang, this young man's name is Chun. He's the true master appraiser. His skills far surpass those of us old-timers. I'm afraid all of us combined couldn't hold a candle to him. If you'd invited him to help with that case, I'm sure it would have been a piece of cake solved in no time." Tang Bingbing looked at Chun with a puzzled expression. "He's an appraisal master too?" She suddenly remembered that before Chun was first attacked by the criminals, he had indeed been fiddling with some antiques. An appraisal master this young? Tang Bingbing shook her head hurriedly. No. How could we let him get involved in something this important? Chun was simply too young. No one would believe him. Just as Roland was about to say more, Tang Bingbing smiled and said, "Roland, I know you mean well, but please don't bring it up again." Roland replied, "Captain Tang, did you know? Whenever Xinghe and I are unsure about something, we always turn to him for an appraisal. Those 6 stone drums inscribed with the Tao Te Ching that Xinghe's team discovered at the museum, he was the one who found them." "Ha!" Tang Bingbing's expression finally changed. She looked curiously at Chun's retreating figure. She was silent for a moment, then said, "Roland, let us just drop it. I believe we can handle this ourselves." Roland nodded helplessly. He knew Tang Bingbing still didn't trust Chun. He walked back into the courtyard and gave Chun an apologetic smile.
Chen, I am sorry.
"I was actually planning to ask you for a favor, but..." Chun nodded. "It's okay." Roland walked up to him and whispered, "According to reliable sources, a counterfeiting and antiquities smuggling ring from out of town may have already entered our city of Binhai with a large cache of cultural relics. These relics are national treasures of global rarity. Even the Sank Singwi bronze mask from Southwest Province has been stolen." Chun was taken aback. This gang is incredibly skilled. They managed to steal artifacts right from Sank Singwi.
Roland nodded solemnly.
"We don't know the full details behind this, But the information is absolutely true. The gang also looted several ancient tombs near Sangsingdui, stealing countless top-tier national treasures. A large portion of them has already made its way here, and from here, they'll be shipped overseas to be sold abroad. The Municipal Bureau received a call from the provincial authorities. The bureau chief is personally overseeing this case, and Captain Tang is the direct person in charge. They don't know anything about antique appraisal, so they had no choice but to ask Xinghe and me for help. But Xinghe is at the provincial museum researching the stone drum inscriptions, leaving only me. I had no choice but to round up all the top appraisers in our city. Chun wore a faint, wry smile. You don't have a single lead on that gang, nor do you know the whereabouts of those antiques. How are you supposed to authenticate them? Are you going to screen them one by one? Is every item that looks old regardless of whether it's real or fake going to be appraised first? Roland looked extremely awkward. Today we stopped some out-of-town vehicles. Some were indeed carrying antiques, while others were fakes, but none of them had anything to do with that gang. That's like looking for a needle in a haystack. With insufficient police resources, it's easy to miss something. It's simply not realistic. Plus, it's bound to stir up public outrage. It's not a viable solution at all. But since Captain Tang and her team have absolutely no leads, we have no choice but to use this clumsy method. Captain Tang is at a loss too. She has been looking gloomy the whole time. Earlier, I suggested to her that we ask you for help, but she flatly refused. Chun chuckled to himself. Good thing Tang Bingbing turned it down in a situation like this. There's nothing I can do anyway. Besides, this kind of thing is easy to take on but hard to get credit for, and it'll just keep me from making money. It's better to stay out of it. Mr. Lee, you're overestimating me. You big shots can surely handle this easily. What could a greenhorn like me possibly do? Chin chuckled. Mr. Lee, I'll buy you a drink sometime. He got into the driver's seat, started the car, and slowly drove away. Roland let out a wry smile and shook his head in resignation. He could tell at a glance that this sly young man didn't want to get mixed up in this mess. He didn't want to either, but he couldn't back out. After driving for about 10 minutes, Chun spotted a city god temple in the distance. He remembered there was a small flea market near it. He parked the car and walked into the antique street, where the clamor of countless vendors and passers-by was deafening. He browsed casually, though the selection was extensive. Everything was fake. Chun browsed a few shops, although he found a few genuine items. None were particularly valuable, so he didn't make a purchase. Chun had lost interest in browsing further and was about to leave the antique street when he suddenly spotted a small stall in a secluded corner of the city god temple. The stall was also filled with various old objects, but none of them were worth much. Chun's gaze settled on a somewhat peculiar yellow flower. Its blossoms were a pale yellow, and its leaves were crisp and emerald green, but the entire plant gave off a faint, foul odor. The Qingluan flower. Chun's pupils suddenly contracted. This was a rare flower documented in Hua Tua's Healer's Codex. Its medicinal value was even more potent than that of the Tianshan snow lotus, century-old ginseng, or millennia-old reishi mushroom. Although toxic, in ancient times it was considered a miracle cure for certain intractable diseases. Chapter 90. The Proud Little Divine Healer. Hua Tua had recorded in his book that this herb had become extinct, so he never expected to see it again nearly 2,000 years later. Bro, how much are you selling this flower for? The stall owner was a rural man in his late 30s. Dressed in a blue shirt and blue pants, a faint smile played on his face. You mean this 7-star grass? 100,000. This is called 7-star grass? Chun was somewhat surprised. Each leaf did indeed have 7-star-shaped black spots. 100,000? He felt a bit puzzled. Was he asking for such a high price because he knew the value of the Qingluan flower? 100,000? That's way too expensive. Even a divine herb isn't worth that much. I think this flower is really pretty. I'll take it for a few hundred yuan. The vendor glanced at him and said with a smile, 100,000 is definitely not too much. Let me tell you, this 7-star herb grows on the highest mountain near where I live. It took me a lot of effort to climb up there and dig it out. I almost lost my life doing it. Don't you think 100,000 is worth it? Plus, I'll let you in on a secret. He looked around to make sure no one was paying attention, then continued. Although this flower smells bad, it's actually quite valuable. It seems to repel insects and snakes. When I was digging it up, I noticed there weren't any insects or snakes within 100 meters of it. Ever since I transplanted it at home, I haven't had to worry about snakes getting in. That 100,000 is absolutely worth every penny. If I weren't short on cash, I'd never sell it. He really does know something about the value of the blue phoenix flower. At this rate, there's no way I'll be able to haggle the price down. Chun suddenly asked, Bro, is there still any 7-star grass like this back in your hometown? The man shook his head. No, I've lived in my hometown for nearly 40 years, and I've never seen one before. I've only ever seen this one. It hasn't been found anywhere else. 100,000 it is, then. Chun transferred the money to him and jotted down his address. He decided that when he had time, he'd go to the man's hometown in person to check it out. He happily placed the blue phoenix flower in the trunk. Chun walked around to the front left side of the car and was just about to open the driver's door when he suddenly saw an elderly woman in her 60s on the sidewalk convulse violently, fall to the ground, and instantly lose consciousness. Passers-by immediately gathered around. What's wrong? What's wrong? Is she suffering from heat stroke? Or is she having a medical emergency? Call 120 right away. Chun glanced at the elderly woman and frowned. By the time the ambulance arrived, it might already be too late. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Just as he was about to step forward, a loud voice suddenly rang out. He looked up to see a teenager of about 17 or 18, wearing an expensive t-shirt. He was bright-eyed and handsome, but his hair was dyed blue, and he had a somewhat haughty expression. Holding his head high and chest out, he declared, I'll take a look. Hey, isn't that Li Keming, the grandson of Master Li? They call him Little Master. Someone recognized him and couldn't help but exclaim. With Little Li the miracle doctor here, this old lady will definitely be fine. Exactly. I heard that Little Li the miracle doctor has fully inherited the old master's medical skills. Another miracle doctor is rising at Huichun Hall. Chun looked at the teenager in astonishment. Was he one of Master Li's disciples? He had heard the name of Master Li Henian time and again almost everyone suffering from a terminal illness mentioned him. Hearing the crowd's praise, Li Keming flashed a smile, looking exceptionally smug. He walked quickly over to the old woman, crouched down, and placed his hand on her left wrist to feel her pulse. After a few dozen seconds, he reached out to feel her right pulse. He furrowed his brow. This elderly woman has high blood pressure, heart disease, and diabetes, none of which are serious on their own. The most alarming thing is that she has a brain tumor, which can easily be fatal. Although it's benign, it can't be completely eradicated. Even if surgically removed, within half a year it will grow back to the size of a broad bean. By then, it will still be compressing her nerves and blood vessels, frequently causing fainting spells just like today. If no one is there to care for her, it's extremely dangerous. She already underwent surgery half a year ago. Another operation wouldn't be very effective this time, and since she is plagued by so many ailments and is extremely frail, another surgery might even trigger other complications. Even my grandfather couldn't completely cure her condition. The only options are herbal decoctions and acupuncture to slow the tumor's growth, but they can't completely remove the source of the disease. At this point, her only option is to go to the hospital for surgery to save her life. Since my grandfather is here now, it's too late for acupuncture. Chun looked at him in astonishment, surprised that his medical skills were so exceptional. His diagnosis matched Chun's exactly. This young man was indeed a genius, though a bit arrogant. He wasn't unpleasant. The crowd sighed in unison. Since even Li Xiao, the divine doctor, had said so, the elderly woman had no choice but to undergo surgery again. Chun stepped out of the crowd. Li Keming, although everything you said is correct, there's one point I don't quite agree with. I think I can treat her. Li Keming sized him up. I don't believe there's a patient even little divine Dr. Li can't treat, and you claim you can? Given her current condition, even if my grandfather could save her, she'd end up in a vegetative state. Chun smiled faintly. You're right, but you should know that there's always someone better out there. The onlookers began to jeer. Who is this guy? How dare he boast so brazenly, claiming his medical skills are even better than the little divine Dr. Li's. Young people these days have no sense of their place. Judging by his age, he is probably just some medical student, right? And he dares to boast about being Master Healer Roland? He is not even worthy of tying the little healer's shoes. The little healer may be younger, but he has been studying medicine with his grandfather since childhood. He comes from a long line of healers. How could this guy possibly compare? Quick, check for cameras. S&T this guy just here to record a video for views. Everyone looked around frantically, but they didn't spot any cameras, cell phones, or similar devices. Chun seemed oblivious to the crowd's mockery. Li Keming's expression shifted slightly when he heard Chun dare to compare himself to his own grandfather, and he said angrily, "Who are you?" "My name is Chun, just a nobody." "Your name is Chun? You're Chun." Li Keming's eyes narrowed suddenly. Chun was a bit puzzled. "You know me?" Li Keming replied irritably. "It was you who brought Grandpa Dong Haiyang, the director of the provincial museum, back from sepsis? Wasn't he it?" Chun suddenly realized he remembered that Dong Haiyang had indeed mentioned that day how he once sought treatment from Li Henian to no avail. He hadn't expected Dong Haiyang to have told Li Henian about this. "I never thought you'd actually be able to keep the sepsis from getting worse." Li Keming looked thoroughly unconvinced, but he had no choice but to acknowledge the fact. Chun smiled faintly. "Since you know about this, you should also know that I might actually have a way to completely cure this elderly woman's brain tumor." Chapter 91. Acupuncture. That was just a fluke last time. You won't be so lucky this time." Li Keming was still trying to argue his case, but his confidence was waning. Chun smiled faintly. "Then why didn't you get lucky even once?" Li Keming was instantly at a loss for words, his face flushing crimson. He paused for a moment, still refusing to admit defeat, and said defiantly, "If you can save this old lady, I'll immediately ask you to be my master." A smug smile played at the corners of Chun's mouth. It seemed Li Keming was bound to lose this time. He took a box of silver needles from his robe, opened it, and pinched a few needles between his fingers. His movements were incredibly swift. His right hand left behind a trail of afterimages. When everyone looked closely, they saw that the old woman's head, chest, shoulders, and back were already covered with dozens of silver needles. Only then did Chun stand up and wipe the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. This old woman's condition was not much less severe than Dong Haiyang's. Treating her had been exceptionally physically draining. Li Keming, however, looked at him with a face full of suspicion. Although his technique had been superb and exquisite just now, he couldn't tell which school or style it belonged to. The old woman was still lying on the ground, motionless, and had not regained consciousness. After about 10 seconds, Chun suddenly turned the old woman over onto her back and patted her on the small of her back. Suddenly, the old woman let out a loud wah and coughed up a mouthful of thick phlegm. She slowly opened her eyes. The crowd was astonished. "She's awake. She's awake. This guy really has some skills. No wonder he dared to taunt the little divine healer. All right, now that she's better, everything is fine." The way everyone looked at Chun changed instantly. It was no longer filled with contempt or mockery. Instead, their faces were filled with admiration, excitement, and delight. Li Keming, in particular, had his mouth wide open and his eyes bulging as he stared at the scene in disbelief. Only one thought ran through his mind. Impossible! Impossible! But this living, breathing reality was right before his eyes. No one could deny it. The old woman looked bewildered as she braced herself with both hands and slowly sat up. "Where am I?" She glanced around, her mind slowly piecing things together, until suddenly everything came back to her. "Was it you who saved this old woman?" Her eyes immediately fell on the acupuncture kit in Chun's hands. Chun nodded. "Grandma, how do you feel now?" The old woman instinctively reached up to touch her head. "I feel much lighter all over." She struggled to stand up, but Chun hurriedly stopped her. "Grandma, don't move. It's not time yet. Sit for a little while longer." The old woman obeyed, sitting on the ground without moving a muscle. Just then, the sound of woo-la grew louder as an ambulance sped toward them. A doctor carrying a medical bag and 2 nurses carrying a stretcher hurried over. "Where's the patient?" The onlookers parted to make a path, and the 3 saw the old woman sitting on the ground. The doctor waved his hand. Quick, load her into the ambulance." The 2 nurses stepped forward, ready to lift her onto the stretcher. Chun suddenly shouted, "Don't touch her!" The doctor and nurses glared at him. "Who are you? If you delay treatment for this elderly woman, can you take responsibility for that?" The old woman said, "Don't touch me. I trust him." The doctor glared fiercely at Chun. He had already noticed the silver needles in the old woman's head and body, and he surmised that this young man must know something about traditional Chinese medicine and had revived her. Although he didn't understand traditional Chinese medicine, he didn't dare to pull out the silver needles rashly. "Ma'am, Although he revived you with acupuncture, and while acupuncture can treat minor ailments, it may be powerless against serious illnesses. You really need to go to the hospital for a checkup right away. There's no time to waste." The old woman shook her head and said nothing more. The doctor and the two nurses were so anxious they were stamping their feet. It was clear they genuinely cared about the patient, unlike those unscrupulous medical staff who act against their conscience purely for profit. After 5 or 6 minutes, Chun stepped forward and carefully removed the silver needles from the old woman's body, one by one. He smiled relaxedly. "All done." Before the old woman could react, Lee Keming hurried over and placed his hand on her left wrist to feel her pulse. His eyes suddenly narrowed as he stared at Chun in disbelief, then cried out in shock, "Impossible! How could you stop the growth of the tumor in her brain in the blink of an eye? That tumor has clearly shrunk a bit compared to just now. Her diabetes, high blood pressure, and other conditions have also been brought under control." The crowd erupted in an uproar. "Wow! Is this a divine being?" Although Chun was usually modest and unassuming, he couldn't help but feel a touch of pride at that moment as he smiled at Lee Keming. "I may not be much, but I never imagined I'd actually be of some use. I only have a basic understanding of medicine. I'm nowhere near the level of a divine healer. It will take at least a month for the old lady's tumor to completely shrink and disappear. Her other ailments will also gradually heal. Grandma, you should still go to the hospital for a checkup, just to be on the safe side." The old woman stood up, thanking him repeatedly. "Young man, do I still need to take my medicine? If you're still worried, Grandma, you can ask Master Lee or this little Master Lee to prescribe some herbal decoctions. They'll help the tumor shrink even faster. As for your other ailments, whether or not you take medicine is entirely up to you." In truth, the old woman no longer needed to take any medicine at all, but he knew she would inevitably still have some doubts about his medical skills. Letting her continue taking the medicine would help put her mind at ease. The old woman got into the ambulance with the 3 of them, and the ambulance sped away before everyone's eyes. The crowd turned their gaze to Chen, chattering away in a flurry of comments. Lee Keming looked extremely embarrassed. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he quietly slipped out of the crowd, about to walk away. "Lee Keming, you haven't formally become my apprentice yet." Chun suddenly appeared right in front of him as if by magic, grinning at him. Lee Keming's face flushed crimson. He was mortified. He remained silent for a few seconds, then raised his head defiantly and said, "What are you talking about? I'm the grandson of the renowned Dr. Lee. How could I possibly take you as my master?" He shot Chen a glare, his face brimming with defiance. "I admit my skills aren't as good as yours, but you don't need to get so smug. You're 23 or 24 now, aren't you? I'm only 18 this year. You're so much older than me. It's only natural that your medical skills are a bit better than mine. By the time I reach your age, I'll definitely surpass you. Humph. Just you wait. I lost today, but someone will definitely come back to settle the score. I won't let the reputation of Huichun Hall be tarnished on my watch." With that, he strode away with an air of arrogance. Chun wore a smile on his face. He didn't dislike this young man. Although he was a bit arrogant, he wasn't overbearing. He lacked the airs of those spoiled 2nd or 3rd generation rich kids. Chun believed that, given time, the boy would surely become a master of medicine just like his grandfather. Chun got into the driver's seat, started the car, and headed home. Chapter 92. An eye-opening experience. The Starlight Nightclub. Dong Tianbao sat in a spacious executive chair, his expression somewhat somber. Just then, a woman pushed open the door and walked in. It was Fong Ruyan. The moment Dong Tianbao saw her, his furrowed brow instantly smoothed out, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Fong Ruyan was still wearing a floral cheongsam as she gracefully walked up to him. "Brother Tianbao, Biaozi and the others have all been arrested. Should I go out of town to lie low?" "No need. The police will definitely find out you were there at the time, and Biaozi and the others will most likely implicate you. But since you didn't actually do anything, your liability isn't that great. The police won't give you too much trouble either. If you actually left, it would only arouse their suspicion. I told Biaozi and the others beforehand that if it really failed, they should take all the blame themselves. I'll take good care of their families from the outside." Only then did Fong Ruyan nod with relief. "I never thought that kid Chun would actually slip away. He's got some damn good luck." Dong Tianbao looked furious, slamming his right hand hard on the table. Fong Ruyan's expression darkened. That Gao Yushan kept Chun's martial arts skills a secret, and he is not a pushover either. Was he deliberately trying to drag us into this? I think we should take it out on him. Hearing this, Dong Tianbao grew even more furious. He forced a smile. I confronted him just now, and he said he had no idea either. He didn't seem to be lying.